Chapter 731. The final fire attack. To intensify the flames, the ships were piled with barrels of sulfur and gunpowder, along with so-called toxic smoke-producing herbs. Su Tingfa estimated that with so many fire ships and rafts attacking simultaneously, the bandits couldn't possibly withstand them, even with their powerful cannons. Burning just 1/3 of the enemy fleet would disrupt their entire defense. He gathered the remaining naval war junks and 40-odd commandeered rice and salt boats serving as auxiliary warships, preparing to charge into the enemy formation amid the chaos of a successful fire attack, and let the water braves board and slaughter. Li Fengji offered unprecedented rewards: 1 tael for killing a fake bandit, 50 taels for a true bandit, 50 taels for burning a small bandit ship, 100 for a large one, 200 taels for capturing a bandit vessel intact. While the Fubo army was delayed at Urshui clearing bandit remnants on Henan Island, Su Tingfa ordered Chen Qian to lead the fire ship squadron slowly down the provincial river. He himself would follow with the main fleet in the rear. "You brat deserted twice. This is your chance to earn merit and atonement." Before departure, Su Tingfa addressed Chen Qian fiercely. "The governor has authorized me to act at my discretion. Watch yourself." Chen Qian cursed silently. Su Tingfa had run faster than a rabbit himself, yet now he was using him as cannon fodder in the vanguard. But he dared not disobey. Everyone knew Governor Li was red-eyed with desperation. Another defeat meant heads would genuinely roll. "This general will lead bravely." Chen Qian replied with hollow conviction. "Save the official talk for later," Su Tingfa grunted viciously. "If the bandits enter Baietan and fire 3 or 4 shots at the provincial capital, both our heads will move. Yours first, of course. This general understands." Chen Qian bowed respectfully, sweat pouring down his face. Officers were masters of buck-passing, but this time there was no passing the buck. His defense sector had been human, having fled all the way to Guangzhou. If the governor needed a scapegoat for execution, he was the perfect candidate. But as for leading bravely, he truly lacked the courage. Chen Qian understood clearly. Attempting face-to-face naval combat with these bandits was suicide. Yet with Li Fengji and others pressing down, he had to go even if it meant his death. Resigned, Chen Qian chose 2 fast, maneuverable long dragons as his command ships and hand-picked several dozen water-skilled personal guards who excelled at boat handling. His plan was simple: dodge aside the moment the fire ships went in, then assess the situation. Night fell. The task force, anchored at Urshui, lowered its flags and entered night rest mode. Sentries lit bonfires on the abandoned fortifications while watching the river with vigilant eyes. Officers on land had dispatched long-range patrols, men specially trained to spot human silhouettes in pitch darkness. Any attempt to attack the fleet from land was virtually impossible. The danger would come from the water. Despite thorough arrangements, large ships anchored in the core, small boats on the perimeter as fixed sentries, plus patrol boats conducting constant night sweeps. In such narrow waters unfavorable for maneuvering, there was little room for error if a sneak attack came. Lin, the night commander, sat in a chair on the fort, wrapped in a thick military wool cloak. The fabric had been purchased from the Portuguese, warm and waterproof, as part of preparations for the future continental campaign. Armies and sailors couldn't operate exclusively in tropical and subtropical zones forever. Lin pulled the cloak tighter around himself. As a Hong Konger, he'd never felt Guangdong nights this cold in the old timeline. Even Christmas in Lan Kwai Fong required at most a jacket. Yet here, even wearing his British Navy-style sweater beneath the cloak, the chill bit through. The damp cold penetrated everywhere. "Why is this little ice age so bloody cold?" he muttered, occasionally lifting his Russian-made infrared binoculars to scan the surroundings and pass the boring time. Sun Tianbiao cursed his fate silently. Ever since he'd fled the Lingao Wei garrison post by night to report the emergency at Haikou Battalion, he'd been kicked around like a ball. Haikou, Zhejiang, Guangzhou, Haikou again, involved in everything related to bandits. During the rout at Chiang Mai, he jumped into the water to escape, eventually finding a fishing boat to ferry him back to the mainland. After a grueling journey to Jiaqing, the Governor-General had received him with an unpleasant expression, asked a few perfunctory questions, and then nothing. Sun Tianbiao had scraped by for several days in the Governor-General's guard before being kicked over to Guangzhou for assignment. He'd finally managed to fill a vacancy in the human navy, commanding no troops, just drawing a salary, and he still had to drill and patrol occasionally. How could this compare to his comfortable life as a landlord-master at the garrison post? Now, to make matters worse, he'd been assigned to lead the fire ship attack, supposedly because he was familiar with bandit affairs. Forced into service, Sun Tianbiao boarded the first wave of 10 ships and hid in the hold, calculating when to jump and flee. In his heart, he cursed Chen Qian's 18 generations of ancestors. He watched the shadowy silhouettes of the Australian fleet appear in the distance, and his heart jumped to his throat. Others might not know, but Sun Tianbiao was well aware of the legends surrounding the bandits. Beyond their powerful firearms, there were stories of thousand-league eyes that could see in the dark. He had tried to report this intelligence to Commander Chen Qian, but the man had refused to see him, merely sending word to advance bravely. "Bravely to my death," Sun Tianbiao muttered bitterly. Then louder, "Row slower, too much water noise." The ships needed almost no propulsion, drifting slowly downstream with the current. Sun Tianbiao relaxed slightly. At this rate, everyone could abandon ship well before reaching ramming distance, with no need to row until the very end. Before his thought was complete, the river surface erupted in brilliant light. For a moment he couldn't open his eyes. A powerful beam projected from the Australian fleet, illuminating the entire fire ship squadron as if it were noon. What cast such light was merely a medium-power stage spotlight, but it was more than sufficient to expose the attacking fire ships on the dark water. "Ignite! Open fire!" The orders came almost simultaneously from the fort and the fire ships. Australian cannons roared instantly, interspersed with the continuous sharp screech of tearing cloth the typewriters. Shells and lead bullets flew in rapid succession, landing among the squadron. Several fire rafts were immediately swamped by the waves and sank before they could even be lit. A fire ship shuddered violently as something invisible lashed its deck, wood chips flying, sailors twitching, jumping, tumbling into the water. A shell screamed in and struck a fire ship directly. The fuel-laden vessel transformed instantly into a sea of flame. Sun Tianbiao thought he could hear sailors screaming. Without hesitation, he grabbed a tinder pot and smashed it into the forehold, which had already been sprinkled with gunpowder. Flames whooshed upward. Without a word, he rolled over the side into the water. Others aboard the ship did the same. Ignition was the order. Ship after ship burst into flame. The first wave of more than a dozen fire ships drifted downstream toward the task force at Urshiwei. "Steady, brothers." Chen Qian in the rear hadn't expected the bandits to possess such a trick, producing immense light out of thin air in the dark of night. A sneak attack was now impossible. To escape safely, the only path was to light all remaining ships and rafts immediately and let them drift down in a swarm, hoping to catch the enemy off guard and hit a few vessels by sheer luck. But this distance was far too great. Chen Qian thought desperately. Drifting like this, the bandits would flee long before the fire ships reached them. Under normal circumstances, everyone would simply light their ships and run. But this time, no shirking was permitted. Chen Qian commanded the remaining vessels to row faster and charge, forbidding ignition until they reached point-blank range. Anyone igniting without authorization or abandoning ship will be beheaded. He waved his saber on his command vessel, shouting, "Charge! The bandits have few guns. Those hit are unlucky. Those who get through will have riches." The fire ship pilots were desperados. Goaded forward with eyes only for silver, they saw shells falling among Sun Tianbiao's vanguard and buried their heads, rowing desperately toward the fleet. 3 minutes after Lilin ordered fire, the fleet's main commanders rushed to the deck. Chen Haiyang raised his binoculars. Burning ships were everywhere on the distant river. Enemy fire attack. The special service boats on the outer perimeter were firing furiously with cannons and typewriters. Searchlights swept back and forth across the water. Chen Haiyang estimated the distance and felt slightly relieved. The nearest flames were still roughly 2 kilometers from the fleet perimeter. According to known Ming army and pirate tactics, once ignited, the fire ships were unmanned, relying on current and wind alone. Given the river's current speed, they would need at least 30 minutes to drift to the anchorage. At that pace, many fire ships would likely burn through and sink before they ever arrived, and the cannons and typewriters were continuously shooting at them. Tell Lilin to proceed with the anti-fire ship contingency plan, Chen Haiyang ordered. Strengthen observation. The enemy may have unlit ships moving in the dark. Ships raised anchor chains. Sailors manned their stations. The typewriter gunners moved especially quickly, removing oilcloth covers, loading drum magazines, rotating gun mounts, their eyes trained on the dark water. Sun Tianbiao's vanguard was blasted to pieces by cannons and typewriters, transforming into burning wreckage that drifted, swirled, and sank. The following fire ships passed through the debris, continuing their attack with rare determination. Several small steam launches, kept under pressure for just this contingency, rushed from the anchorage. They advanced several hundred meters and raked the oncoming fire ships with typewriters. Dense bullets swept the decks, tearing sailors apart. The lead fire ships lost control and slowed. Some turned sideways and collided with vessels behind them. Chen Kaiyan watched his vanguard intercepted again and knew breaking the blockade was hopeless. Furious and hateful, he ordered immediate ignition. More than 30 fire ships and nearly 100 fire rafts burst into flame simultaneously. For a moment, fires soared across the water, a spectacular, terrible sight. These ships and rafts drifted slowly downstream. Being unmanned and slow, several collided en route and sank. Others clustered together and burned out prematurely on the water. The remainder, approaching within 500 meters, were hooked one by one to the riverbank by Marines in sampans wielding long iron poles. There they burned harmlessly to ash. Su Tingfa saw the river filled with firelight and concluded the attack had succeeded. He immediately led his 40 warjunks downstream, planning to attack with the momentum. To his dismay, before he could even close the distance, fierce fire from special service boats struck his formation. The 3 leading warjunks immediately caught fire. Su Tingfa steeled himself and ordered a fierce assault. He placed dozens of 50-tael silver ingots on the deck, waving his sword and bellowing. Advancers rewarded, retreaters beheaded. While screaming about charging to repay court favor, someone dragged the dripping wet Sun Tianbiao before him. General, the bandits' firepower ahead is fierce. Ships cannot pass. Sun Tianbiao hadn't finished when Su Tingfa shouted, "Drag him down and behead him." Guards immediately seized the stunned Sun Tianbiao and hauled him to the prow, where they lopped off his head with a single stroke. They presented the bloody trophy. "Hang it on the mast," Su Tingfa roared. "Anyone daring to flee faces the same end." The troops trembled. Shouting war cries, they fired every weapon they had toward Urshui. 2 dragons out of water, 1 nest of bees fired doves. Regardless of range, they shot everything. The barrage was certainly spectacular. Missing the bandits entirely, they accidentally struck many sailors who had jumped from the fire ships. "You bastard, look before you shoot." A water brave, hit by a rocket for no reason, cursed as he slipped beneath the surface. "Attention! Enemy range 430 meters. Solid shot, 1 round load." The gunners on the special service boats called out calmly as they observed. Su Tingfa's final general offensive lasted until midnight. The river filled with firelight, gunfire, screams, curses, and cries for help. As the night deepened, more ships caught fire. At last, the Ming army's final counterattack was declared a complete failure. Su Tingfa narrowly escaped, swimming ashore with his guards and fleeing into the darkness. Chen Kaiyan escaped into the West River with his command ship. Of the 40 participating warjunks, only 4 managed to flee during the battle. All the rest were lost. At dawn, the exhausted Lilin and his men surveyed the aftermath. Floating corpses and broken ship wreckage filled the river, wisps of smoke still rising in the pale morning light. The Fubo army had lost 5 sampans and 1 long dragon in this night engagement. One steam launch had taken a cannonball to the boiler, causing an explosion that killed 2 sailors and rendered the vessel inoperable, the Navy's most serious loss of the campaign. Several other ships had been hit but remained combat-capable. Total casualties: 3 dead, 14 wounded. Ming losses were incalculable. Few prisoners were taken in the darkness, and many had escaped by swimming. But in the days that followed, local villagers fished 500 or 600 corpses from the water. On November 3, 1630, by the Western calendar, as the thin mist over Baietan dispersed with the rising sun, the Australian Song Fubo Army Pearl River Task Force sailed into its waters. Iron chains rattled as anchors dropped into Baietan's green waves. Black cannon muzzles pointed straight at Guangzhou City. Guangzhou's city gates remained tightly shut. News of Su Tingfa's failed counterattack had been brought back by fleeing soldiers during the night. The gates, usually open at dawn, stayed sealed. Guangzhou Prefect Yu Baietan watched from the city wall. Seeing the fleet arrive, he quickly descended and climbed into his sedan chair. Quickly, to the governor's yamen. Li Fengji was completely out of plans. Su Tingfa's counterattack had failed. He didn't even know where the man was. The forts along the way had proven useless. Of 5,000 hired water braves between death and desertion, fewer than 2,000 remained. And the Phalange, the Portuguese he had pinned such high hopes on, showed no intention of sending warships to cut the bandits' rear. According to Li Loyu's letter, the Portuguese seemed to know definitively about Inspector Gao Shunkin's petition to close the border and expel them. Far from borrowing troops to help, they had decided not to take the opportunity to loot only through Li Loyu's considerable diplomatic efforts. Though the letter didn't say so explicitly, its implication was unmistakable. Make peace with the bandits quickly to avoid greater catastrophe. Peace, peace. Li Fengji felt half dejected, half furious. He had wanted to negotiate peace from the beginning, but he had miscalculated, hoping to inflict some damage, preserve some face, before contacting the Australians. Now not only was face gone, but the substance was nearly stripped away too. The bandit fleet, now anchored in Baietan, ready to shell Guangzhou at any moment, had put him in an impossible position. Seeking peace would inevitably invite attacks from many quarters, especially Inspector Gao Shunkin, who harbored extreme hostility toward all overseas peoples. Heaven knew how the man would impeach him to the court. Yet if they fought, there was absolutely no assurance of victory. Even if the bandits didn't take Guangzhou, losing his post after this debacle was a certainty. If they actually breached the city, even his life might not be guaranteed. His brow furrowed tight. He sighed continuously. Chengzong leaned in and whispered, "Your Excellency, the only course now is to negotiate terms quickly, get the bandit navy to withdraw from Baietan. If days drag on without resolution, we will be unable to answer for the consequences." "We cannot answer for them now," Li Fengji grumbled. "Your Excellency, at this moment we can still construct some story to cope, but if the bandits actually begin bombarding the city, there will be no story left to tell." End of chapter. Chapter 732. The guns of Baietan. The sun rose over Baietan. When Daisy stood on the poop deck of the special service boat, hands clasped behind his back, a layer of golden morning light enveloped him, making him radiate an almost theatrical glow. Indigenous naval officers and sailors stood nearby in respectful silence. When Daisy gazed at Guangzhou, filled with the heroic sentiment of the old poet, gazing at the Wu hook, padding all the railings, no one understands the intent of the climber. "Back in the place where we fought," he whispered. He thought of the days when he, Wang Liubin, and Zhao Zishan had traveled back and forth through the wormhole to raise initial funds. The scene of fleeing in embarrassment from this very Baietan years ago, rescued by Ran Yao, and others wielding nothing but a few small-caliber rifles and shotguns. The memory remained vivid. Now he led a fleet here. The lives and property of the entire city's officials and populace depended on his whim. He felt visibly smug, thinking back to when this old master's crew first opened for business with only a dozen people and 7 or 8 guns. When Daisy suddenly hummed a line from Peking opera, a form he wasn't actually familiar with, but nothing expressed his mood better than these particular lyrics. Chen Haiyang stood on the lower deck. Not wishing to disturb Wen Daisy's retrospection, he hadn't stepped forward. Unlike the chairman's emotional nostalgia, his own mind was occupied with practical matters of how to proceed. The battle had reached a stage that transcended military scope. It had become a political war. The task force hadn't fought its way to Guangzhou to capture this major East Asian city. The goal was to force the other side to sue for peace. Finding the precise balance, applying sufficient pressure to achieve their objectives without pushing the opponent to desperate measures, to break the fishnet in a final reckless act, required extremely accurate calibration. "General Wen," Chen Haiyang called out when he saw the chairman's nostalgia fading. "How do you think we should proceed?" The Senate had no intention of occupying Guangzhou. What they wanted was reopened trade, continued access to manpower, material resources, and markets from Guangdong. For this purpose, they couldn't afford to frighten away the wealthy merchants. According to Intelligence Bureau reports, many had already fled. If they actually conquered Guangzhou, the entire Pearl River Delta would become a war zone. If merchants dared not come, occupying the city would be pointless. When Daisy and Chen Haiyang had racked their brains throughout the campaign, searching for a way to make a dramatic impression without causing the Guangdong government to slam the door on negotiations entirely. Now that warships were anchored at Baietan, peace talks had to begin immediately. Though the Pearl River expedition had achieved remarkable results, if it failed to produce a peace agreement, it would be a complete strategic failure. Chen Haiyang suggested, "Should we immediately send someone into Guangzhou with a diplomatic note demanding that city officials come out to negotiate?" "No, we can't do formal notes." When Daisy shook his head emphatically. "Wouldn't that establish a two-nation theory? Li Fengji wouldn't dare accept such a document if you beat him to death. We can only transmit messages through private contact. Officials have their own ways of dealing with their superiors. We must find a suitable channel quickly." The Foreign Intelligence Bureau had Lin Baiguang and others lurking in Guangzhou, so the task force received daily telegrams forwarded from Lingao about the situation inside the city. Li Fengji has tried to contact Gaoju several times, but Gaoju keeps refusing, Wen Daisy observed. "I think we should ask the Intelligence Bureau to approach Gaoju and let him serve as the intermediary. Gaoju has always been the agent for Australian goods. He can't shed that skin. It's entirely reasonable for him to come forward." "Let's fire a few blank shots first to get their attention," Chen Haiyang said. "I don't believe the lord bureaucrats in that city can keep playing deaf and dumb." Gaoju had closed his doors to all guests. Whoever came calling received the same reply, "Not at home." This wasn't putting on airs. His position had become genuinely awkward. He found it difficult to face any party. After Guo, Yi and the other Purple Enterprise managers fled and the Australian properties were seized, Gaoju felt he had suffered a significant loss of face. He had written an unhappy letter reporting the events to Eunuch Yang. Though the eunuch held little sway in the palace these days, a centipede doesn't topple even when dead. His connections remained extensive. If Yang caught an opportunity, he might severely damage the Tian family's standing. After the Chiang Mai defeat, some local gentry and officials had secretly lobbied Gaoju, hoping he would come forward to negotiate peace. But still resentful at the government for causing him to lose face and credit over the purple properties, and uncertain of the political depths behind this affair, he dared not agree casually. He simply continued playing not at home, hiding in his mansion and watching developments unfold. Though he remained housebound, his intelligence on outside events was exceptionally well informed. He knew every detail of the task force's deeds in the Pearl River, which both alarmed and delighted him. The alarm came from the Australians' formidable power, defeating the suppression forces and chasing government troops all the way into the inland rivers, pointing their swords straight at Guangzhou. If a major battle erupted outside the city walls, this merchant's paradise would be ruined. The delight came from having avoided committing to the wrong side in this bandit extermination affair. Whether dealing with the government or the Australians, he had managed passably. With the Australians making their comeback, the Gao family could continue profiting from Australian goods. As the Australian advance gathered momentum, Gaoju fully understood their intention. They meant to force peace through war. Since they sought peace, there needed to be a contact channel, and Gaoju believed no one in Guangdong was better suited to serve as that channel than himself. Whether the government or the Australians, if either wanted to negotiate, they would have to find him to mediate. So for the past month he had resumed at-home status, though he saw few guests and said little. He was waiting for the right price, preparing to extract concessions from both the government and local gentry, and if possible from the Australians too. Gaoju watched every development closely. When the Australian fleet pressed closer and the city panicked, wealthy families fleeing in droves, he remained unmoved. He sensed the Australians wouldn't actually attack Guangzhou. At most, they would posture outside the walls. He had decided to wait until government representatives came begging him to negotiate before showing his hand. Of course, they would first have to agree to his series of conditions. He wanted not merely to regain face for himself, but also for the Australians, and naturally, to vent his long-simmering anger. Whenever he recalled that young upstart Tianda's rude, arrogant manner, Master Gao's rage refused to subside. That morning, having just risen and finished breakfast alone, Gaoju went to his courtyard to enjoy his birds. He was fond of raising exotic fowl. Unlike the northern style that emphasized sound, his aesthetic prioritized beauty and colorful plumage. He had collected many rare specimens from western lands, birds unseen elsewhere in China, hanging them in cages beneath the eaves. The display was colorful and beautiful. Amidst this harmonious scene of man and bird enjoying each other's company, rumbling cannon fire suddenly echoed from beyond the walls. Several small birds crashed about frantically in their cages, terrified. Gaoju frowned, turning toward the sound. It came from the direction of Baietan. Apart from flower boats and restaurants, where would heavy guns come from in Baietan? Could the Australians have arrived? While he pondered this, a servant hurried in to report, "Master, the Australian fleet has arrived at Baietan. They're firing blank shots." "Let them fire." Gaoju's expression remained indifferent. This was merely knocking on the mountain to startle the tiger. "Master," the servant said hesitantly, "young Master Tian is here to visit." "Which Master Tian?" "Tianda," Gaoju snorted. "Not home. He couldn't be bothered with that despicable creature. He refuses to leave. He insists on seeing you once." The servant, having accepted his customary bribe, continued to plead. "He says he has a great fortune to offer the master." "Not seeing him," Gaoju said flatly. Then he regarded the servant with a mocking smile. "How much silver did you take from him?" "This lowly one didn't." The servant's face went pale as he rushed to deny it. "Go to the accounting room. Say I said so. Reward you with 8 taels of silver. Throw Tianda's 4 taels back in his face." "Lowly one dares not, dares not." The servant was frightened out of his wits, dropping to his knees and kowtowing. "Lowly one knows his mistake. Go." Gaoju didn't know precisely why Tianda insisted on seeing him, but he could guess. Tianda had failed completely in his attempt to swallow the purple properties in Guangzhou. First, Manager Guo and the others had vanished under mysterious circumstances. That was manageable. Tianda could at least claim the remaining real estate, but the government had dragged its feet on the transfer. When news of the Chiangmai disaster arrived, even outsiders could see that Tianda's hopes were finished. Tianda had been in Guangzhou for nearly a year. He had boasted to his patron that he could secure the Purple Enterprise's submission. Now he had nothing to show. Returning to report empty-handed, He likely couldn't even keep his position as a Tian family servant. Recently, he had been collecting various Australian goods and curiosities everywhere, probably hoping for some excuse to present when he returned north. Tianda received a closed-door rebuff at the Gao mansion. The gatekeeper who had accepted his silver with smiles and promises came back with a cold face, threw the silver back at him, said not at home, and spoke not another word before disappearing inside. Tianda cursed under his breath. Damn it all, everyone's grown bold. Guangzhou City had become truly insufferable. These officials and gentry flipped faces faster than pages in a book. Once no one dared refuse his visits. At worst, they would come out to greet him and present gifts of tens of taels. Now, no one with any standing would see him, and those who did spoke rudely, let alone offering gifts. The Purple Enterprise was hopeless. When Yamen runners had seized the property after the Australians fled, Tianda hadn't needed to expend much effort to gain access for a tour. The result had disappointed him deeply. Though goods and equipment remained, the runners had looted everything valuable. Beyond common tools, only mysterious Australian machines remained, and their delicate brass and glass components had either been stolen or ruined by rough handling during the seizure. Without Australian craftsmen to service them, they were useless. Even if these businesses had fallen into his hands, what could he do with them? Who had the skill to revive them? Everything they sold was either imported Australian goods or manufactured using Australian secret formulas. No one in Guangzhou knew how to make that sweet carbonated water that numbed the tongue with bubbles, or the ice blocks available on demand even in summer. Gao Ju, you damned old fox! Tianda cursed as he departed. He had hoped to extort a few rare Australian goods from Gao Ju. Since his scheme to seize the Purple Tower had collapsed, he needed something to bring back. With the bandits pressing so close, Tianda felt deeply uneasy. He had long contemplated returning north, but Gao Ju had proven impervious to both soft and hard tactics, ignoring him completely. Tianda had particularly wanted that brilliant Australian oil lamp to present at the palace. But when the man wouldn't even grant him an audience, Tianda felt utterly humiliated. Go to the Liu family, he instructed his sedan chair bearers. He decided to visit the Liu merchant family. They had no political backing and conducted their trade northward. Reportedly, they possessed several rare Australian treasures. This family had deep ties with the Australians. They wouldn't dare refuse him. After securing what he needed, he would leave Guangzhou immediately. He'd heard the guns at Baietan too. While the gates were still open, he had to flee. Falling into Australian hands would mean no good end. As his sedan chair made its way through the streets, Tianda calculated how to squeeze the Liu family into compliance. Then someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Bull gone mad, run!" Just as Tianda was about to peer out, the sedan chair smashed to the ground with a violent crash, nearly throwing him out the door. "You dogs!" Tianda bellowed. "Can't even carry a chair prop." The bearers had fled. As Tianda stuck his head out the window, he saw a massive water buffalo, nostrils flaring, breath heaving, charging straight at the sedan with its two great curved horns. Tianda screamed and collapsed back inside. A crisp crack, the unmistakable sound of bones shattering, was the last thing Tianda heard on earth. His death caused not a ripple in Guangzhou, except among those who knew of his enmity with the Australians. Those who had flattered him felt guilty. Those who had suffered from him cheered secretly. Gao Ju, upon hearing the news, merely smiled slightly. While the city staged its own small drama, the task force outside was far from idle. The Fubo army landed at Baietan, commandeering several restaurants as headquarters and senior officer quarters. They built a temporary naval pier on the trestles where flower boats had once docked. Many rocket launchers and hail rockets were unloaded and set up outside the city. If the officials inside lacked urgency for peace, Dacey was prepared to remind them with fire. To facilitate shelling Guangzhou from any direction, all bombardment boats were temporarily modified, removing 280 mortars and installing rocket launchers. This allowed them to maneuver along Baietan and the inland waterways, striking the city from any angle. Over 300 hail rockets had been brought from Hong Kong. When Dacey decided to give Li Fengji 3 days, no response meant a spectacular fireworks display. Some senators had suggested using their intelligence network inside the city to send contacts to ask Gao Ju to propose peace to Li Fengji. "It's better if peace is proposed by the other side first," Wen Dacey replied. "Besides, if we approach Gao Ju, he might grow arrogant and later claim credit to demand greater benefits from us. Let's wait a few days and observe their reaction." To prevent attack from both front and rear, Chen Haiyang ordered a mixed battalion of Marines and sailors with artillery to clear government defenders from Phoenix Hill in the west and Dengsheng Temple in the east. The enemy was expelled in less than a day. Defenders at both positions fled without serious fighting, leaving 90 corpses and over 200 assorted obsolete guns. Fubo army casualties totaled 10, with 3 killed. The fall of Phoenix Hill and Dengsheng Temple made Guangzhou's defensive situation even more desperate. Li Fengji had no choice. He finally resolved to pursue the peace negotiations he had so long hesitated over. He judged that Inspector Gao Shunkin represented the greatest obstacle. If the man learned of peace talks, he would vehemently oppose them, perhaps even impeach Li Fengji immediately. As a censor, he had the authority to include hearsay in his memorials. If public opinion in the capital turned, Li Fengji would face catastrophe. After careful consideration, he decided not to come forward personally. He split the task into 2 tracks. Guangzhou Prefect Yu Baietan would handle local matters directly. Since the prefect bore primary responsibility for defending his jurisdiction, he couldn't dare refuse. The other track would proceed through Lius in Macau. Macau was Portuguese territory. Talks there could be frank. Matters that could only be hinted at before Prefect Yu could be discussed openly with Lius. For now, the priority was for Yu Baietan and Gao Ju to persuade the Australians to withdraw quickly. Other conditions could be discussed later in Macau. The longer Australian warships remained, the harder it became to explain to the court. Yu Baietan went to the governor's yamen for a secret midnight meeting. Early the next morning, he personally took a sedan chair to visit Gao Ju. "Is this the governor's intent?" Gao Ju asked, after hearing Yu Baietan's request that he negotiate the bandit withdrawal. "Elder Gao is wise. Must this student speak it plainly?" Yu Baietan smiled bitterly. "Defending the soil is a duty. We are all involuntary participants. This matter relies heavily on Elder Gao. Where does the old ancestor speak from?" Gao Ju affected indifference. "Gao is but a merchant. I fear my ability is insufficient." Yu Baietan cursed the old man privately for his posturing. He was obviously maneuvering for an exorbitant price. But needing his help, the prefect signaled that as long as Gao came forward, everything was negotiable. End of chapter. Chapter 733. The SkyHigh price. The would-be peacemakers in the city finally reached consensus after considerable bargaining. Once decided, Gao Ju ordered Manager Yan to be summoned. This Manager Yan bore the nickname Yan Little Hat because he invariably wore a 6-direction unity cap. The epithet also carried a veiled comment on his character, not a flattering one. Yan Little Hat was one of Gao Ju's most trusted confidants. Previously tasked with gathering intelligence on Wen Dacey and his group, he had often used various pretexts to cultivate their acquaintance. He was considered an old friend of the Australians, familiar with their affairs and quite clever. If shopkeeper Wen and the others had indeed been in the fleet back then, Yan Little Hat himself would serve as living proof. Furthermore, Yan had long been removed from the household register. Theoretically, he was no longer a Gao family servant. If anything went wrong, severing the connection would be relatively straightforward. Gao Ju rewarded him with 10 taels of silver and ordered him to be lowered over the city wall after dark to proceed to the Australian camp. Yan Little Hat felt considerable apprehension. Crossing a war zone to enter an enemy camp was the sort of thing he'd only encountered in Old Romerta. Rushing in rashly like this might simply get his head lopped off. "No need to worry," Gao Ju assured him. The bandits are Australians, subordinates of shopkeeper Wen. They all know you. Why would they harm you? It's Master Wen. Yan Little Hat couldn't hide his surprise. They have such powerful firearms. News of the Australians conquering everything along the Pearl River had spread throughout Guangzhou. Those who can create Australian wonders, do you suppose they cannot build a few cannons? Gaoju snorted. Go boldly. I won't treat you unfairly. When you see them, say this. He explained the details for arranging the first contact meeting. If they're unwilling, bring back their message. Tell me everything exactly as they said it. No written paper allowed, understand? Yes, Master, Yan said. But Master, what if shopkeeper Wen isn't actually with the army? I've heard he's some sort of Australian Prime Minister now. How do I prove my identity? Rest assured, the Australians are probably waiting eagerly for you right now, Gaoju said with quiet confidence. They will ask you many questions. Simply answer truthfully. Don't lie, don't fabricate. Say what you know. Say you don't know what you don't. They will believe you. Yes, the lowly one understands. Yan Little Hat thought his master's confidence seemed somewhat unfounded, but he agreed regardless. He was half a desperado after all. He understood that successful completion of this mission meant enormous benefits for his future, far beyond a mere 10 taels. Near the third watch, supervised personally by a guerrilla general of the governor's Green Standard Army guarding the South City, several soldiers lowered Yan Little Hat over the wall. Outside was pitch darkness, but the opposite bank of the Pearl River on Henan Island blazed with light, the Australian camp. Led by a guide who waited below, Yan Little Hat stumbled to the riverbank, where a fishing boat had been prepared. Shortly after the boat rowed out past mid-river, it was intercepted by a patrolling small Fa boat. 2 Australian sailors holding machetes and carrying short rifles leaped aboard. They were short and capable, wearing identical blue and white short jackets and round, wide-brimmed straw hats, strange but remarkably neat attire. The fishermen kowtowed in terror, afraid to move. Yan Little Hat summoned his courage and stated his purpose. Board our boat, we'll take you. The leading sailor was businesslike. Are you carrying anything? Yan quickly produced a tael of silver. For the vice lords to buy a bowl of wine, keep the silver, we don't use it. The leader waved his hand without expression. You sit there, don't move. He pointed to a row of seats at the stern. Yes, yes. Yan sat quickly on the fixed wooden bench, not accepting silver truly rare. The Australians must be wealthy, paying their soldiers generously. A glass lamp hung at the stern, illuminating everything brightly. The boat looked small, seating perhaps a dozen people at most. It appeared to be made of wood. In the center sat a black object topped with an iron chimney like a stove. A wave of heat confirmed his guess. Set sail, the sailor called. He sat down opposite Yan Little Hat. The chimney suddenly spewed thick smoke mixed with sparks. Yan felt his body lurch forward, then jerk backward as the small boat emitted a rhythmic put-put-put sound and began moving. Rumors of bandit boats driven by fire, boats without sails or oars, had long circulated in Guangzhou. Yan Little Hat hadn't expected to become the first local to enjoy a firewheel boat ride. His anxiety gave way to curiosity. Ignoring the darkness, he looked around, examining everything. The sailors seemed accustomed to such curiosity and didn't stop him. Yan was brought to the headquarters area at a commandeered restaurant and subjected to a thorough body search. Stripped of all objects, he was escorted before Wen Dacey. He recognized Wen Dacey immediately. He knelt and kowtowed respectfully, fearing that doubt might cost him his mission and his life. Wen Dacey remembered him, though not by name. Yan Little Hat reported clearly. He was questioned about Gao Ju's age, business, household, and staff. He answered without error. Someone fetched Gao Ju's comprehensive dossier from the Intelligence Bureau, locating Yan Little Hat's file and photograph to confirm his identity as Gao Ju's manager. He was then taken to another tent under guard, where specialized personnel discussed details with him. Yan Little Hat's rank was too low to require Wen Dacey's personal attention. His visit was merely to arrange negotiation preparations, nothing more. Yan presented Gao Ju's suggestion. The negotiation location should be at a nunnery on Henan Island. It was agreed. The two sides would meet the following night at the Lotus Vihara on Henan Island. It was close to the city and convenient for both parties. What? Gao Ju chose a nunnery for negotiations. Chen Haiyang was uneasy. Does he have bad intentions? You don't know the local flavor here, it's not a real nunnery. When Daisy, a Guangzhou native, was well versed in the city's historical amusements. This is a service establishment flying a Buddhist sign. The nuns inside are women who have kept their hair. You mean? Chen Haiyang hadn't realized Guangzhou history contained such diversions. Precisely. When Daisy nodded, this business was extremely prosperous in old Guangzhou. A wealthy man like Gao Ju probably dabbled in such things. Maybe he's even a patron, that's why he wants to meet there. Negotiating in a brothel, truly wonderful. But it's secure, and the comforts inside should be top-notch. When Daisy smiled. Perhaps not to our particular tastes, though. Chen Haiyang summoned the fleet's political security commissioner and ordered security deployed at Lotus Vihara early the next morning. The following night, Gao Ju arrived as promised, and secret negotiations commenced in the Vihara. Gao Ju had communicated beforehand with Li Fengji. The government's primary condition was that the Australian fleet withdraw from the provincial river, preferably from the Pearl River estuary entirely. Other details were negotiable, but the withdrawal had to happen quickly. The longer the fleet remained at Baietan, the harder Li Fengji would find it to explain. Li Fengji and his advisors believed the Australians had launched their attack in anger over Wang Zun's unauthorized border provocation and Tian Da's closure of the Purple Enterprise. Accordingly, the terms Li Fengji authorized Gao Ju to offer were modest. The Purple Enterprise could reopen immediately, all seized properties and equipment returned. Goods confiscated and sold would be compensated with 10,000 taels, and Australians could trade freely in and out of Guangzhou under a local agent's name, with the government promising not to arrest or ban them. These three terms, formulated by Li Fengji and his staff, reflected their belief that overseas merchants sought only the right to trade with the Ming. Granting this should satisfy the Australians, a privilege previously enjoyed only by the Portuguese. As for returning houses and providing small silver compensation, these were merely tokens to demonstrate Guangdong's sincerity. When Daisy was naturally unsatisfied with such conditions. Nor would the Senate be. A significant faction within the Senate had envisioned signing something like a Ming version of the Treaty of Nanjing, territory ceded, indemnity paid, 5 ports open for commerce. However, in the executive committee's meetings, everyone had agreed this was unrealistic, especially given the Ming's particular historical context. Neither Li Fengji nor Wang Zun possessed the audacity to sign such a document. Forcing an unequal treaty would only produce a breakdown and an awkward state of neither war nor peace. After extensive deliberation, the Senate had established minimum negotiation requirements. First, immediate end to hostilities and restoration of normal trade. Lingao's economy was highly dependent on foreign commerce. This was the Pearl River Campaign's primary objective. Second, confirmation that Hong Kong Island and the surrounding outlying islands belonged to the transmigrators, with government troops forbidden from posing military threats to that area or to ships sailing there. As for the second point, it needn't appear in a written, signed agreement. A tacit understanding would suffice. A formal territorial cession treaty was something even Changzhen himself probably wouldn't dare sign. When Daisy presented these terms one by one, there was no objection to the first, but ceding Hong Kong and the surrounding islands far exceeded Gao Ju's mandate. The Portuguese had expended tremendous effort to secure Macau and still worried constantly about expulsion. Yet here the Australians opened their mouths demanding Hong Kong and dozens of surrounding islands. Lantau Island alone was larger than Hong Kong Island. The Ming didn't particularly care about coastal islands, generally allowing them to exist in benign neglect. Li Fengji and most Guangdong officials probably had no idea how many islands the province contained, let alone their conditions, but ceding territory violated a supreme Ming taboo. Gao Ju dared not agree. After pondering for a long moment, he said carefully, "Shopkeeper Wen, whatever goods, money, or servants you want is easily arranged. But this cession of land, the governor will absolutely never consent. This point you can discuss at leisure. We aren't in a hurry." Wen Dacey smiled, surveying the meditation room hosting them, clean, elegant, with exquisite snacks arranged on the table. "This place is quite comfortable. We've been cooped up in that small corner Lingao for 2 or 3 years. Shouldn't we relax properly here for a few months?" Yes, naturally. Gao Ju realized the terms wouldn't come easily. He said he needed to consult Li Fengji, but expressed hope that the Australians might withdraw from the provincial river quickly before further consultations, to avoid prolonged martial law in Guangzhou, which made it difficult for the governor to explain matters to the court. Withdrawing from the provincial river is acceptable. But we've come all this way. Withdrawing on just a word from Elder Gao makes it impossible for us to answer to the Senate. Gao Ju understood that additional conditions were coming. Regardless, Li Fengji had made Australian withdrawal his top priority. Wen Dacey's condition, Guangzhou would pay 300,000 taels immediately as a ransom fee. The remaining water braves would be disbanded, and destroyed forts along the route could not be rebuilt. Once paid, the task force would withdraw immediately. Detailed negotiations could continue later in Macau. 300,000 taels. Li Fengji nearly screamed when he heard the figure. This was a lion opening its jaws impossibly wide. He had believed that granting trade permission represented immense grace, sufficient to soothe all grievances. He never expected them to demand 300,000 taels in ransom. The entire provincial treasury held only 370,000 taels. Even if he could theoretically pay, he couldn't possibly find a pretext to expense such a massive sum. He slapped the table, indignant. They don't know the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Allowing trade is already immense grace. Insatiable. Ignore them. See what they can do. I don't believe their few dozen ships and 1,000 men can breach Guangzhou with a few cannons. Gao Ju remained silent. He also found the terms harsh. But if Governor Wang hadn't insisted on exterminating bandits, the Australians would still be trading peacefully. If Li Fengji had acted decisively months ago, dispatching envoys to Lingao rather than stalling, this situation would never have escalated to enemy warships anchored before the city walls. The government definitely couldn't produce 300,000 taels outright. Gao Ju suspected that even if forced, the burden would fall on wealthy merchants. Throughout this entire bandit affair, the Gao family had already been squeezed for no less than 20,000 taels, from assisting rations to river defense aid. A 300,000 tael hole meant paying thousands more. Li Fengji sat in silence with closed eyes for a long time. Then he opened them. The bandits really say they'll withdraw upon payment. Precisely. Gao Ju recounted Wen Dacey's conditions in detail. After withdrawing from the provincial river, other terms can be discussed gradually in Macau. Li Fengji maintained a wooden expression, pondering again. Do Australians keep their word? Australians founded their nation on commerce. Trust is their foundation. But the ancients say no merchant is without treachery, Li Fengji muttered, apparently forgetting that the tall gentleman before him was himself a merchant. Gao Ju sneered inwardly. Li Fengji was utterly out of options, yet still postured as calm and confident. Officials certainly cultivated thick skins. There were solutions, but given Gao Ju's position, offering ideas to Li Fengji would be unwise. It might endanger his own interests. After weighing matters repeatedly, he decided to say nothing and take his leave. Li Fengji naturally couldn't conjure a brilliant plan. The number 300,000 weighed on his heart. He couldn't pay, but if he didn't, these greedy Australians wouldn't withdraw. They were extorting endless food and wealth from the countryside and could stay as long as they pleased. He summoned his trusted advisors to discuss countermeasures. Some said the bandits were merely bluffing and wouldn't actually attack. Some suggested delaying a response to observe their reaction. Others recommended having Gao Ju bargain down the price. Still others proposed the traditional solution, make the wealthy families pay. He Chengzong remained silent. 300,000 taels was nothing in Guangzhou's heyday. Simply gathering the major merchants and explaining the crisis would raise it easily. But circumstances had changed. Within a single year, the wealthy households had been squeezed repeatedly. Forcing them again would prove difficult. These weren't small merchants with thin capital. Most had powerful backing among provincial or capital officials. Provoking them was unwise. After a considerable pause, He Chengzong spoke. The current plan, asking big households outright, is difficult. The only path is borrowing. Borrow. Yes, He Chengzong nodded. This city could raise not merely 300,000 but 3 million if approached correctly. Summon the major households and explain what's at stake. Then ask each to lend to the government with government guarantee and appropriate interest. This benefits both public and private, they will agree. The governor's yamen borrowing money represented a solid guarantee, and the request contained an implicit warning against refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. The wealthy households would understand. End of chapter. Chapter 734, Ransom Fee. Although Li Fengji found the borrowing scheme feasible, the thought of incurring such a massive debt made him shake his head repeatedly. Borrowing means repaying plus interest. It's an enormous sum. The autumn tax collection begins in a few days, He Chengzong replied calmly. A modest floating surcharge per mu will smooth it out. And if the bandits don't leave, the autumn tax itself will face serious difficulties. This final sentence moved Li Fengji. Everything in local governance revolved around taxation, the court's primary concern. If the Australians remained encamped on Henan Island, sending men daily to collect grain and silver from the surrounding countryside, how could the November autumn tax be collected? He Chengzong was correct. The autumn grain receipts would ultimately cover the 300,000 tael shortfall, yet 300,000 taels was no trivial figure. The thought of shouldering this debt for no good reason left Li Fengji thoroughly displeased. Why did such a thankless task fall to him? These Australians had an enormous appetite. Thinking this way, he resolved to haggle with them, at least cut the demand by 80 or 100,000. He gave no commitment to He Chengzong's suggestion, dismissing him for the time being. He Chengzong felt baffled by the governor's ambivalence. The next day, Gao Ju arrived to inquire about the governor's final decision, hoping to send Manager Yan across the river that same night. His Excellency remains noncommittal, He Chengzong reported. He said neither yes nor no. Presumably His Excellency needs further deliberation. Gao Ju laughed quietly. Not saying yes effectively meant no. Most likely the governor still harbored fantasies of bargaining. He sneered to himself. This is called refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Indeed, in the days that followed, Li Fengji launched conspicuous war preparations in Guangzhou, conscripting militia, positioning cannons, adopting an ostentatious, fight-to-the-death posture that confused everyone observing. He Chengzong, believing his employer genuinely intended to live and die with the city, grew deeply worried and admonished him several times. Li Fengji blocked every objection with lukewarm, evasive responses. Gao Ju understood immediately. The governor was posturing for the Australians' benefit, hoping to intimidate them into reducing the ransom fee. Sure enough, a day later Li Fengji asked Gao Ju to return to the Lotus Vihara to continue talks. Your Excellency, if there isn't some explanation regarding the ransom fee, I fear going again will yield no results. You're a merchant. Li Fengji's tone carried irritation. Do you buy at whatever price others demand? Your Excellency, Gao Ju replied with careful respect, it depends on the goods. If it's a rare commodity worth hoarding, naturally I pay the asking price. Fine, fine, go tell the bandits 300,000 is too much. The city cannot produce such a sum. Ask them to reduce it. How much does your Excellency consider appropriate? That depends on your ability, doesn't it? Li Fengji sneered. Yes, yes, this lowly one will do his utmost. This attitude naturally caused dissatisfaction among the task force's high command. Some senators had already demanded large-scale rocket attacks on Guangzhou to severely dampen the prestige of the Guangdong bureaucrats, but a faction including Wen Daisy strongly opposed, not from any concern for protecting cultural relics, but because Guangzhou, like all Chinese cities of the era, was constructed of brick and wood. Indiscriminate hail rocket bombardment would inevitably cause massive fires, potentially consuming the entire city. Guangzhou was one of China's wealthiest urban centers. A citywide conflagration would destroy incalculable wealth and kill human resources the transmigrators could otherwise utilize. Many merchants would be bankrupted. Guangzhou would be unusable for years after the war. Now, Li Fengji's attitude brought the bombardment idea forcefully back to the surface. Several senators demanded a forced demonstration. Wen Daisy probably felt a demonstration of military power was indeed necessary. Seeing is believing. Otherwise, bureaucrats hiding behind city walls might lack any visceral impression of transmigrator capabilities. He approved a plan to shell the South City. To avoid massive loss of life and property, targets would be limited to South City defensive installations and the relay station, reception hall, and piers near the main South Gate. On the night of November 7th, the Fubo Army fired over 200 hail rockets from preset positions and bombardment boats. The barrage completely destroyed numerous defensive facilities, the relay station, and the reception hall near the main South Gate. Defending soldiers and militia fell into chaos. Bombardment boats concentrated their fire on the majestic three-story tower above the main South Gate. Under the impact of nearly 40 hail rockets, the brick and wood structure soon erupted in raging flames that burned throughout the night. Per Chen Haiyang's orders, several rockets were fired into the administrative district deep in the city, purely to demonstrate range. Li Fengji spent a nightmare of a night. When the dense rockets began pounding the South City, setting fire to the reception hall and relay station, and finally the gate tower itself, he believed the Australians were storming the city. He rushed toward the South Gate with his staff. Before he could arrive, fleeing soldiers and militiamen blocked the road. Their faces were blackened by smoke, their expressions panicked. They pushed and crawled through the streets, ignoring every order their officers bellowed. When the crowd finally thinned, Li Fengji dared not advance further. Those terrifying Australian fire meteors fell continuously from the sky. Getting struck meant death. "Return to the Yamen," he ordered. Guards and servants hustled him back to the governor's Yamen, where they summoned 200 troops as reserve. Li Fengji climbed the corner tower and gazed toward the South Gate. Flames raged there, reddening half the sky. A terrifying sight. A thought flashed through his mind. If the bandits breach the city now, I will take my own life in this Yamen immediately. Just then, a dozen rockets streaked across the night sky like continuous meteors, flying straight into the city's innermost districts and landing in streets and government offices with booming explosions and bursts of fire. Gongs sounded everywhere as militia and water brigades rushed to fight the blazes. Fortunately, few rockets had landed in those areas. The fires were extinguished quickly without major damage. But such shooting caused far greater panic than the destruction warranted. Li Fengji found he could stay comfortable neither inside the walls nor outside them. Death falling from the sky brought unprecedented terror. Previously, hiding behind thick walls meant safety from any slaughter beyond. Now, those high thick walls could no longer protect his life as before. Fortunately, the Australians showed no sign of actually storming the gates. After more than an hour, the rocket attack ceased. Only then did fleeing officials and soldiers dare return to the South Gate to fight the remaining fires. The day after this attack, Gao Ju departed the city and agreed to all of Wen Daisy's demands. As for raising the silver, Li Fengji had no choice but to adopt He Chengzong's borrowing plan. He would survive the immediate crisis first. The next day, He Chengzong visited Gao Ju's mansion to explain the method. As a leading figure among the foreign merchants, Gao Ju's attitude would influence many others. Gao Ju remained noncommittal. He raised an eyebrow slightly, surprised that He Chengzong had conceived this approach himself. In fact, Gao Ju had already prepared a method derived from borrowing for Li Fengji, one with a detailed charter specifying how to borrow, how to repay, and what interest rate to charge. All of it was calculated in his mind. He hadn't mentioned it the previous day to avoid suspicion. Merchants considered government credit poor. If such a loan defaulted, his peers would curse him for sucking up to superiors, ruining his reputation. He had been calculating how to suggest this to Li Fengji in a way that didn't compromise himself. Now that He Chengzong had come knocking with the same idea, the situation couldn't be better. This is 300,000 taels we're discussing. Gao Ju tapped the tea table with his fan. No one has ever lent such an enormous sum to the government. Of course, that's precisely why we ask Elder Gao to exert his efforts, using reason to unite the merchants. If every household contributes a share, the sum becomes manageable. Gao Ju smiled slightly. He Chengzong's thinking still revolved around government, apportionment, and donation. But in truth, if the profit was attractive enough, any amount could be borrowed. He hadn't quite grasped this principle. He deliberately postured. This matter is likely to prove difficult. I know it's difficult. But is there another way to raise 300,000 taels? He Chengzong smiled bitterly. Bandit ships circle the provincial river daily. They clearly intend to strike Guangzhou if unpaid. This is also for the city's common people. Gao Ju nodded. I understand. Then he added, loans must be repaid. There must be a charter how to borrow, how to repay, what interest, what term. State it clearly first and we'll see if it works. Borrow 400,000, He Chengzong said. Beyond the ransom, we must compensate Australian enterprise losses, at least 20 or 30,000. The bandits looted heavily, so comforting the affected localities costs money. Finally, the capital and palace need bribes to prevent trouble from arising there. He sighed. A victory means rewarding troops and cheap cleanup costs. A defeat means endless expenses. From the fall of Human, the provincial treasury and county quotas alone had already spent 60,000 taels. But actual expenditures included not just treasury allocations, but also assisting rations from merchants, conscripted labor and materials, militia bounties. How much silver this defense of Guangzhou had consumed remained a muddled account. And now, this 300,000 tael ransom fee. Though He Chengzong didn't know the saying, victory is always cheaper, he fully appreciated that failure meant spending far more money. This realization solidified his stance as a potential future member of the pro-peace party, or as critics would call it, the surrender party. Gao Ju did some mental arithmetic. Of the extra 100,000 and the 400,000 total, surely some would go toward various legitimate uses, but a substantial portion was clearly padding, benefits for officials to divide among themselves. The graft account was ready before the borrowing even began. He felt a certain disdain. However, as long as the arrangement proved profitable and repayment was assured, he didn't care how officials invented pretexts to siphon money. If they were all clear as water, Gao Ju wouldn't be able to do business with them at all. 400,000, 500,000, let's set aside the amount for now. Just answer me this: what interest, what term, how will interest and principal be paid? Without clear answers, I cannot persuade others. He Chengzong had considered this carefully. Annual interest 1.3%, term 1 year, principal and interest paid at maturity. Gao Ju spoke slowly, deliberately. Mr. He, this charter Gao cannot sell. He Chengzong silently cursed the profit-minded villain, but needing his cooperation, he asked patiently, in Elder Gao's view then? I have no particular view, Gao Ju replied. Borrowing isn't tax collection where you simply dictate terms. Borrowing implies mutual willingness. He coughed. A beautiful maid knelt to present an enamel spittoon. Gao Ju spat, accepted a colorful Australian hand towel from another maid to wipe his mouth, then sipped hot tea. Annual interest 1.3%. If 300,000 taels were available at that rate, Gao himself would want to borrow it. He Chengzong understood the rate was too low. On guard, he asked carefully, "What rate does Elder Gao consider suitable?" "To be frank," Gao Ju said, "interbank lending, even in the off-season, runs 2 to 2.4% annually. Given the governor's face, 1.8% is the minimum." Gao Ju stated his demands: a 1-year term. For the first 6 months, interest only. During the second 6 months, principal repaid monthly in 6 installments, cleared completely by the 12th month. Nominally borrowing for a year, but with principal repayment beginning in the 7th month, the effective interest was considerably higher than maturity payment. However, this structure suited the government's fiscal condition. He Chengzong understood that producing 470,000 taels in a single payment was impossible for Guangdong. Piecemeal was far more manageable. This could work. He Chengzong nodded. But it requires the governor's approval. Naturally. Gao Ju nodded, then asked, "Repaid with what?" "From the autumn tax, of course. A few cents floating surcharge per mu will cover it. If Elder Gao explains this to the merchants, would they distrust the entire province's land tax as security?" Gao Ju sighed theatrically. "Brother He, that's a scholar's perspective. Borrowing requires first a written receipt, second a collateral guarantee." "With just your words, who puts up money?" He Chengzong was baffled. Wasn't the governor's word enough? In all Guangdong, few words carried comparable weight. Isn't the governor's Yaman's credibility sufficient? Certainly, but where's the proof? Gao Ju saw he didn't understand and spoke more plainly. Governor Li benefits the people and works tirelessly. But what if he's busy and forgets? Are we lenders supposed to hang ourselves? He Chengzong had no response. Officials defaulting on obligations wasn't unheard of. Even with a receipt, there must be collateral. Gao Ju chuckled. One day Governor Li gets promoted, the money remains unpaid, and a new official arrives saying, "I didn't borrow it, I don't care." At that point, we might as well hang ourselves again. He Chengzong knew Gao Ju spoke truth, but collateral. The notion troubled him. Having the Yamen issue receipts was virtually unprecedented. If one leaked to a censor, Li Fengji would be finished. Gao Ju suspected that formal receipts probably wouldn't happen, but he had prepared another approach. A Yamen receipt would be the best guarantee, naturally, but having a collateral object is sufficient. Gao Ju proposed salt licenses as collateral. Collateralized salt licenses equivalent to total principal and interest, plus some additional salt weight to cover transport and sales costs. Salt licenses were the government's most creditworthy securities. Merchants would accept them readily. Salt licenses are immediately usable and resellable, He Chengzong objected. What if unscrupulous merchants cash them early? Not difficult. Stamp each license, valid only after month X, day Y, the final repayment date. Gao Ju waved his hand. When repaying, let people bring the licenses to exchange for silver. Excellent method. He Chengzong was convinced. Gao Ju indeed possessed clever tricks. The two negotiated secretly for hours, finally reaching agreement. No draft or written record was made, but mutual assurances guaranteed neither party would renege. The agreed terms: total loan, 400,000 cuping taels, Gao Ju would lead merchant subscription. Annual interest 1.8%. First 6 months interest only, final 6 months monthly principal repayment, cleared within 1 year. Loan secured by equivalent salt licenses from the governor's Yamen, plus 3% premium. Licenses stamped with validity date. Returned monthly to Yamen upon repayment. He Chengzong reported the 3 articles to Li Fengji. Hearing about using salt licenses, Li Fengji acknowledged that Gao Ju possessed clever ideas and agreed to everything. Raising the silver required time. Fearing additional rocket attacks, Li Fengji ordered 100,000 taels temporarily drawn from the provincial treasury and escorted by specialists to the Australian camp that night. Yan Little had accompanied them, asking Wen and Chen for 3 days' grace to raise the remainder. End of chapter. Chapter 735. The Treaty of Macau with salt licenses as collateral. Gao Ju summoned the city's wealthy merchants, foreign, salt, and Kaiju traders alike, to split the loan by headcount. Though the interest wasn't exceptionally high, The salt license collateral meant zero risk of loss. The 400,000 taels were quickly fully subscribed. Gaoju allowed himself a modest boast or two, raising his prestige considerably among Guangzhou's merchant community. News that Gaoju had raised the ransom fee through loans quickly spread via Ming Xian's intelligence channels. Delong Bank, as one of Guangzhou's largest exchange houses, had itself contributed 5,000 taels to the collective loan. Gaoju collected the silver. Of the total, 300,000 taels were sent in batches by Li Fengji to the Australian camp outside the city. For the remaining 100,000, Gaoju followed his own plan. He deposited 30,000 taels into Delong Bank, then had Delong issue a bank draft to Governor Li for the balance. Chests of silver were inspected and loaded onto ships at the military camp. This hard currency would greatly alleviate Lingao's current shortage of precious metal reserves. Gaoju personally visited the camp outside the city several times, presenting Wen Daisy and others with substantial gifts, along with sheep and wine to reward the troops. His attitude toward the Australians was now considerably more respectful than before. They were not merely wealthy and capable tycoons, they were also bandits armed to the teeth. Fortunately, they were also merchants who honored their word. As business partners, the Australians were exemplary. Gaoju was pleased to maintain good cooperation with them. Besides eunuch Yang, the Australians could serve as a formidable backer, and compared to the insatiable Yang, the Australians clearly preferred the everyone prospers together approach, sharing benefits rather than hoarding them. The gifts Gaoju presented were of considerable value, mostly luxury and pleasure items from the era. Wen Daisy was thoroughly satisfied and ordered everything accepted. Listening to Gaoju's heap of flattery, the two sides discussed future cooperation of wider scope and deeper involvement. Gaoju readily agreed to provide the Beijing political and commercial connections he had previously been reluctant to offer. On his final visit, He Chengzong accompanied him. Both sides reached agreement to launch a second phase of negotiations in Macau. According to Li Fengji's wishes, the Macau talks would be handled specifically by Li Luoyu. As for when the Australians might return to Guangzhou, Li Fengji requested mid-December, after the current turmoil had subsided somewhat. Subsequently, Wen Daisy and the others hosted a banquet for Gaoju and He Chengzong at the Vihara. Cups were exchanged, toasts raised repeatedly, and gifts presented, including valuable Australian goods intended for Li Fengji and other officials. Guests and hosts departed in high spirits. With the ransom fee paid, the task force had no further reason to remain outside the city. After Chen Haiyang and his officers collected additional reasonable burden from the surrounding area, fully demonstrating their prestige, they selected a day to withdraw from the provincial river. On November 20th, the task force fired a 24-gun salute. The entire army boarded ships and departed the camp. The fleet arrived at Human that night, rendezvousing with the garrison there. Most facilities had already been dismantled, the materials transported to Hong Kong. Only 2 special service boat squadrons and 1 marine company remained to continue holding the position. This was a chip reserved for future negotiations with the Guangdong local government. After resting one night, Chen Haiyang and the others led the fleet out of Human anchorage. At noon on the 21st, passing Macau and Madiayang, they entered Victoria Harbor and finally dropped anchor at Central Anchorage. The 2-month Pearl River Basin punitive operation was officially declared concluded. During these months, construction of Base 852 in Hong Kong had expanded rapidly. Large numbers of captives provided the labor force. When Chen Haiyang returned to Base 852, he found that several outposts and batteries covering Hong Kong's surrounding waterway entrances had been completed. The first main road near Central was under intense construction. This road roughly followed the coastline. Hong Kong's first wharves, warehouses, and trading houses would eventually be developed along it. Because negotiations hadn't officially concluded, the Military Affairs General Court telegraphed the task force to rest and reorganize in Hong Kong. Ships requiring repair could return to Lingao. The remainder would stay on standby. If negotiations collapsed, they would re-enter the Pearl River for combat. Liu watched the Australian fleet sail out of the Pearl River estuary, escorted by small boats trailing plumes of black smoke. He understood the situation was effectively settled. The urgent task now was cleaning up the mess. Sure enough, orders soon arrived from Guangzhou, commenced negotiations with the Australians immediately. Liu felt both resistance and anticipation toward these negotiations. His anticipation stemmed from the knowledge that after successful talks, trade could resume and normal life on both sides of the Pearl River would return to its accustomed track. Whether for his personal interests or for the welfare of the common people, signing a peace treaty with the Australians held considerable significance. His resistance came from awareness of the Australians' conduct in the Pearl River over the past 2 months. Government troops had once again demonstrated absolute incompetence. With merely dozens of ships and 1,000 or 2,000 men, the Australians had rampaged through the Pearl River banks as if entering unpopulated territory, extorting reasonable burden everywhere, killing many local gentry, taking thousands of captives, and looting immense wealth. The Australians' actions recalled another Jianzhou Jurchen. Of course, they were considerably more polite to commoners than those beast-like invaders. They didn't arrest people randomly or engage in widespread looting, arson, and killing. They were ruthless only toward those who resisted. Liu keenly perceived that the Australians were far more intelligent than the Jurchens, and far more dangerous. The negotiation location was chosen as Huang Shunlong's private residence. Huang Shunlong felt honored to serve both Grand Shopkeeper Li and the Australians simultaneously. He vacated his finest courtyard for their use. The negotiation representative dispatched from Lingao was SkyHigh, director of the Colonial and Trade Ministry. This pro-peace party member had always advocated negotiating peace with the Ming, or even accepting amnesty quickly. The executive committee had agreed to his negotiating peace, but expressly forbade any amnesty acceptance. Beyond the conditions already agreed upon under Guangzhou's walls, returning Purple Enterprise property, compensation, reopening bilateral trade, and so forth, SkyHigh presented 6 additional requirements. Australians may freely purchase and hire population, and dispose of or transport population externally, without government interference. All ships under Australian names entering Guangzhou for trade shall pay no tax. Cargo aboard shall be exempt from Chu Fen tariff. Purple Enterprise and other Australian industrial and commercial enterprises shall continue paying official commercial taxes, but all corrupt customary fees, lu gui, are waived. Australians shall enjoy extraterritoriality in Guangzhou. Any arrest, detention, or interrogation involving Australians requires Australian consent. Australians may freely purchase land and construct buildings in Guangzhou. Hong Kong Island and surrounding outlying islands shall be controlled by Australians. Australians permitted to act freely thereon. SkyHigh finished reading the 6 articles. Liu felt somewhat relieved. There were no terrible indemnities or annual tributes. Due to lessons from the 2 Song dynasties, the Ming possessed considerable vigilance against such arrangements. But the final article caught his attention. Did control mean ceding Hong Kong Island? In Ming history, Xianming, Hong Kong, was far less famous than Heijing, Macau. Even a merchant like Liu, who had conducted business along the Guangdong coast for many years, wasn't particularly familiar with it. But familiar or not, ceding territory was absolutely impossible. Ceding Xianming is out of the question, Liu stated firmly. He understood perfectly that this obscure island was likely already in Australian hands. Their demand to include it in the negotiations was merely an attempt to legitimize their control, to confirm their power in writing. SkyHigh remained silent, continuing to listen. This clause requiring cession of Hong Kong Island, The governor wouldn't dare agree to it. Even the emperor himself would never dare utter the word cede land. Li Luoyu shook his head. Furthermore, the governor absolutely cannot memorialize this clause to the court and bring it to heaven's hearing. SkyHigh still said nothing. Issue of the Great Library had raised these very issues when drafting the terms. Under present conditions, having the Ming sign anything resembling the Treaty of Nanjing was systemically impossible. No governor-general or governor would dare put his seal to such a document. Moreover, the court is deeply suspicious of overseas peoples, Li Luoyu continued. The debate between sea ban and opening never ceases at court. You wish to march openly into Guangzhou waving the Australian banner. Even if the governor could somehow cover the sky with one hand, and there are several officials in the city who can memorialize directly to the court, what happens when the governor changes? SkyHigh was convinced. Then what is your view, sir? This matter can only be known to you and me. It must never be proclaimed to the world. Li Luoyu indicated that the Guangdong local government could only secretly agree to the Australian conditions. Both sides would make fortunes in silence, with nothing committed to official documents, and certainly no brazen waving of Australian banners. The Ming government prohibited all foreigners from residing or trading in Guangzhou, except for the Portuguese privilege of entering Guangzhou for trade twice annually. No foreigner could remain there. The Australians, naturally, could not either. If this right were forcibly demanded, even if Li Fengji were willing to memorialize it, the wrangling in court would yield no result for 3 or 4 years. Fortunately, Australians are also descendants of Huaxia, Li Luoyu said with a conspiratorial smile. Your faces and appearances are no different from Ming subjects. Why not continue posing as Guangdong natives? Once the identity issue was resolved, everything could be arranged. Since they were nominally Guangzhou natives, buying land, constructing buildings, trading in people, hiring workers, all these activities were entirely at their discretion. The government would absolutely not interfere. As for large-scale population export, Li Luoyu believed that as long as those exported were refugees from elsewhere, the government would not merely tolerate it but welcome it. Otherwise, they could have obstructed Australian population exports from Guangzhou years ago. Regarding the second article, ship taxation, since Australians would count as Guangzhou natives, and their shipping would operate only between Lingao and Guangzhou, purely domestic coastal trade, naturally there would be no need to pay Chu Fen and Zhang Shui required of overseas merchant ships and foreign vessels. Regarding the third article, tax exemption, as long as a tacit understanding was reached with the government, this posed no problem. Commercial taxes in the Ming were originally not high. As long as merchants possessed adequate backing, local officials dared not extort too heavily. Some necessary customary bribes were unavoidable, of course, but given the Australians' reputation for killing without hesitation, probably no fool would be blind enough to demand that money. Regarding extraterritoriality, Li Luoyu smiled bitterly. Do you really care about this? No one in all Guangzhou is blind enough to try condemning you. You are powerful gentry now. A single card sent to the Yamen can bail out arsonists and murderers. Regarding Hong Kong Island, Li Luoyu firmly opposed their occupation. The governor can only turn a blind eye to this matter. He absolutely cannot permit you to lease that place like the Portuguese. Li Luoyu shook his head. This is no small matter. The Portuguese acquiring Heijingao was a result of time and circumstance, not something that can be forced. After 10 days of bargaining and exchanges of telegrams and letters between Guangzhou and Lingao, the two sides finally reached a principled agreement in Macau. Later known to history as the Treaty of Macau, the empire's historical circles would long debate whether this agreement constituted a true treaty. The mainstream view held that the treaty was merely a memorandum of understanding between the empire and the Ming local government. The text was never formally signed or sealed, and the Ming copy was eventually lost. Not a true international treaty, this document was implemented in Guangdong only through the empire's powerful force of strong ships and cannons. Because the Guangdong government concluded this treaty privately, they naturally didn't file it in public archives. It was stored as a top-secret private document in Li Luoyu's residence for reference. This text was eventually lost. According to the copy preserved in the Great Library, the Treaty of Macau contained 11 articles. Australians may freely travel to, reside in, trade in, and farm in Guangzhou and surrounding prefectures and counties controlled by the Guangdong governor, carrying family and servants. However, they must pose as Guangdong natives and may not publicly identify themselves as Australians. All Australian affairs in Guangzhou are the responsibility of the Purple Enterprise Grand Shopkeeper. All commercial and civil disputes shall be handled by him in coordination with the government. All Australian industries in Guangzhou shall pay tax according to government regulations, but miscellaneous levies and customary fees are waived. Australians may purchase land and real estate in Guangzhou. Australian ships entering Guangzhou for trade are exempt from all water pay, tariffs, and fees. However, they must pose as Ming ships and may not identify themselves as Australian vessels. Otherwise, taxes and fees will not be waived. Australians may freely conduct any trade in Guangzhou and freely transport goods and silver in and out without government interference. Australians may freely hire and purchase population in Guangzhou and freely transport them to any location Australians wish. The Guangdong government will not interfere with Australians repairing ships or staying in Xianming, Hong Kong. All Australian industries, land and businesses in Guangzhou, and property and goods previously seized shall be returned. Since some goods were sold and equipment damaged, both sides agree to a one-time compensation of 30,000 cuping taels from Guangdong. All Ming subjects implicated in the previous arrest of Australians shall not be infringed upon or arrested by the government. Those already arrested shall be released immediately. Property damages shall be compensated by a one-time government payment of 5,000 cuping taels. After all compensation, release, and return work is completed, the Australian garrison at Human will withdraw completely. Beyond the 11 articles, there were supplementary treaties and several detailed agreements. Many specifics were personally drafted by Ma Jia of the tribunal, the formatting remarkably solemn. Overall, the executive committee didn't place excessive value on this treaty, as it was essentially a private agreement between the Senate and Li Fengji. Its binding force on the Ming government extended only through Li Fengji's tenure. Once he left office, the agreement would effectively expire. However, the traditional characteristic of Chinese bureaucracy was the extreme inheritance of customary rules. As long as this agreement operated smoothly for several years, forming an interest group around it, any new governor would be forced to acquiesce. Furthermore, given current development momentum, how long Ming rule in Guangdong would last, or how many governors might come and go, remained uncertain. The reason this low-level memorandum was drafted in such detailed and solemn form was primarily Ma Jia's intention to satisfy the Senate, giving senators the satisfaction of signing an unequal treaty. In Ma Jia's view, the countless riches and population brought back by the task force, combined with the 300,000 tael ransom fee, outweighed any treaty. Despite the treaty's limited practical significance, when the telegram announcing the signing of the Treaty of Macau reached Lingao, the Senate ordered a 24-gun salute and a 1-minute whistle blast at Bopu to celebrate. The Treaty of Macau didn't address the issue of He Rubin's remnant troops trapped in Qiangshan. Li Fengji considered this matter outside his purview. Besides, no county in Qiangsu Prefecture had officially reported falling, so he was content to play deaf and mute. The day after celebrating the Treaty of Macau, news arrived from Guangdong. Liaodong Governor-General Wang Zund had died of illness at his post in Jiqi. The Governor-General's seal would be temporarily safeguarded, Hu Li, by Li Fengji. Thus, the task of cleaning up the Qiangshan mess and rescuing He Ruben's beleaguered troops fell to Li Fengji after all. Of course, he could continue playing deaf until a new governor-general arrived. But Li Fengji harbored private ambitions. He hoped to transform safeguarding into acting for Xu Li, and ultimately achieve direct regularization, permanent appointment as governor-general. To this end, he dispatched fast horses to the capital for lobbying. Simultaneously, he sent Li Loyu back to Lingao, striving to reach a swift agreement with the Australians regarding the rescue of He Ruben's remnants. End of chapter. Chapter 736. Victorious return. The news of Wang Xun's death did not surprise the Senate. Historically, he had died at his post around 1631 from overwork. According to historical progression, the next governor-general of Liaodong would be Qing Wenqian. He had risen to prominence by pacifying Zhang Zhilong, and throughout his career, he primarily employed pacification to handle various rebel factions. Coming to govern Liaodong, he was highly likely to reach a mutual understanding with the transmigrators, just as he had compromised with Zhang Zhilong in Fujian. For this reason, many senators had looked forward to Blue Sky Qing's assumption of office. However, Blue Sky Qing couldn't arrive just yet. Given medieval administrative efficiency, it would take at least 3 to 6 months for Qing Wenqian to journey to Guangdong and assume his post. The transmigrators' time was precious. The Senate discussed the matter and concluded that, rather than waiting eagerly for Blue Sky Qing, they should quickly settle all follow-up affairs with Li Fengji, creating a fait accompli. The Hong Kong issue alone had caused Li Fengji to make every possible excuse, ultimately yielding only a promise of turning a blind eye. Whether Qiangzhou Prefecture could be completely Zhangzhuoized, transformed into an Australian-controlled zone like Zhang Zhilong's former base, remained uncertain. Although the situation was still developing, the Naval Task Force's victorious return from the Pearl River was undeniably cause for celebration. A grand welcoming ceremony was organized at Bopu Pier. On this day, colorful flags flew from streetlights along the road from Lingao County City to Bopu. On closer inspection, most turned out to be Ming military banners captured at the Battle of Chiang Mai. Captured flags from the Chiang Mai battlefield had piled up like mountains. The Great Library had collected 2 specimens of each type according to archival principles, then used several hundred more as decorations in the Grand Stadium. Some had been distributed for display at the Military Affairs General Court Building and the Ministry of the Navy. Finally, even the Lingao Cathedral had ended up with quite a few. The remainder, those made of cotton or linen, were washed and recycled. Even the ragged ones could be turned into paper. Various silk flags proved harder to repurpose, as Australians didn't use silk for clothing. Aside from a small amount allocated for industrial use, the rest went to the propaganda department upon Fang Fei's application. Fang Fei had organized people to sort these flags, selecting those of uniform size and outsourcing their processing to remove unwanted content. The result was several hundred colorful banners suitable for public events. Now these flags fluttered all the way from Lingao County City along the Lingao-Bopu Highway. Several large banners stretched across the road. Warmly welcome our Pearl River Task Force officers and men returning victoriously. Glory belongs to the invincible Fubo army, illuminated by the Senate's radiance. Invincible in battle, victorious in attack. The Senate's radiance shines everywhere. Teams of welcoming crowds made their way to Bopu, welcoming squads organized by the Mass Activity Division of the Propaganda Department. With the precedent of the Chiang Mai victory celebration, this Navy-led campaign couldn't receive a lower specification welcome, lest the Navy feel slighted. Besides, the chairman of the executive committee was aboard the returning fleet. This had to be handled at the level of a head of state returning from a working visit. Per Fang Fei's orders, all professional and amateur propaganda groups under the propaganda department had turned out. Scale must be grand, atmosphere must be enthusiastic. He instructed his indigenous section chief Jiqi. At least 8 classes must be drawn from Fangqiati. Why have only these few arrived? There's no vigor at all. And the seminary choir, why arrange them so far forward? We aren't a Catholic country. The former fortune-teller, now wearing the new small-collared cotton work uniform, wiped sweat from his brow while hastily recording instructions in his notebook with a Lingao manufactured pencil. When Fang Fei's instructions momentarily paused, Jiqi hurriedly seized the opportunity to report. Minister Hu said teaching tasks at Fangqiati are very tight. Sending students for celebrations is a wah. He quickly swallowed his words. Pure waste of time, right? Fang Fei finished for him. Jiqi dared not reply. The crime of slandering a senator could be deemed trivial or catastrophic. If it became sowing discord, he would most likely be shipped off to Fu Yaodi to conduct mass propaganda in the hinterlands. He quickly reorganized his phrasing. Minister Hu merely meant that teaching tasks are running behind schedule. Sending too many students would affect their studies. He didn't say anything else. Fang Fei waved his hand dismissively. Enough. Go to Fangqiati immediately. Tell them I said so. The nursing class and life secretary class must each send 1 additional section. Go, ride a public bike. He tore a public vehicle use ticket from his satchel, wrote in the time and destination, and handed it to Jiqi. To improve efficiency, every department, enterprise, and commune-level unit was now equipped with public vehicles, agricultural model 28-inch bicycles, commonly known as 28 big bars. This novel form of transportation had aroused tremendous interest among indigenous people. After stumbling through the learning process, riding a bicycle had become both a joy and a source of pride for indigenous cadres. However, since rubber tires were first-level controlled materials, bicycle use was strictly regulated. The General Office's public vehicle ticket system meant indigenous cadres rarely enjoyed the pleasure of official vehicle use. Understood. I'll go right now. Jiqi took the ticket and departed. Fang Fei gazed out the window of the temporary customs office. The welcoming crowd still looked thin, and the colors were too plain. All gray-blue ants. Without the maid uniforms of the life secretary class and the blue nurse uniforms of the nursing class, the atmosphere simply couldn't rise to the proper level. He muttered to himself, "Old Hu, oh old Hu, don't think no one knows the truth about your education reform pilot and quality education initiatives at Fangqiati. If the other senators knew, HMPH. Outside the window, gongs and drums shook the sky as the lion dance team warmed up. Choir teams from various systems had also arrived. Unfortunately, there was no orchestra. Transmigrators had full sets of instruments and textbooks, even various scores, but no full complement of trained players. They had to rely on CD playback to fill the gap. The Lingao Broadcasting Station's on-site broadcast team had occupied an office in the Bopu Customs building as a temporary broadcast room, preparing for a live transmission. The broadcast was wired, not wireless, and of the most primitive variety, talking trumpets, as locals called the high-pitched loudspeaker system erected throughout most of Lingao. At this moment, the loudspeakers rotated through magnificent Soviet-era marches. The disc had been selected by Li Jiqi's cousin Zhang from a pile of CDs. This short-haired, baby-faced girl had been extracted from her boring telegrapher position at Lingao Telecom. Per organization department orders, such jobs would gradually be transferred to specially trained indigenous personnel. Zhang had nowhere to go after the handover. Besides the telegraphy skills she'd learned after arrival, she possessed no particular specialization. As a self-proclaimed ultra-leftist, she had no interest in administrative desk work. For a time, she had been a recruitment target for Du Wen, eventually becoming her subordinate. But the relationship soured quickly. Du Wen considered Zhang Yu's leftist credentials too superficial, repeatedly suggesting she read more of Stalin's works, even lending her personal reading notes for Zhang Yu's study reference. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yu had zero interest in these notes or in Stalin. Compared to the works of the Soviet dictator, she was considerably more interested in BL novels. Within days, Du Wen had grown contemptuous of Zhang Yu's supposed leftist identity. Finally, the two women clashed openly. With Dong Weiwei pregnant and disinclined to mediate social investigation office interpersonal relations, the conflict intensified. In a fit of anger, Zhang Yu had marched to the organization department demanding a transfer. Ming Lang felt the young woman had a lively personality, was eloquent, and possessed genuine talent for singing and dancing. Propaganda work should suit her well, so she'd landed under Ding Ding's supervision, becoming a broadcaster at the station. Now Zhang Yu lay draped across the windowsill. This office, modified into a broadcast room, featured necessary soundproofing, and a window expanded into a large bay facing Bopu Harbor, facilitating the announcer's observation during live broadcasts. Zhang Yu held a dried sweet potato in one hand, tribute from Jiqi, the cousin who constantly attempted to eat her. In the other hand she held dried fish, purchased by Zhang Yuchen. Since returning from Guangzhou station, this man had single-mindedly pursued meeting chat friends. After all, this particular chat friend possessed excellent figure and looks. He came asking Zhang Yu out every few days. Zhang Yuchen stood 183 centimeters tall and weighed 77 kilograms, a standard physique compared to many of the Jinan otaku among the transmigrators. Plus, during his 2 years in Guangzhou, he hadn't spent a coin of his salary or bonuses, so he was flush with cash. He'd also brought back many interesting and beautiful small crafts from Guangzhou. Qualifying as wealthy and handsome by local standards, he treated her to casual meals one day, coffee the next, gradually spinning the naive girl in circles. All this made Jiqi intensely jealous. He had coaxed his cousin into joining the crossing for personal use, not to become someone's brother-in-law. He repeatedly reminded his cousin that Zhang Yuchen's male-female affairs in Guangzhou had been extremely complicated. Though he hadn't openly taken concubines, his sexual relations with various maids were habitual. And the maids he'd brought back, now called life secretaries, were living openly in his apartment. "I didn't plan to marry him," Zhang Yu would say, pouting indifferently. "We're just hanging out as friends." Jiqi thought, how many girls ended up as wives after starting out just hanging out as friends? Increasingly anxious, he ignored work fatigue to strengthen his pursuit daily, determined to make Zhang Yuchen retreat. Zhang Yu naturally didn't care about this rivalry. Someone constantly supplying snacks and accompanying her for entertainment. What was bad about that? Finishing her lollipop, she picked up binoculars to gaze outside, watching for the fleet's entry signals. The convoy returning from Hong Kong was entering port today. The welcoming crowd on the pier had waited since morning. The moment ships appeared, she would need to begin live commentary. "Lots of big bosses here," Zhang Yu murmured, using the binoculars to survey the shaded rest area on the pier trestle. Nearly all executive committee members were present, standing or sitting, smiling and conversing. She consulted the list Ding Ding had given her: executives, standing committee members and department heads scheduled to attend. 25 or 26 in total. When handing her the list, Ding Ding had specifically warned her not to read the names in the wrong order or miss anyone. As a self-proclaimed ultra-leftist, Zhang Yu possessed some understanding of politics. She recognized this list was essentially a power ranking. Though a minor detail, the implications were significant. She had read through the list thoroughly several times, now checking it against the faces below to see how many listed senators had arrived. Just then, drums and bugles swelled as a team of lower-grade students from Fangqiati National School marched in grandly. They all wore standard student uniforms, miniature versions of the small collared work suit. The only distinction was that girls wore skirts that fell slightly past the knee, a requirement Hu Qingbai had specifically requested. If girls didn't grow accustomed to modern skirts in childhood, They wouldn't adapt to sailor uniforms in middle school. Each uniform bore the embroidered emblem of Fangqiati National School on the chest, along with the school motto, "Knowledge is power." Cuffs displayed black stripes with class names and student numbers. Roman numerals on the lapels indicated grade level. 10-year-old Zhao Chuanyi clutched a small paper flag, walking obediently in the ranks. A second grader, he was among the first indigenous children to receive formal schooling in Lingao, studying step by step according to the curriculum Hu Qingbai had personally compiled. Content-wise, Zhao Chuanyi was already at a 4th grade level by old timeline standards. Zhao Chuanyi was the grandson of Steward Zhao from Liaodong's household. His father had worked for the Australians early on and was now a cadre in the general office. All 3 of his children studied in the national school, with Chuanyi as the eldest. Life in the national school was both novel and arduous. The educational model the transmigrators had established was intensive cramming. Besides mandatory 2-hour physical exercise daily, classes ran from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Night self-study followed, a sea of question strategy. For children, being released from classes for half a day to welcome chiefs was a delightful entertainment. "Come, stand here." Indigenous cadres from the propaganda department led the team to waiting spots marked with lime, explaining points of attention. Students listened with half comprehension, basically, cheer and wave flags when the warships enter. Zhao Chuanyi gazed curiously at the pier. They rarely had opportunities to visit. It was officially a dangerous place, close to the sea, crowded with heavy machinery and vehicles. Accidents happened easily, so children under 16 were forbidden entry. He studied the cranes. He observed the Saint ship out on the water. Teachers had taken them to view it from afar during field trips. Now the great iron ship sat on the other side of the bay, looking even more massive than before. Like a mountain, a huge iron chain hanging from the bow was thicker than his thigh. How was such a thing even built? Zhao Chuanyi often pondered this question. He was no longer amazed that an iron ship could float. Physics class had taught him the relationship between buoyancy and mass, demonstrated with tin foil. But he still marveled that human beings could construct and operate vessels of such enormous scale. His worship of senators grew daily. Teachers promised that if they studied diligently, someday they too could build and captain such great iron ships. This thrilled many students, planting the longing for science in their hearts for the first time. Lu Yi nudged Zhao Chuanyi's arm and whispered, "Look at that enormous crane. So tall, I wonder how they assembled it. If it was built like a pagoda, wouldn't they need an impossibly high scaffold?" "However tall it is, it can be built," Zhao Chuanyi replied. "Didn't you hear the teacher say the porcelain tower of Nanjing is 78 meters high, and that was constructed hundreds of years ago? That took many years. This crane went up in only a few months." Zhao Chuanyi looked again at the row of steam cranes, large and small, at the mountains of goods stacked nearby, at the clouds of ships filling the harbor. It felt simultaneously familiar and strange. Though his family had immigrated here, he had grown up in Lingao. He clearly remembered visiting this spot by chance with Master Liu a few years ago. Back then, there had been nothing but desolate smoke and wild grass. Mangroves crowded the beach. Only small fishing boats dotted the bay. In merely 3 years, it had become this. "Ah, so-called science," Yuan Fei interjected. "There are always principles we don't yet understand. Ask the teacher about the crane later. How does it lift such heavy things? And that rope, how strong must it be not to break?" Lu Yi continued probing the mystery. "I heard the rope is made of steel. I simply can't imagine how steel becomes rope." The class monitor turned and hissed, "Stop talking. A senator is coming." Ding Ding hurried toward the student ranks, accompanied by 4 or 5 indigenous clerks. He suddenly remembered that such occasions usually required flower presentations. Flowers were available. A flower bed near the Bopu Health Center had many. Lingao's climate was warm. Flowers bloomed year-round. Gathering 4 or 5 bouquets posed no problem. Pick 6 children immediately, 3 boys, 3 girls, and prepare them to present flowers to General Wen and the others. Ding Ding instructed the lead indigenous cadre, then turned to his wife. Remember to take photographs during the presentation. Got it. Pan Pan appeared indifferent, fiddling with her DSLR camera. End of chapter. Chapter 737, Conspiracy on the Flying Cloud. Xianming began with a measured critique. I won't comment on the new political structure produced by the General Assembly. It's nothing more than a miniature Saturn community. The so-called 9 executive committee members are simply a replica of the 9 elders. Superficially, it claims separation of powers, but judicial and legislative authority have still fallen into administrative hands. As for the Senate, that institution is effectively just a nominal supreme power organ, nothing more than a hand-raising academy, a unanimous passage academy. The problems run even deeper than that, Joe Wiesen coughed. The Senate system has too many qualification restrictions. Executive committee members can serve 8 consecutive years, rest 1 term, and then continue. Yet senators must serve 1 year and then wait 3 before they can serve again. And they must reside permanently in Lingao, can't travel frequently, and can't be occupied with other duties. Calculate how many are left once you eliminate those executives and department heads, throw out those unwilling to participate in politics, and subtract the establishment's cheering squads. What meaningful constraint can such a body place on those in power? Xianming nodded in agreement. They speak of separation of powers, but the head of the tribunal and the Speaker of the Senate both sit on the executive committee. Where is the independence? Everything ends up under the executive committee's control. When executives themselves double as judges, who could possibly restrain them? The Dugu Qiyuhun incident is a perfect illustration, Zhang Shangji said. When you consider the severity, a mere ordinary senator mobilizing armed forces, if they had actually entered the city, those inside would have suffered catastrophic losses. Yet the trial simply glossed over it. The smell of behind-the-scenes manipulation is unmistakable. Xianming's voice carried a note of weary recognition. The Dugu incident, stripped to its essence, is political struggle playing out in the shadows. I've reviewed Jai Xin's materials. Honestly, the truth no longer matters. What matters is that this trend is poisonous. Several executives are already openly playing power games. If this continues, so-called politics will become a game played exclusively by administrative cadres. They'll use their institutional resources to continuously consolidate their power until ordinary senators can only sit on the sidelines as the soy sauce crowd. The executive committee system must be abolished, Zhang Shangji declared. Not yet, Xianming raised a restraining hand. The General Assembly just established and confirmed the executive committee system. No obvious failures have appeared yet. They're still moving from one victory to another. If we propose abolition now, no one will take us seriously. We might end up alienating ourselves from the people before accomplishing anything. Everyone except Miss Mendoza released a collective sigh. Though the discussion was conducted in English, the slang-laden conversation left her grasping at fragments. All she understood was that her abductors harbored deep dissatisfaction with this transmigrator regime. I believe we need guns to feel truly secure, Joe Wiesen said. At least Lin Chuanqing proposed the right to bear arms this time, and it was finally added to the basic rights of transmigrators. Otherwise, I would have insisted on enshrining this right in the Constitution no matter what. This demonstrates the importance of shared cultural background, Xianming nodded. Although we aim to integrate with the larger group in many matters, especially conceptual ones, the divergence between us sea turtles and the domestic contingent remains substantial. Having guns is a now proposition, Xianming said. Who knows about a few years hence? Once the situation stabilizes, won't they manufacture some pretext to confiscate them? And setting aside everything else, industry remains under administrative control. If they cut off ammunition supply, Even a machine gun becomes a paperweight. Which is precisely why that's insufficient, Joe Wizen said. We should learn from the British system and implement a vassalage or patronage system within the army. Indigenous officers could belong to individual senators. That way, every senator would control a portion of the indigenous military force. Impossible. Your proposal would be shot down the instant it surfaced. Qian Shuiding shook his head. Suppressing it would be child's play, just one label of turning back the wheel of history and it's finished. Joe Wizen tried again. Then let every transmigrator participate in regular military training as reserve officers, with militia reserves assigned to each of us. If someone attempts to use the army for suppression, we take our men and fight back. That would be total chaos, AI Bebe exclaimed with genuine alarm. This everyone having private soldiers notion troubles me deeply. It could easily become a tool for mutual destruction. Can you guarantee that these private forces would only protect legitimate rights? What if someone uses them for a coup? Strengthening army oversight is necessary, but this private soldier arrangement would be anything but beneficial. The long-term dangers far outweigh any advantage. Qian Shuiding considered this carefully. The issue is primarily one of degree. My instinct is that a few hundred militia, even thoroughly equipped, couldn't defeat organized indigenous troops. Rebellion via a handful of militia would be nearly impossible. But if pushed to desperation, such forces could at least raise the operational cost of army suppression, thereby reducing its likelihood. We could limit both the quantity and quality of these temporary private soldiers. But if they can't resist at all, what use do senators have for such private soldiers except to attack each other? AI Bebe pressed her opposition to her husband's proposal. 100 or 200 militia with mini-A rifles. The regular army simply drags cannons over, fires a few volleys, and it's finished. What cost does that actually increase? She shook her head firmly. We mustn't end up like the Polish Republic. The Senate becomes mere decoration while nobles do whatever they please, tearing the country apart. We are, ultimately, one group. Upon reflection, the others found her reasoning sound. Managing private soldiers was a complex undertaking. Even if the Senate passed such a measure, a disgruntled administrative system possessed countless means of retaliation. Senators varied greatly in capability and moral fiber. If a few senators' private soldiers caused incidents or engaged in real-life PK, even once or twice, the resulting scandal would splash back. Not only would the private soldier system fail, but its proponents might be ruined alongside it. AI Bebe continued. I think you're all being somewhat extreme, viewing everything through too dark a lens. We're in the founding stage of this state. Didn't we agree during our discussions to promote political reform subtly and gradually? Proposing a private soldier system that so aggressively protects personal interests is far too radical. Joe Wizen reconsidered and acknowledged. SoninLaw has a point. This matter requires patience. Army oversight should begin with strengthening nationalization, a principle all senators can endorse. Once we don that mantle, absolutely no one will dare oppose it. Regarding army nationalization, we should contribute to the operational details. What nationalization means in practice, how to limit personal influence on the military, protocols for army mobilization and deployment, weapons control, all have precedents to follow. If I put forward well-considered proposals on these specifics, the chance of passage is considerably higher. Our base is too small. We don't have enough votes. Though AI Bebe and Joe Wizen had both been elected, surveying the entire Senate revealed their foundation to be pitifully narrow. As a political faction, the North American branch's influence amounted to nearly zero. Qian Shuiding pondered at length before speaking. Since no one else is pulling this lever and we've recognized the need, we must act. Our North American branch harbors no private ambitions. We simply want to help the group establish or adopt organizational models, management practices, and laws that we believe are more sound. Transforming a minority opinion, even if correct, into majority consensus is a long and arduous process. We must exert our utmost effort while remaining grounded in reality, advancing our concepts incrementally. He paused, his voice taking on added gravity. We are engaged in politics now, and politics is the lifeblood of politicians. Everyone must understand this clearly. We want a reasonable system, but for others, we are threatening their political survival. This means that our conceptual struggle, however constructive in intent, may become exceedingly cruel. He hadn't realized he was delivering a political manifesto. The others nodded solemnly. Miss Mendoza's eyes widened. Something in this manifesto made her sense a disturbing undercurrent. Politics has no honesty to speak of, so we must emphasize strategy and prepare to counter the other side's various intrigues, even if they remain comrades within our same group. As for forming a sworn clique, we already have one. What we need now is to expand our core, our base, our allies, and our sympathizers as broadly as possible. Our base is too small, Joe Wiesen reiterated. Strictly speaking, the North American branch counted only those present as its true core, which is precisely why we're too detached from the masses, Xianming said. This flying cloud yacht is too comfortable. It's become our insular little nest. Haven't you noticed that no one ever visits the flying cloud? True enough, but we've never invited anyone either. Everyone's been too busy. From now on, this must change, Xianming declared. We must venture out and bring people in, making friends widely. Moreover, we shouldn't appear so distinctive. We ought to relinquish the flying cloud and move ashore to live. This boat draws too much attention. As long as we inhabit it, we appear even more conspicuous, too detached from the collective. That's hard to part with. Indeed, where would I live if we donated the boat? The women remained reluctant. Bathing would become inconvenient. We'd have to use public bathhouses. I'm really not accustomed to bathing in public. Have Duoju sleep in a dormitory. Ai Bebe couldn't bear the thought of her child suffering. The dorms are all prefabricated houses. And what about cooking? Miss Mendoza interjected. I see they all eat in cafeterias. All three women shared a keen interest in cooking. What about our equipment? We still need storage space. We can't just put it in the dorms. Xianming couldn't bear parting with the treasures in the hold. Then lease the usage rights. That way, perhaps someday we can still use it. Don't speak nonsense. Whether defecting or being driven away, neither appeals to me. The suggestion to hand over the flying cloud ended inconclusively. However, everyone unanimously agreed to utilize the yacht for other purposes to expand the North American group's influence. The foreigners among us should hold concepts relatively aligned with ours. Although they're senators now, they occupy marginalized roles within the group and should be easily brought into our fold. That represents a meaningful number of votes, Xianming calculated. Selena and Zhu Ziliang are possibilities. And Pan. The group began tallying potential allies. Those with study abroad experience or overseas living backgrounds became primary targets for expanding their base. I think Lin Chuanqing is a good prospect, and Chen Saijian as well. Both enjoy sailing and firearms, understand the domestic situation, and have lived in the U.S. for extended periods. They should count as part of our base. Bringing them in would be more valuable than a few foreigners. Everyone harbors instinctive distrust of foreigners who can bite back easily. Foreigners cannot be our core force, only allies, Xianming said. Quite a few extreme nationalists sit in the Senate. If we associate too closely with foreigners, they'll attack us relentlessly. It would become a weapon against us. The silent majority without official positions represented their key engagement priority. Particularly, the street activists who briefly emerged during the Maid Revolution required cultivation. They had already begun to coalesce into a recognizable force. We aren't the universal values faction in the broad sense, at least not presently, but we can cooperate with that broader faction. The key lies in identifying the right issues. The extreme left and extreme right may both be dissatisfied with the current administration. We can form strategic alliances with them. But we and the extremists will inevitably clash eventually. We can't get too close to the extremists, Joe Wiesen frowned. From my broad observation of surrounding senators, most are pragmatists who actually hold extremists in contempt. Sister-in-law hasn't do when always wanted to recruit you into the Women's Federation. I think you should join. Xianming slapped his thigh. You're a woman. Joining the Women's Federation is completely natural. There are dozens of female senators. If they can be unified, that's also a significant voting bloc. We must emphasize strategy, proposing only relatively realistic, specific demands each time. The group refined their expansion focus and guiding principles through further discussion. Zhou Weizhen offered, if certain individuals are deemed obstacles to achieving our goals, we'll work to neutralize their influence. Currently, Ma Jia and his Law Society are the dominant force maintaining the status quo. We should launch a legal struggle against them, curb their influence, strive to establish an independent judge system, and work to elect people we consider more credible, or our sympathizers, as judges. This would promote judicial independence and objectively separate power from the executive committee and tribunal representatives. Xianming counseled patience. Master, you're moving too quickly. Those objectives can't be our opening gambit. The executive committee crowd will immediately divine our intentions. At the outset, we can only make small moves to avoid provoking a fierce counterattack. First, let's fight to change the rules governing senators. Otherwise, 1 year of service produces minimal policy influence, and waiting 3 years afterward means no continuity in anything accomplished. This point must be addressed quickly. Everyone voiced their agreement. Secondly, at this stage, let's avoid substantive confrontations. Xianming paused, gathering his thoughts. This year, we'll use building up the Senate's authority as our entry point. We must constantly remind senators through every avenue that the Senate is the highest authority. We'll use the Senate to create friction on numerous small matters, frequently holding inquiries and hearings, seizing every opportunity to put administrative cadres on the defensive. Let them develop a respectful attitude toward the Senate, understanding that it isn't a rubber stamp to be dismissed easily. Simultaneously, we'll remind the bystander senators of how much authority they actually possess. No one dislikes having power, correct? This approach will certainly attract support from many senators. Zhou Weizhen nodded approvingly. You're right. As long as they haven't secured official positions, senators will definitely want their voices to carry greater weight. Additionally, we need to seize power ourselves, Xianming continued. Master, if you can extract yourself from the laboratory, once your vaccine shows some promise, at least transition to the industrial sector. Only then will you command more resources. Those who labor with their minds govern others. Those who labor with their strength are governed by others. That ancient saying still holds truth. That's difficult in the short term, Zhou Weizhen shrugged. Besides, the Transmigrator Group consists entirely of large state-owned enterprises. Where exactly is this industrial sector? Now that I think about it, I could go to work at Guangzhou Station, Zhang said. SkyHigh asked my opinion a few days ago. He mentioned Guangzhou Station needs someone who understands marketing and internal management to oversee the backend of the Purple Tower. Go, absolutely go, Xianming urged. Why didn't you tell me? If I go to Guangzhou, I'll be leaving you here to chase girls. I guarantee I won't chase girls. Besides, none of the girls here interest me. Xianming recognized this as an exceptional opportunity to penetrate the industrial and commercial sector. Guangzhou Station's position was anything but trivial. Joining to hold an important position, there would represent a significant elevation in status. Moreover, he contemplated the recent joint efforts between Guangzhou Station and Lius Station to lobby the dispatch group. Their coordinated momentum had effectively made them an emerging interest group. The dispatch group could harness resources from both Lingao and the Ming simultaneously. In the current environment, personal danger remained low while potential benefits were enormous. If they exploited the group's lax oversight to engage in private dealings with various parties, it was entirely feasible. In the long run, they could very well create a situation of the tail wagging the dog. Viewed from this angle, the executive committee was actually preparing to insert agents into Guangzhou station. Qian Shuiding felt a surge of excitement. With Zhang Shangji entering the Guangzhou station system as their own sand, she could well occupy a prominent position there later. Zhou Weizhen spoke deliberately. I'd rather you two not be separated, but this is genuinely a valuable opportunity. If sister-in-law can go, it will be enormously beneficial for the future. I have no objection. Full support, Qian Shuixi declared. Little Jai was saying she was bored to death locally. She originally wanted to work at the cooperative. Guangzhou station is far superior to any cooperative. Very well, then I'll go. Zhang Shangji wasn't one to hesitate. Traveling to Guangzhou to conduct big business suited her temperament far better than remaining in Lingao to run some cooperative. End of chapter. Chapter 738, Flying Cloud Club. The decision was made on the spot. Zhang Shangji would take up her position in Guangzhou and swiftly master operations at the Purple Tower. As for Qian Shuixi, the group concluded that rather than languishing as one of Lingao's redneck, basic laborers, he would be far better placed within the military. With his physical fitness and weapons proficiency, he outclassed many senator officers already serving in the army. Qian Shuiding began mapping out assignments. Brother, find a way into the military system. My estimate is that any senator serving as an officer now will be at least a major general within 3 to 5 years, and they'll be people who actually command troops. There's considerable reassurance in having genuine control over a force. Agreed, Qian Shuixi nodded. Master, you're responsible for helping Miss Mendoza learn Chinese. Miss Mendoza is also a senator. We need her to play a larger role. She can't simply remain a housewife. You look down on housewives, Miss Mendoza said resentfully. Being a housewife is my career ideal. Her gaze drifted across the ship with complex emotions. Qian Shuiding knew well that not a few foreign women aspired to be housewives, so he merely laughed off her comment. Nevertheless, Mendoza herself recognized the necessity of learning Chinese. After all, she was now surrounded entirely by Chinese speakers. As for Zhou Weizhen, everyone agreed that his technical expert identity carried too much weight for an immediate transformation. At this stage, his role, like AI Beibei's, could only be speaking more assertively in the Senate as a standing committee member and engaging in political activities. Master, your expertise with firearms and diving ranks among the best of the 500 senators. Conducting more training sessions for everyone could draw a substantial following. The Army and law enforcement agencies will also come to you for training. Eventually, your students will be everywhere. Qian Shuiding grew increasingly pleased with his own brilliance. Ha ha ha! Speaking of diving, Zhou Weizhen was probably the only transmigrator with a professional diving instructor license, not to mention the massive quantity of specialized equipment he had brought. Zhou Weizhen nodded thoughtfully. The few of us brothers, setting other things aside, when it comes to firearms and sailing, very few among the 500 senators can match us. This is our advantage. If we capitalize on it, he paused, working through the idea. I think we should start a diving and firearms club. We could join forces with Yellow Paw and the others to organize camping training, barbecues, and similar activities. Most senators would certainly be interested, and the executive committee won't object. It's skills training after all. We use this club as an interaction platform. Qian Shuiding caught fire with enthusiasm. Colorful outdoor activities to attract the soy sauce crowd senators, subtly conveying our concepts to everyone. To prevent the outside world from perceiving their group as excessively exclusive, they agreed to choose a name, preferably one without obvious political connotations. After some deliberation, they settled on the Zhai Club, abbreviated as the Zhai Party or Otaku Party. The rationale was straightforward. Their primary development target was the vast population of Zhai Nan, otaku men, and dropping the word Nan men might also attract some ladies. When our influence grows, Master, you can step forward to run for Speaker of the Senate. Seize that highest power institution, Qian Shuiding said. The position is currently vacant, and for the moment no one seems willing to campaign for it. Excellent. I'm willing to pursue this. Zhou Weizhen was eager for the challenge. The Zhai Party's operational policy crystallized: attract the majority of senators through rich and frequent interactive activities while propagating their political philosophy. In execution, they would emphasize tactical finesse, proposing only relatively realistic, specific demands each time rather than sweeping systemic reform. The targets of reform would be specific policies, not specific individuals. Their ultimate objective was to establish a system of separation of powers, checks and balances, mobility and transparency within the group, one that protected the interests of all senators, especially transmigrators who held no power under the current system. The most pressing task was building broad connections with other transmigrators, and within the scope of basic senator rights established by the new Common Program, opening channels for free expression. Problems within the current system needed to be discussed openly. As a concrete step, Qian Shuiding proposed using their private assets, servers, routers, and software, to launch an independent website outside the Executive Committee's direct jurisdiction. What you're proposing is pointless, Zhou Weizhen countered. First, some people will accuse you of wasting resources. Even though the equipment is ours, someone will inevitably complain about squandering limited computer hardware. An official forum used by only 500 IDs doesn't consume much server capacity. If you open a second one, the intent to seize the public opinion ground becomes glaringly obvious. He continued, second, regarding content, the atmosphere on the official forum is quite free. All manner of posts appear, criticizing executives, cursing the executive committee, attacking administrative officials, plenty of that. As long as posts avoid personal attacks, they're preserved. We can't use greater discussion scale or freedom of speech as propaganda to lure otakus to shift platforms. A large portion of their discussion is specifically intended for the executive committee power holders to see. Venting on a private forum would be pointless to them. Qian Shuiding acknowledged the truth of this but remained reluctant to abandon the plan to seize public opinion ground. We could use resource provision to attract otakus. We can't possibly match the official website's offerings. AI Bebe frowned and interjected. Last time I wanted to find some cartoons Duoduo hadn't seen. Unexpectedly, under the video on demand and download cartoon categories, there were over 1,000 gigabytes of 18x and 21x content, even material that couldn't be publicly disseminated in the USA. Zhou Weizhen remained pessimistic. The official website's philosophy regarding food and sex are human nature is far more permissive than the Saturn community, nearly laissez-faire, even encouraged. They're using this to wear down the thoughts and will of the soy sauce crowd. We're unlikely to outcompete them in resources. The official server holds the combined collections of 500 otakus. Just imagine the strange and exotic things available there. Further discussion raised questions about implementation details, network jurisdiction, the right to dispose of private property and time within the group. Eventually, they reached a compromise. Push for expanded speech systems on the official website, enabling expression not only through BBS verbal sparring but also through personal blogs, microblogs, and similar platforms. With negotiations settled, everyone retired to their cabins. Before parting, Qian Shuiding privately urged his younger brother, work hard in the army, maintain good relations with colleagues, and establish prestige with subordinates. Get along well with everyone. Develop thorough understanding of the army and ideological currents within it, but avoid forming cliques. On political topics, he could state his position but shouldn't engage in arguments or try to persuade others to adopt his views. The executive committee crowd has established a special service agency who knows if they're compiling dirt on people. The Political Security Bureau is a dark pit, Qian Shuiding cautioned. We don't yet have the capability to expose their secrets. You must watch your words and actions daily. Don't give anyone material to use against you. Qian Shuiding's generation was acutely sensitive to such matters. Rest assured, I know the limits. This isn't the old space-time. After all, no one can cover the sky with one hand. In the days that followed, the North American branch moved energetically according to their established policy. Zhang Shangji settled into Guangzhou Station and quickly assumed control of the Purple Tower's back-end operations. Meanwhile, Qian Shuixi, by cultivating a relationship with Zhu Ziliang through their shared enthusiasm for firearms, not only forged a personal connection with Bai Wei, but also successfully joined the Special Recon Team under Zhu Ziliang's recommendation, becoming team leader of the Sanya detachment. To prepare for his future campaign for Speaker of the Senate, Zhou Weizhen began cultivating a close-to-the-people image immediately. He moved to the farm, where the biological laboratory was located. Practically everyone conducting biological research lived there. It was close to work, convenient for collaboration, and both the environment and food supply surpassed what was available in the collective dormitories of Baietan City. Persuading Mendoza to relocate required considerable effort on his part. He had to promise she could return to stay on the ship for a few days whenever she wished. Observing everything proceeding smoothly, Qian Shuiding privately celebrated. He had originally intended to move himself and his family to Baietan City and hand over the yacht, but encountered Ai Beibei's resolute opposition. She herself would manage, but she absolutely refused to let Duoduo live in a prefabricated house. Furthermore, the Qian Shuixi couple also objected to moving. The yacht's complete kitchen and bathroom facilities represented what Zhang Shangji was most reluctant to relinquish. In her view, handing the boat over would merely be wasting resources for nothing. Besides, aren't you planning to use this yacht as a club? Mendoza needs to come back and stay sometimes. Someone has to manage the club anyway. We can simply serve as administrators. We only occupy a few bedrooms. It doesn't hinder anything. Unable to overrule his wife, Qian Shuiding agreed to retain the ship exclusively for club use. The upper entertainment area would be converted into a public space open to all transmigrators. A yacht of this configuration had been a luxurious venue accessible only to the wealthy few, even in the space-time the transmigrators had left. Once opened, it should prove more popular than the cafes currently operating in the city. Qian Shuiding sought out Zhao Zishan to express his proposal: establish a non-profit clubhouse on the ship, moored by the Wenlin River Pier outside Baietan City. Their pitch to Zhao Zishan was straightforward. Since transmigrators were now permitted to form associations and clubs, why not transform this ship into a clubhouse named the Flying Cloud Society? Priority usage would go to club activities, but it could also serve as a private gathering and leisure venue for transmigrators, reservations accepted. To ensure fair access, continuous reservation and occupation by any society or individual would be restricted. The ship would continue to be managed and maintained by Qian Shuiding and the others. He emphasized that this would not become a profit-making venue. The Qian Shuiding couple and Mendoza would handle regular oversight. Apart from the club's own activities, appropriate usage fees would be charged for other societies and individuals. As for consumables, senators would pay corresponding costs from their own pockets. These would be purchased by the Flying Cloud Society at fair prices with a partial loss charge. No profit markup would be added. The North American group's calculation was clear. Disguised transfer of partial usage rights could shed their burden of appearing detached from the masses without surrendering ownership or access to the Flying Cloud. By giving everyone more opportunities for amusement and leisure, attracting senators to gather here, they could transform it into a platform for expression and communication, an auxiliary tool for mass mobilization and parliamentary reform. Additionally, Cai and Xiaodong hoped this public venue might provide deeper insight into ideological currents within the group. Plan in hand, Cai and Xiaodong walked to the executive committee compound to discuss the matter face-to-face with Zhao Zishan. He felt confident Zhao Zishan wouldn't veto the proposal. There was no good reason to oppose something beneficial to all senators. Should he object, Caian would leak the matter on the BBS first, questioning the General Office's service consciousness toward senators. After registering and queuing, he was granted an audience. "I'm Zhao Zishan, and you are Caian Shui. You have something to discuss." Caian Xiaodong knew Zhao Zishan, of course, but clearly the other party wasn't particularly familiar with him. He hastened to introduce himself. "I'm Caian Xiaodong from the Planning Commission, now called the Planning Agency. Executive Zhao, I have a matter requiring your guidance. Just call me Zhao Zishan." The man wore a gentle smile and rose busily to greet his visitor. "Please sit, or comrade works too." "Very well, Comrade Zhao." Caian Xiaodong felt awkward saying it. He was accustomed to the Chinese diaspora's semantic transformation of comrade. Nevertheless, he explained the proposal to open a club on the Flying Cloud. "It's not quite proper for our three families to occupy this ship entirely. Solitary joy is not as good as shared joy. It could also enrich the cultural life of our fellow transmigrators." Zhao Zishan remained silent for a moment, seemingly waiting to see if there was more. Then he spoke. "The Flying Cloud, it was stated from the beginning that its property confirmed to belong to your three North American households. Bringing it out for public use like this seems inappropriate. This is our voluntary contribution as a public entertainment venue. Property rights remain ours." Caian Xiaodong had anticipated Zhao Zishan using property rights as an argument and had prepared his response. Zhao Zishan ultimately agreed to the request. However, the location couldn't be on the Wenlin River. "This 100-plus-ton ship can't reach Bairn Beach Pier," Zhao Zishan explained. "And the Wenlin River is currently undergoing segmented water conservancy projects. Navigation isn't very convenient. I think the Flying Cloud should relocate to Lingao Cape." Thus the Flying Cloud moved to Lingao Cape near Wu De's villa. In the atmosphere of comprehensive liquidation of privileges, following the Second General Assembly, Wu De had immediately handed over the villa to the General Office for use. Recognizing the area's beauty and relative security, Zhao Zishan decided to make it the core of a leisure and entertainment zone for senator use. With the Flying Cloud now seeking to operate a club, Zhao Zishan saw an opportunity for public-private partnership. He arranged for the Flying Cloud to anchor in the bay fronting Wu De's villa, where a trestle bridge and waterfront platform had already been constructed. Plans were also underway to build vacation cabins around the villa. Just as preparations for the Flying Cloud Club's opening reached fever pitch, news arrived that the government army had launched an encirclement campaign. Partial mobilization followed, all non-essential construction projects ground to a halt. Then came centralized military training for senators and large-scale militarized mobilization. When Zhang Shangji withdrew to Lingao with Guangzhou Station, trade between the mainland and Lingao was completely severed. The Caian brothers and Zhou Weizhen could no longer obtain the supplies needed for the Flying Cloud Club's opening. A cascade of events followed: the trade blockade, the Chiang Mai battle, victory celebrations. Although Caian Xiaodong, Zhang Shangji, and others used Li Mei and Fang Fei's influence to pass the resolution for holding an annual meeting, the problem of interrupted trade and scarce materials persisted after victory. Then the Pearl River campaign began, and the matter was delayed yet again. At last, through the Pearl River campaign, rights such as reopening trade were secured. From executives down to ordinary senators, everyone finally found themselves in a mood for celebration. Under Caian Xiaodong's tireless advocacy, the resolution to continue the annual meeting passed in the Senate. Not only would many senators from Guangzhou and Liu return to Lingao for the event, but even some senators from Sanya would make the journey. Caian Xiaodong felt the moment had arrived. timed to seize this opportunity and establish the Flying Cloud's reputation. He immediately threw himself into action. His own wife had little time to spare. The health department was the busiest department in the Transmigrator group. He himself was scarcely better off. The planning agency faced crushing post-war demands, with massive statistical reports flooding in. Towers of numbers accumulated on every desk. Almost everyone had to work until late into the night just to finish the day's reports. However, since his sister-in-law's return to Lingao from Guangzhou, apart from participating in debriefings and attending hearings, she had been idle. This was combat power that could be effectively deployed. Zhang Shangji did not disappoint. During her idle time in Lingao, she cultivated a close relationship with Li Mei. The two found much to discuss regarding business, especially concerning the Lingao version of the Purple Tower, which Li Mei held in high hopes. Both sides conducted extensive discussions. Since the cooperative's nationalization, Li Mei's passion for commerce hadn't diminished. This was clearly her calling. She sensed that the Transmigrator group's momentum toward comprehensive nationalization couldn't last indefinitely. Sooner or later, system reform would occur. Even if senators couldn't share in the state-owned enterprise pie, autonomous business rights would surely be permitted eventually. And when that day came, pooling capital to start an enterprise wouldn't be difficult. Zhang Shangji promised to have Qian Shuiding raise this matter when the Senate next convened. Li Mei's favorability toward her rose dramatically. Regarding the annual meeting, Li Mei's interest ran equally high. She pledged to strongly support the Flying Cloud Society's activities at the event. Zhang Shangji then lobbied Fang Fei, proposing that the Flying Cloud Society fully undertake the annual meeting event, including complete planning, partial venue provision, and various entertainment activities. Fang Fei, burdened with her own responsibilities, was delighted that someone was willing to sponsor. The two quickly reached agreement and confirmed their partnership. End of chapter. Chapter 739 Shipbuilding Plan. Zhao Zishan and Fang Fei conferred, and concluded that since late November had already arrived, the fleet's return would initiate a cascade of post-operation responsibilities, including the Plan du Check Act, complete process that Wen Daisy repeatedly championed. All of that would consume at least a fortnight. They also needed to transport infrastructure materials and essential munitions to Base 852 in Hong Kong, ensuring the Hong Kong detachment could withstand any local enemy counterattacks. Given these calculations, Zhao Zishan judged it wiser to postpone the annual meeting until late December, a celebration coinciding with the Gregorian New Year of 1631. Consider this. After enduring a trade blockade for more than 6 months, many supplies have run out. This additional month gives us breathing room. Once supplies are plentiful again, organizing the annual meeting will be far more convenient. The annual meeting was thus finalized for around December 26th. According to nearly 3 years of observation by the Xianming Meteorological Observatory, the minimum temperature in Lingao during winter in this spacetime hovered around 9–10 degrees Celsius, typically occurring in mid-January. The average temperature in late December remained a comfortable 17 or 18 degrees, occasionally reaching 21 degrees, perfectly warm for an open-air gathering by the sea. Within the executive committee, intense consultations were underway concerning the results of the Pearl River action, follow-up matters, and next year's strategic planning. Liu Xiang's disappearance from the Pearl River estuary had caught the executive committee off guard. They hadn't expected this chief pirate, who had fought Zhang Zhilong to the bitter end, to so decisively abandon his traditional territory and avoid battle. The executive committee harbored deep anxiety about this, fearing Liu Xiang might choose an opportune moment to launch a massive counterattack on the Hong Kong base. That foothold remained in its rudimentary stages. Whether speaking of the subfleet or the garrison, forces there were dangerously thin. Large-scale reinforcement was urgently needed. Reinforcement supplies from Lingao included not merely cannons, soldiers, and building materials, but also a substantial contingent of skilled construction workers for Hong Kong's port infrastructure, scheduled to open the following year. Wharves, trestle bridges, warehouses, shops. SkyHigh lobbied daily at the Executive Committee working meetings for supplies and shipping tonnage to Hong Kong. Apart from items purchasable nearby in Guangzhou, most of Hong Kong's requirements still needed to be shipped from Lingao. The sea route of over 700 kilometers from Lingao to Hong Kong placed the construction of a large-scale convoy and escort system squarely on the agenda. Purely civilian shipping enterprises like Guangzhou Shipping, used previously, could no longer provide adequate protection. Lius Xiang and Zhang could launch indiscriminate attacks on all ships traversing this route at any moment. On Hainan Island itself, aside from Qiangshan, the northern counties had fallen into Australian Song hands one after another. But the subsequent regime construction in each county required the circulation of vast quantities of personnel and supplies, all dependent on substantial sea transport capacity. Meanwhile, demands for supplies and manpower to develop Sanya continued unabated, straining shipping capacity to its limits. Except for the few months during the counter-encirclement campaign when foreign trade was interrupted and shipping capacity loosened, since the Chiang Mai Grand Victory, the entire sea transport system had faced overwhelming demand. By October, even the allocation of coastal transport tonnage, previously unrestricted, had been brought under the planning agency's comprehensive management. This transport capacity tension made relying on the original small and medium naval vessels for freight increasingly untenable. Excessively frequent sea voyages accelerated wear on ships and sailors alike, and maritime losses had begun to rise. Fleet expansion had become an executive committee consensus, yet throughout 1630, war and Sanya development had consumed more than half the annual budget through finance directorate investments in infrastructure, Army and Navy expenditures, and military facilities. Direct spending on shipbuilding had been virtually zero. Lingao's shipping industry subsisted almost entirely on the maintenance and conversion of old ships. Although the fleet scale appeared considerable, 126 old-style double-masted sailing ships exceeding 100 tons, plus another 92 single-mast vessels of 30-70 tons, the reality was precarious. All these ships were managed and controlled by the Navy. Some had been converted for use as fishing boats. Others, fitted with varying numbers of cannons and typewriters, machine guns, served as dedicated special service boats for combat. Still others mounted a small number of cannons for general maritime duties, including transport, patrol, and fishing. Naming conventions were simple: registered port plus usage plus number, hence designations like Lin T, Lingao Special, Lin Yu, Lingao Fish, and Lin Yun, Lingao Transport. 21 ships with deadweight tonnages of 200-500 tons, large sailing ships like the Qianghai Coal, had been granted individual ship names and were used centrally as dedicated transport vessels. The grain transport ships to Vietnam and the supply transports to Sanya and Hong Kong all fell to these large ships. They carried light armament and left room for expanding firepower. They could be committed to battle when necessary. Apart from these Navy-controlled vessels, the Guangzhou-Lizhou Lingao route had previously been served by ships from Guangzhou Shipping and Haiyan Shipping. Controlled by the Ministry of Colonization and Trade, and managed by Guangzhou Station and Lizhou Station respectively, Guangzhou Shipping possessed 12 three-masted large Fu ships, named in the Guang plus Heavenly Stem and Gao plus Earthly Branch patterns. These ships had operated regular passenger cargo mixed routes between Guangzhou and Lingao with booming business before the second counter-encirclement campaign. When the operation commenced, some ships fled to Lingao while others were detained and confiscated by the government. Business had yet to recover. As for Haiyan Shipping's vessels, All were smaller tonnage salt ships used along the coast, originally transporting Liu sugar to Guangzhou and other destinations. Besides sugar, they usually carried Liu coal, timber, and agricultural products to Lingao on short-distance routes. Although most ships were managed and used by the Navy, the actual allocation of transport tonnage was specifically controlled by the planning agency. The Transport Office maintained detailed stowage diagrams and tables recording various cargo logistics situations accurate to the hour. After the Navy executed the Pearl River Estuary Campaign, a large number of ships had been diverted to serve as warships and transport ships, making Lingao's shipping capacity even scarcer. Furthermore, the permanent stationing of 2 squadrons of special service boats in Hong Kong further shrank the already overstretched Navy fleet capacity. Their swift whale, self-propelled deck barge boasted impressive transport volume, but this vessel could only operate in coastal areas with relatively calm sea conditions, and its diesel-powered engine had already consumed considerable fuel during several Sanya transport missions. As the only modern ship capable of handling super-large, super-heavy, or super-long cargoes, the planning agency couldn't bring itself to continue committing it to routine freight tasks. This dire situation finally propelled the motion for emergency shipbuilding to the forefront at the Executive Committee's working meeting. Shipbuilding had to address not only transport needs, but also the expansion of naval combat vessels. Chen Haiyang explicitly stated at the meeting that the existing armed special service ships were too small in tonnage, limiting both the number and caliber of cannons that could be installed. He particularly singled out the 24-pounder carronades mounted on some special service boats, deeming these small, short-range cannons of limited value. The effective range of a 24-pounder carronade is only 100-200 meters. Against Western warships, we lose in range. Against pirate fleets like Liu Xiang's, if a single artillery volley cannot destroy the enemy ship and allow immediate reload, will be overwhelmed in boarding battles. Chen Haiyang noted that in the Human and Guangdong inland river engagements, special service boat squadrons equipped with carronades had repeatedly waited for cannon squadrons to inflict damage from long range before joining battle, avoiding Ming Army Hangyepao, Red Barbarian cannons, at close range. The carronade squadron only demonstrated its advantage of relatively strong destructiveness in the Battle of Lantau, dealing with small groups of pirates possessing very poor firepower and no numerical advantage. In the long run, carronade squadrons can only serve patrol or escort functions. Additionally, most special service boats were too small in tonnage for sustained operations. Some ships were of poor build quality, and none had copper sheathing on their bottoms. Shipworm damage and marine organism fouling had become extremely serious. Chen Haiyang estimated that approximately 1/3 of the ships required immediate maintenance. If we continue using special service ships for heavy transport and escort missions, we'll soon face an awkward situation where more than half the fleet will be undergoing maintenance by the first half of 1631, Chen Haiyang warned. Shipbuilding, especially building large tonnage ships capable of long-term service, is imperative. Our current arrangement where transport ships and warships are not separated is inappropriate. Superficially it appears comprehensive, but in reality, whether in modification or allocation, it leaves everything neither fish nor fowl. Navy Chief of Naval Operations Ming Qiu concurred. The only ships the Australian Song Navy had truly modified or built as warships were the Zhenhai and Fubo double-masted gunboats and iron-ribbed wood-hulled triangular sail patrol boats, none exceeding 200 tons. These were ships as small as could be. The Chief of Naval Operations Department had concluded from map wargames that if the 4 Type 8154 cruisers didn't sortie, the Australian Song Navy could only maintain absolute superiority in small-scale engagements. When confronting large maritime forces like Liu Xiang's or Zhang Zhilong's, who could mobilize hundreds of large ships at will, the Navy would struggle to ensure victory. The Navy therefore sought several large tonnage, sail or steam-powered warships. In armament, speed, and endurance, they should at minimum reach the level of early 19th century cruisers. Finally, the Navy put forward its request: start construction of 2,000-ton class three-masted sailing cruisers within the 1630 fiscal year via supplementary appropriation, and begin another 6,500-ton class armed auxiliary vessels in the 1631 fiscal year. Obviously, this is somewhat rushed. Ma Qianju spoke only after Chen Haiyang had finished. Large warships certainly have great utility. However, setting aside the question of whether our technical capabilities and material reserves suffice for 19th century level cruiser construction, the construction cycle for such a 1,000-ton ship would require at least a year, correct? He glanced back at Zhan Wuya. A 300-ton wooden ship, with sufficient materials and manpower, takes approximately 6 months using rush construction methods, Zhan Wuya confirmed. But now that we can build iron-ribbed ships, the construction cycle can be shortened further, 3 to 4 months. Clearly, what we need now isn't those big ships. We need vessels that can enter service quickly, within 2 or 3 months. Ma Qianju pressed on. Existing naval ships will face overhaul and maintenance problems within half a year. Starting construction on ships that can only enter service a year later merely creates a power vacuum. This amounted to direct opposition to the Navy's proposed shipbuilding plan. A chill settled over the executive committee conference room. Chen Haiyang wanted to rebut, but Ma Qianju's arguments were well-founded and confirmed by the industrial department. Wu De intervened. It's too late to build large warships. I think we should first address the transport capacity problem at its root. At its core, the Navy's burden was excessive. Too many tasks and too heavy a transport load left ships insufficient time for maintenance. Wu De suggested crash-building a batch of dedicated transport ships to replace the special service boats currently in use, liberating them from heavy transport duties. I don't understand shipbuilding, but we can reference the American concept of Liberty ship construction, standardizing the design and construction of a batch of armed transport ships. At this stage, for rapid construction, we should limit ship tonnage to 300–500 tons, using wind sail power. Wu De elaborated. Naturally, space can be reserved for future steam engine installation. If steam engines are to be installed, a smaller one would suffice initially. 50 horsepower is enough, Wen Daisy interjected, as auxiliary power for sail manipulation. Steam-assisted sail handling would significantly reduce requirements for sailors' skill levels while also saving considerable manpower. Zhan Wuya calculated. Using iron-ribbed wood-hulled construction, completion would take approximately 4 months. Ma Qianju was dissatisfied. Still a bit slow. Ideally, they should enter service within 2 or 3 months. Wu De offered another proposal. My additional suggestion is to build barges. Wu De explained that his survey of transport conditions had revealed that a large portion of transport capacity was consumed by coastal traffic, including short-distance bulk transport like salt from Macau to Bopu. Although a convoy system was employed, every ship effectively navigated independently under sail. He proposed using their technologically mature steam Daihatsu boats as tugboats, while rapidly building a batch of unpowered barges for coastal transport tasks. All steel barges can carry over 1,000 tons, Wu De noted. We don't have that much steel, so we build iron-framed wood-hulled barges. Even decks aren't necessary. Capacity of around 200 tons per barge, organized in convoys of 10. In that case, steam Daihatsu boats won't have sufficient power to tow them, Wen Daisy objected. Then build steam tugboats, Wu De countered. We can manufacture 500 horsepower steam engines now. Building or modifying a few tugboats for coastal use shouldn't pose a problem. The group found this plan feasible. Building 500 horsepower steam engines had become relatively routine work for the machinery department. As for the tugboat itself, if sea condition requirements weren't stringent, constructing small tugboats wasn't particularly difficult. The construction period would be approximately 1 month. Regarding the naval combat power expansion that the Navy had raised, when Dacey proposed reviving the shelved Project 854. This large ship, originally intended as the Empire's first ironclad, had completed its keel laying and rib installation before being forced to shut down due to excessive steel consumption. Since then, Project 854 had stood like some prehistoric dinosaur skeleton, displayed on the shipyard slipway for all to admire. Truthfully, even just the keel and ribs conveyed an imposing presence that had shocked countless indigenous people. They couldn't fathom how these giant iron bones had been manufactured, nor could they imagine the manpower required to assemble them. The discontinuation of Project 854 had much to do with insufficient steel supply. More critically, qualified riveters were pitifully few at the time. The handful of apprentices Joe Billy led could barely manage boiler manufacturing. Large-scale hull riveting was nearly impossible in terms of both process difficulty and manpower. Although when Dacey still smarted over Project 854's suspension, shipbuilding didn't rely solely on blueprints. Workers' technical capabilities and processing ability were equally essential. He had been forced to accept reality. Now, after mass manufacturing the Mohis series boilers, colloquially known as bomb boilers, Joe Billy's disciples and grand-disciples had accumulated considerable experience. While they wouldn't dare attempt riveting of such a massive hull, they possessed reasonable confidence regarding some hull components and marine boilers. When Dacey proposed a revised 854 modified plan calibrated to the workers' actual technical level, the 854 modified plan would utilize Project 854's completed components. The ship form and structure would remain unchanged. Only the construction process would be technically simplified, converting the original all-iron hull to iron-ribbed wood-hulled construction. Wood-hulled ships were easier to maintain than iron-hulled vessels. Construction could proceed without relying on the somewhat unreliable riveting skills of indigenous workers. Steel requirements would also drop significantly. The formal model designation for 854 modified was the 1630 class iron-ribbed wood-hulled clipperbow steam auxiliary sail cruiser. Design specifications: displacement 1160 tons, length 70 meters, beam 9.9 meters, draft 6.25 meters, 200 horsepower steam engine installed, speed 8 knots steam power, 16 knots sail power, crew 109. Full rigged layout. The steam engine would provide not only navigation power, but also power for sail handling, greatly reducing the number of sailors required. This ship type was modeled on the steam sail hybrid cruisers of the 1860s. Warships of this tonnage were classified as third-class cruisers in the contemporaneous U.S. Navy. As commerce raiders, they had been used extensively during the American Civil War, their footprints spanning the world's major oceans. End of chapter. Chapter 740, Bopu Shipyard. In the end, the restart of Project 854 modified was approved. The executive committee agreed to immediately commence construction of one 1630 class cruiser, 4 500 horsepower steam tugboats, 12 200-ton class barges, and 6 500-ton class vessels with hybrid wind-steam power. Additionally, following Wen Dacey's suggestion, mass production of Type II triangular sail patrol boats would continue, with single masts upgraded to double masts and a launching rate of at least 2 boats per month. This shipbuilding plan marked the first great leap forward for Lingao's shipbuilding industry. Before this, the industry had only built light vessels with tonnages around 200 tons. However, through large-scale construction of single-mast and double-mast triangular sail patrol boats in the previous phase, Bopu Shipyard had accumulated considerable experience. The planning agency had included detailed shipbuilding provisions in the 5-year plan. According to Ma Qianju and Wu De's thinking, large-scale shipbuilding would commence 1 year before the first 5-year plan's conclusion. By that timeline, the transmigrators would have fully occupied Hainan and extended their power overseas. Fortunately, both the Planning Commission and its successor, the Planning Agency, had recognized shipbuilding as a long-term investment industry from the start. Construction of Bopu Shipyard began in the 5-year plan's first year. The shipyard had been substantially strengthened by a large number of shipbuilders and materials captured from Baietan village. Starting with ship modifications, the yard had subsequently imitated the Americas, completing the first step toward self-manufactured Western-style sailing ships. Due to the lack of large keel timber, after launching the SkyHigh, an imitation of the Americas, the shipyard had unwaveringly committed to the iron rib path. Some controversy had arisen between the two technological routes, jumping directly to iron hulls versus using wood hulls as a transition. During this period, there had also been a motion to build concrete ships on a large scale. Ultimately, the adoption of wood-hulled ships stemmed from the transmigrator group's still weak industrial base. According to Navy experiments in water tanks, ship hulls made of wrought iron corroded rapidly in seawater, and Lingao's chemical industry couldn't yet produce protective paint for ship hulls. In the 19th century, the solution had been wrapping a layer of wooden planks over the iron hull, but this method was excessively labor-intensive. Although iron-hulled ships possessed many manufacturing and operational advantages that wood-hulled ships couldn't match, the intractable realities of the present ultimately made wood hulls the mainstream of shipbuilding. Concrete ships had also garnered substantial support. As a cheap water transport medium, they genuinely possessed certain merits. Their advantage lay in cheap, readily available materials that required almost no specialized shipbuilding expertise. Construction workers could build them with minimal training, without need for complex ship timber processing. Steel bars and wire mesh could easily create frames, and a few masons pouring cement could finish one in days. The world's first concrete ship was built by Frenchman J.L. Lambot in 1848. Early concrete ships featured small tonnage, simple craftsmanship, and heavy self-weight, generally used only for small tonnage cargo transport on inland rivers. During both World Wars, steel shortages triggered 2 waves of reinforced concrete ship construction. Since 1958, China had built a large number of reinforced concrete ships and wire mesh cement ships, widely used as pontoons, inland and coastal small and medium-sized motorized cargo ships, inland barges, agricultural boats, and fishing boats. China's concrete ship holdings had reached millions of tons, ranking first in the world. In the 60s, countries like the USA, Canada, Norway, and New Zealand had begun trial-producing wire mesh cement ships. Because concrete ships suffered from heavy self-weight, small cargo-to-weight ratios, and excessive fuel consumption, their economic efficiency never met standards, preventing large-scale application. China had once built a 57-73-ton coastal concrete cargo ship in the 70s, which ended its navigation career and was abandoned on shore after completing its maiden freight voyage. Nevertheless, according to the Concrete Ship Party, led by SkyHigh, concrete ships possessed impact resistance superior to wooden ships, seaworthiness comparable to wooden ships while exceeding steel-hulled ships, ease of repair, immunity to rust and rot, and long service life. They represented the optimal emergency shipbuilding solution for transmigrators. SkyHigh, as office director of the Ministry of Colonization and Trade, was so enamored of concrete ships that he incessantly promoted how great, glorious, and correct they were for the transmigration cause during his spare time. He preached the various benefits of concrete ships not only at executive committee working meetings, but also frequently visited the shipyard to expound on technical issues, leaving the few indigenous technicians utterly bewildered and pestering the senators of the shipyard and navy to learn what building ships like building houses was all about. Li Dai, driven to distraction, simply ordered sentries to bar SkyHigh from the shipyard. He declared concrete ships heresy. Li Dai disliked concrete ships because they didn't fit the Navy's glorious image, but SkyHigh refused to surrender. He specifically submitted 2 so-called standardized ship designs to the planning agency, conducive to mass production. One was a 250-ton single-mast Yulo or concrete ship as a transition, the other an 800-ton double-mast steam concrete ship. Concrete ships employed shallow-draft flat-bottomed hull forms, rigged with Chinese-style sails to simplify maintenance support and reduce manpower consumption. In terms of firepower, 1 or 2 types of standardized carriage recoil rotating gun mounts were designed. The barrels could accommodate 20 60-pound smoothbore cannons or 17 113 rifled cannons. Small concrete ships would have 1 pre-installed gun position, normally empty. Large concrete ships would have 3-4 pre-installed gun positions, normally equipped with only 1-2 cannons but fully equipped in wartime. Deck positions would be reserved on each ship. In wartime, 12 20-pound cannons and small rifled guns could be installed. Large ships could mount 8 12 light cannons, small ships 4. SkyHigh enthusiastically displayed his blueprints to Wudu in the conference room, elaborating on manufacturing and usage concepts. Suppose we have a fleet of 100 ships. Mobilizing half in wartime would give us 500 cannons of various sizes, plus dozens of typewriters, with firepower exceeding the British fleet during the Opium War. When we build 10 or 20, we'll find an opportunity for a public joint exercise first, shocking the Guangzhou prefecture and the Portuguese, letting them know we can annihilate any walled city or fleet on the Pearl River even with cargo ships. Spittle flew as SkyHigh spoke. Wudu grew increasingly impatient. He came from a Navy background and had zero interest in concrete ships, which barely qualified as ships in his estimation. We first design and build the lead ship in Lingao, then move the cast-in-place and final assembly operations to Macau, with Lingao providing raw materials. Once we control the coal mines in the Zhejiang River Basin, we can relocate the cement plant to Macau. Once we control the high-grade iron mines in Jiqi, we can build a steel plant and then construct iron ships. Wudu cut in. I've never seen a concrete ship floating on the sea. He intended to shoot down the proposal for concrete seagoing ships with this single observation. Besides, as I recall, concrete ships aren't impact-resistant. Installing cannons on top won't firing crack the hull, and defending against cannons. I rode concrete ships often in my hometown as a child. They're very susceptible to collisions. Actually, some have existed. SkyHigh hastily cited examples. France and China had both built 1,000-ton class concrete seagoing ships, proving the concept wasn't impossible. He continued arguing that wooden ship construction cycles were excessively long. Shipbuilding timber required hard wood that needed 3 to 5 years of natural air drying, otherwise it rotted quickly. There wasn't enough copper for bottom sheathing either. As for firing and defending against cannons, concrete shells should be more impact-resistant than wood. Wood strictly lacked transverse strength. Steel bars were grid-like, and cracks could be patched on-site. Cannons of that era couldn't hit below the waterline. At most, adding a layer of steel mesh at the waterline to strengthen against cannon impact would suffice. Gun mounts would have bases underneath, isolated from shock through steel-embedded bolts and thick wooden blocks. Wudu patiently endured his concrete ship superiority theory, a patchwork of casually gathered materials and solicited conjectures, then spoke. If concrete ships are truly so superior, why were they eventually eliminated? However superior they were, they couldn't surpass steel ships, SkyHigh admitted. But they are definitely superior to wooden ships. This proved untrue. Wudu consulted multiple senators with some knowledge of shipbuilding technology, and nearly all reached the same conclusion. Concrete ships are not worth developing. Concrete ships' impact resistance was poor, whether reinforced or wire mesh. Wire mesh concrete ships showed only slight improvement in crack resistance over reinforced concrete ships, not a revolutionary advance. The claim that wire mesh concrete ships were more impact resistant than wooden ships didn't hold water. Large-scale adoption of wire mesh in concrete ship manufacturing had primarily lowered costs rather than improved performance. Concrete ships suffered from an almost unsolvable problem of small usable volume and enormous self-weight. Heavy self-weight meant high fuel consumption and low cargo capacity. Consequently, concrete ships were only suitable for engineering vessels and pontoons with low self-weight requirements and fixed or rarely moved berths, or as a last resort substitute during steel shortages. Furthermore, steel bars and cement couldn't remotely compare in quantity with the relatively abundant forest resources of this spacetime, and the wire mesh and cement produced by Lingao's industry remained of rather inferior quality. Ultimately, the planning agency rejected all motions to build concrete ships, directly listing concrete ship technology as an eliminated project. Under the sunset of the early 17th century, two figures sat on stones atop a small hill. Pistols hung loosely at their sides. A plastic sheet lay spread before them, supporting a box stuffed with a few bottles of kvass, Lingao's latest beer, and ice cubes, along with several pieces of beef. Several Political Security Bureau plainclothes personnel maintained vigilant watch over the surroundings. Another man was roasting a leg of lamb and grilled fish some distance away. Below the hill stretched a construction site whose area rivaled a modern shipyard from another spacetime. Ship hulls of various sizes, awaiting repair or under construction, lined the riverbank. Among them, gleaming rails and rising steam could be seen. The creaking of steam cranes rotating and lifting mingled with sharp whistles warning workers to maintain safety, sounds rising and falling throughout. Crowds of busy workers wearing rattan safety helmets of different colors swarmed the site. The only flaw was that, despite the distance, some unpleasant smells still reached them. The odors of wood tar and coal tar lingered pervasively, to say nothing of those steam engine boilers spewing black smoke day and night. The shipyard's footprint far exceeded most industrial projects in Lingao. Since the 5-year plan's first year, the Planning Commission and Planning Agency had undertaken expansion and technical renovation projects for the shipyard annually. A facility of considerable scale had taken shape here. The mangroves in the Bopu estuary area had been completely felled. Large tracts of the estuary now belonged to the shipyard. The yard had successively constructed a 1,000-ton dry dock, large steam cranes, and multiple 100-ton slipways. For Project 854, large forging machines had been installed in the forging workshop to shape keels, ship ribs, and iron plates. Other supporting workshops had also been built in sequence. The timber complex had constructed a large timber fumigation kiln here, responsible for treating shipbuilding timber. Small timber intended for ship hulls could be treated in the drying kiln for approximately 3 days, achieving results equivalent to half a year of natural air drying. Even keel and rib large timber could be processed within a fortnight. However, since implementing the iron-ribbed wood-hulled ship standard, the pressure on large timber supply had relatively eased. Quality timber suitable for keels and masts was already very rare along China's southern coast at this time, and prices were prohibitive. The timber processing workshop, equipped with a full set of large timber processing equipment manufactured by Lingao Machinery Factory, had only recently been completed. The equipment inside left the shipyard's indigenous technicians, already accustomed to Australian miracles, utterly dumbfounded. This vast workshop processed specialized planks for shipbuilding. Large blocks of timber from the fumigation kiln, driven by steam engines into woodworking circular saws and gang saws, could be sliced into large quantities of ship planks and mast timber within minutes, work that would take dozens of workers a full day to complete. The cuts emerged smooth and neat, with almost no waste. A few days earlier, the workers had witnessed the inhuman, terrifying power of these machines when an apprentice was inadvertently bisected by a circular saw during operation. From his scream to his dismemberment, less than half a minute elapsed. Indian jute for rope making arrived in shiploads from Goa courtesy of Li Huame. These jutes were mixed with local hemp in the rope and cable workshop and processed by machine rope makers into massive hawsers, although iron anchor chains were more convenient to use and resistant to corrosion. But to conserve iron, most small and medium-sized ships in Lingao still used hemp rope anchor chains. These ropes also served as sail cables. Sailing ships required vast numbers of pulleys blocks. The shipyard's dedicated pulley production workshop employed 5 workers using simple lathes, achieving an annual output of 80,000 pulleys, though the Navy and shipyard couldn't consume that many currently. Pulley shells were elm. Hubs and rotating shafts were all lathed from extremely hard woods like the finest red sandalwood and blue Japanese oak. Ship sails were made from canvas manufactured in Lingao. Cotton yarn came from India. Indian merchants tailored their yarn to the specifications requested by the Ministry of Colonial Trade, then shipped it in bales to Lingao. It was woven into canvas in Lingao's textile factory. Naturally, the ministry never missed opportunities to purchase canvas directly. The workshop for sewing ship sails was an iron-framed shed roofed with reed mats. Typhoon season inevitably stripped some roofs away, but as long as the wrought iron trusses remained intact, it mattered little. Repairs could be completed quickly. The workshop area was as large as half a football field. Dozens of specially trained female workers used semi-mechanized treadle sewing machines to sew ship sails. However, threading ropes through sails was still performed manually by female workers seated on long benches. The layout and setup of the entire shipyard largely followed British shipyard configurations from the reference materials. The shipyard employed over 800 workers, one of the few large enterprises in Lingao. With such a massive shipyard, what are we supposed to do if not produce ships at scale? Keep it as a theme park. When Daisy pressed down the glass marble in his beer bottle, raised his neck, drank deeply, and released a satisfied sigh. Finally, something that actually tastes like beer, when Daisy said, "Though this is typical rice beer, I'll make do. Governor Ma is simply dogmatic. The Navy he doesn't understand." When Daisy waved a dismissive hand, "Shipbuilding, he's even more of a layman." HMPH, if Wu Xianming hadn't told him timber could be fumigated and dried, 9 out of 10 he'd still think everything needs 3 years of natural drying. In a place like Lingao, it wouldn't dry properly in 30 years. Chen Heiyang took a pull of beer. He was reluctant to comment extensively on Ma Qianju's rights and wrongs. He changed the subject. "General Wen, what did you mean by suggesting we build more patrol boats? Divide the sea surface into many sectors. Use small, fast boats to patrol by area responsibility. After spotting enemies, use radio to notify nearby warships to address the problem. Then use dedicated transport ships to provide supplies and replacement personnel. This is our countermeasure for current resource insufficiency. Wolf packs on the sea then. Similar, but not exactly. Our objective isn't to destroy as much of the enemy as possible. It's to maintain absolute control over these waters. Speaking of which, whether Liu Xiang or Zhang Zhilong, they'll have to make a move against us sooner or later. If only we could locate Liu Xiang's lair and launch a Pearl Harbor-style surprise attack," Chen Heiyang mused. "Trapping them in harbor to fight, our advantage would be considerable. Which is precisely why we need to build more light patrol boats, fast, flexible, and with passable endurance, excellent for reconnaissance." When Daisy narrowed his eyes, gazing at the shipyard, "That bunch in the executive committee is short-sighted. They just stare at the meager resources before them, calculating how to stretch allocation to cover everything. Still debating whether resources are sufficient, don't they realize there's an opportunity to make a fortune next year? To seize that fortune without ships, especially large ships for long voyages, how can we possibly succeed?" "What opportunity to make a fortune?" Chen Heiyang's interest was piqued. "You'll know when the time comes." When Daisy declined to elaborate, he was still deliberating over this proposal. Naturally, he wasn't the only senator entertaining similar considerations. a group in the Great Library was actively researching historical materials. The success or failure of this operation depended directly on the Navy's combat strength, transport capacity, and endurance. "When I've thought it through clearly, I'll naturally discuss it with you," Dacey said. "Right now, the idea isn't mature." End of chapter. Chapter 741. Zhang Jiqi and Xianming at the place nearest to the two men. A three-masted wood-hulled warship was undergoing hull installation in the dock. Workers labored on the scaffolding while hull planks, steam bent into calculated arcs, were hoisted in bundles by steam cranes and distributed to the various installation stations. This warship, assembled with iron ribs and steam engines manufactured using advanced technology from another spacetime, would become the most powerful war machine of this era. On the largest slipway, the wrought iron keel of another, smaller armed three-masted ship had already been laid. Numerous gas engine-driven cranes were maneuvering iron ribs close to their designated assembly positions on the keel. Workers wearing safety helmets bustled back and forth under the foreman's direction, following signals from red and green flags. Work chants and whistles rose and fell in coordinated rhythm. Zhang Jiqi stood on the dock of Project 854, observing the hull planking progress. He wore blue denim work clothes and a rattan safety helmet. In the entire Bopu shipyard, his status was the highest among indigenous employees. His title was Shipbuilding Technician, unique not only within the shipyard but among all indigenous workers. By comparison, Xianming and Lius, who had migrated from Baietan village with him, were merely associate technicians. Of course, even associate technician status was impressive. Indigenous workers who understood mechanical systems well enough to earn a mechanic rating could already walk with their heads held high. Although Zhang Jiqi's formal education was limited, his comprehension was formidable. He particularly possessed that gift endemic to traditional Chinese craftsmen, the ability to remember almost everything he observed. Once when Dacey showed him the details of a ship model, he would retain numerous specifics. He might not grasp the why behind certain design structures, but he could at least quickly understand the how. For the senators, this sufficed. What they needed now were workers with exceptional hands-on capability, not designers. Zhang Jiqi had originally been a shipwright. After receiving guidance and education from Dacey and others over the past few years, particularly after learning various European ship designs and construction techniques, he had integrated Chinese and Western knowledge, refining his shipbuilding skills to a remarkable degree. He had become the most important indigenous technical resource at the shipyard. He was responsible for the final assembly of Project 854. On the rails, baskets of specialized iron nails and clasps for assembly were being unloaded from flatbed cars pulled by diesel locomotives. These components were manufactured in the metalworking workshop, where Lius served as workshop director. Lingao's standard parts factories didn't produce these specialized items. Most metal parts required for shipbuilding were manufactured by the shipyard's own workshops. On the scaffolding, workers installed hull planks precisely as they had been trained. The sounds of hammers and drills rose and fell in overlapping rhythm. Occasionally, calls of "watch out" could be heard. Following the sound, a red-hot rivet would arc through the air, be caught firmly by a riveter above using iron tongs, inserted into its rivet hole while still hot, and quickly hammered tight with a sledgehammer. Other workers were busy caulking with a mixture of hemp fibers, tung oil, and oyster shell lime. The process had been strictly calculated to optimize production efficiency. Each shipbuilder underwent 30 days of training. They didn't need to master much theoretical knowledge or learn specialized crafts. They didn't require extraordinarily high comprehension. They simply needed to follow the master. Workers of this type didn't need to understand shipbuilding, only how to hammer nails, drive rivets, install planks, and caulk. This approach dramatically simplified the training process for shipbuilders. A steam whistle sounded, the signal for shift change. Night shift personnel were lining up to enter the factory. Zhang Jiqi's quitting time had also arrived, but he had no intention of leaving. Work at the shipyard had reached unprecedented intensity. Currently, 6 ships were under construction on the slipways simultaneously, yet there were very few mechanics capable of providing technical guidance. Zhang Jiqi didn't possess consciousness like laborers are the masters, but he harbored the simplest feeling of gratitude. This wasn't merely about material benefits. Back in Baietan village, the Lin family had also treated him, a shipwright, as an honored guest. Rather, the respect and understanding he received here were unobtainable anywhere else. Zhang Jiqi understood clearly. In terms of learning and ability, the senators were hundreds and thousands of times more capable than him, yet every one of them treated him politely, asking him to sit when conversing. Some senators would even offer him cigarettes. This differed from the courteous attitude of the Lin family in bygone days. Zhang Jiqi recognized the distinction. In Baietan village, his security depended entirely on his skill. Once he grew old and frail, or once his technical secrets became obsolete, once he became useless to the Lin family, all courtesy and material comforts would evaporate. But here, he worried about none of this. The Australians not only didn't covet his skills but constantly taught him completely new techniques. As long as he worked earnestly, he received generous pay. Even when he eventually became too old to work, the Australians wouldn't abandon him. The treatment the Australians gave their subordinates was astonishingly good. There had been several casualty accidents at the shipyard, and the compensation was generous. Ordinarily, masters who were willing to provide a few taels of burial silver were considered kind-hearted. But the Australians not only gave burial silver, they also cared for the families of deceased or injured workers. Schooling for children, support for the elderly, jobs for those willing to work. Even for workers disabled by occupational injuries, appropriate tasks were arranged so they wouldn't be left destitute. This thing the Australians called welfare filled Zhang Jiqi with trust in them. He was willing to give all his strength and skill in their service. Zhang Jiqi emerged from the duty room adjacent to dock number 0. This dock earned its name from the ship number 0 it had once built, and decided to get something to eat first, then inspect the shipbuilding progress in other slipways and docks to see if there were any problems requiring his attention. The shipyard canteen was essentially a large shed by modern standards, but for 17th century workers, having shelter from wind and rain was already quite decent. Rows of wooden long tables and food-serving windows gave many senators a familiar sensation. However, in terms of variety, it couldn't compare with 21st century canteens. Just the same fixed few options, nothing rich or colorful. Protein came mainly from seafood. Eggs and meat were rare sights. But for indigenous workers, having enough brown rice to fill their bellies was already an excellent meal. Adding some fish sauce and vegetables constituted wonderful gourmet fare. Naturally, Zhang Jiqi's canteen privileges were slightly more generous than theirs. Some vegetables and fish or meat with every meal left him very satisfied. All indigenous employee canteens under the Transmigrator Group weren't free, but provided monthly meal ticket allocations to subsidize workers. The allotment roughly ensured they could eat their fill, guaranteeing physical strength and basic nutritional needs. Workers wishing to eat better could purchase additional meal tickets. All meal tickets were valid only for the current month, ensuring workers consumed the food themselves rather than buying it to take home to families. In the past, factories had issued meal allowances directly, only to discover that most workers used the currency coupons to subsidize household expenses rather than eating. Malnutrition had occurred repeatedly. Zhang Jiqi belonged to the high-income stratum among indigenous employees. According to Du Wen's classification, he qualified as part of Lingao's labor aristocracy. Moreover, Zhang Jiqi had no wife or children. As a bachelor, if he was full, his whole family was full. Naturally, he was far more generous in eating and drinking than ordinary workers. Zhang Jiqi purchased a portion of fried rice noodles with shellfish and seasonal vegetables. The fried rice noodles were made from rice flour mixed with sweet potato flour, stir-fried over high heat until glistening with oil, the favorite meal of workers whose daily diets lacked fat, but also the most expensive. Most workers typically bought cheaper soup rice noodles. He also purchased a bottle of kombucha, red tea fungus. The sweet-sour taste was perfect for drinking after a meal. Kombucha was a beverage that indigenous workers rarely purchased. It was prepared primarily for senators working at the factory. So whenever Zhang Jiqi tilted back his head to drink kombucha, it would draw a burst of envy from the workers, a fact that also made him quite proud. Zhang Jiqi carried his plate piled high with rice noodles back to the table, a full 250 grams. For workers engaged in heavy physical labor, this was nothing. Plenty of workers ate half a kilogram or even a full kilogram per meal. He spotted Lin Xianming sitting at a table, head bent over a portion of brown rice with only vegetables for a side dish. He couldn't help feeling surprised. Lin Xianming was the shipyard's general woodworking foreman, titled associate technician. Between rank salary and title salary, his income was only slightly less than Zhang's. Furthermore, his children were all adults. Wife and children all had jobs. He shouldn't need to economize to this extent. Old Lin, Zhang Jiqi set his plate opposite him and sat down. Why are you eating like this? Ah, it's you. Lin Xianming appeared listless. As general woodworking foreman, he had been swamped with woodworking assembly tasks recently. Like Zhang Jiqi, Lin Xianming hadn't gone home for several days. The burden is too heavy. You must be joking. Your son and wife both have jobs and income. They earn enough for themselves. What burden? Lin Xianming sighed. Who told me to be surnamed Lin? The Lin clan's activities had remained vigorous. Many poor immigrants surnamed Lin, coveting relief from the clan, had successively joined the Lin Unified Clan Association. The result was that Lin Xianming's economic burden as clan head had grown enormously. Although as clan head, he could collect contributions from clansmen to help impoverished new members. After the Lin family came to Bopu, his authority was not what it had once been. He could no longer shout an order to open the ancestral hall and arrest disobedient clansmen to be beaten, made to kneel, fined, or even directly executed. Although current Lin clan activities remained frequent, after experiencing 2 dismemberments, cohesion had weakened. Having lost major income sources and been integrated into Lingao's security system, the tangible benefits the clan provided in terms of economic interests and safety had dwindled dramatically. Distant branches within the clan, whose voices had once carried little weight, now began to disregard the main branch's authority. Resentment over unfair interest distribution in the Lin clans past gradually resurfaced. For Lin Xianming to maintain the entire Lin clan under these conditions, he had to pay a greater price than before. Ancestral worship ceremonies had to be grander, various clan activities more frequent. Meanwhile, the newly joined Lin clansmen almost universally required relief, yet many established clansmen were unwilling to pay out of pocket to help them. They viewed these people as having no genuine relation to their main family. Money spent on them was money wasted. In the past, clan expenses could be rigidly apportioned to each branch. Now many clansmen refused to pay or paid less, and the deficit was essentially filled by him alone. On one hand, apportionment income was steadily declining. On the other, various expenses refused to decrease and had actually increased. Lin Xianming's burden had naturally grown heavier. Zhang Jiqi was somewhat aware of these matters. He observed with a degree of detachment, watching the fire burn from the opposite bank. After all, Zhang Jiqi harbored old grievances with Lin Xianming over interest distribution from the past. But now he felt more open-minded about things. Besides, the 2 sides had generally cooperated amicably in Beidou. "How is Guangzhou doing?" Zhang Jiqi inquired with feigned concern. In truth, he harbored the deepest dislike for this so-called nephew. That arrogant and rude young master demeanor had always annoyed him. though on the surface he always generously expressed affection and tolerance for this nephew. But during shipyard worker qualification assessments, he had unhesitatingly given both Lin Gonglao and Lin Gongsun zeros. He had secretly rejoiced when Lin Gonglao was transferred to Sanya earlier in the year. Suffering greatly, Lin Xianming's heart ached for his son. He couldn't help sighing and lowered his voice. Someone sent word back saying many died in Sanya from malaria, but the project is progressing quickly. Rest assured. Gonglao is young and healthy. One can only think that way. Lin Xianming looked worried. Enough about Gonglao, he's an adult. It's this clan business that gives me headaches. Expenses are enormous and everyone refuses to contribute, just looking out for themselves. Old Lin, why do you insist on struggling to support the clan? It's become your personal burden. Is it worth it? Sigh, sometimes I think it's not worth it either. Lin Xianming ate a mouthful of boiled vegetables, chewing without appetite. But our clan fled from Fujian to Hainan and managed to grow to this size. I'm not reconciled to watching it simply scatter. You're not reconciled, but others don't care, Jiqi said. Consider this joining clan business. People who have absolutely nothing to do with your clan, just sharing the same surname Lin, are taking monthly money from you for free. This isn't Beidu village of old. Everyone here lives on wages. Is this worth doing? Do you owe them something, or do you expect some benefit from them? Lin Xianming also felt it was pointless, yet he still clung to the traditional concept of the more clansmen the better. Many clansmen means not being bullied. There is strength in numbers, Lin Xianming said. He. Jiqi laughed. Old Lin, your head isn't working. Strength in numbers, that was for Beidu village. Your whole family is now in Bopu. If you still want strength in numbers, what exactly are you preparing to do with that strength? Lin Xianming was startled, immediately grasping the implication. He broke out in a cold sweat. The government is the government, the clan is the clan, two unrelated things. Even the biggest clan dares not fail to pay imperial grain and taxes. How could the chiefs not understand this principle? When I say you're muddled, you're muddled. Jiqi glanced around. Think for yourself. Unless the chiefs truly, as you say, understand this principle, why did they take a dozen households from your clan and even Gonglao to Sanya? Yet you still engage in this joining clan business, constantly recruiting people. He shook his head repeatedly. Little brother, I'm not trying to scare you if this goes on. This sentence struck like a thunderbolt, leaving Lin Xianming stunned. It was a long while before he could stammer. Unlikely, surely. Our Lin family has no disloyal heart. Whether you do or not isn't for you and me to decide. Jiqi slurped his fried rice noodles, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Watching Lin Xianming leave the canteen in a daze without even finishing his meal, Jiqi felt a twinge of satisfaction. You, Lin Xianming, befuddled by being clan head. What the Australians most forbid is clans. You still want to conduct grand Lin clan activities. I reminded you for the sake of old sentiments, otherwise, you'd be facing home confiscation and clan extermination. While Jiqi and Lin Xianming were having this conversation, Lu Yushan was eating at another table with Zhang Yi and colleagues. By custom, factories usually had 2-3 senators with professional expertise on night duty, ready to guide work and solve problems at any time. They generally lived in specialized senator offices and theoretically ate separately, but many found waiting for the senator canteen to deliver food both troublesome and unappetizing. The meals arrived cold, so they simply went directly to the staff canteen. This practice had the incidental benefit of closing the distance between themselves and indigenous workers. Lu Yushan wore black, grimy work clothes, drenched in sweat. The metalworking workshop contained furnaces, forging equipment, sand casting, and general casting operations. Indoor temperatures remained above 40 degrees C at all times. Lu Yushan had ordered a large plate of vegetable and prawn fried rice and was wolfing it down while chatting with Zhang Yi and the others about work. Chief Wen says to sheath the ship bottom with copper. How do we make these copper sheets? Hammer them. Like beating gold leaf. Rolling mills making copper sheets isn't a problem, Zhang Yi said. The issue is how to actually sheath them on. I haven't figured that out yet. Lu Yushan still couldn't quite envision it. The ship bottom is enormous. How large should the copper sheets be to work properly? At this moment, Zhang Jiqi approached. With senators present, he felt he should absolutely come over to pay his respects. After exchanging greetings, the group continued discussing the craft of copper sheathing at the dining table. I've seen Chief Wen's ship model. The copper sheets are small pieces nailed to the ship bottom with nails. The edges interlock with each other. Zhang Jiqi said. That should work. Joe Billy nodded. So that's how it's done. But the area of a ship bottom isn't small. Copper sheet consumption definitely won't be trivial. That's the planning agency's affair. I assume there are some copper reserves. Zhang Yi drained a bottle of iced kvass in one gulp. Besides, our rolling mill should be more capable than the British. The copper plates we roll out will be thinner. End of chapter. Chapter 742. Shipbuilding. As they were speaking, a heavy-set man in his 30s entered the canteen. His stalwart figure, knee-length shorts, short-sleeved t-shirt, waist pack and pistol holster strapped to his belly with a black nylon belt, and the straw hat buckled on the back of his head, all identified him as unmistakably Senator. The indigenous employees eating had grown accustomed to senators passing through the canteen. Several could be seen at the shipyard every day, guiding work at various construction sites and workshops. He poked his head out, scanning the room, spotted Zhang Yi and the others, and his eyes immediately lit up. He waved his arm. Quick, I need a few people, come receive the goods. Joe Billy picked at his teeth, surrounded by several apprentices, and made his way to the shipyard's dedicated station, actually just a specialized unloading platform. A diesel locomotive on the track was emitting steam, while several workers climbed up and down checking the engine. All these diesel locomotives had now been converted to gas. The originally somewhat bare flatbed locomotive now sported a coal gas generator and a dedicated gas storage bag. Naturally, Lingao-made coal gas generators and storage bags had their share of flaws. Gas leakage was the most frequent and serious problem. Fortunately, this type of locomotive was completely exposed to the air, so minor leaks weren't fatal. On the flatbed car hung a yellow hurricane lantern, indicating the car carried extra-long or special specification cargo. Currently loaded on the flatbed were several massive mast timbers. Large sailing ships had demanding requirements for mast timber supply. Masts needed to be straight and possess a certain diameter, preferably a single straight timber. In Europe, shipbuilding materials had come mainly from Eastern Europe, specifically the forests of Poland and Russia. In China's coastal south, finding such suitable timber proved extremely difficult. Traditional Chinese sailing ships rarely featured such tall masts. Even the large timbers captured from Baietan village were insufficient for manufacturing masts of this scale. Among the timber obtained from Vietnam and Sanya, there were similarly very few such large specimens. Although there was no shortage of high-quality hard timber like teak and nanmu, few pieces could satisfy the height and diameter requirements for masts. Ultimately, Wen Dacey decided to abandon whole mast timbers and adopt the British practice of composite masts. As the name implies, composite masts are connected from multiple pieces of timber. Such masts aren't limited by the size of individual timbers. Effectively, masts for sailing ships of any size can be manufactured. Naturally, such masts can't compare with natural single straight timber masts in overall strength. After the British lost access to their mast timber supply, they made do with composite masts for quite a long time, when Dacey had explained. Until we obtain more suitable timber, we'll use composite masts. Even for manufacturing composite masts, one should attempt to use large timbers of the same species. Wu Xianming had instructed forestry department personnel to search for all suitable timber from inventory and collected information from traders to identify tree species that could provide large timber in relatively stable, substantial quantities. The final conclusion was Fermiana, Chinese fir. Fermiana is a soft timber, Not ideal as ship timber, but certainly not unusable. In fact, most commercial ships along China's southern coast in this spacetime used Fermiana extensively because other hard timbers lacked large pieces. The British had also once used substantial amounts of fir and pine to manufacture masts and decks, reserving the best oak for hulls, keels, and ribs. 3 Fermiana mast timbers dimensions are. He read the numbers on the delivery note. You measure them, prepare to receive. These large timbers had already undergone a series of preliminary treatments. The next step was to send them to the shipyard's dedicated fumigation kiln for processing. Hai Lin, who delivered the timber, was an expert in timber treatment technology and visited the shipyard every few days. Joe Billy was quite familiar with him. He casually offered him a cigarette. This batch of Fermiana is really substantial, he chatted casually. Still not substantial enough. Hai Lin took the cigarette and consciously tucked it behind his ear. No smoking on the platform was the rule. Steam locomotives were acceptable, but coal-gas locomotives were dangerous explosive equipment. Of course, whole timber would be better. Now mast hooping has become a complex job. The biggest and best ones are all taken by the emperor, Hai Lin said, either building palaces or building tombs. The slightly inferior ones are cut into sections for coffins. If only we could get Southeast Asian timber. That depends on when our wise and martial governor-general makes that great decision, Hai Lin said sarcastically. Let's go, I want to see the mast hooping area. I'm curious how these different-sized logs are spliced together. In the metalworking workshop with its large-span iron truss structure, steam filled the air while calcium carbide lamps radiated dazzling light. The loud overlapping sounds of 2 steam drop hammers, the squeaking of overhead cranes, the chants of lifting and lowering, and the rhythmic beat of forgers shaping metal made the entire workshop pulsate with vitality. In one corner lay the mast hooping work area. Round timbers with interfaces cut according to optimal strength combinations designed by CAD software were already mounted on iron trolleys, interlocking tightly with each other. In the interlocking technology, Xianming had implemented traditional mortise and tenon joint techniques to ensure tighter connections. Following technical specifications, workers had already driven iron fasteners into the interlocking parts to ensure connection strength. When Hai Lin and the others arrived at the workshop, workers were installing iron hoops for the composite mast under Liu Yushin's direction. Installing iron hoops could ensure the strength of composite masts to the greatest degree. Even single straight timber masts required iron hoops. The locations for adding iron hoops had already been marked with ink brushes, bearing different numbers. Because the mast diameter wasn't completely consistent from top to bottom, each iron hoop was customized according to the dimensions of that specific section. The iron hoop diameter was slightly smaller than the mast diameter, ensuring it would grip tightly once sleeved on. Iron hoops were heating in a nearby furnace. The heating furnace used coal gas as fuel, guaranteeing calorific value and clean operation. Iron hoops were heated to red hot in the furnace, so they would just fit onto the mast. Liu Yushin kept his eyes fixed on the industrial thermometer beside the heating furnace. Since the arrival of this device, the mysterious craftsmanship of manual artisans had become worthless. In the past, he had relied on observing the color of furnace fire and workpiece, skin temperature, and subtle sounds from the furnace to judge whether the appropriate temperature had been reached. This was experience accumulated over many years. Even when he was willing to teach, young apprentices found it difficult to understand and grasp quickly. Since the Australians had widely promoted this thick, ugly so-called thermometer, this secret that could only be sensed but not explained had become worthless. The Australians compiled specialized process manuals for every kind of workpiece and processing technology. Special workpieces came with individual process sheets. Workers needed only consult the process manual to learn what temperature was required, then check the thermometer display to achieve heat control, not a hair's breadth different from him, the old master. This had once left Liu Yushin quite dispirited, but he quickly adapted to this new technology. After all, relying on completely non-standard personal perceptions wasn't truly reliable. His own workpiece processing and manufacturing became less prone to problems as well. Bring piece number 1. Seeing the temperature had reached the specified value, he roared the command. His son, metalworking workshop level 1 mechanic Liu Xiaoyang, hurriedly used long-handled iron tongs to retrieve the red-hot iron hoop from the furnace. Several other workers with iron tongs joined to help, slowly sleeving the glowing iron hoop onto the mast. Where the iron touched the mast's surface, it emitted wisps of white smoke and sizzling burning sounds. Occasionally flames appeared. When the iron hoop finally reached its position and stuck, a burst of small flames erupted around it. Workers quickly extinguished them. "Watching this stuff is absolutely exhilarating," Hai Lin exclaimed. "Industry is turning the impossible into possible." Next, workers began hooping the second and third rings. The entire mast hooping operation would continue until the following morning. The number of masts needed under the shipbuilding plan was substantial. "I heard the ships you build still use rope for anchor chains," Hai Lin asked Joe Billy, who was observing the processing. "Why not use iron chains?" Joe Billy explained. "This saves iron usage and production time." And forging iron chains is extremely time-consuming. Actually, iron chains are much more practical than anchor cables. Didn't the Navy fish up chain boom iron chains from the Pearl River estuary? Why not use those ready-made ones? I've seen those things. The craftsmanship is too rough and the iron quality is poor, probably rushed out temporarily. Very brittle. They've probably already been melted down into molten iron by Jai Wusheng. Iron is easier to discuss. It's those copper sheets for sheathing ship bottoms that Wudu is probably scratching his head over. Though thin, they still have to cover the bottom of a large ship. We captured quite a few bronze cannons from Guangdong this time. At worst, melt them all down for copper sheets. Sheathing ship bottoms with copper sheets wasn't technically difficult. What the planning agency found thorny was that copper, as a scarce metal in China, existed in truly limited quantities in the warehouse. The need to meet future demand for the electric power industry had forced the planning agency to strictly restrict all applications of copper materials. Even the wired telegraph system used iron wire. Copper was permitted only in irreplaceable applications. Certain refrigeration equipment, pipelines, telecommunication power equipment, and valves. To expand copper reserves, the planning agency hadn't hesitated to purchase Japanese copper at high prices in Guangdong. This copper had brought high economic returns. About 20% silver could be extracted from it, but the increase in copper reserves remained very limited. Now, using copper to sheath ship bottoms raised urgent questions. Was the stock of copper sufficient, and how much reserve could be maintained? The copper stored by the planning agency was mostly red copper refined through pyrometallurgy, along with some brass and bronze. The latter two came mainly from various spoils of war. Red copper possessed excellent ductility, second only to gold and silver among all metals. The planning agency believed that if copper plates could be made very thin, perhaps a modest amount of copper could meet demand. "No need for red copper," Jai Wusheng said at the planning meeting. "Brass is sufficient. According to materials provided by the Great Library, copper plates for sheathing ship bottoms are generally tin brass with a small amount of tin added. Brass itself is a copper-zinc alloy." Zinc had been used in large quantities in ancient China, especially in coin casting as filler. Consequently, the planning agency's non-ferrous metal inventory contained considerable zinc stock. Much of it hadn't even been intentionally purchased, but was rather a byproduct extracted from recycling copper coins and various household metal objects. Following Jai Wusheng's suggestion, a brass specifically for ship bottom sheathing was manufactured, roughly 65% copper and 35% zinc. So-called alpha brass. This would maximize reduction of red copper consumption while maintaining basic performance. If zinc content in brass is too high, brittleness increases and pressure processing becomes difficult, so 35% zinc is about right. Brass itself has quite good ductility. Modern industrial rolled brass strips can reach 0.02 thickness. Lingao's industrial system lacked such powerful equipment, but machinery department personnel estimated that with existing processing capability, rolling to approximately 0.5 posed no problem. This was considerably thinner than the copper sheets used by the British, who had generally employed thin copper plates. Adding 0.5% tin to alpha brass creates tin brass. This alloy has excellent heat resistance and seawater corrosion resistance, so-called naval brass. Tin was also the most commonly used base metal in ancient China. The planning agency's stock exceeded even zinc. Moreover, the required amount was negligible. The planning agency approved the production plan for tin brass strips. Within Lingao's iron and steel complex stood a very small-scale rolling mill, including 2 hot rolling mills, which could conveniently hot and cold roll various steel plates and strip steel. However, Zhang Wuya decided to build a dedicated rolling mill specifically for this production. After all, continuous production in steel manufacturing would be the trend of the future. It was impractical to halt machines temporarily just to switch production for rolling copper strips. A rolling mill, simply put, is a series of rollers applying pressure from small to large. The most critical components are the roller's own strength and power level. Neither presented difficulties for the manufacturing directorate, which could already mass-produce high-power steam engines and various grades of high, medium, and low-carbon steel. The only less than ideal components were transmission gears and chains. Thus far, the quality of these items still didn't meet standards, and their working life was very short. In some equipment with harsh operating environments, replacement frequency was extremely high, a situation that barely solved the problem of existence. The metallurgy department's scrap recycling warehouse was piled with gears, bearings, and chains awaiting remelting. The rolling mill for producing copper plates was quickly manufactured with cooperation from the Ministry of Mechanical Industry. After brief debugging, it entered formal production. To ensure strength, although 0.1 brass strips were rolled in trial production, the copper plates finally designated for ship bottoms were 1 thick strip material. Rolls of tin brass strips were transported to the shipyard, cut to specified dimensions, then hammered piece by piece onto the ship bottom by workers using special brass rivets. Copper pieces overlapped to ensure no wooden ship bottom remained exposed. The copper sheathing area had to extend to the ship's full load waterline. This method could almost completely prevent shipworm damage, and even attachments like barnacles would be dramatically reduced. To prevent electrolysis between copper and iron in seawater, any exposed iron frame parts on the ship bottom had to be covered with wooden cladding boards beforehand, then filled and isolated using a mixture of human hair and tar to ensure no electrochemical reaction occurred between the two metals. Even rudder bolts had to be switched to brass bolts to avoid being electrolyzed. A wooden sailing ship with carefully treated timber and a copper-sheathed bottom could last 50-70 years under good regular maintenance. Even 100 years was possible, though senators wouldn't necessarily need the 854 modified to serve that long. Everyone expected it to last at least 10 years. Even if not as a warship, it could continue as a transport ship. Regarding steam engines, the Ministry of Mechanical Industry had sufficient technical reserves to mass-produce 12 HP, 50 HP, 100 HP, 200 HP, and 500 HP steam engines. Following Wang Liuobin's standardization system construction requirements, Zhang Wuya had mandated that steam engines adopt fully standardized designs. Parts that could be universal were all manufactured according to unified standards and sizes, with every effort made to reduce tolerances. The latter was the goal the entire Lingao industrial system was diligently striving toward. Marine steam engines differed significantly from ordinary land-use steam engines due to ship layout and propulsion methods. The Ministry of Mechanical Industry also had to develop two different steam engines to accommodate paddle wheels, so-called sidewheel propulsion, and propeller propulsion respectively. To be honest, developing marine steam engines isn't a problem, Xiao Gui said, studying the line drawing of the 854 modified. The problem is, what about the propeller? The benefit of paddle wheels lay in their simple structure and complete absence of sealing problems during installation. The 854 modified was planned to use a propeller, which raised the issue of dynamic sealing for the propeller shaft. This problem is very difficult to solve. At least I can't think of a solution, Xiao Gui said. There are several dynamic sealing methods, but thinking back and forth, only the packing method seems workable, stuffing non-combustible packing with certain water-absorbing swelling properties around the propeller shaft. I seem to recall something specific about this rotating shaft, Ming suddenly remembered. I heard old workers at the shipyard boast that older ships used to use lignum vitae bearings. This special wood bearing is extremely hard and doesn't need oil for lubrication. It relies on water lubrication instead. Friction with the shaft produces a smooth, water-soluble substance that can both lubricate the bearing and ensure water doesn't enter the cabin through the shaft sleeve. I heard lignum vitae bearings must be kept wet during storage, otherwise drying cracks affect their use. Very expensive. Lignum vitae, Tylee Mu. Zhan Wuya said, "This sounds very familiar. We seem to have it in our ship timber reserves." He recalled that among the ship timber captured from Baietan village was so-called Tylee Mu ironwood, and wondered if it was the same thing. End of chapter. Chapter 743, Technical Problems whether Tylee Mu ironwood/meswiferia was the same as the Tylee Mu lignum vitae/guaiacum that Mengda had mentioned remained a question no one could answer. As for the Tylee Mu in the timber yard, everyone examined it but couldn't make heads or tails of it. Finally, they decided to consult Fa Shilu of the Agriculture Ministry. He counted as the most professional botanist among the senators. "It should be the same thing," Fa Shilu confirmed. "This is a tropical and subtropical tree species, common in the mountainous areas of Yunnan and Guangxi. Guangdong also has it. It's often used in Guangdong furniture of this spacetime, not considered particularly precious." Lin Xianming said this is the best timber for shipbuilding, and there isn't much left now. From the perspective of shipbuilding demand, Tylee Mu is certainly scarce. But for furniture making, there's plenty. Even in the Qing dynasty and modern times, it wasn't considered particularly valuable. Fa Shilu called out to an indigenous lab technician wearing a gray coat, "Bring the Tylee Mu sample." A few minutes later, the lab technician returned with a specimen box. Fa Shilu opened it for everyone to examine. "This is a trunk sample of Tylee Mu. How does it feel? A bit oily, right?" The oil content of Tylee Mu is very high. Seed oil content reaches 79%, almost usable as an oil crop. Moreover, its wood fiber is especially long, making it extremely hard to cut. Its strength ranks among the best in trees. It can not only build ships but also be used for making some mechanical parts. Many of our towed artillery gun carriages, frames, and wheels are made from this. Though processing is somewhat troublesome, the strength is outstanding. Fa Shilu lectured the group of shipbuilding personnel with fervor and authority. In the end, can Tylee Mu be used as ship bearings or not? Zhang Yi waited for the harangue to conclude before asking carefully. "That's not my specialty," Fa Shilu said. "Speaking of mechanics, isn't that your expertise?" The group who had come to consult nearly choked. Didn't this amount to asking nothing at all? On the road leaving the farm, the group argued about whether to use Tylee Mu as propeller shaft bearings based on Mengda's heard from someone information. This was a ship of over 1,000 tons. If the propeller shaft failed after launching for sea trials, the vessel would have to re-enter the dry dock for repairs, not only embarrassing but also disruptive to the Transmigrator Group's entire strategic timeline. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. I think we should adopt the most direct method. Test first. Zhang proposed modifying one or two current steam Daihatsu boats to evaluate the effect. Steam Daihatsu boats all use 12 HP steam engines, ready-made powered vessels. However, their propulsion method was rather unusual, employing so-called retractable propellers, essentially equivalent to outboard motor propulsion. The shipyard had adopted this approach to circumvent the difficulties of propeller installation. The cost was a rather complex power unit transmission. If the steam Daihatsu boat can be converted to propeller propulsion, it will have great significance for installing propellers on the 854 modified, at minimum, accumulating practical experience. Right, let's try all the schemes we can think of, Billy agreed. After coordination by the planning agency, the Navy generously provided 5 steam Daihatsu boats. This generosity came with conditions. All 5 were boats that had malfunctioned frequently and were in poor condition during the Pearl River campaign. The Navy stated that as long as they could be repaired, the mechanical industry ministry crowd could experiment with them however they pleased. Subsequently, under Billy's proposal, an 854 modified project technical group was established at the shipyard. Several Senator technicians with certain attainments in shipbuilding, machining, and related fields were drafted for participation, stationed at the factory to solve various technical problems on site and serve as project leaders for the entire first shipbuilding refit plan. Jiqi of the Ministry of Mechanical Industry was appointed project leader. Since others in the project group couldn't work full-time at the shipyard, he served as the standing personnel. Jiqi had graduated with a major in machinery and a second major in thermal engineering, both somewhat related to shipbuilding. His benchwork and lathe work foundations were solid, and he loved making ship models, making him the most suitable senator to take responsibility for the shipbuilding project group. Jiqi was a sturdy figure with a round face. Though titled project leader, he actually didn't know much about shipbuilding. Like Billy and others, senator engineers from the Mechanical Industry Ministry took turns serving as resident guides in various industrial enterprises, rotating through all types of factories. He had become a typical generalist who could do anything. The first order of business after taking office was solving the transmission shaft and propeller problems. The engineering group first hauled a Daihatsu boat onto the slipway. Though the boat had only fought in Guangzhou for 2 months, barnacle attachments on the bottom had already become quite numerous. Shipwrights first carried out bottom cleaning work. Subsequently, Sun Li led a team to dismantle the steam engine and boiler on the Daihatsu boat for overhaul. Propellers were relatively easy to solve. Though they hadn't brought actual propellers with them, they had complete sets of CAD drawings for various propeller designs. Zhang's idea was to fabricate one directly using the machining center, then use that for sand casting to make molds for mass manufacturing. Jiqi felt this was making a mountain out of a molehill. Don't we have motorized boats on the Fengcheng? There are propellers among the spare parts. Use one of those as a model for sand casting. Bailing first made a clay mold using the propeller, then cast a hard mold, and finally cast the first small boat propeller using cast iron. Jiqi had the computer perform center of gravity and center point alignment calculations. After obtaining the data, holes were cut in the hull to install shaft sleeves and shafts. He installed a Tylee Mu bearing on test boat number 1. The result proved Tylee Mu was feasible. During sea trials, the shaft sleeve did indeed take on a small amount of water initially, but it stopped before reaching the point of requiring bailing. However, the Daihatsu boat was after all a small vessel of only dozens of tons and 12 horsepower. The 854 modified had a displacement exceeding 1,200 tons and a 500 horsepower steam engine. Not a single person in the entire project group dared guarantee that using a wooden shaft bearing on such a ship would be reliable. Next, they tried various shaft sealing methods. In fact, The dynamic sealing methods everyone suggested were technically feasible. But each had various problems. Some exceeded their processing capabilities, others suffered from inadequate material quality. Broadly speaking, the design philosophy far exceeded processing capability and material levels. Packing seal was the simplest among all sealing methods, and the effect was passable. Water intake speed wasn't especially fast. With pumps on board, this bit of water intake wasn't a significant problem, particularly with a steam engine to power the pumps. However, the heat dissipation problem had no good solution throughout. 500 horsepower, several hundred revolutions per minute. The heat generated by friction was severe, roughly equivalent to a small electric heater of 1 or 2 kilowatts. Without heat dissipation measures, reaching red-hot temperatures was common. Finally, Jiqi decided to adopt a liquid oil seal with circulation cooling. The sealing oil tank would be positioned above the propeller transmission shaft, slowly injecting oil into the stern tube by gravity. The oil had sufficient pressure to slowly leak outward through the stern tube, thereby resisting seawater infiltration. The oil itself would cool the transmission shaft. Most of the oil would be recovered by a pump, externally cooled, and re-injected into the oil tank for circular use. The structure of this oil seal was relatively simple. Somewhat more complex were the oil recovery pipeline and power. Moreover, the lubricant could be castor oil or coconut oil, both available from the planning agency. Are you certain this plan works? Zhang studied the model Jiqi had brought to his office. It works. Jiqi opened the model, very simple but large scale, to fully display the details. We conducted installation tests on test boat number 5 and also land operation tests and water platform tests. Cooperating with pumps, the water leakage rate of the stern tube using oil seal is completely within controllable range. The only question is whether coconut oil or castor oil can be fully supplied. After all, recovery isn't 100%. There's some loss. Sealing oil needs continuous supply. That shouldn't be a problem, as long as you can ensure most oil is recovered. Anyway, the chemical engineering people can utilize any oil. Used sealing oil can at least be made into soap. Zhang knew that whether castor oil or coconut oil, the planning agency's inventory held significant reserves, especially coconut oil. Since establishing the Sanya base, supply had been quite stable. As for castor oil, the Central Administration Council had mobilized students through the Ministry of Education to extensively plant this crop at home and school using fragmentary land. Until mineral oil became available, castor oil counted as quite good industrial oil. Jiqi said excitedly, "Excellent. The next step is solving the large propeller problem. One more thing." Zhang picked up a thick file bag from the desk. This came from Shipbuilding regarding rigging. Rigging? Wasn't it decided to adopt square sails? According to this Shipbuilding, full square rigging has very demanding requirements for sail-handling sailors. We already decided to use power machines to handle sails. According to him, full square rigging cannot achieve fully mechanized sail handling. A considerable workload still requires sailors to climb masts. He suggests switching to a so-called easier-to-operate. Zhang couldn't recall the term for a moment, Barquentine style. Forget it, you know anyway. He's written it all very clearly inside with drawings included. Understood. I'll notify the sail-making workshop when I get back. Zhang continued. Also, you need to submit a report requesting manufacture of steel wire ropes and fine iron chains of the following specifications. He handed over a document. Huang Tianyu told me yesterday that both are necessary items for power sail handling auxiliary equipment, but the industrial department has never produced these. It amounts to special demand manufacturing. You, as project leader, need to formally propose it. Understood. I really hadn't realized mechanized sail handling was possible. According to General Wen, the last and most modern steel large sailing ships, used to transport bulk cargoes like wheat, guano, and Chilean nitrate, needed only 20-some sailors, fully mechanized sail handling. It would be excellent if we could have such ships someday. After Jiqi left the office, he proceeded to the fire kiln. Everyone called the department managed by Baietan by this name. Industries related to fire in the industrial system, kilns and casting, all fell under his management. From firing crystal-clear bone china and glass to silly big black coarse, large castings, from industrial equipment to personal sanitary ware, nothing escaped his purview. Over 2 years, the formerly handsome Baietan had become wizened and darkened. Baietan was currently organizing workers to make clay molds for a wooden propeller. This wooden propeller had quite a pedigree. It was a prototype manufactured by the machining center. The planning agency's warehouse held some reserved large and medium propellers, spares prepared for the Fengcheng and other modern ships. But Jiqi didn't know if they were suitable. So he had first asked someone to optimize and select the propeller type, matching the 854 modified hull form, then extract corresponding CAD drawings for specific optimization modifications, and finally input them into the machining center to manufacture a full-scale wooden mold. Workers first made a clay mold using this wooden mold, then made a hard mold through sand casting based on the clay mold. Afterward, the wooden mold was carefully preserved. For propeller material, based on experience from making small boat propellers previously, they directly adopted aluminum brass. Though the transmigrators couldn't yet smelt aluminum, aluminum sources were widespread and smelting technology not terribly demanding. Self-production was relatively easy. Compared to other non-ferrous metals like manganese bronze and nickel aluminum bronze, sources were much more accessible. Newly smelted and cast aluminum brass ingots transported from the metallurgy ministry workshop were piled beside the crucible furnace, awaiting melting and casting. Casting takes only a day, making the mold is particularly laborious. Baietan exhaled wearily. His face was grimy, a black, oily labor protection mask hanging around his neck. I need to talk to Zhang. We need bigger crucible furnaces for continuous casting. He looked at Jiqi. You aren't going to equip every type of ship with a unique propeller, right? Nothing of the sort. I'm preparing to use this propeller for a stage. Ships of 1,200 tons and ships of 500 tons using the same propeller should work fine. Larger ships will use twin-propeller propulsion. Baietan settled onto a stool. Immediately, a young girl wearing blue overalls brought a large mug of bubbling salty soda water, which he drained in one gulp. Jiqi noticed this girl had fresh short hair covering her ears and distinct, lovely features, but her figure was unusually full-bosomed, the rare, child-faced, huge-breasted type. He couldn't help wondering, since when were there such premium goods available when purchasing life secretaries? Heh, jealous aren't you? Baietan looked at him sideways. This girl is pretty nice. Why haven't I seen her before? Did someone open a back door for you? This is S-Class. You only spent C-Class money, so naturally you only get a dark-skinned sister to play with. Baietan said smugly. I didn't use any back door. I won the lottery. I don't believe your dogshit luck is that strong. The executive committee gang definitely opened a back door for you. What opened a back door? Baietan flew into a rage of humiliation. If fate is bitter, don't blame the executive committee. Saying so, he tilted his chin toward the girl. Come, sing one for the master, make these losers furious. The girl dared not neglect and hurriedly sang a Cantonese ditty unknown to the visitors. Workers stood more than 3 Zhang, approximately 10 meters away from Baietan with respectful awe, listening to the ditty. This Chief Zio's concubine sang ditties beautifully, and everyone enjoyed listening. Moreover, all felt heartfelt admiration for Chief Zio's heroic spirit in bringing a woman to work in the workshop. The girl's voice was delicate and tender, making Jiqi's heart sway. He couldn't help feeling secretly jealous. Did the executive committee really pull some strings in maid distribution? Although given Baietan's working conditions, getting an S-Class maid was deserved, but such black box operations should be resolutely stopped. He was already dissatisfied with the executive committee's tendencies. Now he became even more suspicious. As for the large transmission shafts, connecting rods and cranks used to drive the propeller, the Bopu arsenal was responsible for their manufacture. They had large forging machines, originally installed for forging cannons, but also used to forge some large workpieces. These forging machines were cruder than equipment brought from the old spacetime, but far exceeded the brought equipment in machine size and forging capacity. The arsenal's forging workshop was also the busiest in the manufacturing directorate, forging day and night. Some of the iron keels and ribs for new ship construction were also forged here. Inside the arsenal, steam engines intended for ships were still being manufactured. Because steam engine and boiler finished products were bulky, industrial layout had positioned the manufacturing workshops for both within the arsenal to facilitate transport and installation. Some standardized parts were provided by the Baietan industrial zone. All transmigrator steam engines thus far used Lancashire boilers to supply steam. These boilers had been improved and installed with surface condensers, able to provide distilled water for the boiler and ensure continuous operation. Lancashire boilers could also supply steam for marine steam engines, just with poorer efficiency, requiring more boilers to provide the same power. This was uneconomical for ships with limited space. So Sun Li and others responsible for steam engine manufacturing had received a brand new task: develop new high-pressure boilers for marine steam engines to provide steam with greater unit pressure. If the new model boiler imitation succeeded, it would provide a foundation for manufacturing higher horsepower steam engines. After all, the power provided by a 500 HP steam engine was still too limited. After consulting the materials, everyone decided to follow the historical path of technological improvement and trial produce fire tube boilers. These adopted a cylindrical shell and flues. The unit pressure provided by this boiler far exceeded Lancashire boilers, so much so that the original cast iron pipes had to be replaced with low-carbon steel pipes to ensure safe operation. End of chapter. Chapter 744. Continuous stream. The rolling mill possessed 2 cold-drawing steel pipe machines and 2 cold-rolling steel pipe machines for producing seamless steel pipes. Naturally, even without these machines brought from another spacetime, given Lingao's industrial standards, self-manufacturing a few cold-drawing steel pipe machines wouldn't pose significant difficulty. The rolling mill had already accumulated ample experience in manufacturing cold-drawn seamless steel pipes. Thus far, all gun barrels produced in Lingao were cold-drawn seamless pipes. With such extensive production experience, producing another specification of steel pipe presented no problem. The new boiler still employed riveting technology, with materials entirely of low-carbon steel. Equipment on ships couldn't be treated like land-based installations. Once a problem occurred, the consequences were far more severe. Early marine boiler explosions had invariably caused major accidents. Safety came first. Sun Li and Joe Billy had previous experience building Lancashire boilers. They consulted extensive materials, compared the advantages and disadvantages of various boiler types, and with computer-assisted design and selection, ultimately designed and manufactured a Zhurong-type II fire tube boiler. Its overall structural strength far exceeded the Lancashire boilers they had imitated in earlier years. The finally manufactured boiler easily reached the expected output pressure during pilot ignition, 3.5 kg/cm output pressure. Such a substantial output value was already double that of boilers used by the Great Eastern in the 1850s. The Great Eastern had used old-style box boilers with output pressure less than 1.8 kg/cm. To provide power for its 4,800 HP marine engine, it had required 6 such massive box boilers. The only thing worrying Sun Li was that the pressure gauge on this boiler had some issues. He remained very concerned that an indication error might someday cause a tragedy. With such high-pressure boilers, not only could cabin space be conserved, but a foundation was laid for developing triple expansion or even quadruple expansion steam engines in the future. According to the rated 500 HP steam engine output power, just one such boiler could meet the engine's demands. However, ships had many places that used steam. Surplus steam could serve for cooking, providing distilled water for crew members and numerous other applications. It was finally decided to install 2 such boilers in the 854 modified hull. The 854 modified project group remained prudent, deciding to start by selecting only the simpler-to-manufacture 500 HP steam engine as power. Marine steam engines had special requirements regarding size and operation mode, so standard steam engines widely used in Lingao's industries currently couldn't be directly installed on ships. A specialized marine steam engine had to be developed. Zhang Wuya's opinion was that this engine should be standardized equipment. If there were no special requirements, it would be universally installed on all ships requiring 500 HP power. Finally, Sun Li and others responsible for steam engine development decided to use the reciprocating inverted vertical steam engine, which had been widely used and technically mature in the mid to late 19th century. It occupied the smallest floor area in the hull, and if necessary, 2 machines could be installed inside the ship, laying a foundation for later twin-propeller use. This steam engine, led by Sun Li, was a compound expansion type with higher efficiency than before and could be improved to triple and quadruple expansion in the future. The manufacturing directorate decided to start with compound expansion imitation and improve step by step. Besides the 500 HP main engine, 2 existing 12 HP small steam engines would be installed for auxiliary operations, including raising and lowering sails, driving cannon operation, and launching or recovering small boats. After the power scheme was resolved, the largest technical bottleneck of the 854 modified shipbuilding project ceased to exist. The last relatively significant technical difficulty was the paint used for the hull. Although the ship bottom was sheathed with copper and no longer required special anti-fouling paint, the entire hull still needed paint for material protection. There was no modern paint in this spacetime, and botanical substitutes like raw lacquer, soybean oil, and hemp oil all had quantity shortage problems. Finally, the ship coating used asphalt paint extracted from coal tar. Asphalt paint provided strong anti-corrosion effect and was the most widely used marine coating in the European shipbuilding industry before the large-scale adoption of modern paint. This foul-smelling substance coated on the hull gave the entire ship an ugly light black appearance, so much so that the first batch of Lingao-made modernized ships came to be called black ships. Naturally, truly building a ship into functional form and launching it for operation wasn't merely a matter of constructing a hull and installing an engine. With every step the 854 modified project advanced, the Manufacturing Directorate and Planning Agency discovered countless new problems requiring solutions. Some required the planning agency to source new raw materials through various channels. Some required industrial departments to manufacture new equipment. Most problems, however, stemmed from having only technical data but no truly knowledgeable professionals. Everything relied on transmigrators themselves to grope, understand, and experiment. The construction of the 854 modified project powerfully promoted the matching and systematization of the new industrial system, enhancing the overall collaboration ability and consciousness between industrial departments. Industrial departments established 2 new industrial departments for this project, manufactured 297 units, sets of new equipment, among which 46 units sets were large equipment, manufactured 25 15-pieces sets of process equipment and molds, trained 34 90-person times of technical personnel and workers. Excerpt from History of Contemporary Industry. Shipbuilding Industry Volume, 1st edition, internal distribution, citation not permitted without permission. Such stumbling progress was full of adventure, waste, frustration, disappointment, and surprise. So much so that Jiqi once said in a drunken slip, considering the various difficulties he experienced in the 854 modified project, rushing to start Project 854 back then had been an unrealistic, great leap forward. Compared to the 854 modified project, the construction process for 6 500-ton class wind-steam hybrid power ships was considerably more streamlined. Technical achievements and experience gained in building 854 modified could be immediately applied to these vessels. Many accessories, tools, and equipment manufactured for 854 modified could also be used directly on these ships, according to the regulations of the first shipbuilding refit plan. The construction of this batch was designated Project 901. After some design discussion, the final Project 901 scheme was to copy the Northern 90-day gunboat from the American Civil War. The lead ship USS Unadilla had started construction in late spring, launched in mid-August, and commissioned in late September, hence the name 90-day. The construction cycle of this warship was remarkably short, winning the appreciation of transmigrators who urgently needed new ships. The final construction specifications for Project 901 were waterline length 48 meters, beam 8.5 meters, maximum draft 2.9 meters, displacement 690 tons, deadweight 507 tons, double-masted barquentine rig, one 500 HP steam engine installed, single propeller. Also installed, one 12 HP auxiliary steam engine, maximum speed 10 knots, crew 114. The Admiralty designated it as a fourth-rate gunboat. The positioning of this fourth-rate gunboat was to undertake route escort and long-range patrol tasks, as well as freight missions. Its coal bunker area was adjustable, dynamically changing coal loading volume or cargo loading volume according to mission requirements. The 500 HP tugboat was named Project 621. Tugboats not only had to tow barges. Since a large batch of large tonnage ships was being put into construction, future berthing and docking of these ships entering and leaving port couldn't be handled by small horsepower steam Daihatsu boats. High horsepower tugboats would be needed to assist large ships in docking and undocking. Project 621 adopted twin paddle wheel propulsion. Paddle wheel propulsion had the advantage of shallow draft, suitable for activities in coastal and harbor areas. If necessary, it could also enter larger inland rivers. Moreover, it didn't fear entanglement by fishing nets and waterweeds common in offshore and inland river environments. Twin paddle wheel maneuverability was also relatively good, fitting well with the 2 roles transmigrators had assigned to it. While shipbuilding engineering was proceeding like a raging fire, at the Navy's request, modification of the various steamboats originally in the fleet was also placed on the agenda. They would be converted in batches to use Tiley Mu bearings and newly manufactured cast iron propellers to improve small boat combat capability. The Navy planned that once modification was complete, part of the armed Daihatsu steamboats would be shipped to Hong Kong and other locations for various short-distance maritime duties, cooperating with Type II double-masted patrol boats as the main force of the Hong Kong and Pearl River Basin Detachment Fleet. The massive shipbuilding and ship repair tasks poured into the shipyard in a continuous stream, forcing Jiqi to demand a 12-hour double-shift system. Originally, they had adopted an 8-hour 3-shift system, but the scarcity of workers made it impossible for Jiqi to maintain such a labor framework. Extended working hours became necessary. Otherwise, 3 shifts are meaningless. At the current shipbuilding scale, my workers aren't even sufficient to maintain 2 shifts. Jiqi complained when meeting Wuda. Not only must you approve my 2-shift plan, but you also have to supplement workers. Even untrained workers are fine. At minimum, they can serve as coolies. Wuda said, Making workers labor 12 hours continuously, can you ensure workers won't have problems in the long run? A few skilled workers dying from work injuries would be a tremendous loss. It said 19th century workers generally worked 12-14 hours. I think maintaining a 12-hour work system for a few months won't have major impact. Strengthen the food somewhat. I want to apply to give workers more food allowance, especially protein-free ration quota and candy. Also, energy supplements can be distributed. Wood agreed to his request. Subsequently, he ordered that labor forces recently completing training from the quarantine camp be prioritized for the shipyard. And the weekly Learn Industry activities of Fankyati were mostly changed to learn labor at the shipyard and other shipbuilding-related industrial departments. Though these students might not understand technology, they could at least read and calculate. This most basic skill was also rare among Lingao's worker population. End of chapter. Chapter 745. People of Guangzhou Station. Guo stood before the mirror, carefully examining himself. His hair had grown out again. During the feverish war preparations preceding the second counter-encirclement campaign, he, like other gentlemen of the Guangzhou Station who had withdrawn, had shaved his head, trading his long hair for a clean, comfortable crew cut. At the time, his head had felt lighter, almost buoyant. He had been the first to shave off his long hair, a gesture that also implied obeying arrangements to the organization. Shortly after his return, whispers had begun circulating that certain people in the executive committee and Senate were dissatisfied with the Guangzhou Station. Some even suspected its loyalty. Rumors about major personnel adjustments at Guangzhou Station reached the ears of its personnel. Subsequently, Zhang Yuchen became the first to be formally transferred out of the Guangzhou Station establishment, becoming a leisure senator, a new term coined by a group of literature and history scholars dissatisfied with the title Basic Labor Power Senator. Immediately afterward, Zhang Xin and Lin Beiguang were dispatched back to Guangzhou to transfer the intelligence system, signaling that Zhang Xin's departure from Guangzhou Station was also a foregone conclusion. According to information revealed by SkyHigh, Office Director of the Ministry of Colonization and Trade, Zhang Xin would likely be sent to a new business location. Yan Mouda had also been called in by the organization department for a talk. He would reportedly transfer to Liu for work soon. Chang Shide's transfer order was said to be imminent as well. This series of transfers led Guo to estimate that his own chances of returning to Guangzhou were slim. Just as comprehensive war preparations commenced, he seized the momentum to get a haircut along with other senators, expressing that he shared same breath, same destiny with the Senate and Lingao. After the second counter-encirclement campaign's victory, Ming Lang had spoken with him, asking him to prepare for a return to Guangzhou. You'd better grow your hair out again. Everyone thinks your work in Guangzhou is very important. Guo hadn't asked whose idea this was, but since it came from the mouth of the organization department head, it meant the order came from the organization. The organization's orders were inviolable. He simply nodded in silence, expressing his willingness to accept the mission. The new Guangzhou station would still be headed by Guo as station chief. Zhang Shangji would ascend to Guangzhou Station business person in charge. Pei Ziyulai had undergone several months of specialized intelligence training and was preparing to demonstrate her skills on the intelligence front. As for the Guangzhou Delong Bank and the intelligence system that Lin Beiguang had taken over, they would still belong to the Guangzhou Station organization's management scope. But these two divisions would report independently to their corresponding administrative departments. Delong Guangzhou branch to the head office in Lingao, and the intelligence system to the External Intelligence Bureau. Delong Bank head office had formally activated the bank codebook, stipulating that from this day forward, all telegrams from Delong system financial institutions must use this codebook. As for the Intelligence Bureau system, they had possessed their own codes for some time, but thus far, Guo hadn't had much to do. He had been staying idle in his dormitory all along. The two maids he had brought back, with whom he had physical relationships, were temporarily settled in the quarantine camp because they couldn't enter Bern City. He heard they were undergoing comprehensive interrogation and investigation by the Political Security General Bureau. Heaven knows what they wrote in my file, Guyi thought. He touched his chin. Returning to Guangzhou this time, his situation was very different from before. Just as SkyHigh and others had mentioned when discussing work arrangements with him yesterday, his return this time would be in a semi-open status, effectively the Transmigrator Group's consul in Guangzhou. He would have to focus more energy on dealing with local officials and gentry. The opinion of the Great Library and Propaganda Department is that you should vigorously promote Australian culture and lifestyle in Guangzhou, imperceptibly changing the thinking mode and lifestyle of Guangzhou citizens. SkyHigh had read this passage somewhat haltingly. Anyway, that's the meaning. Guyi was very familiar with this meaning. It's just peaceful evolution. Right. That's precisely it. SkyHigh pulled out a wooden cigar box. Have one. Gift from Wu Nanhai. Thanks. The cigar in the box had a rich aroma actually. This wasn't merely the smell of tobacco leaves, but a mixed fragrance formed after spraying a small amount of rum on the leaves. Guyi had smoked a water pipe in Guangzhou, but his luxurious water pipe had been left behind there, now fallen into unknown hands. He still remembered how much he had loved that silver water pipe, including all its accessories. None failed to display the highest achievements of ancient Chinese handicraft. Whether fine carving, inlay, or knitting, all were wonderful workmanship excelling nature, worthy of being called exquisite works of art. Smoking it had produced no fiery temper and was very clean. But thinking carefully, this could probably be considered a manifestation of corroded by damning life. SkyHigh offering him a cigar might be reminding him of this issue. He picked up a cigar, cut a small opening with the cigar cutter SkyHigh handed over, and lit it himself. Not bad, right? I heard this was rolled on Chu Qing's thigh, SkyHigh said. He. Guyi gave a dry laugh. SkyHigh puffed clouds of smoke. Go back and prepare. After New Year's Day and the annual meeting, you're returning to Guangzhou. The executive committee and Senate's meaning is that you should be a bit more ostentatious. No need to stay too low-key. Everyone knows you're an Australian grand merchant anyway, and you're carrying the prestige of total victory. Should we organize a restart celebration event for the Purple Tower? Absolutely. SkyHigh nodded. Celebration activities can also fully display the Australian lifestyle. He waved his cigar mysteriously. There's a grapevine rumor. Someone proposed building a luxury yacht specifically for you, proprietor Guo, to anchor at White Goose Pool. Spin around on the river when you're free, making Guangzhou's local rich merchants envious to death. Isn't that too showy? We just shelled Guangzhou. Isn't that more showy? SkyHigh said nonchalantly. The government backed down. We need to seize the time to demonstrate our strength. Damming can't maintain its position in Guangdong for many more years. Let the local rich fully recognize our strength and capability first. They'll follow us obediently later. Guo, you received a new radio operator, among the first generation of indigenous radio operators cultivated by Lingao Telecom. This batch could already proficiently operate radios. As for decoding work, that would be handled by confidential clerks trained by the Political Security Bureau. The indigenous personnel system of Guangzhou Station had undergone comprehensive cleaning this time. The Corps now consisted entirely of indigenous personnel who had passed screening and rectification. Guyi examined his image in the mirror one final time. His hair was on the long side. Without a stylist's care, it draped behind his head in disorder, looking somewhat uncivilized. In another space-time, he could have found a rubber band to tie up his hair, but here rubber bands were nowhere to be found. He had to ask Zhang Shangji for a black iron hair hoop to secure it. After tidying everything up, he checked his watch. The time for the Ministry of Colonization and Trades, PDCA, Plan du Check Act, session had arrived again. This ritual had become like studying the 3 old articles during the Cultural Revolution, a fixed procedure no department could shake each day. Guo was privately quite disgusted with this, but he always maintained a no-comment attitude toward such things to avoid inviting trouble. On his way out, he secretly reminded himself to visit Liu and Zhai Tao after the meeting. These two were his chamber maids in Guangzhou, called life secretaries in Lingao. After returning to Lingao, he had retroactively paid the excess maid occupation compensation fee and super-grade maid occupation compensation fee. This was a resolution path specifically opened for overseas personnel occupying more women. After paying the fee, this was considered legal. Liu and Zhai Tao naturally weren't nation-toppling beauties, but according to the Maid Countermeasure Committee's evaluation standards, both girls had A-class levels. To avoid others' envy and jealousy, after returning to Lingao, he had quietly arranged them in the quarantine camp to accept quarantine and screening, trying to minimize contact with them. According to the Overseas Station Indigenous Personnel Training Plan, Liu and Zhai Tao had respectively received training in accounting and secretarial work. Naturally, they had also undergone brainwashing education and screening. Any indigenous personnel screened as unreliable would at best remain in Lingao to work, or at worst, disappear entirely, mostly sent to study classes for re-education. Guo's occupation of these two women had initially stemmed from physical needs more than spiritual love, but as feelings grew over time, he gradually developed genuine affection for them. So when he heard that both had fallen into the qualified category after screening ended, according to the Political Security General Bureau's files, the actual political appraisal was grade IIB. He couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. At least they wouldn't have to be separated. Coming out from the meeting, Zhang Shangji invited Guo to attend a small-scale party on the Flying Cloud in a few days. Bring your two maids along too. Isn't that too conspicuous? It's fine. I also want to ask if they can help during the annual meeting. I want to borrow a dozen good-looking, tall maids from everyone's households to serve as waitresses for the event, Zhang Shangji said. Don't keep hiding and tucking away. They've both passed through official channels at the executive committee. What are you afraid of? Besides, you're a senator too now. I don't mean that. Then what do you mean? You must come. Bring the two maids too. All right. Guo nodded helplessly. I'll go invite little Pei. Pei Ziyulai had been at loose ends after returning to Lingao. Apart from participating in a PDCA session and a few military training sessions during the comprehensive mobilization of the Second Counter-Encirclement Campaign, she had nothing to do. Finally, out of extreme boredom, she had accepted Dong Weiwei's invitation to teach part-time at the maid class, lecturing on women's compulsory courses like clothing matching, makeup, manicures, skin care, and fitness. She found genuine enjoyment in it. Zhang Shangji's organization of the annual meeting made her very excited. She was naturally fond of liveliness and showing off. She certainly didn't want to miss such an occasion. End of chapter. Chapter 746, Party at Sea, Part 1. Zhang Shangji emerged from the Ministry of Colonization and Trade's PDCA session and first invited Pei Ziyulai to the party. Besides teaching half a day at the maid class, Pei spent nearly every day busy at Zhang Shangji's office working on annual meeting matters. Hearing she was invited to the party, she was delighted. I'll definitely go. She gave Zhang Shangji a charming smile, then suddenly frowned slightly. Oh my, this is really headache-inducing. I don't have suitable clothes to wear and I can't wear Guangzhou clothes. I think you brought quite a lot of clothes. Zhang Shangji thought that in terms of quantity of clothes, shoes, hats, and cosmetics brought, probably no one in the entire transmigrator group possessed more than Pei Ziyulai. As for nylon stockings, the ultimate weapon for girls, currently only Pei Ziyulai had sufficient reserves in Lingao. Shouldn't one wear a semi-formal cocktail dress for a party? I don't have one, Pei Ziyulai sighed in distress. Only a kipao can make do. I'll have to air it first. Zhang Shangji hastened to reassure her. It's fine, just wear something simple. We're informal, the dress casual type. After inviting Pei Ziyulai, Zhang Shangji hurriedly mounted her personal bicycle. Because they had their own boat, the North American group had been much more relaxed regarding luggage quantity than ordinary senators. Besides arms and materials, various daily luggage had filled the bottom hold as ballast back then. Among them were several bicycles. Zhang Shangji rode a Chinese-made mountain bike with gears and solid tires, complete with a full set of repair tools and consumables. She had used it for transport throughout her time in Lingao. Although she held no specific position and had been deployed elsewhere for a time, she was skilled at socializing, had extensive connections among senators, and many people recognized this distinctive bicycle. She greeted senators she knew along the way while rushing toward Bopu. She still had many things to do for this party. Counting on AI Bebe was impossible. It would be remarkable if she could take leave tomorrow. All medical staff at the Ministry of Health had virtually no rest days. Mendoza had plenty of time to help, but the language barrier prevented her from handling many tasks. She could only do preparation work at home. Zhang Shangji first cycled back to the dock where the Flying Cloud was moored at Lingao Cape. This area, designated as the future senator's seaside leisure zone, had already been fenced off with barbed wire and trenches, occupying a substantial piece of land and beach. A warning zone named Area 63, externally called Lingao Cape Park, had been established. The newly expanded 2nd Company of the Lingao Garrison Battalion was responsible for perimeter security. After the start of the Summer Awakening campaign, the army had been stretched thin, leaving Lingao's garrison troops somewhat depleted. With approval from the Executive Committee and Senate, the Garrison Company, originally headquartered at Eastgate Market, had been upgraded to the Lingao Garrison Battalion, with Li Yang promoted to battalion commander. The battalion had established 3 companies for deployment. The 2nd Company was responsible for guarding Lingao Cape, Bopu Harbor, and surrounding areas. At this moment, the perimeter watchtowers and trenches of Lingao Cape Park were still under construction. Within Area 63, landscape architecture, roads, and greening were progressing intensely under Li Xiao's direction. According to requirements, all projects in Area 63 had to be completed before December 20, 1630. Zhang Shangji showed her pass to the Garrison Company soldiers guarding the green zone, then sped along the newly built cinder road to the dock. A dedicated yacht marina had been built here. The Flying Cloud was moored at its berth. On the deck of the Flying Cloud, Miss Mendoza and Cayenne Xuanwang were scrubbing the deck and the ship's outer hull. Cayenne Xuanwang was a 16-year-old girl, recently purchased by Zhang Shangji from the maid class. To reduce the burden of housework, the 3 women, AI Bebe, Zhang Shangji, and Mendoza, had held a meeting and decided to buy a maid. According to the maid subsidy share allocated to their 3 households, they could purchase 7 maids. If they bought the full number, the establishment would be impressive. Zhang Shangji briefly savored the fantasy of ordering servants about. However, considering the risk of triggering family conflicts, and the fact that the Flying Cloud didn't actually have enough space to house that many servants, they had finally decided to purchase just one. AI Bebe needed someone to look after Cayenne Duoduo, and Mendoza also felt somewhat exhausted from scrubbing the deck, maintaining the yacht, and cooking for 3 families every day. In the end, Zhang Shangji had selected Cayenne Xuanwang. Naturally, the men aboard the Flying Cloud had no say in what kind of maid to purchase. The Cayenne brothers and Zhou Weizhen all expected the choice to be a D-class maid with average looks. Unexpectedly, Cayenne Xuanwang was rather attractive, by the standards of this spacetime anyway. The receipt confirmed it. Cayenne Xuanwang was classified as Class B. Too ugly would affect our family image, Zhang Shangji explained. What's her name? Mu Jianping. When Zhang Shangji said it, everyone present burst out laughing, leaving the girl standing there clutching a rattan suitcase, utterly baffled by their reaction. Too ridiculous, Cayenne Xueding shook his head. Since you bought her, let her change her surname to Cayenne. Count her as a member of our family. As for the given name, let's call her Xianming. That doesn't sound like a girl's name. Better than calling her Xianming. This bunch of otakus really have terrible taste. So she was formally renamed Caiyan Xianming. From then on, she became the communal maid for the 3 households on the flying cloud, busy with housework and childcare every day. Life was very fulfilling, and it spared her from the experiences of doing various strange things that other classmates encountered after being assigned out. Caiyan Xianming found the 3 households living on this white ship quite curious. Their speech and behavior differed from the chiefs she had previously encountered. Though she had considerable work to do each day, Caiyan Xianming felt the people aboard treated her very well, not regarding her as a slave. They even ate together. She soon became steadfastly loyal to Zhang. Xianming, get the baskets. Zhang didn't dismount, shouting from the trestle while balancing on tiptoes. Hearing the call, Caiyan Xianming hurried down to the deck, returning a moment later carrying several lidded rattan baskets and a milk bucket with a rattan cover. She then brought out a bicycle. Mendoza helped, hanging these items on both sides of the luggage rack. Taking an ox cart would be too slow. Some dishes had to be prepared a day in advance. Caiyan Xianming also pushed a bicycle. Under Caiyan Xiuding's instruction, she could now ride quite well. Let's go, we're going shopping. Zhang first took Caiyan Xianming to Baietan City. She still had other people to invite to the party. First was Bai Wei. This person was difficult to find and even harder to invite. First, he was busy with Special Recon Command training and duty. Second, he had no interest in such social engagements. He felt the Special Recon team should maintain combat readiness at all times. Early each morning, he rode his bike around the Special Recon team's several duty and training points in Lingao, inspecting combat readiness and training status. Zhang had learned beforehand that he would attend the Military Affairs Directorate's PDCA session this afternoon, and would definitely appear in the canteen at noon. Zhang staked out the canteen until she encountered Bai Wei and Zhu Ziliang. She invited them to come to the Flying Cloud as guests the following noon, using the pretext of exchanging pointers on firearms and wilderness survival. Zhu Ziliang had been guiding security warfare in Danju and other prefectures and counties occupied during the Summer Awakening, and had just returned to Lingao for the annual meeting. Hearing there was a party, he naturally wanted to attend. Moreover, he could bring Selina along, an excellent opportunity for gallantry. As for Bai Wei, he wasn't very familiar with the Caiyan brothers, but hearing that Caiyan Xiuding wanted him to provide marksmanship guidance, he was intrigued. He knew this group had not only procured arms for the group but also brought many private collections. Though they had turned in a considerable portion, those were ordinary goods. As a firearms enthusiast, the opportunity to handle guns he rarely encountered was a powerful temptation. He therefore half refused, half accepted, and agreed. As for Selina, Zhang asked Zhu Ziliang to invite her on her behalf. These two had grown increasingly close recently, so extending an invitation through him wouldn't be awkward. Subsequently, she went to the propaganda department and invited Ding Ding and Pan Pan. Ding Ding, it turned out, couldn't attend. She was scheduled to travel to Danju for an interview the next day. Zhang had deliberately scheduled the party at this particular moment so that Pan Pan could operate independently. Additionally, AI Bebe had invited Lin Chuanqing, Shi Nioran, and Chen Saijian. All three readily agreed. Shi Nioran regretfully noted he could only stay for an hour. He still had classes to teach. Lin Chuanqing volunteered to handle barbecue grilled fish on the beach. Tomorrow I'll have the sailors get a basket of the best seafood, the finest and biggest crabs, Lin Chuanqing said. He was now the person in charge of the fishery general impartiality in the Navy. Various marine products were at his disposal. You must issue an invoice. We'll pay the listed price. Whatever it costs, don't give a discount, Zhang urged. You're not those big shots. Why be so calculating over a few fish and crabs? Even ordinary senators must abide by the law. Zhang Shangji understood the subtleties of politics well. A basket of seafood might seem insignificant in Lingao, but in a political confrontation, it could become ammunition for accusations of taking advantage of public resources. Since the Otaku Party intended to develop politically, such pretexts must absolutely not be handed to opponents. All right, as you say. This stuff isn't worth money anyway. At most, consider it you taking advantage of freshness. It's a deal then. After repeated admonitions, Zhang Shangji took Kai and Xianming to Wu Nanhai's farm. She subscribed to eggs and milk here. Since scale farming had begun, every senator could receive a daily egg ration. The farm had also started raising a dozen or so dairy cows. Milk couldn't yet be universally supplied, but was allocated to children under 14. Additionally, senators could exchange their egg quota for milk. Zhang Shangji and Kai Xianming had been away from Lingao for a considerable time. The couple's egg quota had accumulated. Today she collected a large portion at once for the dishes needed at tomorrow's gathering. End of chapter. Chapter 747, Party at Sea, Part 2. Zhang Shangji had managed to collect over a dozen jin of eggs and traded the remainder of her quota for a full bucket of milk. Now she helped Kai and Xianming secure everything onto the 2 bicycle racks, eggs strung together with straw rope to keep them from cracking in the basket, the milk already pasteurized. Wu Nanhai winced at her sudden requisition. The herd was still being expanded, which meant precious little milk could be spared for human consumption each day. What surplus existed was negligible, and this withdrawal ate up nearly half his total reserves. "What do you need all this milk for?" Wu Nanhai asked, curiosity getting the better of him. "Making cheese. I've got some already." His current method for dealing with surplus was to process it into several varieties of cheese. Even the whey could be put to use. Almost nothing went to waste. "Of course we'll make fresh cheese," Zhang Shangji replied, "but we also want to extract cream." Wu Nanhai's thoughts immediately turned to cream cake. "Now that's mouth-watering. I'm planning to bake a grand cake for the New Year assembly." "This is just practice. I'll bring you half when it's done." Using this as cover, Zhang Shangji talked him into giving her another requisition slip. With it in hand, she secured several kilograms of flour and a small packet of premium yeast strains from Huang Dashan's microbial lab. Supplies gathered, Zhang Shangji cycled to the South Sea Cafe, which now doubled as a convenience store for transmigrators, stocking an assortment of consumer goods. From Chu Qing she purchased several boxes of handmade cigars, an array of seasonings, 2 crates of rum and rice beer, over 10 crates of kvass and soda, several cans of coffee, and plenty of tropical fruit. "The drinks, fruits, and vegetables you ordered will be delivered first thing tomorrow morning. Here's your pickup slip." Chu Qing tallied the bill with practiced ease, handed over the slip, and accepted the thick stack of circulation vouchers. After counting them, she pressed a few keys on the register, which responded with a cheerful ding. "Your change is 15.71 yuan. Keep the rest as a tip," Zhang Shangji said. "Thank you, ma'am." Chu Qing casually dropped the coins into a locked wooden box with a slot on top. "You're not keeping it yourself. There are several of us working here. Tips have to be shared." "But aren't you," Zhang Shangji almost asked, "but aren't you the boss's wife?" Fearing she might embarrass the woman, she swallowed the words. They loaded the purchases into wicker baskets and cycled back to Lingao Point Park. Zhang Shangji immediately changed clothes, washed her hands, and set to work with Mendoza and Kai and Xianming, readying every item they would need. She had originally wanted to procure some large cuts of pork and beef for grilling. She and her husband had accumulated a decent amount of meat vouchers, after all, but the Cayenne brothers thought it would attract too much attention. Besides, grilled meat was hardly in short supply. The following morning, Chu Qing dispatched a farmhand on a purple lightning to deliver the goods, fruits, and vegetables. A crate of charcoal arrived as well, courtesy of the fuel plant. Fuel in the green and blue zones was now centrally distributed. Lin Chuanqing was the first guest to arrive, coming aboard a livewell boat with its hold brimming with the morning's catch: fish, crabs, lobsters, and all manner of shellfish swimming in constantly circulating seawater beneath the deck boards. That's far more than we'll ever finish. Zhang Shangji's eyes gleamed. Though everyone had long since grown weary of seafood, grilled seafood remained a rare treat. They seldom had the chance to prepare it that way. Lin Chuanqing laughed expansively, scratching at his crew cut, now flecked with gray. Don't worry. Those dozen or so people you've invited all have healthy appetites. I'll handle the seafood prep. I'm a proper fisherman after all. Qian Shuixi, back from Sanya to attend the New Year assembly, and Zhou Weisen hauled a large family-sized barbecue grill out of the yacht's hold. It was standard equipment aboard the Faiyuan. They opened the forward and aft glass doors of the upper cabin, connecting it to the fore and aft decks and creating one expansive activity area. The grill and dining table were set up on the open upper deck. Lin Shen was the first official guest to arrive. The transmigrators stationed in Danju had been thoroughly embarrassed by the work team incident, but Lin Shen alone had avoided any political or policy errors, and thus sailed through unscathed. He had also made the list to return to Lingao for the New Year assembly instead of having to remain on the front lines. He wore an immaculate white counterfeit Adidas tracksuit, fake Converse sneakers, and a knockoff U.S. law enforcement baseball cap. A bouquet of flowers rested in his hands, and with his sunny face, he looked every bit the handsome young man. He smiled and thanked the hostess for the invitation, then presented the flowers. Zhang Shangji's face blossomed with joy. No one had given her flowers since D-Day. She immediately called for Qian Xuanwang to fetch a vase and set it on the table. Next to arrive was Guoyi, who had brought 2 maidservants at Zhang Shangji's request. Yi Liu and Zhai Tao wore brand-new maid uniforms and gazed wide-eyed at the Faiyuan. Even for them, accustomed as they were to Australian goods, this was the most beautiful and exquisite thing they had ever seen. Why are you standing there gawking? Come lend a hand. Zhang Shangji called out with a laugh. The 2 girls answered with an eager yes and hurried aboard. Having spent time at the maid school, they were familiar with the transmigrators' lifestyle and household tasks, and Zhang Shangji had no trouble putting them to work. Beiwei, Selina, and Zhu Ziliang arrived together. Beiwei, as always, wore his uniform, though it was a newer one. Zhu Ziliang and Selina sported counterfeit casual wear as well. When they had transmigrated, they had nothing beyond the clothes on their backs and no spares. The best outfits they could muster now were knockoff garments salvaged from Lando's ship. Zhu Ziliang brought a small keg of fruit wine he had brewed himself as a gift. Pei Lixiu was the last to arrive. She wore a brilliant red kipao embroidered with gold thread in a peony motif, slit almost to the top of her thigh. The men stirred, and the native maidservants gaped. AI Bebe had left for the general hospital early that morning. Seeing that nearly everyone had gathered yet one host was still missing, Zhang Shangji phoned several times before managing to pry her away. Fearing the party would be all adults and thus boring, Qian Duoju insisted that AI Bebe pick up Li Quan from the farm on the way. AI Bebe promised to have her back that evening. Elder sister Li was a little worried but didn't object. Once everyone was present, the Faiyuan raised its sails and set off. The weather was gorgeous, a light breeze drifting across the sea, a few white clouds dappling the sky. Even in the depths of the Little Ice Age winter, on this balmy afternoon the tropical waters off Lingao had warmed to well over 20 degrees. Because there would be shooting later, the hosts refrained from serving alcoholic beverages right away, offering instead fresh coconut juice, mango juice, lychee juice, orange juice, and watermelon juice. Guests could also have their drink blended with cream ice cream and crushed ice into a milkshake. AI Bebe and Zhang Shangji had spent the previous afternoon processing fresh milk into cheese and extracting cream. With cream and cheese on hand, they could now prepare all manner of Western pastries and dishes, such as the Western-style canapés served alongside the drinks. To others these were simply tasty treats, but for the 2 Western women, such delicacies had existed only in memory since the transmigration. Seeing them now filled their hearts with unexpected joy. Hoist the sailing permit flag, Qian Shuiding instructed his daughter. Per naval regulations, all vessels leaving port had to register and obtain clearance. Though the Faiyun was privately owned, it too had to comply. Aye, aye, Captain. Qian Duoju wore a scaled-down sailor's cap, a navy blue silk scarf around her neck, and a diving wetsuit. She looked very much like a proper sailor. She turned to Li Quan and commanded, "Loose the halyard." Li Quan was dressed in a national school girl's uniform. This was her first time surrounded by so many high officials, and she felt timid. At the young official's command, she hurried to untie the rope from the flagpole. "Duojuo, Zio Quan is our guest. We should be polite." Ai Bebe moved to correct her daughter's lordly manner. Qian Duojuo was unapologetic. "I'm the captain. Of course I give orders." Together the two girls raised the ensign to the top of the mast. Li Quan gazed curiously at the deck, the railings, and the rigging, fascinated by everything aboard. Once underway, the yacht sailed freely across the waters near Lingao Point. Qian Shuixi stood at the helm, offering guidance to any guest who wanted a turn at playing captain. Qian Shuiding Beiwei and Zhu Ziliang handled the hard labor of trimming the sails. The others lounged on deck, sipping drinks, nibbling canapes, and chatting idly. Pei Lixiu, only a few minutes out to sea, found the wind exposing her and had to retreat below deck, clutching her thighs. Zhang Shangji lent her a skirt. Zhou Weizhen helped the two girls serve as navigators and assisted any lady acting as lookout in reading compass bearings from various landmarks at the navigator's command. By adjusting the sails, the yacht could make headway at up to 45 degrees into the wind using a zigzag tack. If caught in a dead headwind, they could still inch forward through wider tacks. Because the halyard lengths on this twin-masted yacht were fixed, each sail could swing only to two preset positions. Once heading and wind direction were established, each sail had a range of angles on either tack that would drive the ship forward. The navigator continually monitored the angle between heading and wind to determine the correct sail orientation and the moment to tack. Meanwhile, they plotted the ship's position on the chart, traced the course, and most importantly, ensured the vessel avoided shoals and reefs. The handling was remarkably simple. Under normal conditions, a crew of 4 could operate a boat like this. In a pinch, 2 people could manage everything. End of chapter. Chapter 748, Party at Sea, Part 3. Qian Duojuo now served as navigator, with Li Quan acting as her runner, loudly relaying measurement requests to whichever adult was playing lookout, then reporting the readings back. The young girl was less self-conscious than the adults. At first she had been too timid to shout orders at figures the locals regarded with such awe, but after being repeatedly assured that this was her duty, she gradually relaxed. Before long it seemed as though she were the one commanding the entire ship. "Report the angle to the battery flagpole," Qian Duojuo called out, bent over the chart spread across the helm console. "Starboard, report the angle to the battery flagpole," Li Quan shouted. "Starboard reporting. Battery flagpole bearing 221.4 degrees, Zhang Shangji announced, holding a digital survey compass. Through the telescope she aligned the target with the center line in the eyepiece, pressed the measurement button, and read the figure off the LCD display. The compass used true north as 0 with a full 360-degree scale. Upon hearing the relayed reading, Qian Duojuo drew a long, thin line from the battery's position on the chart. She then requested bearings on the customs house and the Fengcheng. With bearings on 2 reference points, the yacht's current position could be fixed on the chart. A third reference point served to verify accuracy. If all 3 bearings were taken swiftly and precisely, the lines would converge at a single point. Otherwise, they formed a triangular error zone. After some practice, both speed and accuracy improved. Qian Duojuo continually erased the extra pencil lines, leaving only marked fixes and the ship's track. From time to time she glanced at the telltale streaming from the masthead, asked the captain for the heading, then instructed everyone whether to hold course, change heading, or tack. After sailing downwind for a while, Kai and Shipbuilding suggested they come about and practice working to windward. He soon regretted it. Kai and Duoduo dramatically increased the frequency of sail changes, keeping the deckhands constantly busy. This posed little trouble for Beiwei and Zhu Ziliang, but Kai and Shipbuilding, a man accustomed to office work, found even his much-improved post-transmigration physique struggling to keep up. First he swapped places with Kai and Shuixi. Then he had Zhou Weisen coach the two girls to reduce the number of tacks. Excessive sail changes cost the vessel momentum and kept it crawling at low speed, so mastering heading and timing when working to windward was a key measure of a captain and navigator's experience. Beiwei was keenly interested in the handling of this kind of sailboat. As commander of the Special Forces, what caught his attention was not the battleship or cruiser but small craft capable of operating in a variety of coastal waters, boats suited to transporting and screening infiltration teams. In his view, the Baietan was agile and well-designed, and above all easy to sail. If it could be replicated, it would make an excellent platform for coastal infiltration and combat operations. As he handled the sails, he paid close attention to every navigation and helm command, watched Zhou Weisen's steering technique, and asked about anything he didn't understand. "We ought to teach these skills to the recon troopers," Beiwei said, mopping his brow with a towel. "Boat handling would be a useful skill for scouts. We may not be able to build an air squadron in the next 10 years, but at least we could put together a boat squadron," Chen Saijin remarked, sipping his juice. Since he didn't plan to shoot, he had mixed rum into his drink. "Vinny, don't you know how to handle a boat too?" Zhu Ziliang was currently lavishing attention on Selina. Having spent months consumed by the counterinsurgency campaign, he had effectively neglected her the entire time. Now that he was finally back, he intended to make up for lost time and get her into bed. At the question, he replied perfunctorily, "I only know how to handle motorboats or kayaks. I'm no good with sailboats." Then he returned to his conversation with Selina. "Kai and Shuixi can handle boats as well. Have him give everyone some lessons," Kai and Shuixi said, quickly promoting his younger brother. "Sure, though he's currently squad leader in Sanya," Beiwei mused. "Let's get a few small sailboats and start training there. The sea training conditions are better in Sanya." Lin Chuanqing spoke up. "It would be better to use these digital instruments sparingly. They're idiot-proof enough, but who knows how long they'll last. We ought to develop old-fashioned gear. It's more tedious, sure, but at least it can be repaired and manufactured." During those first days after D-Day, I really struggled. I was so used to radar and navigation instruments. All of a sudden having to calculate everything by hand made my head spin. As he spoke, he was filleting fresh fish and lobster on the prep table, arranging sashimi on a large platter. Wu Nanhai grew a small quantity of horseradish at the farm, so wasabi and soy sauce were available. On the barbecue grill, oysters and whole fish roasted as Lin Shen periodically sprinkled spices over them, releasing wave after wave of mouth-watering aroma. Xianming had already started eating. The group soon fell into a lively discussion about equipment. To this day, the Transmigrator Collective had an utter blank when it came to precision instrument manufacturing. Although a standard metrology workshop had been established to produce various measuring tools, precision instruments, telescopes, vernier calipers, sextants, and the like, still drew entirely on old-time space stock. "The precision instrument bottleneck won't be easy to break through," Xianming observed, eating charcoal-grilled oysters and sipping rum mixed with fruit juice soda. "The Planning Commission has a blueprint, but so far there's been no investment. Dedicated fabrication equipment is still nowhere to be found. If anything we have now even remotely approaches precision instruments, it's probably the surgical tools made by the pharmaceutical equipment plant, and those are barely passable." At the post-operation review meetings after the second counter-encirclement campaign and the Pearl River punitive expedition, the issue of issuing binoculars to officers was raised. "Any idea if that's on the agenda?" Given the executive committee's working pace, It'll be a miracle if they remember by next summer. Actually, the executive committee's efficiency is quite high. They're just fundamentally a pack of bureaucrats. They're especially fond of procedures. Xianming, whose unique position brought him into frequent contact with senior committee members, was familiar with their thinking. Chairman Wen runs a Western European-style bureaucracy. The director operates a socialist bureaucracy. Bureaucratism doesn't distinguish between socialist and capitalist, Lin Shen remarked. He was careful not to engage in specific criticism. As for optical instruments, someone in the technology division is preparing to make a start. He's a relative of mine, actually. I hear they'll begin with reading glasses. To get a few lenses, doesn't the medical division have an automatic computer-controlled grinder and resin blanks? Lin Shen sprinkled black pepper and chopped scallions onto an oyster, speared it with a fork, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. Those are for transmigrators. How many people can actually enjoy them? And what happens when the grinder breaks down? Reading glasses could also be a trade growth driver. Reading glasses and myopia glasses both have a market. We could even sell magic mirrors. There were people who knew how to grind lenses in the Ming Dynasty. They had all those things, Xianming said, cracking open a raw oyster, squeezing lemon juice onto it and swallowing it whole. But Ming artisans didn't have glass, they used top-quality crystal. How wasteful. Grab a few of those craftsmen to work for us. Even if they were willing to come, I wouldn't dare employ them. Their craftsmanship is probably fine, but they haven't the slightest concept of diopters. I hear the spectacle trade is based in Nanjing. No idea if that's true. The group chatted casually, and before long they had demolished an entire basket of oysters. Under normal circumstances, oyster soup and the like served in the cafeteria was something no one even wanted to look at. But out here, with the sea breeze on their faces and drinks in hand, appetite returned in force. Xianming had specifically fetched several bottles of California red and white from the Fatherin's wine locker, plus a bottle of Wuliangai to boot. The wine had come with the charter yacht and would be settled on return. The Wuliangai they had bought before setting out from America. Chinese premium baijiu was not only cheaper in the States, it was virtually impossible to fake. The Qian brothers and Zhou Wisen liked to have a drink when they had the time and had stocked up generously. After another spell of sailing, Qian Duojuo finally tired of giving orders and demanded that the adults take her and her friend to ride the jet ski. 2 jet skis had been included as part of the charter. They had played with them in Hawaii, but once they set sail for Hainan, fuel and mechanical wear had to be conserved, so the machines were drained of fuel and oil and stowed in plastic covers. After the transmigration, the brothers had offered to turn both jet skis over to the collective, but neither the Navy nor the Harbor Authority saw any use for them. No defensive capability, unfit for combat, thirsty for gasoline, and mechanically temperamental. In the end, the Technology Division requisitioned 1 unit for STC archival storage. The other was left aboard the Fathering, kept only for emergencies. To be able to ride this jet ski, the Qian brothers had racked their brains, including inquiring whether it could be converted to run on coal gas or alcohol. None of that was feasible. Nobody had gasoline at this point. Even the Fatherin's engine had none. The fuel brought from the other time-space was long gone. The chemical division's distillation of coal tar could yield small amounts of gasoline, but there was no way to allocate any for private recreation. Liquid fuel was a Class 1 controlled material, managed even more strictly than weapons and ammunition. Obtaining even a drop of gasoline was next to impossible. Eventually, Xianming managed to extract a quantity of sump oil from the yacht's fuel tank using a hand pump. Dregs the engine's fuel pump could not reach, pooled at the bottom of the tank. The amount was substantial, but it had been sitting for close to 3 years, and no one knew whether it would still work. With nothing to lose, Xianming poured the old fuel into the jet ski and tried to start it. After belching a plume of black smoke, The engine roared to life and ran normally. End of chapter. Chapter 749, Homecoming Part 1. Fu Fu, a company runner, appeared in the barracks doorway. "The captain wants you." Fu Fu immediately set down the rifle he was cleaning, stowed the maintenance kit and weapon, and jogged to company headquarters. His unit, 3rd Company, 1st Infantry Battalion, had just returned from the Qiangshan front to the Mao base camp. Ever since the Chiangmai engagement, the 1st Battalion had remained on the Qiangshan front conducting pressure maintenance operations, blockading Haikou, Qiangshan, and other towns. The blockade involved no large-scale combat. Aside from the occasional prisoner snatch or shelling into the city, there was little fighting to speak of. The battalion's main task was to assist the Civil Affairs Department in rural penetration and village consolidation, carrying out extensive pacification operations in the area, rooting out stragglers and bandits, and training soldiers for the county militia. After months of continuous pacification duty, the 1st Battalion was rotated out of Qiangshan and returned to Lingao for rest and reorganization. Soldiers and officers were granted leave in batches. Reporting, Private First Class Fu Fu reporting as ordered. He saluted at the doorway and announced himself loudly. Only the company commander was inside. Captain Lin Fu wore the new small lapel uniform with a full complement of ribbons. He sat behind his desk, laboring over some report. On the wall behind him hung the Army's regimental colors. Lin Fu nodded. "You're a local, aren't you?" "Yes, sir. I'm from Meiyang Village. Effective immediately, you are granted 1 week's leave." Lin Fu handed him an envelope. "Leave begins as of noon today. Here is your pass." "Thank you, sir." At the news that he could go home, Fu Fu broke into a wide grin. Of course, Fu Baer and his wife were not really family. They were merely employers who had exploited his cheap labor. But among the children of the Fu household, whether bond servants or Fu Baer's own offspring, the bonds ran deep. They had eaten together, slept together, worked together, been beaten together. Fu Baer's wife was no kinder to her own children than to the bond servants. To her, both were merely mouths that consumed food and hands that did work. "Don't thank me. These are orders from Military Affairs Command," Lin Fu said. "When you're on leave, make sure you dress smartly. Show them the dignity of a soldier." "Yes, sir." Fu Fu left company headquarters. Since being sent off more than a year ago by his former master to join the security regiment, he had not returned to Meiyang Village. Back in the barracks, he packed his weapon and personal kit, completed the handover formalities, then changed into a brand new version of the military uniform. Soldiers on family leave could not carry firearms, of course, but to foster esprit de corps, Military Affairs Command permitted Army and Navy enlisted personnel holding the rank of Private First Class or higher to carry the Army bayonet or naval dagger as a mark of honor when off duty. Fu Fu fastened the bayonet to his belt and examined his reflection in the quarter mirror. Quite impressive. The bayonet at his side made him look a bit like the sergeants with their short swords, swords he had envied for a long time. He had heard that the captain had already recommended him when the latest NCO training cadre was being selected. Judging by his seniority and performance, he reckoned he was certain to be picked this round. If only he could have made sergeant before his leave. Fu Fu indulged in a moment of regret. How wonderful it would have been to appear at Fu Baer's door wearing corporal's epaulets, a sword with a red tassel at his hip, in all his martial splendor. What look would Fu Yijin give him? What expression would Fu Baer's wife wear? He had secretly loved this young lady for a long time, but fear of the mistress had kept him timid. Now, returning home, his courage had swelled, and he was determined to have a proper conversation with the master about the matter. He turned to check his web belt from the side, then tugged at his integrated puttees to make sure they were neat and regulation according to the soldier's handbook. More than anything, Fu Fu hoped that one day he would exchange them for an officer's leather belt and tall boots. He had heard that the captain himself had once been nothing more than a common foot soldier. When Fu Fu first enlisted, the captain had been merely a corporal squad leader. Fu Fu had no doubt that he, too, would someday be an officer. Although when he was first conscripted more than a year ago he had secretly wept more than once, the hardship and exhaustion of military life aside, there was always the chance of being killed, and the thought had made him contemplate deserting before he even arrived at camp. Looking back now, his 2 years in the army felt like a rebirth. Fu Fu pinned on his medal, left the barracks, and headed straight for the base's servicemen's club. The club was actually run by the cooperative. In addition to selling merchandise, it doubled as a tavern and handled savings deposits and postal services. Fu Fu had spent almost none of his pay. Like most soldiers, he was extremely frugal, depositing every fen of his wages in his club account. Many local soldiers with families had their pay remitted home to help with household expenses. Remittance fees were waived. Fu Fu, of course, had no intention of sending money to Fu Bar. He had even heard that Fu Bar had once come to the camp demanding to collect his wages and had been sternly rebuked by the officers. Fu Fu was secretly delighted. He would rather serve the Australians than labor for Fu Bar again. The days when even an extra bite of pickled vegetables earned him a tongue-lashing from the mistress were not something he cared to relive. Still, this time he wanted to bring gifts for his brothers and sisters, especially for Fu Yijin. He had been thinking of buying her a compact mirror case with powder, but the club didn't stock that sort of thing. Nearly everything on sale was food or daily necessities. Fu Fu first purchased some food at the club. Prices here were slightly lower than outside, a perk for servicemen. He knew that the Fu household rarely saw meat. Coarse rice with pickled fish sauce counted as a treat reserved for busy seasons. So he bought dried fish, fish cakes, kelp, dried seaweed, and the like, along with 2 jars of fish sauce and 2 jars of chili paste. The latter was a new product and very popular among the soldiers. He also bought a towel and a woven rattan pith helmet for each person, plus the new military-issue bamboo canteens. The rattan helmet was worn by Army and Navy personnel during training and work, well ventilated and shading, very practical in this subtropical climate. Since its introduction, soldiers and civilians alike had welcomed it. As for the bamboo canteen, it came with a fitted rattan sleeve and an adjustable strap that could hang from the belt or sling over the shoulder. It was both practical and fashionable, very popular with the young. At first only soldiers and laborers used them, but gradually people in the communes began adopting them as well. Canteens were now in such demand that cooperatives had to ration sales. For other gifts, he would have to go to the East Gate Market. After sending Fu Fu on his way, Lin Fu filled out a leave pass for himself. As an officer, he too had been granted leave. Lin Fu's home was in Saltfield Village right here in Macau, practically next door. Under ordinary circumstances, he could visit on any regular day off. But since returning to Macau, he had been caught up in an endless round of debriefings, report writing, training, and exercises, without a single day of rest. Now that he could take consecutive leave, he certainly wouldn't miss the chance. Lin Fu's family were salt workers. After the Transmigrator Collective established the Monopoly Bureau, the villagers had been reorganized into a state-owned salt works under the Bureau's umbrella. His relatives were all now factory employees. From letters home, Lin Fu knew the family was getting by well. The Macau commune, where Saltfield Village was located, was currently pushing its new countryside construction initiative, and his family hoped he would bring back some of his accumulated pay as a down payment on a new house. Lin Fu was naturally supportive of the idea. The houses in Saltfield Village were built from coarse seaside stone, lacking proper mortar and designed to resist typhoons. They were kept low to the ground. Inside it was dark and damp year-round. In the past, living in such shadowy dwellings had seemed normal enough. But after joining the army, after seeing the houses the Australians lived in and growing accustomed to tall, airy barracks, he now turned up his nose at those uncomfortable, unhygienic stone hovels. This time, Lin Fu decided he would take all his savings home and see exactly what these new houses looked like and what size would suit. He had heard the prices were quite steep, so he would have to think it over carefully. Fu left the Macau base. He could have caught a free ride at the harbor. Salt boats sailed to Bopu every day, and a word with someone on the dock would let him sit atop the salt sacks for a leisurely voyage. But sailing felt too slow, and the harbor was several kilometers away on foot. It would be faster to catch a public ox cart near the base. Thanks to the recent push to build roads in preparation for the campaign, Lingao's public transportation network had extended considerably. With the influx of government war prisoners and steam road rollers, construction had progressed rapidly. The highway from Chiang Mai to Lingao was now fully open and currently being extended toward Qiangshan. The newly established public transport company had already extended ox cart service to Macau. A transfer station for the carts had been set up at the base gate. Fu arrived at the large-span bamboo canopy platform of the transfer station. A wooden signboard listed routes, schedules, and stops. At present, the Macau hub served only 2 lines: Macau, Bopu, and Macau, Saltfield Village. Arrival and departure times for each run were clearly posted. Quite a few local villagers had already gathered on the platform, bearing baskets and shoulder poles, bound for Bopu or Baietan. Others were heading only to villages along the way. Thanks to the improved transportation, villagers traveled far more frequently, and many showed greater enthusiasm for selling their products, stimulating the circulation of goods. End of chapter. Chapter 750, Party at Sea, Part 4. The jet ski's launch caused quite a stir aboard. Kai and Duoju, of course, could not ride alone, and many present had jet ski experience. Lin Shen immediately claimed he was coming down with a chill and should stay out of the water. Zhu Ziliang, eager to take Selina out on the open sea, promptly volunteered to pilot. He first took the 2 little girls for a spin, showing off a few tricks that had them shrieking with delight. Having made his impression, he brought the machine back, then naturally offered to take Selina out next. But she flatly refused, insisting she didn't want to ruin her clothes. She had only a handful of decent outfits left, and if they got soaked she'd have to wear shapeless fatigues. Disappointed, Zhu Ziliang handed the jet ski off to someone else. Pampen desperately wanted a turn but was too nervous to ride alone, so she fixed her gaze on Beiwei. Beiwei had absolutely no desire to squeeze onto the seat with this overly enthusiastic Western girl. Besides, a jet ski running on fuel of dubious provenance could easily become a political blemish. He declined. No matter how the crowd cajoled, even goading him with "don't be such a wimp," he refused to share the seat with Pampen. In the end, Zhu Ziliang once again climbed on behind her. Zhu Ziliang was no gentleman. The ski lacked any other handhold, so to stay aboard he had no choice but to wrap his arms around Pampen's waist. And Pampen seemed intent on teasing this banana country warrior, constantly accelerating and braking, changing direction, so that Zhu Vinny kept lurching forward. Holding a beautiful woman was enough to set his heart racing. The repeated bodily collisions only made matters worse. Yet she belonged to another man, and observers on deck were making mischief with their cheers. Ordinarily, Zhu Ziliang would have brazened it out, but Selina stood on deck, cocktail in hand, watching. Even if Western women were not overly fussy about such things, he wanted to leave an impression of fidelity. So he asked to head back. Pampen would not let him off so easily. She merely stopped the jet ski at a distance and switched places with Beiwei. In his new position, Zhu Ziliang endured another ordeal. The warmth behind him, combined with the incessant tossing against the waves, made his physiological situation increasingly acute. To avoid humiliating himself in front of Selina, he pretended to stumble while climbing back aboard, plunging into the water for a moment to cool off before returning to the deck. Shrieks and laughter erupted across the deck. Zhang Shangji quickly pressed a glass of fruit juice soda into his hands, smoothing over the awkwardness. At that moment, Director Shi announced he had to leave. He still had a class to teach for native medical personnel, and no entreaties could keep him from his duties. AI Bebe felt uneasy about all the attention the jet ski was attracting. Today was a holiday, and many transmigrators would be nearby. If spotted, envy, jealousy, and resentment could erupt in the form of a public backlash. No explanation about the fuel having been siphoned from the yacht's own tank would matter. So she asked everyone to stow the jet ski, then steered the yacht toward the jetty to drop off Xianming. Even at this season, the open sea was rather cool. After eating and drinking, everyone agreed the wind had picked up too much. They resolved to anchor in the bay for more food and drink, perhaps a swim. The sailboat dropped anchor 2 kilometers offshore. The next leg of the party began. Anyone who had brought a swimsuit changed and prepared to go in. The water off Lingao Point was very clear, and this particular cove had already been improved for use as a beach. Breakwaters had been built, and anti-shark nets installed at several openings to the open sea. Several of the women decided against swimming. After changing into swimsuits, they climbed into the hot tub on the foredeck to lounge. Mendoza wore her bikini, the only thing she'd had on when she was tricked aboard so long ago. All her other clothes had been issued by the collective or made with the help of the 2 Cayenne wives. Selina squeezed into a spare swimsuit of Zhang Shangji's. The fit was barely adequate. Glimpses of flesh threatened composure all around. Fearing uncontrollable embarrassment, the men either headed down to the bay for a swim or decided to tour the North American cruise Private Arms Cash first and do some shooting. They descended into the hold for a quick look around, then made their way to the bottom deck, which had been partitioned into a simple reloading workshop. Shell-cleaning tumblers, automatic powder dispensers, and tools for resizing cases and seating bullets were bolted to bench vices. Decapping tools and a precision scale also stood ready. Some time ago, these items had been loaned out for the machinery group to copy. After all, professionally manufactured equipment was far superior to the homemade tools that Li Yiwo, the illegal gunsmith, had brought along. After replication was complete, the technology division requisitioned 1 set for SDC archival storage. The rest were returned, along with a bonus set of locally made copies. The North American crew had originally possessed 2 basic reloading kits. Before the transmigration, they had upgraded their equipment to include dies for almost every common caliber, along with vast quantities of bullets, primers, and powder, enough to reload tens of thousands of rounds across various calibers, many outside the collective's standard issue. These men had already owned firearms in a range of calibers. In preparation for the crossing, they had culled flashy but impractical pieces from their collections and added more, emphasizing firepower, ruggedness, and high capacity. In addition to normal purchases, Joe Wiesen had acquired quite a few gems from fellow gun enthusiasts. After inspecting the reloading shop, the men began selecting firearms from a converted gun cabinet and assorted crates. Bayway opened a wooden case full of Smith & Wesson .44 caliber weapons, 3 S&W revolvers, a Marlin lever-action, and a Ruger semi-auto carbine. For a time, rounds in this caliber were considered the most powerful handgun cartridges. Those large revolvers were officially sanctioned bare defense weapons. The size of the cartridge cases and weight of the bullets were obviously in a different league from typical 9. Zhu Ziliang opened a gun cabinet and let out a whistle. Inside were various .223 caliber semi-automatic rifles, a SCAR, a SIG 556, and an array of American civilian market ARs. In addition to standard iron sights, many carried red dot close combat optics, and 2 sported ACOG scopes. He picked up a short-barreled AR. "Do you guys have a class III? "No. Federal felony, 10 years per offense." "Then we've all earned a few life sentences," Joe Wiesen said with a laugh. Under U.S. gun law, assault rifles with barrels shorter than 16 inches were considered restricted weapons. But arms manufacturers had developed a class of short-barreled assault weapons without buttstocks, called AR pistols, that circumvented this restriction. These 2 short rifles, however, bore standard folding stocks, obviously not ordinary AR pistols. Cayenne Shuixi smiled and opened another cabinet. "Sir, We've got a few more things here, though these were all done after D-Day. Inside were a Galil, an FNFAL, and an AK, all high-quality civilian market or military surplus weapons, fitted not only with magazines but with drum or belt feed attachments as well. After inspecting them, Zhu Ziliang eyed the North American gun enthusiasts. They've all been converted to full auto. That's right, 10 years each. How many years do you think we owe? That's for a judge to decide. As he spoke, Zhu Ziliang shouldered one of the rifles several times, finding it comfortable. He had plenty of complaints about the SKS. If the Special Reconnaissance Squad were equipped with these, that would be something. There's more. Joe Wiesen produced several tubes from a crate, knockoff suppressors. They work well enough, can bring AR-class weapons down to .22 LR noise levels. Beiwei was dazzled. He had probably fired more rounds than any other transmigrator, yet his exposure to different light weapon types was extremely limited, mostly standard-issue military firearms, with only scant contact with foreign arms, and most of those seen just in photographs from classified briefings compiled by the Military Regions Intelligence Department. Now he hardly knew where to look. His gaze swept to a cabinet in the corner, and he started. You even have machine guns. Standing in the corner cabinet were two M1919A6 machine guns, their heavy tripods folded alongside. Under U.S. law, these qualify as semi-automatic rifles, chambered in .308. There are two more downstairs that we haven't converted yet, Qian Shuading replied. With the tripod included, one of these only cost $2,000 cheaper than a decent AR. What rifle is this? Looks bolt-action. Beiwei had discovered another trove. Locked in a rifle rack were several weapons he had never seen before, along with ammunition boxes. That's a K-31. Beiwei had never encountered a K-31. At first glance it looked utterly unfamiliar. He had almost no experience with any bolt-action rifle at all. He took one and examined it, clearly a finely crafted killing machine. That's quality hardware, Zhu Ziliang said. Swiss straight-pull bolt, detachable magazine. Standard-issue soldiers' rifles routinely achieve 1 MOA accuracy. They reminisced about the pirate attack just after their arrival. Most of the North American crew's ordnance had been stowed in sealed crates in the bilge. Aside from the Masan Nagant Qian Shuixi carried everywhere, the only weapons they could grab in a hurry were a handful of bolt-action K-31s. Right, we'd fitted them with cheap scopes, planning to use them as sniper rifles. Everyone knew Qian Shuixi loved his knockoff Masan sniper, so they assumed these were all Masans too. Speaking of Masan Nagants, we brought some of those as well. The biggest advantage of the Masan is price. The rifle and ammo are both dirt cheap. If the Faiyun had more tonnage, we'd have shipped 3,000 of them and raised a whole regiment on the spot, swept everything before us. Qian Shuixi sounded wistful. He handed a Masan to Beiwei. It was Beiwei's first time holding this famous rifle. In the past, he had glimpsed one only once, in a People's Armed Forces Department warehouse, among a motley assortment of rifles chained inside a gun cabinet, a weapon that had appeared time and again in China's modern history. End of chapter. Chapter 751, Homecoming Part 2. The moment Fu Fu arrived at the platform, people began begging him to read the schedule and stops posted on the wooden board. He read them out one by one, reaping thanks and envious glances, making him a little self-conscious. One perk of serving in the army was that Fu Fu had passed the C-grade literacy exam. Reading pamphlets and newspapers was no longer difficult. In the past, he had seen no point in learning to read. But once he joined up, he discovered that illiterates couldn't even understand the basic soldier's handbook, couldn't make sense of maps or instructions written on the blackboard during training. He had to ask others to explain every order, every notice, every soldier's committee mess fee accounting the company posted, an unpleasant feeling that made him sense he was excluded from the collective. That lit a fire under him to study. He enrolled in the night school literacy class and quickly passed the basic reading test, though earning the C-grade certificate cost him considerable effort. Mathematics was his weak point. Most natives had no mathematical sense whatsoever. Many couldn't even state their own age, let alone grasp the concept of time. The C-grade math requirement was thus minimal: recognize numerals, read a calendar and clock, and handle addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division up to 100. Since watchmaking was not yet in mass production, public timekeeping in Lingao still relied on traditional audio signals. Areas with loudspeakers used wired broadcasting to announce the time. Elsewhere, factory whistles served the purpose. The Macau transfer station, as a major transportation hub, had been fitted with a wired broadcast system. Besides telling time, it also educated and propagandized to the waiting public. At the moment, the loudspeaker was droning on about the spirit of the Autumn Tax Work Conference. Thanks to daily exposure to the broadcasts, villagers could now partly understand the new speech, and they knew this concerned the autumn levy. Everyone was listening intently. Fu owned no land. How much tax Fu Buyer paid was none of his concern. Sitting on a wooden bench, he busied himself planning his itinerary. What extra gifts to buy for everyone once he reached the East Gate Market. Although he felt no deep affection for Fu Buyer and his wife, and although he was no longer Fu Buyer's bondservant, having already processed his deregistration under the procedures for handling the personal civil status of soldiers prior to enlistment, issued jointly by the General Staff's Political Department and the Civil Affairs People's Committee, the Fu household was still the closest thing he had to a home. While he was lost in thought, someone tapped his shoulder. Startled, Fu turned to see a middle-aged man wearing a half-black gauze cap, a local blue cloth jacket, plain cotton socks, cloth shoes, and a cloth money pouch slung over his shoulder. He looked like a petty landlord or small merchant. "Soldier, sir," the man said quietly. "Since you serve our leaders, you must understand the new speech, right?" "I do." Fu nodded. All orders in the military, spoken or written, were in the new speech. Understanding it was mandatory. The transmigrators had no interest in maintaining a dialect showcase in their territory. "Please tell me, what exactly is that box saying?" the man pleaded. "I can't make out the new speech." "Folks say it's about this year's autumn levy. Help others cheerfully, and the army and people are one family." These concepts were constantly drilled into soldiers. Fu's head was full of them. When a civilian had a question, he naturally lent a hand. The broadcast cycled, playing a musical interlude before repeating. Unfortunately, too many unfamiliar new speech terms made it hard to follow. Luckily, his unit had recently organized officers and enlisted men to study the new tax system, and Wei Awen hoped soldiers returning on leave would serve as volunteer propagandists and instructors. "The broadcast is saying that this year's autumn levy is calculated by acreage." Fu gestured as he explained what he could. The new agricultural tax was based on the standardized acreage owned by each household as determined during last year's land survey, weighted by soil quality. The overall concept was progressive. Agricultural tax throughout the county was divided into 5 brackets. The more land you owned and the more fertile it was, the higher your tax rate. "Isn't that robbing the rich?" the man blurted it out, then realized he was speaking to someone on the public payroll. Alarmed, he swallowed the second half of his sentence and looked at Fu fearfully. Fu knew that according to the soldier's handbook, explaining government policy to civilians was an important duty, all the more so since they had specifically studied the documents and had some grasp of the leadership's intentions. "Looking at you, sir, I'd say you're a grain-paying household. We have a few acres," the man said, his expression growing more uneasy. "We don't live extravagantly. No need to plead poverty." Fu found it almost amusing. The man looked as if he expected to be extorted on the spot. "Even if you're in the highest bracket, it's only a tithe. How heavy a burden can that be? Now that the Australians are collecting taxes, there's no surcharge, no special levy, and the grain collectors who come to the villages don't expect you to pay for their straw sandals. They bring their own rations. In the old days, the regular levy was small, but the surcharges were many, and the customary fees even more. Then there were the patriotic contributions and community granary grain from the local authorities. Now you pay only the regular levy, and that's that. Do the math yourself, sir. Are you paying more or less than before? The man nodded thoughtfully. You make a good point, young fellow. And look, what the leaders collect in taxes comes right back to serve us common folk. See how smooth and flat this road is, and this ox cart station. Year after year, the old government squeezed money and grain out of everyone, yet when we went anywhere there wasn't even a decent road. Building a wooden bridge meant neighbors chipping in. The difference is night and day. These were all things the officers said during political study sessions. Fu found them reasonable and persuasive, so he rolled them out fresh from the lessons. Ordinary country folk were mostly the taciturn sort, and even small to medium landlords were no exception. Confronted with such arguments, the man was left speechless. Fu had all the logic on his side. Though it grated a bit to think that owning more land meant paying more tax, his belly full of grievances suddenly seemed to have no leg to stand on. Country people lacked the ability to engage in deep dialectical reasoning, but they saw questions of self-interest with perfect clarity. Fu's comparison of past and present instantly showed the man whose interests had been harmed most and whose policies benefited him more. The 12:30 ox cart to Bopu will be departing shortly. A native attendant bellowed through a tin megaphone on the platform. Another employee hurried over and used a long pole to flip the hinged destination and departure boards hanging from the frame. Fu grabbed his pack and got in line. Military discipline had been drilled into him, but the finer points of civic virtue had clearly not yet penetrated the countryside. Fu thus became a convenient example for the station staff. Take a look at our Fubo army soldier. He queues up without being told. And some of these older folks here, you should be setting an example for the young. The native attendants were well-trained speakers, and the rattan sticks in their hands made a persuasive argument. Order was soon restored. The four-wheeled ox cart looked heavy but was actually quite light, thanks to extensive use of steel components that greatly reduced weight while maintaining structural strength. The seats were arranged 3 across, 6 rows deep, seating 18. With the driver and conductor each having a seat alongside, total capacity was 20. Luggage was hung from the outside of the vehicle. 4 bulls provided the motive power. Have a seat next to me, young fellow. The conductor patted the wooden seat beside him. Thanks. Fu tossed his bedroll bag onto the cart and climbed aboard. The conductor's seat was at the front with an excellent view. The conductor was a man in his 30s wearing the gray 2-pocket work clothes standard for anyone on the public payroll, with a cloth tag reading Highway Passenger Transport sewn on his chest. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes. Have one, young fellow. I don't smoke. Fu waved it off. He wasn't used to the acrid taste. Go ahead, though. The conductor lit one for himself. The driver cracked the whip and the ox cart lurched into motion. Everyone pitched forward. Fu steadied himself and grabbed the handrail. Home on leave. That's right, we just came back from the front. Coming back safe and sound is what matters. The conductor exhaled a plume of smoke. Was the fighting fierce? Mostly patrols and bandit suppression. A lot of marching and climbing. We barely clashed with the government troops. They were scared stiff by our artillery. The conductor studied his uniform. What does the I on your collar tab mean? 1st Infantry Battalion. In our day we were still called the Security Regiment. When I enlisted it was still the Security Regiment too. The conscription levy came to our village and I was the one who went. Fu paused. You served, brother. I did. The conductor nodded. Got wounded and was discharged. He shifted his leg. Lost a foot during the bandit suppression in the county. Fu looked down and saw a wooden leg poking from beneath the man's trouser cuff. Then he noticed the red first-class combat wound ribbon sewn onto the sleeve and felt a surge of respect. So you're one of the veterans, Fu said. Why don't you wear your medal? Fu Fu himself had fought in the Lingao bandit suppression campaign and had earned a Lingao pacification commemorative medal. That trinket won't replace my leg. The conductor blew out another cloud of smoke. But wiping out those bandits brought the whole county some peace. Might as well call it karma. I've made my peace with it. End of chapter. Chapter 752, Party at Sea, Part 5. With 3,000 Masan Nagants, ammunition supply would be even more of a problem. Baiwei knew more about the ammunition situation than the others. Although all the Transmigrator Collective's munitions had been purchased by the North American branch, usage and stockpile levels were top secret, known only to the Executive Committee. Baiwei was not privy to exact figures, but he knew that the Special Reconnaissance Squad Command already divided each ammunition draw into training and combat allocations. Training rounds were now exclusively black powder reloads. These smoked heavily and left considerable residue, making cleaning and maintenance a chore. Is it hard to make 70-30 brass? Didn't the Metallurgy Division produce zinc-brass hull sheathing? That could serve for cartridge cases too. Copper shortage. Kai Shuiding worked at the Planning Commission and knew the details. Zinc was plentiful and the commission could increase reserves at will. Copper was another story. Put it this way, power, telegraphy, and now shipbuilding all depend on copper, and there's no substitute. Since the Mini-A rifle works fine with mercury fulminate caps and paper-wrapped Mini-A balls, switching to metallic cartridges isn't an immediate priority. Besides, a lot of the Mini-A's were built only in the past 2 years. We can't just retire them right away, can we? Having surveyed the ordnance, the men chatted as they lugged their selected guns and ammunition up to the afterdeck to indulge in a little shooting. On the foredeck, several women were lounging in the hot tub, enjoying the jet massage. Soft music played as they sipped tropical cocktails of rum mixed with fruit juice soda, utterly at ease. Selina closed her eyes and immersed herself almost completely. The serene atmosphere felt unreal, as if she had been transported to some resort in the old time-space, and everything since the transmigration had been a dream. Tears suddenly welled up unbidden. She grabbed a towel from the edge, dabbed at her face haphazardly, mumbled that she was going to fetch another drink and retreated into the upper cabin. Perched on a bar stool, she stared out at the sea, letting the tears flow freely. A hand tapped her shoulder. She turned to find AI Bebe looking at her with concern. "It's all right. Everything will be fine," AI Bebe said softly. Selina murmured, "Sorry," composed herself, and when she turned again her features had returned to normal, the reflexes of a trained law enforcement officer. AI Bebe continued, "You don't need to worry. You've been accepted as a full member, a formal transmigrator. Those opinions can no longer threaten you unless someone wants to defy the authority of the House of Elders." Selina couldn't help saying, "But you still think I'm different." "I don't mean you personally, I mean," AI Bebe cut in. "I know, acceptance takes time, we all have to adjust. After we immigrated to America, even after we became citizens, we sometimes felt the same way. But it takes effort from both sides. You should learn to think and act like one of us, rather than treat all this as just a survival strategy. Just as we once had to adapt to the American way of life, now we all have to adapt to the transmigrator way of life." Selina had in fact been observing the transmigrators' conduct. In her view, although this band of elders copied the organizational model of a socialist state, mimicking the working style of socialist countries and parties, flying distinctly left-wing banners and emblems, they were actually an extreme-right regime unlike any she had ever encountered. The ruling clique openly proclaimed perpetual dictatorship under an elder republic. This unsettled her deeply, even though she was now an elder herself. AI Bebe's words sent Selina into reflection. Her old unit, the ATF, did not handle political cases, but in the course of firearms investigations, she had frequently encountered various political organizations. Yet she had never seen anything as peculiar as the Transmigrator Collective. It wasn't that some politically correct sense of democracy and freedom was flaring up inside her. Her concern was simpler self-preservation. Since D-Day, Selina had known she stood on perilous ground. From the first assault on her, the near rape, to her subsequent long confinement inside the heavily guarded Political Security General Administration compound, a dreadful threat had loomed. At worst, being killed in a purge. At best, ending up as a sex slave. Now that she was an elder, at least physical safety and freedom were no longer in question. Her immediate priority was to integrate into the group as quickly as possible. You have your specialties, AI Bebe continued. You don't have the language barrier Mendoza does, and you know quite a bit about Chinese culture. If you're willing, it won't be too hard. At that moment, several men came up from below carrying ammunition crates. The two women paused their conversation. Perhaps to show off his muscles, Zhu Ziliang had not changed into dry clothes but had come up bare-chested, a large towel wrapped around his waist. AI Bebe jerked her chin towards Selina. He's not bad. Selina smiled noncommittally. It seems you also have a good impression of Guoyi. Selina's eyes widened slightly. Such direct gossip wasn't something she often encountered. In my opinion, Vinny suits you better than young Guo, AI Bebe said meaningfully. After all, you share a cultural background, you'd get along more easily. As for young Guo, we all understand what he's thinking. I see. Selina gazed at Zhu Ziliang on the afterdeck, lost in thought. Thank you, Bebe. On the afterdeck, the men were getting competitive. Beiwei suggested they not use AR-15s and similar weapons. Qian Shuiding understood. He was worried about public criticism. Modern manufactured ammunition was now a precious commodity regardless of ownership, and using it frivolously courted accusations of wastefulness. So he proposed shooting clay pigeons with shotguns. Shotgun shells used paper hulls. Lead shot, black powder, and primers were not Class 1 controlled materials. This should raise no objections. They first ran a round of shotgun shooting. Most of the North American cruise collection consisted of tactical shotguns with roughly 18-inch barrels. To keep things fair, everyone used the short-barreled guns, leaving the long-barreled turkey guns in storage. Beiwei wielded a Benelli M2, Zhu Ziliang, an M4, both tactical semi-automatic shotguns. Qian Shuixi fired a Saiga 12 semi-auto, normally fed by a drum, but fitted with a 5-round magazine for convenience. Qian Shuiding used a very cheap Northern Eagle 982, a tactical shotgun modeled on the Remington 870 Express. Despite costing less than $200, many considered it superior to the genuine Remington 870 Express. Space aboard was limited, so they stood on the platform behind the helm. The yacht carried one automatic and one manual clay pigeon launcher, loaded with locally fired ceramic discs procured by Qian Shuixi. Qian Duojuo volunteered to launch the clays but was hauled back by AI Bebe. After a round of 25, the scores were close. Zhu Ziliang's 22 hits were the best. Beiwei and Qian Shuixi each hit 20. Qian Shuiding only hit 18, but since his gun was the cheapest, no one thought poorly of him. Chatting, they moved on to rifles. To avoid accusations of waste, Qian Shuiding produced 2 replica breechloaders from his collection, a Spencer and a Henry Martini. By no stretch could their cartridges be called modern ammunition, and they used black powder. First, they used the clay launcher to fling ceramic discs into the sea as targets. Finding the range too short to be satisfying, Zhou Weisen set up an assortment of misshapen reject ceramics that he'd scavenged from Xiao Bailang on the breakwater. Everyone blazed away with rifles until they'd had their fill. Because many of the firearms were off-limits, the Qian brothers grew bored. They soon gathered up the guns and ammunition, sorted and collected the spent casings by type, and volunteered to man the grill. Zhou Weisen led the remaining men in a bit more shooting, after which everyone decided to swim and dive. Down in the bay, Lin Shen had borrowed a set of snorkeling gear from Zhou Weisen and was enjoying himself. Beiwei was also keenly interested in diving. Back when he served with the Military Regions Reconnaissance Squadron, he could complete an armed 10,000-meter surface swim and hold a long underwater glide, yet conditions had been limited. He had never received formal dive training. He wouldn't pass up such an opportunity. Zhou Weizhen promptly brought out 2 sets of dive gear from the Feiyun. The bay was shallow, less than 6 meters at its deepest, so they dispensed with wetsuits and used only air bottles and regulators. After a quick briefing on fundamentals, they began diving. Qian Shuiding also handed Beiwei a Co-2 powered spear gun. The bay boasted coral reefs and abundant marine life. Once Beiwei had a basic grasp of diving technique, he went spearfishing. Lacking experience shooting underwater, he fired off 4 or 5 harpoons without hitting anything, but he neatly snagged a lobster barehanded. By the time they had their fill and returned to the deck for a freshwater rinse, Beiwei viewed the North American gun enthusiasts with new respect. Their weapons handling experience and specialized skills were genuinely valuable. When Qian Shuixi had first asked to join the Special Reconnaissance Squad, Beiwei had harbored doubts about the American rich kid. Now it was clear that, at least in military skills, all of them were excellent potential officer material. Still, Beiwei was a product of party education. He knew that a person's true political complexion was what mattered most. So he said nothing further on the subject, only invited Qian Shuiding, Zhou Weizhen, and the others to visit Special Recon Command whenever they had time, to exchange weapon handling experience and perhaps help train the troops in specialized skills. End of chapter. Chapter 753, Homecoming Part 3. Fu got off the cart at the East Gate Market. The bustle was dazzling. Thanks to duty rotations and training marches, he had visited the market several times during his service, and each visit revealed new changes. In short, buildings kept going up taller, more numerous, more handsome. Once, a 2-story structure with an attic had drawn crowds of gawkers. Now 5-story buildings were not uncommon. Before, standing on Eastgate Street, you could still see nearby farmland and barren hills. Now everywhere you looked there were buildings, fenced-off plots with project signs and structures under construction. Business had fully recovered. Indeed, it was livelier than before the war. The merchants and shipowners who had been coerced into coming to Lingao on compulsory buying missions from Huangpu Harbor discovered a market of staggering demand, with opportunities for profit around every corner. Best of all, the commercial environment was excellent. Many goods were tax-free, many subject to guaranteed purchase, and whether entering port or conducting transactions, there were none of the customary exactions and squeeze endemic to the mainland coast. Pay the proper duties and you could trade in peace. This only stoked merchants' eagerness to do business in Lingao. Once commercial traffic revived, land prices naturally rose. Li Mei was already drafting the 4th phase East Gate Market expansion plan. Fu made his way to the recently opened Zhejian studio. Not long after Guo Yi and the others returned, Li Mei had used part of the Guangzhou station's repatriated workers and technical backbone to open Zhejian Studio and Zicheng Emporium branches in the East Gate Market. A Lingao branch of Xianming Tower was also in preparation. The Lingao Zhejian Studio was modest in scale, adhering to a mid to high-end marketing concept and selling what might be called boutique goods. Fu eyed the elaborately decorated shop, the large glass display windows, the dazzling array of jewelry, ornaments, and cosmetics inside, and steeled himself to enter. A salesgirl greeted him warmly. A few days earlier, their store manager had been summoned to a meeting chaired personally by Li Mei at the Commerce Division. An important directive had been issued. The upcoming rotational leave for Army and Navy soldiers would inevitably trigger a spending surge. All retail and service enterprises under commerce should seize this opportunity for a major marketing push to recover the circulation vouchers paid out as wages and combat bonuses. The total was considerable. Although much had been deposited in soldiers' savings accounts, Cheng Dong hoped to absorb it as quickly as possible lest it become a latent inflation monster. The salesgirls knew that every soldier and officer was carrying a thick wad of circulation vouchers ready to spend, and that commerce's task was to steer as much of that spending as possible toward non-essentials: mirrors, compact cases, lipstick, products with low consumption and high margins. Zhang Studio's jewelry was marketed as Australian style, meaning, in effect, modern design. It used very little gold or silver. The main ingredient was glass, clear and colored, supplemented by pearls and various gemstones. The hallmark was refined beauty and immense variety. Yan Mouda had worked in a jewelry factory, absorbing know-how and bringing back a trove of original design files. Guangzhou's skilled craftsmen quickly learned the art of cutting glass and proved better at it than old time-space factory workers. Of course, the diamond-tipped blades and grinding wheels required for glass cutting still had to be supplied by the Australians. Jewelry fashioned from small amounts of precious metal and large amounts of glass had low production costs, so prices could be kept relatively affordable, appealing to the fashion-conscious aspirations of middling households. The many designs were lightweight and easy to rotate through daily wear. Women of all classes loved them. Even worldly Guangzhou residents had succumbed to Zhang Studio's allure, and a place like Lingao was all the more hopeless. Zhang Studio was already packed with soldiers wearing all manner of branch and unit insignia: army in gray, sailors in blue smocks with white collars, marines in blue uniforms. They jostled and shoved in front of counters and display cases, examining, comparing, asking questions. The clerks were struggling to keep up. The incessant ringing of the cash register told everyone that business was booming. Compact mirror cases sold fastest, followed by jewelry in general. Most soldiers had been dirt poor before enlisting, but many had a sweetheart back home, and now that they had money in their pockets they intended to show off. Fu Fu bought a pair of teardrop glass and silver earrings each for the two girls, Fu Zai and Fu Yue, and a colorless rhinestone necklace for his beloved Fu Yijin. The necklace, fashioned from the purest lead crystal glass, cost him a pretty sum, but to win Fu Yijin's heart he spent generously. The salesgirl beamed. Her commission on this sale was substantial. With elaborate care she wrapped the items, tucked in a small bottle of jasmine perfume as a gift, and placed everything in a grass-woven shopping bag lettered in dyed grass: Zhang Studio. His shopping done, Fu Fu hurried out. More and more drunken soldiers were pouring into the store, and he had a bad feeling. Leave meant that masses of soldiers had flooded places like Eastgate Market. Soldiers came for shopping, eating and drinking with friends, and visiting brothels. Young and flush with cash, they were ripe for trouble. To prevent disturbances or clashes, the General Staff Political Office issued special orders read out to all units, a leave conduct notice, and a regulation stripping leave and demoting by one rank any soldier or officer who caused a public order incident, in addition to penalties proportional to the offense. Li Yang's garrison battalion had canceled all leave and was on full duty. Soldiers wearing garrison armbands patrolled all busy areas, carrying rattan shields and wooden batons. Sure enough, before Fu Fu had gone far, a commotion erupted in the street. A half-drunk sailor was dragging and beating a disheveled woman, cursing in Fujianese that Fu Fu could not understand. He craned his neck to look. At first he assumed the woman was a prostitute, but she wore no yellow ticket, and her clothes looked like the uniform worn by local shop assistants, an Australian-style cotton dress. From the bystanders' chatter, he gathered the gist. The sailor's wife had taken advantage of his long cruise to the Pearl River estuary to carry on with a lover for several months. She thought she had been discreet, but walls have ears. The sailor had come home cheerfully bearing gifts, only to learn from gossipy neighbors that his cap had turned a shade of green. After drowning his sorrows in a few cups, he had marched straight to the Eastgate market shop where his wife worked to demand an accounting. Under the Great Ming Code, an adulterous couple caught in the act may be killed on the spot without penalty, intoned an old man who looked like a local gentleman, shaking his head. Failure to catch them in bed. He let the words trail off as though lamenting the missed opportunity. Elder, forget the great Ming Code, times have changed. Even if he killed someone, it'd be judged under Australian law. Who knows how Australian law would rule, but if he kills her, there'll be something to see. The idlers craned their necks, as if hoping for a murder case to spice up an otherwise uneventful day. A stout man, a rarity among natives, fanned himself. I hear among the Australians there are few women and many men. Women's voices carry weight over there. I reckon this soldier's cuckold's horns might end up counting for nothing. Perhaps, but if someone dies, we'll see what the court decides. Come to think of it, it's been a while since anyone was sentenced to death. The Australian gallows has a certain flavor all its own. While they gossiped, a police whistle shrilled. Black-clad police officers carrying wooden batons came running, shouting, "Stop beating her! What are you all staring at? Move along!" Behind the police came garrison battalion soldiers with garrison on their armbands. It took 4 or 5 big men working together to pry the luckless, alcohol and jealousy-fueled sailor loose and hold him aside. The woman lay on the ground, gasping. This was now a public order case. The garrison soldiers moved to take the sailor away. "Brothers, the army's bullying the navy." Some drunk somewhere bellowed, and the street erupted. A dozen sailors and marines surged forward, rolling up sleeves and loosening clothes, ready for a brawl. "We are the garrison battalion. Everyone follow orders," the squad sergeant shouted. "Mob fighting is a breach of discipline." Before he finished, a fist connected with his face and he went down. The scene dissolved into chaos. Garrison soldiers swarmed to seize the troublemakers, and the Navy personnel tangled with them. Though the sailors outnumbered them 2 to 1 and had plenty of combat experience, they were no match for garrison troops trained specifically in riot control and equipped with specialized gear. Pepper spray grenades soon had the Navy men in retreat, followed by batons that dispersed them. Ringleaders were arrested. The garrison feared a larger riot. There were at least 100 or 200 Army and Navy personnel in the Eastgate Market, and an all-out melee would be catastrophic. A horse-drawn wagon arrived, and all detainees were shoved inside and driven off. A rapid response squad rushed into the street and cordoned off the scene. Everyone in uniform was questioned and their credentials checked. Fu was ordered to present his leave pass, and the garrison soldiers inspected his belongings. Only after everything checked out was he allowed to go. "Get moving if there's nothing wrong," the inspecting sergeant said. "It's chaotic around here lately. Get dragged into something and you'll spend 3 days in the stockade. Kiss your leave goodbye." Having witnessed the commotion, Fu dared not linger. He hurried through a few more purchases and set off on the road back to Mayang village. End of chapter. Chapter 754, Aftermath. While the men were shooting and swimming, the women lingered in the hot tub, chatting. Following Zhang Shangji's earlier instructions, Mendoza teased Pampan about how she and Ding Ding controlled public opinion guidance. Pampan had always considered herself a journalist, not a mouthpiece, and Mendoza's ribbing made her squirm. Before, he spent all day railing against media control, saying press freedom was the most fundamental right. His thesis topic was even journalistic oversight. Pampan had met Ding Ding at a university. She was an exchange student. He was a master's candidate in mass communication. He used to say he'd fight for press freedom. "I feel cheated," she added bitterly. "I never expected him to change the moment he arrived in the new world." The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. It wasn't that Pampan didn't want Ding Ding to climb to power within this new aristocracy, but he had changed so swiftly, so nakedly, that she was having trouble accepting it emotionally. She couldn't help venting about how shamelessly he aspired to become Goebbels. Let him be Goebbels then. At least Goebbels was good at what he did in media, Selina said, finding the topic uncomfortable. Her observations ran deeper than Pampan's or Mendoza's. The Lingao regime was essentially an oligarchic aristocratic republic. In such a system, the rulers would inevitably treat media as a manipulable propaganda tool. She saw Ding Ding's Goebbels, Ness, as no big deal. just as her current consulting and training work for the Political Security General Administration and the Office of the Police Superintendent had distinct People's Commissariat for Internal Affairs undertones, but she would certainly not refuse a promotion within that system. People are practical. He is ambitious. Newspapers, radio, now he wants magazines. Pampen sighed, her interest in media bubbling up again. A pity there's no color printing. Large-scale illustrated printing still has to use lithography. Magazines will have to be text-heavy. That's fine. The problem is the content dispute. On magazine content, the Propaganda Division and the Grand Library disagreed. Propaganda wanted a current affairs publication to extend the Transmigrator Collective's political and cultural influence. The Grand Library wanted a popular science magazine. The two sides were at loggerheads. The Grand Library reports directly to the Executive Committee. They don't kowtow to propaganda, Pampen said, having forgotten her Goebbels grievance. There's still no resolution. The first thing you need to figure out is who the magazine is for. Naturalized citizens and native commoners, obviously, Pampen said. Honestly, I think even the internal edition of the Lingao Times is superfluous. A plain government gazette would suffice. I'm not so sure, Pei Lixiu pouted. Transmigrator life in Lingao is incredibly dull. A leisure magazine would be popular. How about a women's fashion magazine? She couldn't help interjecting. There are quite a few female transmigrators. Just look at what we're all wearing. Female transmigrators who had not brought sufficient wardrobe from the old-time space had to rely on the Lingao garment factory. What the factory could provide was little different from what it made for most naturalized citizens. Various cotton or linen uniforms. Never mind aesthetics, even getting a few extra styles was impossible. After Zun Suji joined the Light Industry Division, he tried to curry favor with the transmigrators by ordering a special supply department at the garment factory to make clothing for elders, using slightly finer materials, more silk, for instance. But style choices remained limited. Zhang Shangji and AI Bebe could sew, so they bought silks and satins from the Eastgate Market Cooperative and cut and sewed their own garments. Most female transmigrators lacked that skill and had to make do with special supply clothes. We could teach everyone to sew and include different paper patterns in each issue for easy cutting. AI Bebe had a new idea. I have quite a few patterns. Pampen's enthusiasm was piqued too, and her thoughts ranged further. She proposed a full fashion magazine, beauty, cooking, clothing, all rolled into one. All the men have bought domestic secretaries. This could be a form of re-education, right? Men would buy it too. Maybe it could even sell in Guangzhou. Isn't that the so-called Australian lifestyle? Zhang Shangji saw a new revenue stream for the Guangzhou station. We could even sell clothes there. Exactly. Look at wine sales back home. French dry reds wouldn't have taken off without fashion magazines peddling French flair. Otherwise, who drink something so sour? Though the conversation was far from exhausted, Li Quan had to be taken home, and several guests had worked that evening, so the party broke up before 4 o'clock. No dinner would be served. The three North American wives breathed a small sigh of relief. Preparing another lavish meal without repeats would have been a chore, and there was no way they were grilling more seafood. Still, no guest left empty-handed. Zhu Ziliang received Cayenne Shuiting's SIG P-229. Beiwei requisitioned a crate of bolt-action rifles for the Special Reconnaissance Squad, Masan Nagants and K-31s, all scoped, plus over 2,000 rounds each of 7, 62 times 54R steel-cased and Swiss GP-11. I'll need to file the paperwork, Beiwei said. He badly wanted to test these two rifles' real-world performance, but he couldn't simply carry unregistered weapons back to headquarters. Leave them here for now. No problem. I work at the Planning Commission. Drop by tomorrow with a requisition form, and I'll get Wudu to sign off on it. Done. Beiwei himself asked for nothing, though Cayenne Shuiting pressed 2 opened cartons of imported cigarettes on him. They agreed that in a few days the North American crowd would bring some firearms to the Special Recon Training Base for a visit and a shooting lesson. Shooting on a training range was entirely above board. AI Bebe gave Selena and Pampen several garments she had made herself. Li Quan also received some of Cayenne Duoju's outgrown clothes. Her eyes went wide and she asked again and again, "These are for me?" "Of course they are. I'll explain to your mother." AI Bebe worried that Limo might refuse to accept them. She sensed that beneath the facade of the most obedient servant, Limo had a strong sense of self-respect. Pampen also got a jar of instant Colombian coffee. She said she often stayed up late writing and found the fresh-brewed South Sea coffee available only to transmigrators a bother, whereas instant was convenient. Everyone else received small gifts as well, and the party dispersed happily. Pampen shamelessly packed up all the leftover pastries. She had been craving them for ages. Lin Chuanqing had no interest in gifts, but today he had drunk his fill of fine liquor. A fisherman by trade, he had worked on fishing boats after immigrating to America and had come to love hard liquor. Lingao offered good quality rum, but not his beloved whiskey. This time the Cayenne brothers had produced several bottles, ordinary American corn whiskey and some higher-end bourbon. He had indulged to his heart's content. Zhu Ziliang had knocked back whiskey on the rocks as well. Half drunk, Zhu Ziliang mused that he hoped to open his own distillery someday, beer and various Western spirits. As they parted, Cayenne Shuiding sent Lin Chuanqing off with 2 bottles of blended whiskey. Whiskey in hand, Lin Chuanqing pedaled his bicycle back to the naval base, humming "Love Will Win." He lived in the single-officer quarters at Bopu Naval Base, small but comfortably furnished. He counted the maidservant he had purchased as an orderly, though she was an off-the-book staffer who drew no pay. This allowed her to live openly in the orderly's room outside his quarters. Lin Chuanqing's interest in women as sexual partners was minimal. He mainly wanted someone to look after him. He had just reached his door and his orderly had barely helped him out of his coat when the phone rang. It was Wei Awen from the General Staff Political Office. "One of your men was arrested by the garrison battalion," Wei Awen said curtly. "A few others joined the scuffle, also Navy. They're being sorted out now. They'll just do a few days in the stockade, but your sailor, because he's tied to a public order incident, will have to stay at the political office a bit longer. You're his commanding officer. We need your recommended disposition." The sailor who had beaten his wife was a member of the Fisheries Corps under Lin Chuanqing's command. Just recently the man had taken part in the Pearl River estuary operation, though only in the rear echelon, fishing, patrolling, and hauling cargo near Lantau. What? His wife cuckolded him, beat someone in the East Gate Market. Lin Chuanqing's voice rose. "Good for him, pity he didn't beat the slut to death." "Lucky for us he didn't," Wei Awen replied. "He also struck a garrison soldier who was restraining him." "Let me give you my position," Lin Chuanqing said. "Whatever punishment he deserves for assaulting military police, he gets per regulations. No argument from me, but the adulterous couple must be severely punished. I demand the whore be publicly hanged at the naval pier. Let's set the question of execution aside. The immediate problem is there's no legal basis. The tribunal is rushing to draft a statute on destruction of a military marriage, and there's the issue of jurisdiction. Anyway, that's my stance. Notify the tribunal. My position is that absolutely no leniency should be shown. We need to kill one to warn 100. Lin Chuanqing kept emphasizing. Soldiers fighting out there while their wives are cheating at home. The damage to morale is devastating. There must be severe punishment, especially for the adulterer. If we don't execute him, we won't appease not the people's anger, the military's anger. Otherwise, how will we ever get sailors to go on long cruises again? End of chapter. Chapter 755. The Law. Wei Awen hung up the phone and addressed the man seated across from him. "You heard all that?" "Certainly." Admiral Lin's voice carries like thunder. The man took a cigar case from his pocket and extracted a farm-rolled cigar. Ever since the agricultural station had released handmade cigars, quite a few transmigrators had taken up smoking them, including some who had never smoked before. Cigars were not inhaled, so they didn't burn the throat, and they lent a certain air of authority. So what do you intend to do? Send the adulterous couple to swing together? The Law Society will need to hold a meeting to discuss it. In the broad sense, this falls under destruction of a military marriage, Ma Jia said. In the narrow sense, it's adultery. According to the 6 codes, the saleswoman is indeed the sailor's wife, even though they never registered. Wei Awen paused, realizing this was beside the point. Of course, we've never promulgated a marriage law, call it de facto status. Since they are de facto spouses, the law should protect them, so this is clearly destruction of a military marriage. First, for local natives and naturalized citizens, matrimonial issues are still governed by customary law or the Great Ming Code. Under our judicial system, however, the two are in a de facto marriage, and a military marriage at that. That much is certain. Second, strictly speaking, the bastard's offense doesn't technically qualify as destruction of a military marriage. Article 259 of the Criminal Law of the People's Republic of China states, whoever knowingly cohabits with or marries the spouse of an active duty serviceman. These two obviously did not cohabit or marry, they merely committed adultery, and there is no offense of adultery in PRC law. The Republic of China did have one, though. Spare me your legal citations, Wei Awen coughed. He wore a crisp East German People's Army summer uniform, but with Lingao collar tabs and rank insignia, and a replica Waffen-SS belt. The effect was neat and efficient. His every gesture deliberately imitated a certain Teutonic decisiveness. What does the Law Society plan to do with this case? That depends on whether the Executive Committee or the House of Elders is aiming to win hearts and minds or to reform customs. Ma Jia blew a smoke ring unhurried. Wei Awen nodded. The Navy wants severe punishment. Essentially, that's winning hearts and minds, am I right? Correct. And reforming customs. Then we judge according to the new legal framework, Ma Jia replied. Wei Awen shook his head vigorously. That would mean acquittal and release. Absolutely not. Lin Chuanqing won't stand for it, and neither will I. How would we ever conduct political work after that? In this time-space, being cuckolded is a mortal humiliation. I hear that under Ming law, killing an adulterous couple was not a crime. It's true, but with preconditions, clear evidence. Let me recite. Whenever a wife or concubine commits adultery and the husband catches both the adulterer and the adulteress in the very act and kills them on the spot, no punishment shall apply. If only the adulterer is killed, the adulteress shall be sentenced according to law, sold through official channels, and the bride price remitted to the treasury. All right, enough going round in circles. What is the Law Society's position? Wei Awen said impatiently. His desk was piled with soldier home visit social investigation forms forwarded from district police stations, resident police officers, and the Political Security General Administration. He had barely gotten through half of them when this mess erupted. I just told you, it depends on whether the guiding principle is to win hearts and minds or to reform customs, Ma Jia said evenly. We then draft specific statutes based on that principle. Once passed, we execute the law firmly, the so-called rule of law. Stop with the boilerplate. Wei Awen had read between the lines. Let me guess, you don't advocate killing anyone. We offer advisory opinions only. If you want a concrete view on behalf of the Law Society, most of us believe the law should not be overly harsh, yet enforcement must be rigorous. As they say, if the sentence calls for exterminating your whole family, we exterminate it. If it calls for acquittal, we acquit. Wei Awen nodded. Get your people on this immediately. The political office's position is that the verdict must take full account of the sailors' sentiments. Understood. Your opinion will certainly be an important reference. Ma Jia picked up his issued knockoff Boss briefcase. To be frank, the new marriage law is right here in my bag. This is probably a good opportunity to announce it formally. A look of anticipation crossed his face. Back in the day, the CCP's very first law was the marriage law, truly visionary. Wei Awen didn't see why promulgating the marriage law first proved anyone visionary, but he gathered from the remark that Ma Jia's sympathies lay with the Reform Customs faction. Still, he also had no appetite for Lin Chuanking's demand for executions. Deep down, he felt a twinge of schadenfreude that the ever-posturing Navy had gotten itself into this mess. But he sternly reminded himself not to indulge in Army versus Navy pettiness, lest he be pigeonholed as merely an Army political chief. Will the marriage law include a clause protecting military marriages? Of course, Ma Jia said. Without it, how would we judge the case? He stood. Where are the detainees? Have they all been arrested? Ran Yao called earlier. The adulterous pair have been taken into custody there in the Lingao County Yamen prison. Fewer people there, and more importantly, it's far from the Navy. The sailor who beat his wife is in the brig at Bopu Naval Base. Wei Awen asked, "Do you want to interrogate the sailor?" "Not for now. But draft me an authorization to do so. I'll hold it in reserve." Wei Awen wrote the order and stamped it with the General Staff Political Office's Great Seal. The seal was vivid crimson, encircling a double-headed eagle, wheat ears, and a cog. Impressive. Only the header disappointed him. General Staff Political Office. If only it read Fubo Army General Political Department. Ma Jia took the document back to the tribunal office and summoned Zai. Zai Owen, go to the Lingao County Yamen prison. Interrogate both suspects. He briefed him. Focus on causes and consequences, especially how they got involved. And Zai looked puzzled. That's simple enough. But the police investigation already confirmed the adultery. Do we really need more questions? We must observe proper judicial procedure. Ma Jia couldn't help worrying about Zai's professional competence. Did you forget the key point of procedural legality? Did you study jurisprudence or just law? If whatever the police say goes, what's the tribunal for? We might as well let the district station pass sentence on the spot. And Zai's face went alternately red and white. Ever since climbing to the position of tribunal office director, he had long since cast aside his utter lack of interest in legal studies and thrown himself enthusiastically into administrative work. Indeed, he found it thoroughly enjoyable. "I was careless," Zai said, flustered. "I'll go at once." "Wait." Ma Jia puffed leisurely on his cigar. "Zai Owen, the facts of this case are straightforward, and the trial itself shouldn't be difficult. But it's the inaugural case under our new marriage law. I'm assigning it to you. Make sure you fire the opening shot well." "Understood, understood." And Zai assented repeatedly and hurried out. Ma Jia smiled faintly and picked up his PHS handset. This time he called Jai Xin. Jai Xin currently taught at Fangqiati National School, but he remained active in the Law Society and did occasional work at the tribunal. After returning from the Pearl River campaign, Jai Xin had formally registered a Native Rights Protection Association with the General Office, recruiting several transmigrators as members. At every House of Elders session he spoke on native rights issues, though almost no one cared to listen. "I'd like you to serve as defense counsel on this case." Ma Jia explained the details over the phone. Jai Xin was silent for a moment. "The case itself isn't complicated, but is the Navy really set on executions? Some Navy transmigrators hold that view. They believe morale will suffer if no one hangs. I am firmly opposed to killing anyone. First, these two do not deserve death. Second, pandering excessively to the military is extremely dangerous." Jai Xin said, "We should be instilling legal consciousness in the naturalized population." "I think so too," Ma Jia said. "That's why I insist the defense counsel must be you. And the presiding judge, will you take the bench yourself? I'll let Zai do it." "No, Zai won't do. His professional competence is too weak and he has no principles. He's easily swayed. He'd be fine as a prosecutor who reads prepared materials, perhaps." Ma Jia considered. Jai Xin had a point. "What's your suggestion?" "Let me recommend someone. How about Su Qi?" "He's not on the tribunal roster." Su Qi was also a Law Society member, but he belonged to the Navy and worked in the Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Suddenly making him a judge struck Ma Jia as hard to justify. "That's tricky," Ma Jia said after deliberation. "Recusal principles. Su Qi is Navy personnel. From a fairness standpoint, there's potential bias toward the Navy. He's also a member of the Native Rights Protection Association, Jiqi pointed out. Doesn't that balance things out? Both parties are natives. I'm not sure the Native Rights Protection Association is particularly relevant. One is closer to the transmigrators than the other, isn't it? The so-called adulterer should be an ordinary commoner, correct? Magia conceded the point. That's true. He thought it over. I'll still need to consult Su Qi's opinion. Fine. As for me, I have no objection. I'll definitely serve as counsel. Jiqi then made a suggestion. Issue a lawyer's license to every transmigrator who held a law degree. End of chapter. Chapter 756, Homecoming, Part 4. Fu climbed a small mound and let the breeze cool him. He had walked most of the day under the sun and wanted to let the sweat dry. Not that he felt particularly tired. He had done farm work since childhood, and the ample rations and daily training and labor in the army had only made him stronger. A march of a few dozen li was nothing. No ox-cart route ran from Eastgate Market to Meiyang Village, but the road had been thoroughly improved. Footbridges had been put up along the way, low spots had been filled in, drainage ditches now lined either side, and gravel had been spread on the surface. Apart from insufficient width, the roadbed already met the standard for a simple country highway. Walking was no trouble at all for Fu. After all, he did a 5-kilometer cross-country run every week. The winter wind in Lingao was not cold. Rather, it was cool and pleasant. From the mound, the tawny road wound between scrub-covered hillocks and the paddies. Most of the second rice crop had already been harvested. Winter wheat, broad beans, and various green manure cover crops were now planted. This area was a priority zone for the Tiandahui's promotion of new agricultural methods. This was a new countryside, landscape the likes of which he had never seen, a little like the scenery in the Australian picture cards, shown during political lessons. The Australian villages in those pictures were so beautiful they seemed like fairyland. Fu had never dared believe that such lovely, prosperous villages existed anywhere in the world, or that fields could be so lush and handsome. He still remembered the old roadside scenery. The moment you left the village behind, you were swallowed by fearsome, desolate moorland and barren hills. Grass along the track grew taller than a man, so dense that an adult who walked into it would vanish instantly. Feral dogs prowled the wasteland, uttering low, terrifying barks. Elders used to say those dogs dug up corpses from the graveyards to eat. Since childhood, Fu had heard every kind of horror story about the wilderness. The sprawling thickets that once blanketed the landscape had largely been cleared. Flat ground had mostly been converted to fields. Only copses of timber remained on the slopes, and in some places saplings had been planted. Fu had himself participated in agricultural support missions while in the army. He knew the hillside plantings were probably economic forests, fruit trees, and the like. In the distance, beyond this quiet pastoral scene, stood a large cluster of buildings. That was Meiyang Village. Fu felt a twinge of puzzlement. Had Meiyang Village always been that big? He had been sold to the village when he was 7 or 8 and had scarcely left it before being sent off to soldier. Fu Baietan himself rarely ventured out, a market visit once a week and a half, and perhaps 1 or 2 trips a year to the county seat. All told, Fu had gone far away fewer than 5 or 6 times. Meiyang Village was his entire world. On the rare breaks from labor, he and the other children would climb a small knoll 2 or 3 li from the village, gaze at the distant landscape, and argue about what they might find if they kept walking in a given direction. A single visit to the county seat, too far to see the village from, had already been an eye-opening experience. When he was conscripted, the village had bound all the assigned men with ropes before marching them out. Every village did this to keep draftees from fleeing. Fu and the other conscripts were tied together and escorted, stumbling over pitted roads, by a detachment of village men armed with machetes and wooden spears. He still remembered Fu Yizhuang, eldest son of Fu Yaosun, who led the party, constantly running the rust-spotted machete blade along their necks. Escape, and you lose your head on the spot. The icy edge had sent chills through him, body and soul. When they left, the mistress had let him wear only a pair of ragged shorts and a shirt reduced to tatters, not even straw sandals. Fu Bayer had said, let him at least wear shoes. His wife had snapped, he's as good as dead the moment he goes, what does he need shoes for? And so Fu had walked barefoot for days, surviving on a few raw sweet potatoes and gulps of unboiled water each day. Nearly every conscript had diarrhea. One village orphan was too young. His diarrhea was so severe that he died on the road before they reached Bopu. Fu Yaosun's eldest son dug a shallow pit by the roadside, buried him and grumbled, why couldn't he have waited until Bopu to die? Fu had dragged himself along, convinced he was marching to his death, until at last he arrived at Bopu and became a soldier in the Australian army. Fu knew nothing of what was called the turns of fortune in life. In his vocabulary, lacking as it was in abstraction, he was merely thankful to have had some good luck. Military life had opened another door, leading him into a world he had never imagined, could never have dreamed of. I never thought I'd see a day like this. Fu removed his pith helmet. When he had left Meiyang village, he hadn't expected to return alive, let alone return in such glory. It turned out that soldiering, too, could mean coming home in brocade robes, just as in the operas. At the thought, a smug grin spread across his face. Imagining the expression on the mistress's face when she saw him filled him with satisfaction. Fu quickened his pace toward the village. He could hardly wait to see Fu Yijin. With Fu Yijin there, even the mistress didn't seem so hateful. He walked along the road, glancing at the fields on either side. Many had been fitted with irrigation ditches and sluice gates. The army had contributed to these water control projects. 2/3 of Fu's agricultural support assignments had been spent on irrigation construction. Near the village entrance, he saw 2 girls descending the slope beside the road. One wore blue work clothes, the other was dressed in the local village style. Both carried rattan baskets on their backs stuffed with tender-cut grass. One of them also held a basket containing rice gleaned from the paddies along with chaff. From their gait and build, Fu recognized them at once, Fu Yijin and Fu Zai. He called out, Sister Yijin, little Zai. The 2 girls stopped and stared at him in astonishment. Seeing them halt, Fu was certain. He hurried toward them. As he drew near, he could see even more clearly who else could it be. Fu Yijin still wore her braid bangs across her forehead, a wooden hairpin tucked in. Round-cheeked, her dark but bright eyes blinked at him in surprise. Truly a girl changes by the day. After 2 years, she looked entirely different. Sister Yijin, it's me, he called out. Fu Yijin and Fu Zai continued to stare at the strange soldier, unable to place him. Fu walked up, removed his pith helmet and smiled. It's me, I'm Zio Fu. At last recognition dawned. This sturdy, dashing young man was Fu. Fu Zai took 2 eager steps forward. Your brother Zio Fu, how did you get back from the army? I never imagined. Fu grinned, unsure what to say. Fu Zai was wearing the work clothes common around Bopu, curious, since only village cadres and the like dressed that way. Ordinary country folk did not. Had she gone to work for the leadership too? Fu Zai noticed him eyeing her outfit. I'm studying at the national school. This is the uniform they issued. We wear it during work-study and agricultural study periods. She pointed to the cloth tag on her chest. Sure enough, it read National School along with the school motto, Knowledge is Power. The school is on a harvest recess, so I came back to the village, Fu Zai said. Her face was a mix of surprise and delight as she tugged at his arm, looking him over. You've gotten so impressive. If you hadn't called out, I never would have recognized you. She nudged Fu Yijin. Isn't that right, Sister Yijin? Fu Yijin smiled shyly, a blush creeping over her cheeks. She fumbled for words and after a long pause managed only, You must be tired from the road. Let's head home first. Is Master Fu at home? Father's in the fields. Manager Wan came by. He's giving everyone an agriculture lesson. Fu Yijin found Fu's sudden shift to calling Fu Bayer Master strange. It sounded like the address of a stranger. Yet she knew Fu was no longer a bondservant of the household. She gazed at him. Taller, sturdier, skin a healthy bronze, hair cropped short in the Australian style, and that dashing web belt with the short sword dangling from it. She could not take her eyes away. Was this really the bond-servant boy who used to till the fields and herd the ducks? Seeing his smile and the look in his eyes, Fu Yijin felt her heart pound. She suddenly found it hard to meet his gaze. "Let's go, we'll head home together." On the way, Fu Zai filled him in on the tax disturbance over a year ago and its aftermath. That old wretch Fu Yaosun got put through the ringer by the leadership, and now he's dirt poor. He can't even throw his weight around in his own house anymore. Fu Yaosun had never been popular in the village and had feuded often with Fu Bar. The entire Fu Bar household disliked him. Fu Zai herself had taken more than a few blows from the old man's cane, so recounting his downfall gave her great satisfaction. "Now our family's the richest in the village, and Master has been made village head," she went on. "The estate is several times bigger than before. Manager Wan is really capable, practically turned stone into gold." When she spoke of Wan Lihui, her face lit up with admiration bordering on worship. "Did Master send you to school?" "Yes. If we weren't short-handed at home, he'd have sent more of us. Hired labor is expensive now, not like the old days when you could get someone to work just for a full meal." End of chapter. Chapter 757, Homecoming Part 5. The Tiandahui's agricultural revolution had transformed the countryside. New farming methods, irrigation works, improved seeds, homemade pesticides, and formulated fertilizers had doubled yields per mu. For many households, cultivation had finally become profitable, no longer a desperate scramble for survival. Every family with even a modest plot was expanding operations, and fields that had lain fallow for years, abandoned because meager yields couldn't justify the labor, were being tilled once more. The consequence was a labor shortage that no one had anticipated. Lingao had never possessed surplus workers. Only the low agricultural output and the peasants' chronic lack of motivation had masked the problem. Now demand had surged while the pool of rural idlers vanished, absorbed into factories, enlisted in the army or navy, or enrolled in schools. The scarcity was suddenly, painfully exposed. Wages for hired hands skyrocketed. This pained landlords and rich peasants who had grown accustomed to extracting a full day's labor for a bowl of rice and a handful of coppers. Such was human nature, the pursuit of profit. "I suppose the mistress still drives everyone from cockcrow to midnight?" Fu asked. The mistress was Fu Yijin's mother, and he maintained some courtesy toward her, though every child in the household, including her own offspring, both feared and resented the woman. Fu Zai gave a quiet laugh. "Of course, but the food has improved and she's not as stingy as before. Otherwise, everyone would be clamoring to deregister." With labor prices climbing, opportunities abounded. Daily recruitment in Baran City alone offered countless options. The old terror of leaving one's master to face destitution or starvation had evaporated. If a household head continued exploiting servants, they could simply walk away and work for the Australians. The master would lose a laborer outright, and even if he pursued legal recovery, the pittance he might recoup was nowhere near enough to purchase a replacement at current prices. The poor now had choices: work for the Australians, enlist, or attend school, all more than sufficient to keep food in their bellies. And the Australians had tightened their grip on the slave trade, imposing heavy taxes on slaveholding. Fu Yijin smiled awkwardly and changed the subject. When Fu asked whether the village had grown, he learned that Meiyang village had indeed expanded considerably. Settlers assigned to the village had, with help from the Civil Affairs People's Committee and the Tiandahui, built a new residential district on wasteland across the small river from the old settlement. They had followed one of the standard village blueprints drawn up under Wen Dacey's direction. The result: Meiyang village now numbered over 150 households with a population approaching 1,000. "With all the newcomers, the village isn't peaceful anymore," Fu Yijin complained, her brow furrowing. "Father is village head, but the settlers pay him no mind. Not long ago, There was even a brawl over water release rights. Now that the irrigation system was in place, no one depended solely on heaven's mercy. But during dry spells, disputes over which fields received water first and how much became flash points for conflict. Why? Fu found this strange. Normally it was settlers who got bullied. Before he had left on leave, the officers at the pre-departure assembly had stressed the importance of uniting with the migrants and helping them. Fu Yijin hesitated, unwilling to elaborate. She felt such matters weren't a woman's place to discuss, and besides, she couldn't have explained clearly even if she'd tried. Fu Zai, the student among them, could articulate things better. How would the migrants get bullied? It's half and half now. And the settlers were given land all at once, plus grain, tools, and seed, leveling rich and poor alike. In a strange new place they pull together. Meanwhile, our villagers are split, some rich, some poor. When a rich man gets pushed around by settlers, the poor folk just laugh. No one sticks up for him. I see, Fu said. So the migrants are the ones bullying the original villagers. Those outsiders are ungrateful, Fu Yijin grumbled. The land was ours to begin with, yet so much was handed over to them. And the first year's grain, the labor to build their houses, our village provided it all. Now they've settled in, gotten their land, and suddenly they strut about. She seemed to feel the village had been terribly cheated and began rambling, her uneducated thoughts jumping from one grievance to another until Fu was thoroughly confused. The gist was clear enough. The settlers were unreasonable and ungrateful. It's not that simple, Fu Zai interjected. Her position was more detached, her attachment to Meiyang village less deep. The settlers' land was wasteland the village hadn't cultivated for years. The land clearing and house building involved community labor, sure, but the leadership paid for it, it wasn't charity. And that first year's rations came from fines on hidden acreage fraud, not from anyone's generosity. Nobody owes anyone anything. That said, the settlers feel they have the numbers, so they don't defer to village management. That's also true. They talk about fairness while always putting themselves first. The water release brawl started exactly that way. So everyone's become enemies now. Not quite. After the fight, the resident policeman and father brought the ringleaders from both sides together for a chat. Everyone patched things up. No one was killed after all, and they see each other every day. They can't live in constant combat mode, but right now neither side will speak to the other. Clear boundary lines. If your duck wanders over to their side, consider it lost. Fu had been thoroughly indoctrinated with unity thinking in the army. That's no good, he blurted. Of course not. Father's job as village head has become nearly impossible. Apart from tasks handed down from above, nobody obeys him. When Manager Wan comes to teach new farming techniques, both sides are Tiandahui clients, yet they refuse to attend together. He has to hold 2 sessions. Any village project is hard to accomplish because the 2 sides work at cross purposes. Father's village headship is basically half a village headship. I plucked a few wildflowers from the roadside and began weaving them into a wreath. I expect Father will be pouring out his grievances to Manager Wan again tonight. And the leadership doesn't do anything. Manager Wan says he's Tiandahui, so it's not his department, Fu Yijin continued to complain. He told Father to report it to higher-ups. But Father doesn't dare, because he's afraid the leadership will think he can't get the job done and strip him of the headship, Fu Zai said. She no longer showed any trace of deference toward the master. As long as nothing major blows up, he'll just sit on it. The 3 of them chatted and laughed as they walked toward the village. The section where the original residents lived was now called East Village. The layout was mostly unchanged, the houses largely as they had been before. Only the little river at the village entrance had grown much cleaner. The manure-collecting campaign had scoured it out. The rickety wooden bridge had been rebuilt, now wide and sturdy. At the entrance stood a new public latrine. Fu Zai mentioned there was another at the far end of the village. There was nothing remarkable about it except that the cesspit was lined with brick and coated with cement. Villagers grumbled that the Australians were extravagantly wasteful. Supposedly this was for producing biogas. What biogas was and what use it had, no one yet knew. They call it centralized manure collection, Fuzai said. It keeps the houses cleaner. The houses in East Village looked shabby compared to the all-new fortress-style dwellings of West Village. Though the migrants lived in structures unlike anything the locals had ever seen, Fu knew that even if each household's floor space was modest, the amenities were complete. The houses were solid brick and tile, watertight in summer, draft-free in winter, very comfortable. On the strength of the brick and tile construction alone, West Village outclassed nearly all of East Village. After all, in the old Meiyang, only a handful of families had lived in brick houses. Everyone else had walls of mud-plastered bamboo mat, whitewash was a luxury, and needless to say, thatch roofs. No wonder there's friction between settlers and natives, Fu thought. The disparity was too stark. He couldn't understand why the leadership treated the migrants so generously, giving them houses that in the past only landlords could have afforded. The Fu Bar household's own house had just been renovated. After the previous year's land survey concluded, the Tiandahui had wanted to establish a model farmer. They let Fu Bar sharecrop most of the land confiscated from the Fu Yaosun household. Fu Bar had already tasted success with soil improvement and thin-spaced rice planting. Emboldened by his gains, he was willing both to invest and to follow the agricultural technician's guidance. This year had brought a bumper harvest. The broad beans grown to improve the soil alone had sold for roughly 10,000 jin to the Tiandahui. With cash in hand and the village headship secured, Fu Bar had immediately set about rebuilding the house, the time-honored instinct of the Chinese peasant. This caught the attention of Xianming and Wu Nanhai. To transform Fu Bar into a new agriculture, new village model figure, and to establish a vivid example for the next phase, when farmers would be encouraged to develop courtyard economies and large-scale sidelines. Wan Lihui persuaded Fu Bar to build an Australian-style farm manor. The Tiandahui brought in architects and workers from the Lingao Construction Company, and using drawings from the Grand Library's various new countryside blueprints adapted to local conditions, they constructed this manor for the Fu family. Besides living quarters, the compound accommodated sideline operations, storage, and processing. The layout was rational, the space used efficiently. In practicality and livability, it was 300 years ahead of the finest landlord mansions in Lingao. The ultimate luxury. The manor had a proper indoor toilet, not the old dung pit. Of course, Fu Bar had paid dearly for it. By the time the house was finished, he was flat broke and had to apply for a Tiandahui loan to resume production. End of chapter. Chapter 758, Homecoming, Part 6. Fu Bar had not only become a trailblazer of new agriculture, but had inadvertently pioneered rural finance as well. His loan exceeded the combined total of all other loans in Meiyang Village. Because the amount was unprecedented, beyond the credit line granted by DeLong Bank, Wu Dai, head of the credit department, had traveled to Meiyang Village in person to assess the situation before approving the agricultural loan. A residence built at such expense was naturally extraordinary. The locals had never seen a house so rationally laid out or so comfortable to inhabit. It was an eye-opener. Following Wan Lihui's guidance, Fu Bar's wife had planted pumpkins in the backyard. The trellises ran up onto the roof, maximizing sunlight while saving land. The Fu household had always raised ducks. Wan Lihui had taught her to compost their manure and use it to cultivate earthworms. The Tiandahui supplied the starter worms and purchased the finished product. Sometimes the mistress privately thought the Tiandahui a bit simple-minded. They spent money buying all sorts of useless things, earthworms among them, along with feathers, bones, and eggshells. She had no idea that the specialty feed she bought to make the ducks lay more eggs was manufactured from these very useless things. In the front courtyard, she had planted several fruit trees and raised over 50 laying hens. The coop and the hen's exercise yard had been built under an agricultural technician's guidance, with a trellis overhead, also for growing pumpkins. Besides serving as a vegetable and coarse grain, pumpkin made excellent feed. The chicken manure was fermented and fed to pigs. The Fu household kept a dozen Australian pigs supplied by the farm's breeding station. Following the model of the old small poultry loans, the Tiandahui also issued pig and goat loans, providing piglets and kids to farming families. Fu Buer's household, of course, needed no such entry-level assistance. He had bought the animals outright. Owing to the abundance of wasteland and wild grass in the area, the Tiandahui also encouraged sheep raising. The Fu family kept about 10 head. Pig and sheep manure, along with all the residue from the courtyard's circular economy, was dumped into their biogas pit, which also processed the family's human waste, yielding fuel and fertilizer. The Fu household was the first in Meiyang village to cook with biogas. Even the worldly wise Fu and Fu Zai were startled when they first witnessed it. Fu stepped into the spacious, bright parlor and eyed the glass set into the windows. The masters really made it, he thought. Such amenities were found only at a few top merchants' shops in the East Gate Market. He had never seen an ordinary local household with them. The furniture in the parlor was so-called Australian style, a trend now spreading across the region and even into Guangzhou. Rattan sofas and a coffee table, purchased from a rattan and wood products shop in the East Gate Market, were well suited to Lingao's warm climate. Since it was winter now, cotton cushions had been laid over them. The floor was no longer bare earth but paved with square bricks. Fu Buer, affecting a touch of refinement, had even bought a color woodblock print of sunrise over the holy ships from the East Gate Market and framed it elaborately. A 4-panel screen divided the parlor, each panel affixed with a color propaganda poster, the officers and men of the Fubo Army. The images depicted soldiers of the Army, Navy, and Marine Corps, as well as a transmigrator officer. Every figure, enlisted or officer, sported heavy brows, big eyes, and muscular builds. One held a bayoneted rifle, another clutched an artillery shell. The transmigrator officer brandished a saber, pointing his men forward. Slogans and catchphrases ran along the bottom, all printed in red. This type of poster was now being produced in small batches by the printing house as part of political propaganda. The new, gaudy posters were cheap, with excellent paper quality and printing, and they had already captured much of the market from traditional Guangdong New Year prints. Families like Fu Buer's were especially eager to display these new prints as a way of advertising their special relationship with the Australians. No one was home. Everyone was out working. Fu Yijin fetched water for Fu to wash his face while Fu Zai hurried off to brew tea. Tea drinking had gradually taken root in the Fu household. Fu unbuckled his web belt and set down his pack, feeling a wave of relief. When Fu Yijin brought the wash basin, he grew shy, murmuring, "Thank you, Sister Yijin." He took the towel from his satchel. As their hands brushed, Fu steeled himself and gave her fingers a squeeze. Fu Yijin shot him a reproachful glance. Fu grew bolder. 2 years in the army, well-fed and well-trained, had built him a strong body, and he was young. Physiological urges ran strong. Usually they were suppressed by strict discipline and endless labor, but now all that was gone and the urges surfaced at once. Gathering his courage, he wrapped his arms around her waist. "Sister Yijin," he called, and his hands began to roam. She gasped. Broad daylight inside the house, parents and siblings liable to return at any moment, Fu Zai outside boiling water. If anyone walked in, the disgrace would be complete. She shoved his hands away. "Are you crazy?" She clutched at her clothes. "What if someone sees? Sister Yijin, if you're going to behave like this, I certainly won't be spending time alone with you," Fu Yijin said, assuming the prim air of a young lady. "Just what do you take me for?" Fu was about to profess his sincere intentions when Fu Zai's footsteps sounded outside. He had no choice but to release her and sit down awkwardly, already scheming about how to broach the subject with the master later. Fu Zai came in with the tea, apparently noticing nothing amiss. Fu Yijin brought out some dried sweet potato slices from the cupboard to serve him. "I don't dare touch them," Fu joked, covering his embarrassment. "The mistress hasn't given permission yet." "It's fine. She doesn't fuss over little things anymore," I said casually. "Pinching pennies won't make you rich. The mistress has finally figured that out." Fu's return stirred a small commotion in the village. A bondservant boy sent off in ropes to join the army, now transformed into an impressive soldier. News spread in an instant. Fu had barely eaten a few bites of dried sweet potato before over 100 villagers crowded into the Fu courtyard. Some to gawk, some to hear the news, some who had heard military life was good and wanted to enlist. They packed the parlor doorway more tightly than when Wan Lihui had first visited the village. Everyone marveled at the change in the former bondservant, murmuring that the Australians truly could turn stone into gold. Man or thing, whatever passed through their hands emerged gleaming. Fu had been thin as a monkey, dark and wizened, clumsy at work, mumbling when he spoke. Now he was sturdy and handsome, his voice full and articulate. His fluent new speech alone eclipsed everyone's dialect. What interested the villagers most was the recent fighting. The county-wide war mobilization had reached Meiyang village. Some village militia had been called up to repair roads and haul supplies around Bopu, but they had not seen combat. The closest anyone had come to the front was guarding prisoners at Macau. The militia's gossip hadn't satisfied their curiosity. Later, the village office had received a special edition of the Lingao Times devoted to the great victory at Xianming, and the agricultural technician had read it aloud to everyone, but people still felt unsatisfied. The special edition was too brief, offering only a bare outline of events and outcomes. What the villagers craved was vivid, storyteller-style detail. As a soldier of the 1st Infantry Battalion, Fu had participated directly in the battles around Chiangmai and elsewhere. He had plenty of material. Now that he had an audience, he launched into a performance as if he were a professional storyteller. He described the march, the battle beneath Chiangmai's walls, the chase all the way to Qiangshan. Infantry squares against cavalry, fire arrows from ships burning Chiangmai's walls, the rout of tens of thousands of government troops. He even boasted grandly about the Baietan Stockade Sea battle, which he hadn't been anywhere near. The villagers listened, rapt. Then came questions about army life. Fu embellished freely. People tend to polish their circumstances. He extolled 3 meals a day, meat at every sitting, and the sights he had seen on campaigns across the region. The young men's hearts itched. They all wanted to enlist and see the world. As for training and work support assignments, no one minded. Farm work at home was hard labor too. Several asked on the spot what the requirements were and how to sign up. Amid the hubbub, Fu arrived with Wan Lihui. Because Fu had become a model farmer, Meiyang village was one of the few that still enjoyed direct guidance from an elder-level agricultural technician. Most Tiandahui clients now received only training from naturalized technicians. Only complex or important issues warranted an elder's visit. Wan Lihui didn't mind his frequent trips to Meiyang village. Since the Fu house had been rebuilt, living conditions were vastly improved, nearly up to Eastgate market standards, and there were lovely girls to attend him. Spending a few days here offering technical guidance was quite pleasant. This visit was partly to promote winter wheat cultivation, partly to coach farmers on courtyard economics, and the Plant Every Margin initiative, especially growing castor and flax in every patch of spare ground. Both crops were urgently needed oil sources for Lingao's industrial system. End of chapter. Chapter 759. Fu gets drafted into the investigation. Wan Lihui was by now accustomed to finding a house full of people whenever he visited the Fu household. As village head, Fu home doubled as a de facto village office. Villagers came on business to chat, even to air grievances. The foot traffic was almost constant. Although the village had a reasonably imposing official village affairs office, the common folk still preferred to traipse straight to the village head's house. What surprised him today was a Fubo army soldier standing among the crowd in the parlor, rising to salute. "Is the military on leave?" "This is Fu Fu. He's serving in the Fubo army," Fu Baietan hastened to explain. Fu Fu's sudden reappearance had given him quite a fright. Had the lad deserted, that could implicate him terribly. He recalled having recently done some work to deter desertion, and here was an elder present. His heart fluttered with alarm. But looking again at Fu Fu's neat uniform, radiant face, carrying bundles big and small, this was hardly the look of a stray dog on the run. Fu Baietan relaxed somewhat. "Fu Fu," Wan Lihui said casually. "Is he your son?" Ah, Fu Baietan was momentarily at a loss. Fu Fu was no longer his household's bondservant, much less his son. "He's a brother to Fu Zai and the others." Wan Lihui nodded, then suddenly recalled that Fu Fu was the very bondservant on whose behalf Fu Baietan had once begged him to collect military pay. He had been rebuffed for his trouble and dressed down by Wei Awen. At the memory, his expression soured. Sensing an elder's displeasure, the onlookers tactfully dispersed. Fu Fu quickly snapped to attention, assuming a pose of awaiting orders. "Since he's family, no need to be so stiff," Wan Lihui said, waving him off with feigned indifference. "Have you reported to the resident police yet?" "Reporting, sir, not yet." "Go now." Wan Lihui pulled rank. His gaze flicked to Fu Yijin, whose cheeks were flushed as she gazed somewhat dreamily at Fu Fu. His annoyance deepened. Since drawing an A-class maidservant in the lottery, his interest in Fu Yijin had cooled, but he had always regarded the Fu family's eldest daughter as a blossom he could pluck whenever he pleased. To suddenly find her smitten with some native soldier was disagreeable. "Yes, sir." Fu Fu hurried out. Basking in the crowd's adulation, he had forgotten to report to the resident police. Regulations required soldiers on home leave to report immediately upon arrival and receive a stamp. Otherwise, their leave could not be properly closed when they returned. The resident police officer's dwelling stood at the boundary between East Village and West Village, placed there so both communities could reach it easily. Funded by the Civil Affairs Committee, it was a two-story building, residence and dormitory upstairs, office and temporary lockup downstairs. Under Ran Yao's policing plan, every village with more than 1,000 inhabitants was assigned 2 resident officers. One would put down permanent roots, the other rotated through as a newly trained officer. Besides maintaining local order, the resident police directly adjudicated minor cases. Because enforcement required at least 2 officers, Ran Yao had ultimately mandated a minimum of 2 per standard village of 1,000 or more. They were also responsible for gathering local intelligence, managing household registration, and overseeing the transient population. A soldier on home leave naturally fell under transient population management. Fu Fu hurried to what locals called the police tower, so named for its 2 stories. Pushing through the door, he was surprised to find another elder inside, quite different from Manager Wan with his mud-spattered work clothes. This one was impeccably dressed and exuded an air of authority. He was conversing with the resident officer. Fu Fu saluted carefully, then presented his leave papers to the officer. Because he planned to stay more than 3 days, he had to register for a temporary residence permit. "What's the rush?" "Can't you see I'm speaking with the counselor?" The black-uniformed officer, cap shoved back on his head, wiped sweat from his brow as he rebuked him. "Process him first. Our business will take a while longer," the elder said good-naturedly. Fu Fu couldn't help glancing at him, an elder in his early 30s, not as tall as some but equally robust, with one of those unremarkable faces that left little impression. Then Fu Fu noticed. The man wore a naval uniform with all branch and rank insignia removed, and he carried no saber. What was a Navy transmigrator officer doing all the way out in Meiyang village? The paperwork was stamped quickly. As Fu Fu was about to leave, he overheard the resident officer grumbling. "You have no idea, sir, how much trouble there is in this village. Big friction between settlers and natives, petty squabbles every other day. All these survey forms to fill out, you'll have to bear with me a bit. Once I finish these, I'll get right on it. Appreciate your patience. Private first class." Just as Fu Fu was stepping out, the elder called. He halted, turned, and saluted. "Are you from this village?" "Reporting, sir." "Yes, sir." "Settler or native?" "Reporting, sir, native." The resident officer chimed in. "He's from the Fu Bayer household. Private first class, will you help me with some work?" "Reporting, sir. Serving an elder is my honor." Fu Fu recited the standard line loudly. "At ease, no need to be so formal." "Yes, sir. I'm Su Qi from the tribunal." Su Qi's status on the tribunal was technically on loan. He held no formal title. At Ma Jia's request, he had been temporarily seconded to try the destruction of military marriage case as presiding judge. Because this case marked the new legal system's first real entry into native life, it demanded careful handling, ideally striking a balance between legal authority and outcomes the natives could foresee. In the future, they could consider replacing the Great Ming Code with Lingao's own native affairs law. Ma Jia had convened a full plenary of the Law Society. They debated legal theory, trial format, the applicable legal tradition, and sentencing criteria clause by clause, determined to give this case historical significance. The new law had to embody the will of the ruling class, that is, the House of Elders, and the House's ultimate goal was to transform society. In other words, the purpose of the trial was not simple punishment, but reforming customs. First, the consensus was that on the question of jurisdiction, it was best to proceed through ordinary court channels rather than rashly convening a military tribunal. That would avoid both social backlash and political pitfalls. Moreover, without a code of procedure, a military court approach would lack credibility and legal foundation. The conference crystallized three principles. 1. The House of Elders had promulgated no relevant statute. The trial should therefore follow the principles of lenity to the older law and nullum crimen sine lege, no crime without a law. Thus the judgment should be based on local customary law or the Great Ming Code. 2. Immediately after the court ruling, a public legal interpretation should be issued to deepen native understanding of the transmigrator's legal philosophy. 3. A statute should be drafted and promulgated at once. To punish without first teaching is cruelty. All agreed. Since the House of Elders had never published a marriage law or civil code, sentencing under the Great Ming Code was appropriate in the absence of statute. Sentencing discretion would rest with the judge. Given that the Lingao court system ought to attend to politics, and given this case's importance, it made sense to introduce a trial committee system whereby the internal consensus of the House of Elders could be translated, through committee deliberation, into a verdict acceptable to all parties. The military's demand for severe punishment had a certain rationality. This approach would, externally, establish the legal system's authority among the natives while, internally, confirming the House of Elders' political and ideological leadership over the judiciary, acceptable under current political circumstances. In sum, the trial should seek a balance between legal authority and native predictability. Afterward, they could consider replacing the Great Ming Code with the new code. With guiding principles established, the next step was implementation. Ma Jia had seconded Su Qi from foreign intelligence to serve as judge. Jai Xin would act as pro bono defense counsel, and Zai would prosecute. After receiving the case, Su Qi decided to conduct a personal on-site investigation at the sailor's home village. Strictly speaking, that wasn't his job, but Zai's competence was not to be relied upon. According to the personnel file Su Qi had pulled from the Navy, both the cuckolded sailor and the adulterer resided in Meiyang village. Su Qi resolved to go to Meiyang village himself to ensure the case was factually clear and evidentially sound. "Do you know this person?" He gave the name of the cuckolded sailor. "Reporting, sir." "Yes, he's from this village." Su Qi nodded. "Speak normally, no need for reporting." "Yes, sir." Fu Fu said, "He's a Fulao, a Fujianese, settled here 7 or 8 years ago. At first he got by on day labor and cleared a few mu of wasteland. When did he marry his wife?" "He brought her with him from Fujian." No children, they had some, all died, Fufu said. You see, a soldier who's been away for years knows more than you do. Suki turned a reproachful look on the resident officer. How long have you been here? What exactly have you been doing? Yes, sir, I'm not from this village. The officer was sweating profusely now. I've only been here 3 months. Fine. Reflect on your efficiency. Suki had been about to point out a few more shortcomings in the man's shambolic work, but he reminded himself he was not a police administration elder and should not interfere too directly. He softened his tone. Since you haven't been here long, put in more effort going forward. End of chapter. Chapter 760. On-site investigation, the resident officer stood meekly while Suki gave him a thorough dressing down. Suki was entitled to do so. In the old time space, he had been a policeman. Had his ambitions not lain with intelligence and the Navy, he would long ago have held a senior position at police headquarters, at least on par with Mu Min. Police headquarters had issued naturalized officers detailed workflow manuals and handbooks, simplifying many procedures to make them easy to understand. Yet one glance at the police tower told Suki that this resident officer's work was nothing short of a shambles. By comparison, the officers at the district stations were far more competent. Clearly, having an elder around to supervise was what it took to keep things on track. Now that a local soldier was on hand to be useful, he was far preferable to this I don't know policeman. Suki ordered him to lead the way and gather information. And Zai had already obtained the adulterer's confession at the county Yamen prison, though, per Ma Jia's suggestion and modern jurisprudential principles, suspect was the more appropriate term. As for the adulteress, now party concerned, Ma Jia had her placed in protective custody at the county Yamen prison. He worried the husband's clan might attempt some stunt like catching the adulterers and drowning them in a pig cage. That would blow the matter out of proportion. Now Suki had come in person to collect evidence of the adultery. After considerable discussion, the Law Society's case handlers had realized the matter was trickier than it appeared. They consulted the relevant provisions of the Great Ming Code and the Grand Pronouncements, and discovered that, regarding adultery, the code specified that unless the adulterers were caught in the act with irrefutable evidence, any accusation based on hearsay or after-the-fact knowledge was not to be prosecuted. Even if caught in flagrante, the punishment was merely 90 strokes of the heavy bamboo for both parties, and the adulteress was to be sold or remarried at the husband's discretion. If the husband wishes to keep her, so be it. The only restriction was that she could not be sold to the adulterer. Seen this way, the Great Ming Code's enforcement of adultery was not particularly severe, indeed quite lenient. The vaunted harshness was simply that the law exempted the husband from liability if he killed the pair on the spot. Any killing after the fact still carried legal consequences. I'd say that's fairly advanced legal thinking, and Zai had commented. Emphasis on evidence. Advanced it may be, but it makes our case difficult. Suki thought. Under the code, the adulterer had essentially done nothing wrong. The sailor had not caught them in bed. He had only heard rumors, in other words, no evidence. Per the Great Ming Code, the verdict would be not to be prosecuted. That clashed with the destruction of military marriage tenor they had already set. No problem, he confessed. And Zai had personally interviewed both the suspect and the party concerned. Both admitted to the affair. They had been carrying on secretly for about 3 or 4 months. A confession is good, but we want to establish a jurisprudential philosophy that values corroborating and physical evidence alongside confessions, Ma Jia had said. Ancient societies prized confessions above all else, which is why torture and forced confessions proliferated, a habit that persisted into later eras. Our approach is to require both confessions and evidence. Implementing a modern zero-confession, investigative model was impractical in this time-space. The Transmigrator Collective simply lacked the technology and expertise. Advanced concepts required advanced foundations. Nevertheless, Physical and corroborating evidence pointed toward progress. They were more persuasive to the common people than a confession alone. Magia hoped to use this case to propagate that philosophy. Guided by Fu Fu, Suki first went to the suspect's home. Both the suspect and the sailor lived in East Village. Both families were shifting cultivators from Fujian. The suspect's family had arrived earlier, settling here over a decade ago. I've heard the old man of his house came very early and did day labor in the village. He died a few years ago, leaving 3 sons. This fellow originally had 2 brothers. His mother should still be alive. As Fu Fu led the way, he recounted what he knew. The roads in East Village had been graveled and the streets were clean, but the overall condition was plainly inferior to West Village, where the settlers lived. No wonder natives and settlers clash, Suki thought. Aloud, he asked, and the sailor's family? Also Fujianese shifting cultivators, day laborers. Suki listened and mentally catalogued the information. He found it somewhat incredible. According to the interrogation record, the suspect was a lad of 18 or 19, whereas the party concerned was nearly 40. Though her work over the past 2 years as a shop clerk in the Eastgate market had kept her fed and presentable, she didn't look too haggard. By contemporary standards, she was a middle-aged woman. The sailor had mentioned she had borne 3 or 4 children. From the photographs in the case file, she possessed no particular appeal. As the shut-ins put it, nothing to get hard over. If Nzai hadn't taken the confessions personally, with both parties admitting the affair, Suki might have suspected a jealous husband making wild accusations. Suki asked, "He's a young fellow. Why would he get involved with a woman pushing 40? Fu Fu gave a dry laugh. "Sir, around here men have always outnumbered women. The shifting cultivators from the mainland were poor to begin with, and most didn't bring wives. With no money, finding a bride was harder than reaching the sky. When he himself had been a bondservant, Fu Buer had often dangled the prospect of Fu Zai, Fu Yue, and Fu Yijin as incentives for hard work. The scarcity of marriageable women was one of Hainan's chronic problems across all of its Ming-era counties." "I see," Suki nodded. That explained it. As they walked, a growing clump of children and idlers fell in behind them. Word had spread that an elder was coming to try a case, and adultery cases were perennial crowd pleasers. Everyone wanted a show. They reached the far end of the village. Fu Fu pointed to 2 houses. Both were the standard local farmsteads, bamboo and timber frames, walls of mud-plastered bamboo mat, thatch roofs. But poverty, too, had gradations. One roof's thatch had already turned black and sprouted weeds. The mud was cracked, exposing rotted bamboo in many places, outright holes in others. The door was woven reed, half open, revealing a pitch-dark interior. Even before approaching, the stench reached them. As for sheer dereliction, this was probably the poorest household in the village, no exaggeration. The other house was much better. The thatch was fresh golden straw from the summer's rice harvest. The mud walls were coated with whitewash and neatly maintained. The door was wooden and currently locked. A wooden placard reading "Military Family" was nailed above it. Without a word from Fu Fu, Suki knew which was which. He glanced around. Not far off lay a pile of timber, apparently drying for someone's new construction. He walked over, sat on the lumber, and asked Fu Fu to summon whoever from both households was in the village, along with neighbors and friends. "So you're going to try the case, sir?" "No, this isn't a trial, it's fact-finding," Suki said. "Trials are held in court. You're questioning suspects, and that's not a trial. These aren't suspects, they're witnesses." Suki patiently explained the distinction, giving the soldier a bit of legal education. "We should hold law education sessions in the army, too," he thought. Fu Fu nodded repeatedly. "I'll go fetch them." Villagers had heard an elder was coming to try a case, and a crowd gathered, creating a great clamor. Even the resident officer and Fu Buer came hurrying over to keep order. Suki ignored the commotion and started by questioning the first person to arrive, the suspect's mother. She spoke Hokkien. Fortunately, Fu Fu had dealt with shifting cultivators since childhood, understood the dialect, and served as impromptu interpreter and scribe. Suki sized her up. At first glance she looked 60 or 70, but on closer inspection she seemed younger. She dropped to her knees the moment she saw Suki. He waved her up. "Stand and speak." This humble woman dares not. Perhaps aware that her son's offense reflected poorly on her, she could not even raise her head. "Stand. We don't observe that custom." Fu chimed in. "When the counselor tells you to stand, you stand. That's the Australian rule." Once she was on her feet, Suki asked a few basic questions and learned she was not yet 50, yet her hair was already streaked with gray and her face deeply lined. Her dress was made of locally dyed blue cotton, extremely sturdy, coin-thick, but hers was so patched that some spots had faded to bare white fabric. Its age was plain. Suki asked about the adultery between the suspect and the party concerned. The woman did not dissemble. She laid it all out, admitting the affair. It began because the party concerned had found work as a shop assistant in the Eastgate market, meals and lodging provided, and her husband was in the military. The house was left unattended. She was afraid that with both husband and wife away, the house and vegetable garden would go to ruin, so she asked us, mother and son, to look after things. My boy helped tend her garden every day. He'd carry the vegetables to market, sell them, and split the proceeds with her half and half. Every week or two he would go to the Eastgate market to bring her money and produce. In the course of these deliveries, the relationship had gradually warmed. She saw how poor we were and under the pretense of helping us came around often, seducing my son. We're from the same hometown and have been neighbors for years. If I had known what was on her mind, I never would have accepted her rice and money. The more the woman talked, the angrier she became, clearly convinced that her son was blameless and it was all the vixen's doing. "You have 3 sons. How did you end up so destitute?" Suki found it strange. With 3 able-bodied workers by current wage levels, even if they didn't work in a factory or on a construction site, just farm labor, the household shouldn't be so wretched. End of chapter. Chapter 761. A change in status. The woman had been holding herself together, but the moment Suki mentioned it, tears streamed down her face. She choked back sobs for a long time before managing to speak. This humble woman did once have 3 sons. She wiped her eyes with her tattered sleeve. The eldest, the year before last when they were conscripting civilian laborers, he went off to work on the Wenlin River water project. He was killed by a falling rock while building a bridge. The second, he was also recruited for work at Bopu, tending furnaces. In the spring we heard the furnace had exploded, and he died too, not even a body to send back, just a jar of ashes. At this she collapsed to the ground and broke into wrenching sobs. Suki was moved. He knew deaths and injuries on worksites and in factories were common, but to him they had been nothing more than news, a column of numbers. Now, watching a bereaved mother wail before him, his soul was shaken. He thought of the prospect of sending this woman's youngest son, her only remaining support, to prison, and his mood grew very heavy. "Stop crying." He softened his tone. "Was there no compensation?" His eyes swept sternly toward Fu Bar. Fu Bar flinched. "Sir, the year before last I wasn't village head yet, only liaison, but I know about her eldest son's case. When the body was sent back, the leadership provided a coffin and a sum as compensation. She received every last fen. As for her second son, there was also compensation. I handled it myself. It's all documented." He turned to the woman, speaking kindly. "Third sister-in-law. I gave you the full compensation. Speak honestly for your conscience." "You did," the woman said after further weeping. "The village has looked after us, mother and son. It's just that 2 living boys are simply gone." Her grief was heartrending. Bystanders sniffled and sighed quietly. Suki knew that, apart from lifetime benefits for soldiers killed or injured in combat training, the enterprise's compensation for ordinary workers and laborers was hardly generous. Burial expenses plus the former wages as monthly stipends, but only for 36 months. Additional welfare applied only if the deceased had dependents. The infirm were given makework by the Transmigrator Collective. Children could attend school free, meals and lodging included. Clearly, the suspect's family fell into neither category. What happened to a rural household that lost 2 workers in succession was obvious enough. And this family had been landless paupers to begin with. No wonder the house was a ruin. Jiqi found himself feeling sympathy. No land, no adult laborers, and now her last son was about to be convicted. This household was finished. He went on to question other neighbors and villagers. The focus was on the sailor's marital relationship. By all accounts, the sailor had been a day laborer before enlisting, quiet, hardworking. The marriage had been reasonably harmonious. Of course, there were quarrels and wife beatings, whose household was without them. Village head Fu Buer beat his own wife as a matter of routine. By local standards, that couldn't be counted as domestic violence. So this couple was actually on good terms. Jiqi was relieved. Evidently, by this time-space's standards, the sailor hadn't married under duress. At worst, the wife had strayed. There was no sign she intended to run off permanently, which would have made the follow-up far messier. "Oh yes, quarrels are inevitable," said a neighborly auntie. "It's just that this family had several children and none survived. If there'd been children, would she have left home to work as a clerk? A woman without ties," she shook her head. Jiqi quickly collected enough testimony from the garrulous neighbors and villagers. So eager were they that he had to announce the inquiry was over. Many who hadn't gotten to speak left in disappointment. Beyond evidence of the offense, there was abundant testimony that both the suspect and the party concerned were good people in the village. At trial, this could support a finding of momentary lapse. Jiqi had each speaker press a thumbprint onto his or her statement. This unnerved those who had been so voluble a moment before. "Es, sir, we won't have to appear in court, will we?" Country folk dreaded court. Commoners called as plaintiffs, defendants, or witnesses risked a beating at the slightest misstep, and the whole proceeding wasted half a day or more. "Don't worry," Jiqi said. "Our courts don't beat people during hearings. We just ask questions and render judgments. No torture. Anyone who's watched a trial at the Eastgate Market knows that." Indeed, some had witnessed the summary court sessions. Locals might dread taking the stand themselves, but watching others receive judicial beatings was a popular spectacle. So when the summary court opened at the Eastgate Market, crowds had turned up expecting the Australians to trot out exotic Australian torture devices. In the end, they discovered that Australian trials were nowhere near as entertaining as the old county Yamen proceedings. Never mind Australian implements, they didn't even see the common paddle, whip, ankle press, or finger squeeze. The whole thing was a few questions and answers, then a verdict. "A few of you will be called as witnesses," Jiqi said. "Anyone interested in observing the trial is also welcome." Because Fu had helped record testimony, Jiqi praised him several times and handed him a white-labeled pack of special supply cigarettes, made by the Light Industry Division especially for transmigrators, using the finest imported tobacco. Fu had assisted an elder on important business and received cigarettes only elders could smoke. He privately congratulated himself on having risen in the counselor's estimation. Humming a tune, he headed home. That evening the Fu household splurged on a table of fine dishes to welcome the conquering soldier. Predictably, the mistress had been flatly opposed to such extravagance for someone who no longer had any personal ties to the household. And predictably, she had earned a punch from Fu Buer for her trouble. Unlike the old days, her verbal counterattacks were increasingly feeble, because time after time Fu Buer's foresight had proved superior, and his approach had yielded far greater returns than hers. "You stupid woman!" Fu Buer threw down the kindling stick and cursed. "What's one chicken? Zio Fu is in favor with the leadership. Didn't you see the counselor hand him a pack of cigarettes today? He's bound to become an official. You begrudge him eating and staying here. In the future you could kneel and beg him to eat with us and he wouldn't bother. A pauper brat running around bare-assed." The mistress could not shake the image of Fu arriving almost naked, a mud monkey. "He's made something of himself now, he's with the Australians. By the look of things, he'll be an officer by the new year. If we don't move now, we won't be able to get close later." Grudgingly, the mistress had to admit her husband had a point. She set about preparing the meal as he commanded. At the table, Fu Buyer made a point of cultivating him. He toasted Fu Fu personally and had his own children and bondservants toast the elder brother as well, heaping on flattery. Fu Fu distributed the gifts he had brought. Fu Buyer received a new army satchel. He was overjoyed. He had long coveted one of these status symbols. Though knockoffs were now sold at the Eastgate Market, they lacked the correct color, insignia, and hardware. They couldn't compare to genuine military issue. Everyone received gifts according to rank. Even the mistress, whom nobody liked, got a bolt of cloth. When Fu Buyer and his wife saw that Fu Yijin's gift was the most lavish, they guessed Fu Fu's intentions. That night, husband and wife schemed together in bed. Fu Yijin was their biological daughter, entitled to be called a young lady. Because the family was now the village's wealthiest, she had attracted considerable interest. Several matchmakers had called. The mistress had flatly refused every one. The logic was simple. No matter how much bride price the local market offered, marrying off a daughter was a losing proposition. Setting aside everything else, losing a worker outright was a significant hit. The Fu household's expanded landholdings were already short-handed. "We can't hold Yijin back forever," Fu Buyer said, lighting one of the cigarettes Fu Fu had given him. "She'll be 17 after New Year's. A girl can't afford to wait. 17, even 40-year-old crones have young lads chasing them." The mistress was unconcerned. "You think you can't marry off a daughter? Besides, if we send her away, who's going to do the work? You went and sent that little wench Fuzai off to study. Fine, now she's hooked on it and refuses to quit. A perfectly good pair of hands who only comes back to help at harvest. If Yijin leaves too, are we farming this land or not?" Fu Buyer smoked in silence. He did regret the Fuzai affair a little. He had originally intended for her to study a few months, learn bookkeeping, reading, and the abacus, then come home. Instead, she had excelled. A counselor had even sent a letter declaring her promising material and insisting she complete the elementary agricultural curriculum. Not only would she be unavailable for work for years, the family even had to pay living expenses. The Fu household did not qualify for the Education People's Committee's tuition and subsistence waivers. Zio's schooling costs more, but she's learned a lot. At this harvest she taught us plenty of field tricks. Manager Wan even praised her ability. The schooling wasn't wasted. Useless. It all benefits outsiders. "Old man, all you ever do is benefit outsiders," the woman grumbled again. End of chapter. Chapter 762, Son-in-law and Father-in-law. Little Zai can marry Yin just fine. Keep the good water in the family field. Besides, she's still young, no rush. Fu Buyer spoke with confidence. Marrying her to Yin saves us the bride price, and she's bound to be capable. As for Yijin, I think Zio Fu is a fine lad. He'll surely make something of himself. If we make this match now, we won't lose out later. Husband and wife schemed half the night before finally sleeping. The next morning Fu Fu rose early, shouldered a hoe, and went to the fields with everyone else. The attitude Fu Buyer and his wife had shown at dinner made him think marriage might be within reach. Though he technically had no ties to the Fu household anymore, they might soon be son-in-law and father-in-law. Naturally, Fu Fu meant to make a good impression. Fu Buyer might seem hapless in other matters, but he was a capable hand at farm work. Before they set out, he assigned each person a specific task: digging ditches, thrashing, collecting manure, mucking out the pigsty, grazing sheep, tending the vegetable plot, everything orderly and efficient. The Fu household had more hands than most, but also more land and sidelines. Labor was not in surplus. With wages for short and long-term workers spiking, help was hard to find. He could hire fewer people than before. Fu Buyer had learned from the thrashing machine and winnowing fan the Tiandahui sold him, equipment that greatly boosted efficiency. That if human labor was uneconomical, machines were the answer. At autumn harvest, he had used a bank loan to add an ox, and bought a small traction harvester and seed drill from the Tiandehui shop, products of the agricultural implements factory. 2. Oxen pulling mechanized equipment allowed the Fu household to finish harvesting and planting ahead of everyone else. While other farmers were still busy thrashing and sowing green manure and winter wheat, the Fu household had already moved on to irrigation maintenance, manure collection, and sideline work. Fu Bayer was also intent on cultivating Fu. They worked together clearing ditches. Meiyang village's irrigation system was newly built, and not to the high investment, high standard specifications of the agricultural division's own farms. The facilities were more primitive. The channels had not yet been hardened, and after a summer's use, especially after the rains, they had silted up badly. The main and branch canals were cleared by village work crews, according to the principle of whoever benefits maintains. Each household was responsible for clearing its own field ditches. This kept the system in shape and provided silt for composting. Black stinking muck was shoveled out and tossed into baskets on the bank. From time to time, a wriggling loach emerged from the mud. Whenever that happened, Fu pinched the fish by the gills, threaded a willow twig through, and hung it aside. Even loaches that the spade had chopped into pieces were picked up and tossed into a small basket, edible all the same. In the old days, such finds had been a rare treat. Even now Fu hadn't broken the habit. Fu wore only a homespun button-front jacket. The army issued a cotton undershirt for winter, but he was reluctant to wear it, and had an army standard towel printed with "Defend Home and Country" draped around his neck. Sweat gleamed on his bronze muscles in the sunlight. Fu Bayer watched him work and thought, "Give my daughter to him and I certainly won't lose out. Where else would I find such a good worker?" Seeing Fu pause for breath, he smiled and handed over a bamboo water jug. Fu took a long drink and wiped the sweat with his towel. He exhaled contentedly. There was a cathartic joy in farm work. Fu Bayer said, "Take a break. This ditch goes on forever. You can't finish in one go." Fu wiped his lips, climbed back onto the ditch bank, scraped his mud-caked feet on the dead grass, and sat down. "Master, the family's land has grown a lot." Yes, blessings of the leadership. The acreage is up, though a good share is public land that Manager Wu lets me sharecrop. The yield gets split, the better the harvest, the more they take. Fu Bayer pulled out a cigarette. Fu fished a pack of matches from his trouser pocket and lit it for him. Fu Bayer exhaled a smoke ring, eyes narrowing happily. "Manager Wan from the Tiandehui, he's a marvel. The farming tricks he knows, all the farmers here put together wouldn't match his little toe." His praise of Wan Lihui was really self-congratulation over his own foresight. If he hadn't joined the Tiandehui early, how could he have reached this position? Fu Bayer saw clearly the Australians like to set up model figures, be the first to jump in and back their initiatives, and the benefits were immense. Late adopters got far less. "It's Master Fu's foresight that made it happen," Fu said, offering flattery. "That hit the sweet spot." Fu Bayer grinned. Pointing around, he said, "See this land, east to that mound, west to the little woods, north to that ditch." He was showing off his holdings. "How did Master's land get so consolidated, all newly bought?" Fu noticed something. "Wasn't that western patch wasteland before? This whole stretch is mine. I sold off the scattered plots I used to have and used the money to buy land around this parcel, piecing it together. I also bought some adjoining wasteland and cleared it, so now it's all in one block. Cleared wasteland." Fu was surprised. This field had been the Fu family's largest. Fu Bayer and his household had originally expanded it bit by bit through land clearing. Clearing was no easy task. It consumed enormous labor, and newly cleared land demanded heavy fertilizing. Without fertilizer, yields would be pitiful. The Tiandehui has a land clearing crew. They've got special big machines. 12 oxen pull them. 3 or 4 days and the land's cleared and leveled. Fertilizers come from the Tiandehui too, delivered in sacks. At this, Fu Bayer grew a little worried about his loan. The mechanized plowing and the fertilizers had both been financed. Fu had seen such machines during his agricultural support missions. Made entirely of iron, enormous in scale, They could be fitted with different attachments for all kinds of farm work: plowing, harrowing, tilling, seeding, harvesting, practically omnipotent. But they required big enough fields to operate. So far they were used only on the leadership's own estates. Even local big landowners rarely had contiguous holdings of that size. To think Master Fu has assembled such a block. Fu mused. He must be planning to use Australian heavy equipment going forward, save labor and effort. Master's planning to rely more on Australian machines in the future. Manager Wan says machines are the way forward. Human labor is too slow. Fu Bar said, something called efficiency. Right, efficiency. He says our efficiency here is too low. Fu Bar's strategy of consolidating scattered plots hadn't originally been about mechanization. He had picked it up from chats with Wan Lihui. He had drawn insights from conversations with leadership many times. Experience proved the leadership was always far-sighted. Wan Lihui had talked about labor efficiency. He observed that East Village's efficiency lagged West Village's. West Village settlers had been given consolidated allotments. Each household's land was in one place. East Village farmers rarely had contiguous land. Fields were scattered here and there. Whether owner-farmers, landlords, tenants, or hired hands, people spent considerable time just commuting between plots. The cumulative waste was significant. Large-scale consolidated farming offered other advantages too. For instance, irrigation works were far easier to plan. Fragmented small plots touched on every household's interests, making consensus almost impossible. Meiyang Village's infrastructure had gone relatively smoothly in large part because Fu Bar's rapid rise served as an example. Only because everyone trusted the Tiandahui's guidance had the irrigation system advanced as it did. The leadership likes everything big, Fu said with a laugh. Fu Bar laughed too. Fu Bar took a few more puffs on his cigarette and then said slowly, Zio Fu, you've been in this household for over 10 years. You're not my son, but I did raise you all those years. He took another drag as if weighing how to continue. I understand what's on your mind. Fu's face reddened. It's good that Master understands. I approve of this. He stopped Fu from showing his delight too soon. Yijin can be promised to you, but you're still in the army, you can't marry yet. You live in barracks, you drill every day, and you might be sent off to battle again. Yijin is a young woman, she can't follow you to camp. Yes. I've been thinking about when I can muster out. Muster out? What for? Fu Bar quickly cut him off. Come back and do what? Be a common peasant. You're doing well in the army, have some ambition. Fu was no fool. He soon grasped that Fu Bar wanted him to become an officer before they could marry. Master, don't worry. After New Year I'm going into the training cadre, I'll be a sergeant. The officers I've seen were just men who followed the leadership into a few fights. After another battle, I'll be an officer too. Fu Bar was pleased by his attitude and assumed a fatherly air. You're young. Yijin isn't old either. Wait a few years. Marry when you've got insignia on your shoulders. Won't that be more respectable than now? Master is right. These words kindled Fu's ambition. He nodded. I'll definitely become an officer and then come back to marry Yijin in grand style. Don't worry. When you two marry, I won't shortchange you, Fu Bar said. Thank you, Fath. Heh. Fu Bar laughed smugly. A bit early for father. Feel free to use it at home, but don't go blurting it out in public. He waved a hand. Back to work. End of chapter. Chapter 763. The poor Fu gave a shout, jumped into the ditch, and began wielding his shovel with gusto. Fu Bar spat out the cigarette butt that was burning his lips and hopped down after him. He had spent half the previous night mulling over this conversation. Fu wanting to marry Yijin was all well and good, but if he mustered out and came home just to add another mouth to feed, living off the family. Besides, as a son he'd eventually have to be given his own household share. Better to let him make a name for himself in the army. That way the family wouldn't have to spend its own money, and having an officer son-in-law would carry weight in the township. And if Fu didn't make officer, Fu Bar naturally wouldn't have to honor his promise. If Fu died in battle, and Manager Wan had hinted there were tough fights ahead. Yijin wouldn't exactly be a widow. In this remote southern county, the concept of chastity wasn't strict, but a maiden and a remarried widow certainly commanded different bride prices. Fu Fu, oblivious to his father-in-law's calculations, felt his wish had been granted. Energized from head to toe, he worked harder than ever. As they chatted, Fu Bayer vented quite a few of his troubles, the biggest being that his village headship was only half effective. East and West villages didn't get along. His word carried almost no weight in West Village. Only when the leadership handed down specific orders did the West villagers comply. It wasn't like East Village, where his word was law. At least the militia captain is reasonable, or the village would never know peace. Mayang Village's militia captain was a West Village settler, a veteran who had taken an arrow during the Chiang Mai campaign. The injury had damaged his tendons and bones. Though he could walk fine, he could no longer march long distances under load or run. So under the injury retirement policy, he had settled in Mayang Village as militia captain. He lived in West Village. As a fellow village cadre, he had more interaction with Fu Bar. Fu Fu said, "I think next time you go to the county for a meeting, you should mention this to the elders and see what they say. The elders always have ideas. Maybe they can solve it for you. Keeping it bottled up won't do. What if trouble breaks out later?" "True enough," Fu Bar said. "Next meeting I'll definitely bring up the settler issue." Just then, Fu Eryin came running up in a panic. "Quick! Zhang Wu is trying to run away." He turned and bolted back the way he came. Hearing this, Fu Bar threw down his hoe and scrambled up the ditch bank in seconds. Snatching his clothes from a tree branch, he shouted over his shoulder, "Something's up, I have to go look." Fu Fu saw the master in such a rush that he hadn't even put on the straw sandals he'd left by the ditch. Not knowing what the emergency was, but now considering himself a prospective son-in-law, he felt invested in the Fu family's affairs. He quickly climbed out, put on his sandals, and followed. By the time they reached the village entrance, a crowd had already gathered. Many had clearly come straight from the fields, farm tools still in hand. The circle was noisy, but the screeching curses of Fu Bayer's wife rose above the din. Curious, Fu Fu pushed his way through the press of bodies and saw Jiang Wu in the center. He knew Jiang Wu, a landless villager who, with his wife, tenant farmed a few mu of Fu Bayer's vegetable plots and worked odd jobs. One of the poorest households in the village. A bundle lay open on the ground, spilling rags, dried sweet potatoes, and 2 pairs of straw sandals. Another bundle sat nearby. A battered straw work hat had been trampled flat. A small woman knelt on the ground near them, weeping and begging for mercy. Same rags, hair disheveled. Fu Bayer had already grabbed Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu was small and chronically underfed. He was no match for the well-fed, hard-working Fu Bayer. Fu Bayer's wife had messy hair and a torn sleeve. Clearly she had already scuffled with Jiang Wu and his wife before Fu Bayer arrived. Fu Bayer seized Jiang Wu by the collar and delivered several punches, driving Jiang Wu's neck down into his shoulders until he simply squatted on the ground, adopting the posture of a dead pig that doesn't fear boiling water. "Jiang Wu, you ungrateful little bastard!" Fu Bayer panted, scolding him. "You and your wife, 2 able-bodied adults, missing neither hand nor foot. You took 2 chickens from the Tiandahui and couldn't even turn in 40 eggs, ended up losing the chickens entirely. Then came the sheep loans. The Tiandahui wouldn't lend to you, but I stood guarantor so you could get them. Fine. A few days later you say the sheep are lost, and now you think you can just run off. How am I supposed to answer to the Tiandahui?" Fu Bayer had his own interests at stake, of course. He was guarantor for the sheep loan. If Jiang Wu ran, Fu Bayer would have to repay principal and interest in full. Furthermore, Jiang Wu rented several mu of vegetable land from him. Fu Bayer had used the loan guarantee as leverage to force Jiang Wu into harsh crop-sharing terms. If this cheap laborer ran away, renting the land out again wouldn't be nearly as profitable. Jiang Wu wilted on the ground, daring not to speak. Around them, some people offered mediation while others watched for amusement. It was bizarre that Jiang Wu had managed to fail 2 consecutive Tiandehui loans. The Liaodong loan especially, almost no one lost money on it. Return 20 eggs and the capital was repaid. All eggs were guaranteed purchase. Feed to boost laying was provided cheap, and when the hens stopped laying, they were bought back. It was practically free money from the Tiandehui. Raising sheep wasn't hard either. Cut some grass daily. Let the kids or old folks graze them during the day. If hands were short, just take them to the fields and let them graze on the ridges while you worked. Peasants might be suspicious, but they weren't stupid. After a year, they knew the Tiandehui sincerely helped them boost production and income. So most had little sympathy for a failure like Jiang Wu. Given such favorable conditions, he had still messed it up. Moreover, despite 2 failures, the Tiandehui hadn't arrested him, beaten him, or seized his wife to sell. In the old days, a creditor doing so would have been considered perfectly justified. The Tiandehui merely gave him 6 months to clear the principal and interest, or they would sue him in court. "Master Fu, please have mercy," Jiang Wu's wife knelt and begged bitterly. "We really have no way out. If we stay, we'll never clear the debt to the Tiandehui. We have to go find work." "Nonsense. If you run off, where will the Tiandehui elders find you? How will you pay anything? You're just planning to skip out." Fu Baietan barked. Jiang Wu argued, "Master Fu, you know clearly. We tenant your vegetable plots, working day and night, but after paying rent we can hardly eat, let alone pay the Tiandehui." Fu Baietan's face darkened instantly. Just as he was about to explode, his wife jumped up. "Oh, you pair of dogs, so renting land to you is our fault now. Who was the unconscionable wretch who begged my husband to stand guarantor in the first place? Heavens!" She sat on the ground and began to wail. The scene grew even livelier. Amid the noise, the resident police officer pushed his way in. Show's over," he said, waving people back. "If you have field work, go work. If you're going home, go home. Don't block the way." Under his prodding, the crowd thinned somewhat, though many remained to watch. Seeing the police, Fu Baietan felt he couldn't keep shouting. He glowered. "If you don't want to rent my land, fine. But you can't just run off. Clear the accounts first." The resident officer learned the details and ordered Jiang Wu and his wife to return home. They were forbidden to leave the village without permission. Under the latest household registration regulations, if Jiang Wu and his wife wished to leave their registered domicile for extended work elsewhere, they had to register their destination and purpose with the village beforehand and obtain a certificate. Owing Tiandehui loans, they were already a priority population. Now they had tried to sneak away. The resident officer knew that if his priority population vanished, his monitoring reports would look very ugly. He sternly herded the couple back to their home. Fu stood by but said nothing. He had seen plenty of this sort of thing. Fu Baietan's rise to wealth had been built largely on petty usury. Through it, he had seized land from many village families, forcing some to flee. Fu had once gone with Fu Baietan to strip timber and thatch from the houses of fled debtors to recover some interest. However, since the Tiandehui began offering small agricultural loans, Fu Baietan had stopped lending. His terms couldn't compete with the Australians. Besides, as village head, he had to care a little about his reputation. Usury didn't sound good. As he watched, Fu suddenly caught a glimpse of Fu Yizhuang in the crowd. His eyes lit up, and he immediately followed. Back when they were being marched to Bopu to enlist, this Fu Yizhuang had not only threatened them with a machete but beaten and cursed them, feeding them only raw sweet potatoes. When Fu had squatted by the roadside with uncontrollable diarrhea, unable to stand up in time, Fu Yizhuang had lost patience and kicked him over right into his own filth. He remembered that, and the image of the boy who had died of dysentery on the road floated before his eyes. Malice rose from his gut, and he quietly tailed him. At dinner the previous night, Fu had learned that Fu Yaosan's family had taken a hard fall during last year's autumn tax collection and land survey. Most of their land had been confiscated. Zhuang and Sanzhuang had gone to town to become workers, leaving only Yizhuang and Fu Yaosan. Fu Yaosan had become half-mad and was ignored by everyone. Yizhuang was left guarding 50 mu of land, his family's former arrogance completely gone. The Fu Bayer household felt largely vindicated. End of chapter. Chapter 764. Crime of destroying military marriage. Fu tailed Fu Yizhuang quietly, planning to wait for a deserted spot to teach him a lesson and avenge the humiliation of years past. Suddenly realizing his military haircut was too conspicuous, anyone would recognize him as a servant of the leadership. He took advantage of a moment when the street was empty to pick up the discarded, trampled straw hat and pull it on, then resumed his stealthy pursuit. Fu Yizhuang, completely unaware that someone was coming to settle accounts, marched ahead with his hoe on his shoulder. Fu picked up a sturdy stick along the way and shadowed him silently. He had learned a bit of reconnaissance in the army. When Fu Yizhuang reached the irrigation canal, where trees blocked the view and no one was around, Fu lunged unexpectedly from behind. He swung the stick and landed a solid blow on Fu Yizhuang's back, instantly knocking him flat. Fu Yizhuang had never expected an ambush. Before he could cry out from the ground, 7 or 8 more blows rained down on him hard. He yelped, "Hero, spare my life." But it was no use. His assailant said nothing, just kept laying down a barrage of strikes. Yizhuang screamed in pain and scrambled on hands and knees to escape. Fu kicked him viciously in the leg, and with a loud cry Yizhuang rolled into the drained irrigation ditch, stuck fast in the mud. Watching Fu Yizhuang flail and wail in the muck, Fu felt his malice vented. Before anyone could arrive, he slipped away quickly. If he were caught and reported to the political office, it would be a major disaster. Beating up a civilian was a serious breach of discipline. Fu Yizhuang had taken a beating for reasons he couldn't fathom. He struggled out of the mud with great difficulty and had to beg help to get home. Most villagers just watched the spectacle. No one much cared who had beaten him. The Fu Yaosun family had once been the village's richest and had plenty of grievances with the locals. Su Qi returned from Meiyang village to the Law Society Club and immediately set about organizing the trial. Because this case needed to be thoroughly political, even this trifling matter had become a focus of the House of Elders. Not only the military, but various other systems had weighed in with their opinions. After fully canvassing the elders' views, the legal society concluded that, while the case met the Great Ming Code standard for conviction, the specific charge should be destruction of a military marriage, not adultery. "We must prosecute on the charge of destroying a military marriage, not adultery," emphasized Dong Shi, presiding judge of the East Gate Market Summary Court. Criminalizing ethical violations does not accord with the direction of legal development. Through this trial, we must instill a new jurisprudential concept in the populace. Destruction of a military marriage was a brand new concept for the common people. In ancient times, soldiers had extremely low social status. Introducing the concept of protecting military marriages would play a significant role in elevating that status. Some raised the issue of retroactivity. Destruction of a military marriage was a clause of the marriage law, but the marriage law hadn't been promulgated yet, and even if it were promulgated now, the offense occurred before the law. Prosecuting under the transmigrators' marriage law would imply that their laws were retroactive, which would throw the law society into chaos when copying legal precedents. If the case were tried as destruction of a military marriage, but jurisdiction had to be established under the principle of lenity to the older law, using the old law if the new law imposes a heavier penalty, or if the act was committed before the new law, they could only prosecute for adultery under the Great Ming Code. The maximum sentence under the code was 90 strokes. If they ruled that way, the military elders would never agree. Furthermore, everyone felt that failing to introduce the crime of destroying a military marriage would severely discount the reforming customs effect. After considerable debate, they finally reached a consensus. The charge would indeed be destruction of a military marriage. As for the marriage law, it had to be promulgated immediately. Besides the Great Ming Code, We can also cite the Australian Song Code, Zhou Dongshan said. We won't say we just wrote this marriage law. We'll say it has always existed in the Australian song, and since Lingao is now part of Australian song, the Australian Song Code has jurisdiction. It was a stretch, but to make the logic robust, it was the only way. Regarding the specific verdict, Jiqi believed that for a case bridging the transition of judicial systems and paving the way for new laws, a compromise verdict was appropriate, especially considering the need to balance the emotions of some elders against the need to steadily establish the legal system. From the standpoint of social effect, a trial that preliminarily embodies the judicial system of the new state is meaningful. Thus, we need to apply certain institutions from the future Code of Criminal Procedure to this trial. As for sentencing, personally I feel death or life imprisonment with hard labor is too heavy. Furthermore, an overly absolute sentence would be detrimental to future legislative work. Wouldn't a prison term plus mandatory relocation plus post-release local supervision be more appropriate? We have no objection, but the naval military side seems to be taking a very hard line, Zhang said uneasily. Chen Haiyang and Ming Qiu don't have strong specific views, but some of the lower-ranking elder officers are fired up, and supposedly General Secretary Wen supports them. General Secretary Wen hasn't expressed an opinion in any official setting, Dong Shi said. He just made some private remarks like should have shot the adulterous pair on the spot. That certainly sounds like a man of passion, Zhang said. Zhou Dongshan snorted. That great lord of the blue sky, the stubborn magistrate, wise leader nonsense is the most damaging thing to the judiciary. He stood up and shouted, "We are a new dynasty with a new atmosphere, but the collective legal consciousness cannot be changed overnight. It requires a process of propaganda and education. At the same time, by penalizing relevant behaviors through judicial practice, we demonstrate the guiding function of law. I absolutely do not accept the military's view on sentencing for this case. Since we are to act according to law, let's honestly stick to the 16-character policy. There must be laws to follow, laws must be followed, enforcement must be strict, violations must be prosecuted. We must absolutely not act on impulse or play games like uttering words that become law. That's a hidden danger, a landmine," Dong Shi coughed. "There's no need for excessively heavy sentencing. Just classifying it as a crime is enough to make a normal person think with their big head when the little head gets gorged with blood. I think a sentence of 3 to 7 years is sufficient, especially given the fine reputation of Fu Yaoti's place. Risking 3 to 7 years of hard labor just for a screw, I think most normal people would think twice. As for death or life imprisonment, it's completely unnecessary. First, soldiers have low status in this time-space. No one would help them if their wives got cuckolded. Establishing the precedent of destruction of a military marriage is enough to raise their social status. Second, the concept of chastity among the common poor of this era is far less intense than among the upper and middle classes. Finally, even if they really cared, we don't need to compromise with local customs. Are we supposed to respect things like drowning people in pig cages just because a clan patriarch says so? We need them to accept our ideology, to respect and fear our institutions of violence, to feel that even a 3-month sentence is a lifelong disgrace. Ideological work, public opinion, all must be mobilized. We should seize this chance to clearly distinguish ourselves from the old world, making the locals realize our advanced nature and the old world's backwardness." Dong Shi finished in one breath, panted, and took a sip of tea. "Also, I'd like to know which is the prosecuting organ. When did the Senate establish a procurator rate? Is the tribunal handling both prosecution and trial? Having the prosecutor and the judge in the same department seems inappropriate." "That's not an issue," Magia said. "Doesn't the Political and Legal Affairs Commission manage everything anyway? I think the police department could temporarily exercise the prosecutorial function. In the early days of the PRC, public security handled prosecution. Only later, when things normalized, was the procurator rate established. Given Lingao's current situation from a resource-saving perspective, letting the police exercise prosecutorial power works, Ma Jie considered. Let's table that for discussion. Right now, this case has little to do with the police. Having them prosecute isn't suitable. I think we can set up a prosecutor system. Independent counsel's office. Right, that's the idea, Ma Jie said. It could be permanent, or we could adopt a one-person per case system, appointed before indictment, stepping down after conclusion. Saves manpower. Right now we have too many latrines and not enough asses. Since we've started building a judicial system, the prosecutorial system should be established. Especially given the ancient legal system that doesn't separate criminal and civil matters, establishing a state prosecution system is very significant, Jiqi said. Also, I propose establishing a legal practitioner certificate or the like. Anyone who obtained a law degree or similar qualification in the old-time space can apply to serve as prosecutor, lawyer, or judge. That way, even if they don't work within the tribunal system, they can appear in court to handle cases anytime. Otherwise, it's easy for people to pick holes. After all, it would be legally baseless. The Law Society was, after all, just a club. Letting members outside the tribunal system serve as judges, lawyers, or prosecutors had no institutional basis. So Jiqi suggested formalizing it. He also proposed to embody the authority of the new socialist rule of law and impress the concept of procedural legality on the natives. Judicial procedures should mimic modern litigation procedures. Judge, clerk, prosecutor, public defender. Not one could be missing. The whole process had to be followed. Agreed. Procedural legality is a fundamental concept of modern jurisprudence. We must instill it in the naturalized citizens, Jiqi expressed his agreement. This isn't formalism. And Zai asked, do we need to wear wigs? In a place like Lingao, if you want to wear a pound of wool on your head, I have no objection. But I'm not wearing one, Dongshi said lazily. Robes can be considered, but skip the wigs. I don't care for the smell of the English, Ma Jie said. To be honest, I find even robes too hot. End of chapter. Chapter 765. Steering public opinion to build momentum for the trial. The tribunal was active on all fronts. First, they had the Department of Propaganda and Culture publish a special feature on the case in the Lingao Times. Although Ding Ding was skeptical about how many people could actually read it, Ma Jie's guidance was to cook rice even if it's half-raw. At the very least, new immigrants had undergone basic literacy training and could handle a newspaper. As for local natives, many had also received literacy education in the factories. Ding Ding penned the article himself. The DPC had a few scholar types, Ming-era licentiates whose writing was unbearably pedantic even in vernacular. Ding Ding rarely asked them to write, mostly assigning them to proofreading. Writing legal education articles wasn't new to Ding Ding, but writing them for 17th-century commoners was a formidable challenge. They had neither eaten pork nor seen a pig run. He had to convey basic concepts while keeping everything accessible. It took considerable brain-racking to produce a few pieces. Per Ma Jie's request, the focus wasn't on the marriage law, but on the criminal procedure law, popularizing modern judicial procedures and jurisprudential concepts while contrasting them with Ming judicial practice. As Ma Jie put it, they needed to highlight the barbarity, backwardness, cruelty, and incompetence of the Ming legal system. To emphasize these 4 points, Ding Ding had to consult Yi Shui, asking him to scour historical records and notes for material on the dark side of Ming justice to use as ammunition. He also made several trips to the county yamen to chat with Master Wang. Since the county yamen had been thoroughly hollowed out, Master Wang had been idle. Besides helping stamp documents at the county liaison office and handling routine paperwork, his days were spent drinking, playing chess, and composing poetry with Magistrate Wu. The liaison office supplied them generously and issued monthly stipends, enough for a leisurely existence. Naturally, he was happy to chat when someone came asking questions. Wang Xianming had been a legal secretary for decades. Though not necessarily brilliant in criminal law, his experience was vast, having handled countless cases. Hearing they wanted material on dark secrets, he immediately recounted several complex and bizarre cases, adding his own detailed commentary. Regarding the report on the case itself, Ding Ding followed basic modern principles, using a certain village, a certain unit, and pseudonyms. The Navy specifically called to demand that nothing in the article link back to the Navy. Wei Awen demanded that the subsequent brawl between the Navy and the garrison battalion be omitted. Damn it, who's the propaganda department here? Though Ding Ding understood their reasoning, he resented every department trying to dictate his reporting. Finally, Du Wen called unexpectedly to discuss whether this case helped improve women's status. I don't think this has much to do with women's status. How can you say that? This is typical objectification of women. In this whole process, has anyone specifically talked to the female victim to hear her voice? Ding Ding admitted he hadn't, though tribunal staff should have interrogated her. You see, no one cares about the woman's will or rights. The voice on the phone grew agitated. Did she perhaps want a divorce? Asked the tribunal. I certainly will, but the Lingao Times has serious bias issues in its reporting of this case. Ding Ding hung up in frustration. Bias issues. Pan Pan, brewing coffee nearby, asked, "Who was that?" Du Wen from the Women's Federation. Unable to explain the social work office to Pan Pan, Ding Ding introduced her as the Women's Federation chair, a concept Pan Pan could grasp. Du Wen had tried multiple times to recruit Pan Pan into the Women's Federation, but Pan Pan wasn't interested in political organizations. She believed women should protect their own rights, not form associations to demand them. Their philosophies clashed, so she had refused. Does this case concern women's rights? Pan Pan was interested. Though she disliked that the tribunal had internally decided the verdict before the trial, generally she found the case unremarkable. She certainly couldn't understand some elders' calls for death or life sentences. In her view, even for destroying a military marriage, a light punishment was sufficient. You could say it does. Ding Ding looked at the table full of proofs and drafts. For example, why couldn't that woman choose the man she loved? Or so Du Wen says. He quickly added the attribution. A woman's gossip instinct kicked in instantly. Does she love the young guy? Who knows? That's irrelevant to the case. I'd actually like to know. Pan Pan's interest was piqued. I want to write a feature on the emotional lives of naturalized citizens. Absolutely not. Ding Ding quickly blocked his wife's whimsical idea. Naturalized citizens don't need to think about emotional lives. Eating and working is enough. Why make them think so much? That's harsh. They're people too. Why can't they have emotional lives? She insisted on the topic. Ding Ding reconsidered. Since the tribunal was about to promulgate the marriage law and divorce was a key component, such a report might help build public opinion. He finally agreed and issued her a press pass to interview in the county prison. Pan Pan went with high hopes and returned disappointed. She had expected a middle-aged woman with lingering charm. She found a haggard, shriveled woman with no charm whatsoever. Though she brought a Hokkien interpreter, the party concerned was terrified by a blonde, blue-eyed, ghost-like chieftain coming to talk to her, let alone by the interpreter's mouth full of emotional terminology. Just explaining, "Are you in love with so-and-so?" took several minutes. Even more discouraging, this old-looking woman couldn't say clearly whether she loved the suspect, or even if she liked him. She seemed to view Pan Pan's constant talk of such things with silent contempt. It was either "I don't know" or silence. Pan Pan's interview hit a wall. Finally, Pan Pan asked, "If you had the chance, would you want to marry so-and-so and live with him?" She hoped for a love supreme answer, but the woman replied crisply, "Unwilling." As for why, she refused to say, meeting Pan Pan's questions with a none-of-your-business stare. "Do these people have any thoughts of their own?" Pan Pan complained to Ding Ding. Ding Ding smiled calmly. "Can't handle it. For 17th-century commoners, just having a Q&A exchange is good enough. Don't forget she was a shop clerk in Eastgate Market, so she's had a baptism of modern civilization. Go to the countryside and chat with peasants. Getting one answer in 10 sentences is lucky, and you want to write a feature. Beyond newspapers, the DPC used opinion guides to steer public sentiment in public spaces. This was a new trick, selecting articulate, gossip-loving naturalized citizens, mostly peddlers, to spread news and guide opinion according to weekly DPC notices. In return, the DPC paid each 50 circulation notes a month as a small incentive. Ding Ding refused to call it a wage. The goal was quickly achieved. The guide spread the case through every village and town alley until the whole county knew, so much so that some elders objected. Would such hype damage the army's image? Would people think joining the army meant getting cuckolded? But Ma Jia and others argued that only massive publicity would make naturalized citizens fear cuckolding soldiers. Years of hard labor were no joke. The Fu Yaodi labor reform camp had become a terror legend of the new Lingao regime, a living hell in the people's minds. As always, Du Wen demanded that the case be used to promote protection of women's rights. She demanded the sailor and his wife be divorced on grounds of breakdown of affection, and that the sailor be prosecuted for domestic violence, wife beating. Naturally, the Navy vehemently opposed this. Most elders also opposed it, except Liu Yuifei, who had just returned from field research. Even female elders cared little about a native woman's marital happiness. Seeing little support, Du Wen personally wrote several articles advocating women's rights for Ding Ding to publish in the Lingao Times external edition. Propelled by the varying agendas of different departments, preparations for the grand judicial drama proceeded apace. Ma Jia enthusiastically ordered black judicial robes for Nzai and the other court participants. He personally visited the planning commission warehouse to select a black silk of excellent sheen and texture. He also directed renovations of the Eastgate Market Summary Court, refreshing it inside and out. Cork sound-absorbing panels were added to the walls to dampen noise from the gallery. Iron bars were installed on the windows. The latest news suggested a huge turnout, and those who couldn't get in would likely hang on the windows like people in another time-space. End of chapter. Chapter 766. Court session under the public gaze, the trial opened. It was a beautiful day, neither too hot nor too cold. Hearing that the Australians were trying a case, villagers from miles around and off-duty workers and clerks flocked to the commercial hall. The ground floor housed the Eastgate Market Summary Court, where the trial was to be held. The courtroom was small, renovated in modern style, with only 60 seats in the gallery. Li Mei had sent people to add benches in the aisles and rear corridor for extra seating. Even so, the crowd swelled early. By 8 o'clock in the morning, Mu Min estimated over 1,000 people had gathered outside the commercial hall to listen, with more streaming in. The total crowd was expected to reach 3,000. Only a handful secured seats. Tickets were free upon request at the door but required identification and registration of names. To prevent unrest, Mu Min had ordered the Eastgate Market Garrison Company and Battalion Headquarters onto alert. Police canceled all leave and were fully mobilized. The department issued large quantities of pepper spray grenades to the Garrison Company, while the General Bureau of Political Security deployed its entire field and support staff in plainclothes among the crowd. An emergency response headquarters was set up in a second-floor observation room of the Eastgate Market Police Station. Chiefs of judiciary, police, and political security were all present, ready to handle any incident. The trial hadn't started, but seeing the human tide gathering in the streets, a sense of unease spread among the elders in the command center. There seemed to be too many people. Crowds clogged Eastgate Avenue in front of the commercial hall and police station. Police had to intervene to maintain order. Most elders in the command center had never seen such a scene. No longer could they lounge on rattan sofas debating whether the new marriage law should mandate monogamy, polygamy, or monogamy with concubinage. Li Mei was especially anxious, terrified a riot would smash up the market. It made the business elite's heart race. Merchants feared nothing more than riots. The first victims were always the shops. Should we send in the garrison battalion? With this many people, will there be a stampede? No need. The garrison battalion standing outside is enough, Mu Min said confidently. Just standing there in crisp uniforms provides a huge deterrent. Relax, this scene is normal. No signs of losing control. With so many people and fewer than 100 tickets, what about the rest? Ma Jia worried. It's fine. Don't we have cable broadcasting? We'll broadcast it live. To ensure as many people as possible could hear, Ding Ding had microphones installed in the courtroom, wired into the existing Eastgate Market Street broadcast system. Thus the entire trial could be heard even on the street. To help naturalized citizens understand the background, Zhang Yu was brought in to provide commentary. Crowds were guided to loudspeakers throughout the streets. They could stand and listen. Those with a bit more money, according to their means, took seats in tea houses, restaurants, and snack shops, ordered a pot of tea, and listened in comfort. As for the masses sitting or standing in the streets, sidewalks, and open lots, peddlers were there to serve them. Cigarettes, melon seeds, dried sweet potatoes, soda, kombucha, Bopu dried octopus, one bite and you'll want another. Small stools for rent. Listen to the trial in comfort. At the courtroom entrance, police checked tickets and identification, ensuring every seat was filled by the named ticket holder. 30 minutes before the session, the gallery was packed, people sweating freely. Windows were fully open for ventilation and to keep people from smashing the glass by leaning on it. A row of police cadets from the police training class stood shoulder to shoulder along the walls, eyeing the overflowing gallery. Near 9 o'clock, a policeman shouted, "Silence! Extinguish cigarettes! All rise!" Amid the scraping of stools, presiding Judge Su Qi walked in from a door behind the bench. Su Qi wore the newly tailored judicial robe, British style, pure black, with a seated bee and beast embroidered on the chest. On his head he wore a black Song-style long-winged official cap, a fusion of East and West, exuding majesty. The commoners were awestruck. Some even went weak in the knees and knelt. Su Qi carried a massive, black leather-bound codebook with Law of Australian Song stamped in gold, fully displaying the legal dignity he represented. Solemnly, Su Qi ascended to the high bench. Seeing everyone's eyes upon him, he felt a twinge of pride. Being a judge felt good, though the swaying of the strange, long-winged cap took some getting used to. Su Qi banged the gavel and intoned in a low, drawn-out voice, "The court is now in session." Next, the unlucky young man was led in by police and stood in the defendant's dock. Identification was verified per procedure. A buzz of discussion rose from the gallery. People were surprised the adulterous pair didn't appear together, and the crucial cuckolded husband was absent too. Many felt disappointed. Adultery trials were traditionally entertainment for the masses. Now only the adulterer appeared. According to procedure, the district prosecutor spoke first, and Zai stood up from the prosecution table, trembling slightly, probably from nervousness. Su Qi knew Zai's professional level was abysmal. He couldn't even recite basic statutes. Several law society members said he claimed a law degree, but he looked like a lazy adult education law undergrad. If not for his devoted legwork for Ma Jia and significant contributions to the law society, they probably wouldn't have accepted him. Though reading from a script, Zai stumbled. He first outlined the case, including the fact of adultery, and submitted transcripts of all parties' confessions. The clerk read the transcripts aloud. The first was the suspect's own confession. Initially, people found the dry questioning boring, but hearing the detailed confession piqued their interest. Privacy-invading details were always compelling. Finally, Zai presented the confession of the party concerned, admitting to sexual relations with the suspect. Then he asked the suspect if he had any objection to the confession just read. The suspect said no. The prosecution then called witnesses, including several Mayang villagers and the woman's shop colleagues. They provided corroborating testimony. "That concludes my statement. Thank you, Your Honor." And Zai wiped sweat from his forehead. Though he had only read the prepared materials, he was a nervous wreck. Suki announced a recess. It was nearly noon. The gallery began to clear. Buzzing discussions filled the air. Few discussed the case itself, but rather the process, the volume of confessions, testimonies, and evidence. It seemed far more civilized than the old Yamen inquisitions. No fierce bailiffs, no stimulating torture scenes. Lacking these, it was a bit dull, but the detailed descriptions in the confessions gave the crowd a different kind of interest. Li Mei had prearranged for the cooperative restaurant to sell boxed lunches around the commercial hall. They sold out quickly, earning a tidy profit. Surrounding eateries also did brisk business. Court reconvened at noon. To the transmigrators, the old time space's 11:30 to 1 o'clock lunch break was a waste of time. In their schedule, lunch ended at noon. The case was technically over, but the defense process had to play out. This fascinated the listeners most. Allowing someone to speak specifically to defend the criminal was unheard of. In the past, it was just a matter of whether the prisoner confessed. Everyone wanted to see what Australian defense meant. Jai Zin's defense was a plea for leniency. Since the suspect had confessed and the case was open and shut, there was no need for gimmicks. He focused on the suspect's family circumstances, recounting their misfortunes, omitting the causes of the brothers' deaths to avoid bad press for industrialization. He called witnesses to attest that the suspect was historically honest and dutiful in the village, had never done anything unconscionable, let alone molested women. This incident, he argued, was an accidental slip caused by poverty, inability to afford a wife, and youth. He pointed out that the female party bore some responsibility for initiating the affair. Jai Zin spoke gently and persuasively, his performance 10 times better than Zai's. The gallery clearly showed great sympathy for the suspect. Suki thought, if this were a jury trial, that performance alone would sway them. End of chapter. Chapter 767. Verdict. When Jai Zin concluded his statement, Suki declared the trial session closed. What followed was an hour-long exegesis of the law, a document the Law Society had labored over for several nights, striving for maximum accessibility. Suki walked the audience through the facts of the case, the applicable statutes, and the rationale binding them together. For a tribunal conducting its first trial under modern judicial procedures, interpreting the law for the public was not merely helpful but essential. To everyone's surprise, the legal explanation proved far from tedious. The spectators were fascinated. Having witnessed the trial unfold, many hungered to understand why the Australians did things this way. Suki's measured discourse satisfied that curiosity. Most grasped only half of what he said, but even that partial understanding gave them a preliminary foothold in the architecture of modern justice. When the explanation concluded, the clerk's voice rang out. "All rise. The verdict will now be announced." Suki stood, raised his gavel, and brought it down with a single decisive crack. The defendant is found guilty of destroying a military marriage. A collective gasp rolled through the gallery, followed by a rising murmur. In the name of the House of Elders and the people, Suki continued, the defendant is sentenced to 7 years of hard labor and 1 year of supervision. Supervision meant that upon release, the convict would be required to wear specific markings on their clothing, enabling constant monitoring. It was a condition laden with restrictions and deep humiliation. The gallery erupted. The severity of the sentence shocked everyone. Under Ming judicial practice, prison terms were rare. For a case involving adultery, custom dictated a few dozen strokes for the adulterer and another few for the adulteress, all in the name of correcting morals. Had the guilty parties been paraded about in cangs, the crowd would have been delighted. No one expected the Australians to invent something called destruction of a military marriage and impose a penalty this heavy. Everyone knew what Australian hard labor meant. It meant falling into the hands of Fu Yaodi. That place had become synonymous with terror in Lingao. Few believed the unlucky adulterer would ever emerge from the labor camp alive. That dallying with a soldier's wife could lead to such an end baffled everyone. The Australians truly thought differently. In 17th-century eyes, Chinese and foreign alike, soldiering was a profession for scum, the dregs of society. No one considered a soldier's wife being bedded to be a matter of consequence. With another crack of Suu Kyi's gavel, the first trial conducted under the new procedural law concluded. The audience rose as the judge departed first. Then, guided by police, the crowd slowly dispersed. As the gallery emptied and rows of vacant benches emerged, two figures remained seated, watching the exodus. Only when the hall stood nearly deserted did they rise. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed with opulent dignity, clearly a person of status from the great Ming. Accompanying him was a younger man. Together they walked toward the exit, the youth occasionally shifting aside benches left askew in the aisle. At the door, several men in short jackets immediately approached and escorted them to a waiting carriage. Li Luoyu closed his eyes to rest. Gu Baietan opened a beverage case stored in the carriage, retrieved a small thermos, poured a cup of tea, and handed it to his uncle. Li Luoyu took a sip. Excellent Wuyi tea from Fujian. He had not visited in a few months, and Australian amenities had improved yet again. Previously they offered hot water, but the tea leaves had been coarse and low quality. The carriage shuddered slightly and began to move. The Mongolian horse was neither strong nor swift, but its gait was smooth. On Lingao's leveled roads, the ride felt steady. After 2 cups of tea, Li Luoyu caught his breath. Sitting on a hard wooden bench for over 2 hours had been exhausting, and the room had been crowded. Had the weather not been mild and the ventilation good, he might not have lasted. Attending the trial at East Gate Market had been Gu Baietan's suggestion. The scandal had become a hot topic on Lingao streets, thanks to vigorous promotion by the propaganda department. News had naturally reached SkyHigh House, Li Luoyu's residence in Lingao. Li Luoyu maintained a keen interest in the Australian judicial system. During his last visit, he had noted similarities between Australian law and the laws of the Europeans. When he heard that a case was to be publicly tried under Australian Song law, his interest spiked. He instructed Gu Baietan to collect all relevant newspaper materials for him to study. Li Luoyu had arrived from Macau over 10 days earlier, charged with the mission of rescuing the remnants of He Rubin's forces. Because the House of Elders needed to convene and discuss how to handle the Ming troops trapped in Qiangshan, Li Luoyu had been left waiting in boredom at SkyHigh House. Occasionally Lius or other elders he knew came to chat, but mostly he passed the time reading Lingao newspapers and books collected by Gu Baietan. Gu Baietan had been in Lingao long enough to understand how the Australians operated. They revealed, or at least hinted at, many things through their newspapers. Reading the Lingao Times and locally printed books was the best window into their thinking. Li Luoyu was intrigued by his nephew's insight. Of course, this wasn't profound wisdom. He himself regularly read the Capital Gazette back home, which revealed many of the imperial court's movements. But the Lingao Times was far broader in content and livelier in form. Many of its formats were entirely new to him. Concerning this destruction of military marriage case, for instance, the paper not only reported the cause and effect, but also provided background introductions to Australian Song law, lengthy articles on the concept and practice of the offense. Li Luoyu read them carefully, and soon realized the Australians intended to implement their own legal code across all of Lingao. He was shocked. Promulgating new laws was a hallmark of a new dynasty. Openly discussing Australian Song law in the newspapers was clearly preparation to raise their flag and secede. Li Luoyu felt a wave of desolation wash over him. It seemed Qiangzhou Prefecture would soon be lost to the great Ming. Strangely, he felt quite calm about this reality, without the grief and indignation he had experienced upon hearing of Shenyang's fall. At least these people claimed descent from Huaxia. They did not treat the people like slaves or pigs, and they had done many practical things that benefited the locals. The common folk lived far better under Australian Song rule than under the Manchus, even better than under the Great Ming, which showed its own people no mercy. Ming officials cared only for their own wealth and rank, indifferent to the people's lives or the nation's territory. Now those same officials ruling the Great Ming had sent him here simply to reach an agreement that would paper over the disastrous defeat of a war they had rashly provoked. Whenever Li Luoyu dwelt on this, he despaired for the court. He had heard the emperor was diligent and sought to restore the dynasty's glory, but with such men as officials, even the founding Emperor Taizu Reborn could hardly hope to achieve anything. Seeing his uncle's intense interest in the case, Gu Baietan had suggested they observe the trial in person. Li Luoyu had long harbored a strong interest in the Australian judicial system. During his previous tour of Eastgate Market, he had noticed the parallels between Australian justice and European law. But his stay had been too short to witness an actual trial. Now, with such a significant case, he couldn't let the opportunity pass. Li Luoyu's desire to attend the trial was naturally treated as a special case. He played a crucial role in the Planning Commission's upcoming plans. On instructions from the General Office, Ma Jia immediately produced 2 reserved tickets for them. The entire trial felt both surprising and logical to him. He realized his earlier assessment had been correct. The Australian legal system bore deep influence from European legal traditions, including the form of interrogation. Yet they had innovated upon the European foundation. This destruction of military marriage, for instance, struck him as something unheard of. He suspected even European law contained no such strange statute. "The Australians are buying the soldiers' hearts," Gu Baietan whispered once they were back in the carriage. "I fear their future ambitions are considerable." "If they couldn't win hearts," Li Luoyu replied, "how could they have annihilated Commander He's entire army? Do you think it was just sharp firearms?" He shook his head slowly. "If we speak of sharp firearms, aren't the firearms of the Guaning army and the capital battalions sharp? Yet they are beaten by the Manchus until they dare not step beyond the city gates, crouching inside while watching the enemy kill and burn." Gu Baietan knew his uncle referred to the recent Manchu incursion. The news from the north was grim. The Manchus had plundered dozens of prefectures, seized countless riches, and abducted over 100,000 people. In Gu Baietan's view, the Australians surpassed the government not only in firearms and in winning hearts, but in many other respects as well. He dared not press the argument, however, and merely chimed in, "Uncle is right." The carriage arrived at SkyHigh House. The establishment occupied a fair amount of land, but the main building's footprint was modest and the frontage far from ostentatious. Unlike other merchants who strove to make their storefronts as grand as possible, SkyHigh House presented a plain, traditional facade, 3 bays wide, styled like an old, long-established firm. SkyHigh House did conduct some retail business at the front, selling various mainland specialties, but this was not its main enterprise. Its core trade was in bulk goods. The firm imported the commodities the Australians needed from the mainland, especially Liaodong goods and items from beyond the Great Wall, particularly furs and hides. Horse, deer, and sheep hides were materials urgently needed by Lingao's industrial system. In addition, SkyHigh House shipped and sold industrial raw materials such as raw lacquer, tung oil, and silk from Guangdong and other regions. End of chapter. Chapter 768. Conditions. Li Luoyu's business network and economic strength far exceeded that of the scattered petty merchants, and his channels ran deeper than those of Gao Ju, who relied mainly on trafficking foreign goods. Not only was his supply volume larger, but he also commanded significant price advantages. Consequently, SkyHigh House had swiftly become the largest mainland supplier within the Lingao commercial system. Gu Baietan's role was largely that of a money handler. Still, Li Luoyu granted him considerable autonomy in purchasing. Of SkyHigh House's monthly procurement budget in Lingao, Gu Baietan could decide half of it himself, choosing goods he believed would turn a profit on the mainland. The encirclement campaign launched by the Guangdong authorities had interrupted SkyHigh House operations for a time. But not long after the great victory at Xianming, Gu Baietan, who had remained in Lingao throughout, quickly resumed bilateral trade and turned a tidy profit. This gave Liu some confidence in his nephew's managerial abilities. Liu placed great importance on SkyHigh House development. The funds to establish it had come from his private purse. Though his family possessed immense wealth, those were Li clan assets, and Gu Baietan was, after all, an outsider. To avoid clan gossip and to provide his nephew with security should anything happen to himself, Liu needed to give Gu Baietan a foundation of his own. The clan eyed his existing assets, whether business operations or investment shares, with predatory hunger. Even his own son might not inherit everything intact, let alone a nephew. Now the Australians had fully demonstrated their capability and their resolve to defend themselves. From this perspective, present-day Lingao and the future Guangzhou prefecture could serve as a viable refuge. Liu had grown increasingly pessimistic about conditions in the Central Plains and the Great Ming's future. The shadow of approaching chaos weighed heavily on him. His trip to Lingao this time served dual purposes: to carry out Li Fengji's negotiation mission and to put SkyHigh House in order. If the world descended into chaos, this southern island might prove a sanctuary. The carriage arrived at the entrance of SkyHigh House. Two servants hurried out to take the horses. Because of the steps, the carriage had to stop outside the gate. Unlike a sedan chair, it could not be carried into the courtyard. Liu made a mental note: remind Baietan to renovate the entrance so carriages can enter. He had already instructed Gu Baietan to purchase a carriage from the Australians for his own use. As for horses or mules, he would send them from the mainland. Nephew, using such a vehicle, isn't it too ostentatious? Gu Baietan had been startled by the order. The red flag carriages were rarely seen on Lingao streets. Even the Australian elders seldom used them. They didn't ride carriages or sedan chairs. They either walked or rode iron wheelers. For a mere shop manager to parade around in one seemed inappropriate. It matters not, Liu said. You are the manager of SkyHigh House now. You must maintain the necessary appearance. SkyHigh House stood relatively far from the center of Eastgate Market, in modern terms on the outer ring. They had chosen the location for its cheap land and ample room for expansion. Moreover, since the firm focused on wholesale trade, a prime storefront was unnecessary. Though the location was somewhat remote and the frontage modest, the compound's renovation was extremely fastidious. It followed the traditional Yingzhou fasci, the building standards, while incorporating many Australian comforts: glass windows, bathrooms with hot and cold water and flush toilets. Liu particularly admired Australian sanitary equipment. In traditional residences, no matter how luxurious, the latrine remained a place one dreaded entering. No amount of expensive incense could fully mask that lingering stench. A small garden had been built within the compound, a modern-style classical garden designed by Li Xiaolu. It suited Liu's taste perfectly. After changing clothes, the two men sat in the garden's waterside pavilion to talk. Liu had already reviewed the account books Gu Baietan had given him. The ledgers showed a large surplus of circulation notes, currently deposited in DeLong Bank. Gu Baietan proposed reducing exports to Lingao and increasing imports from Lingao, thereby spending down the bank deposits quickly. He remained deeply skeptical of paper currency's creditworthiness. No matter what anyone said, it wasn't gold or silver. Even copper coins felt more substantial. Liu listened to his nephew's thoughts and pondered for a long while. There is no rush to spend this surplus, he finally said. You must have a plan. SkyHigh House will be your property in the future. This is your domain. Think more carefully about how to invest this money locally. Gu Baietan could not imagine how to spend the money beyond increasing stock. The SkyHigh House premises were spacious enough, and he felt the land he had already accumulated was sufficient. Large tracts of wasteland he had purchased around the compound were now growing vegetables. Though vegetables sold easily in Lingao, they weren't worth much. Spending huge sums on land just to let it bask in the sun seemed wasteful. "It is not wasteful," Liu smiled. "Has the value of the land you bought not risen?" He leaned forward slightly. "The Australians are just beginning to exert their strength in Lingao. Land prices will only rise, never fall." He instructed Gu Baietan to keep a portion of the circulation notes from sales on hand, rather than converting everything into goods for the mainland. A share of the retained cash should continue to be used to buy land. Land prices in Lingao were rising faster than anywhere else in the Australian-controlled zone, especially near East Gate Market. This castle town, originally intended for trade with natives outside Baietan City, was expanding so rapidly it threatened to swallow Baietan City itself. Many elders had already grown tired of living inside Baietan City, too crowded and periodically plagued by industrial exhaust and noise. "Uncle, though the price is rising, we cannot sell immediately," Gu Baietan said. "It's a market with prices but no buyers." "Naturally. Vacant land still exists in the inner ring of Eastgate Market, so land out here is hard to move. But when the inner ring fills up, if you buy abundantly, land will grow scarce. When demand exceeds supply, people will come to buy your land." "Uncle teaches wisdom," Gu Baietan said quickly. As for the remaining money, it was to be saved for now, awaiting the right opportunity, though exactly how to deploy it Liu had not yet decided. "In addition, do more charity," Liu continued. "Donate to the church. The Lingao parish is young. Though it has Jesuit support, it lacks roots and property. Father Wu runs a seminary and charities. His expenses must be considerable." "Yes. Nephew donates a sum to the church every month. And the various benevolent societies run by the Australians and their schools, you must donate to them as well. The amounts need not be large, but you must give to all of them. Miss Nunn." "Nephew understands," Liu nodded. "It is easy to make money in Lingao. Therefore, one must cultivate good karma broadly to live here long and peacefully." As they spoke, word came that Australians had arrived to visit. Liu's spirits lifted. Presumably, the Senate had finally reached a conclusion regarding the negotiations. He had been in Lingao for over 10 days, waiting for a formal audience to begin talks. "Quickly invite them in," he ordered. "Serve tea in the main hall." As the servant turned to go, he added, "Who has come?" "Among them is Elder Liu. I do not recognize the others." Elder Liu was Liu San. Liu San obviously had not come to negotiate. He was there to make the atmosphere more relaxed as a familiar face. The person in charge of negotiations was Su Tianqi of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The transmigrators' interests in Guangdong had already been specified in the Treaty of Macau. This negotiation was merely follow-up work. Su Tianqi's task was simply to inform Liu of the conditions discussed by the Senate and the Ministry. Su Tianqi was an acquaintance of Liu's. Back when they were first received, Su Tianqi had been primarily responsible for negotiating with Quack Chung. After the exchange of pleasantries, servants served tea. Su Tianqi glanced around and decided the main hall was too open for confidential discussion. Seeing him look about, Liu knew he likely carried the negotiation terms and needed somewhere private. He immediately ordered the group led to his study, the deepest courtyard of SkyHigh House, off-limits to ordinary servants and clerks except for Gu Baietan. The conditions Su Tianqi presented on behalf of the House of Elders were as follows. The Guangdong authorities would tacitly consent to the transmigrator group occupying the entire Guangzhou prefecture and exercising control. In return, first, the House of Elders guaranteed that the Great Ming's personnel appointments for Guangzhou prefecture and its subordinate counties could continue. In other words, the Great Ming could still appoint and remove officials in Guangzhou as normal. At the same time, the House of Elders guaranteed the personal safety and property of these officials and their families. Second, the House of Elders guaranteed full payment of the official tax quota for the entire prefecture. including the surcharges and additional levies from the Ministry of Revenue. However, provincial surcharges would not be paid. Third, Ming garrisons in Guangzhou could remain, provided their presence was benign. The House of Elders guaranteed the personal safety and property of the Baietan water fortress, the Haikou battalion, and Tang Yunwen himself together with his subordinates. Fourth, starting from the date the treaty was signed, the Australian Song Navy would repatriate all civil and military officials and soldiers trapped in Qiangshan County to the mainland in batches. The drop-off point would be designated by Guangdong. Officers and soldiers of the Baietan water fortress, Haikou, and other local Guangzhou garrisons would return to their respective units. The Fubo army would not impede them. Fifth, repatriated personnel could carry weapons, baggage, banners, and 10 days' rations. They were not permitted to carry gunpowder, cannons, livestock, or fodder. Officers of guerrilla rank and above could bring their own horses. Everyone, officer or soldier, could bring their private property, limited to 10 kilograms. Abandoned government vessels belonging to the Baietan water fortress would be returned. All other vessels would be confiscated. End of chapter. Chapter 769. Cooperation in the direction of Liaodong. Li Luoyu listened to these conditions with an expressionless face. They were harsh, but somewhat looser than he had expected. The style matched his previous negotiations with the Australians, strict, meticulous, detail-oriented, with a tendency to nitpick wording. The terms exuded a powerful confidence grounded in their strength. Su Tianqi then pointed out that the Ming officers and soldiers would be counted and repatriated one by one according to the great Ming army rosters. Li Luoyu had to object. Leaving aside the regular soldiers, whether combat personnel or auxiliaries, and even the officers' private retainers who appeared on the rosters, there were many unregistered personnel in the army, temporary porters conscripted along the way, personal servants of civil and military officials, and others who kept no official records. Those can be screened, Su Tianqi replied. If they were indeed brought from the mainland and wish to return to Guangdong, we will release them all. If they are Guangzhou natives or do not wish to return to the mainland, they may stay. Su Tianqi played the card of voluntary repatriation, and Li Luoyu agreed. Whether off-roster personnel returned was of no concern to the bigwigs in Guangdong. Finally came the matter of prisoner disposal. The House of Elders naturally had no desire to release captives for free. They represented excellent labor. But they also had no interest in hosting captive civil and military officials indefinitely. Thus, Guangdong was permitted to ransom them, whether paid by the government or by the captives' families. Ransom prices would be tiered according to rank. Beyond the ransom, each captive had to pay a daily food and lodging fee of 1 mace of silver for their time in the Lingao POW camp. Li Luoyu nodded his assent. The government would not pay this money, but these officials' families possessed some wealth. The ransom would not present a problem. Thus the disposal of He Reuben's remnants in Qiangshan and Haikou was settled, pending only Li Fengji's approval for implementation. Li Luoyu dispatched a trusted aide to carry the secret details of the peace talks to Guangzhou. There would be no suspense in the result. Li Fengji had no choice. Only by agreeing to these terms could he salvage the remaining troops from disaster. With the talks concluded, both sides breathed a secret sigh of relief. For the transmigrator group, maintaining the siege at Qiangshan had also been a drain on resources and energy. Now the matter had reached a definitive end, and they had gained what they wanted most: peace. Because Li Luoyu was a merchant, there remained a layer of separation between him and officialdom, making it inconvenient for him to run certain errands personally. Before setting out, Li Luoyu had agreed with Li Fengji that Lu Yizhang would serve as the official liaison. Lu Yizhang was intimately familiar with Guangdong's bureaucracy and knew many of its key figures. Moreover, after his capture, he had been coerced, out of fear for his life, into writing letters urging peace. After Wang Xun's death, his staff had scattered, but Li Ziju had been recruited by Li Fengji into the governor's secretariat. Thus Li Fengji knew about Lu Yizhang's peace letters. A man who had lost his patron and carried a stain on his record had no choice but to be at their mercy, unless he was willing to retire into obscurity. "Mr. Lu as liaison," Su Tianqi laughed. "The governor is truly wise." Li Luoyu gave a few dry laughs in response, privately despising these aides and officials. The two men then turned to preliminary discussions of deeper cooperation for the next phase. Li Luoyu's enthusiasm for manufacturing guns and cannons to revitalize the great Ming's armaments had cooled considerably. Many of the red barbarian cannons his Fashion workshops had produced for Guangdong never reached Liaodong. Some were lost in the battle for Qiangzhou, others in the Pearl River Estuary campaign, and the rest had been shipped by Qing Wenken to Fujian to equip Zhang Zhilong. This disappointed him greatly. Coupled with the Australian second campaign in Guangdong, where the power of Australian cannons had far exceeded that of red barbarian cannons, Li Luoyu felt very disheartened, almost ready to wash his hands of the whole enterprise. Then, unexpectedly, new orders arrived from Shandong, this time from Denglai Governor Sun Yuanhua. This Catholic governor was training a new army in Denglai, employing many Portuguese as instructors. Sun Yuanhua was organizing people in Shandong to cast red barbarian cannons under Portuguese guidance, but because northern iron smelting relied on coal, the resulting iron contained sulfur and was brittle, far inferior to cannons cast in the south. So he requested more cannons from Guangdong. Li Luoyu naturally would not turn down profitable business. Moreover, Shandong was his key window for trade with the Manchus, and Sun Yuanhua was a fellow convert. Both profit and sentiment dictated that he agree. Li Luoyu once again proposed buying Australian cannons or production equipment. Su Tianqi offered only vague responses, unwilling to commit. Opinion within the House of Elders regarding arms sales remained divided. Seeing the other side unwilling to engage, Li Luoyu knew there was little hope inside. Su Tianqi brought up Liaodong trade, indicating the Transmigrator Group's strong interest in participating and expressing hope for Li Luoyu's assistance. He expected Li Luoyu to agree readily. To his surprise, Li Luoyu looked troubled and remained silent for a long while. Only after repeated questioning did he speak slowly. "Doing business with the Jianzhou Manchus is something I do only out of necessity. You make money here. It is not as if you cannot earn profits. Why trade with the Manchus? In business, the more partners the better, of course." Li Luoyu tried to dissuade them. First was the distance and the inconvenient transport. The risks en route were high. The Ming court had embargoed trade with the Manchus. Trading with them constituted illegal smuggling. Even normal trade was subject to layers of official exploitation, let alone such illicit business. Whether it was Li Luoyu trading from Shandong to Liaodong, or Shanxi merchants trading with the Manchus through Mongols near Zhangjiakou, many Ming officials were lining their pockets from it. You have no idea of the hardships involved. Li Luoyu could not help exaggerating the difficulties. Stormy seas, bandits and soldiers on land routes causing loss of goods and lives. As for the trade itself, one had to endure the pickiness, extortion, and skimming of Manchu officials. Su Tianqi did not rebut. He knew Li Luoyu did not want them interfering in the Liaodong trade, not only to monopolize profits, but also because he feared the Australians would aid the enemy. The Australians lacked his loyalty to the glorious Ming and would inevitably sell whatever was profitable. Grain, ironware, even gunpowder and cannons might end up in Manchu hands. "I hear the Tartars are extremely short of grain," Su Tianqi said suddenly. "Indeed," Li Luoyu thought. "Are they planning to ship grain to the Tartars?" The Tartars were willing to pay 10 or even 20 taels per she for grain, a profit of 10,000%. Shanxi merchants were paying high prices to buy up grain in the already grain-short Central Plains to sell to the Manchus. Did the Australians want to play this game? They could buy grain in Guangdong and resell it in Liaodong for a windfall. He quickly added, However, inspections by soldiers around Denglai are strict. Not a grain of rice is allowed across the sea. Heh heh. Su Tianqi laughed. Head Manager Li, we understand your thoughts well, but surely you know the plight of the commoners captured by the Tartars. How could he not? Li Luoyu had traveled within Liaodong to ransom captives and knew all too well the survival conditions of Han Chinese enslaved there. Setting aside the abuse, many were half-starved. Miserable to the extreme, Li Luoyu sighed. I hear the Manchus even exchange women and children to the Mongols for cattle and sheep, one half-grown child for one sheep. Surely you know this, Head Manager Li. I have indeed heard of it. We trade with the Manchus not for their gold and silver, but for people, for the great Ming subjects abused and trafficked by the Tartars. Su Tianqi adopted a righteous tone. Do you say this trade should be done or not? What? You want to go to Liaodong to ransom commoners? Li Luoyu was so shocked he rose to his feet. A sudden dizziness seized him and he fell back into his chair. His personal servant boy, Cao Yi, quickly took out medicinal wine and poured some down his throat, finally settling his spirit. He steadied himself, thinking the Australians truly operated on a grand scale. Even with his wealth, he had never contemplated such a thing. He wasn't running a charity after all, dealing with matters like these. Even scattering his entire family fortune would not be enough. How had the Australians, usually so calculating over every penny, suddenly become so generous? The more he thought, the more something seemed off. Seeing his doubt, Su Tianqi explained. They wanted the population the Manchus had captured. The traded people would all be transported to Guangzhou for resettlement. So that's it, Li Luoyu thought. Guangzhou was vast and sparsely populated. They needed people to farm, run factories, and fill their army. People were needed everywhere. No wonder they had set their sights on the Manchus. In any case, those pitiful commoners would be far better off in Australian hands than with the Tartars. Thinking this, Li Luoyu's attitude softened. He agreed to help the Australians establish contact with Manchu officials regarding Liaodong trade. Su Tianqi thought, this trick really works. Of course, whether they would only accept population as payment was a matter for later. Based on financial department projections, Liaodong should be experiencing inflation due to the gold, silver, and treasure the Manchus had looted from inside the wall. Silver would be depreciating badly. Buying up gold and silver there now would prove enormously profitable. Besides population, Su Tianqi also proposed purchasing horses, cattle, and sheep from the Manchu-controlled area, especially horses. These were urgently needed in Lingao. As for horses, you can actually buy them from the Mongols via Guanning army connections, Li Luoyu said. But transport is inconvenient. Small numbers are manageable, but a large herd moving south would likely be intercepted halfway, and supplying fodder along the route is difficult. End of chapter. Chapter 770. Scholar Liu's illness. The negotiations between the House of Elders and Li Luoyu reached a fairly satisfactory conclusion. Pressed by the twin moral imperatives of national righteousness and saving the people from peril, Li Luoyu had no choice but to accept the condition of opening the Liaodong trade channel. Likewise, he agreed to a full package of in-depth cooperation with the Australians on the mainland. The General Bureau of Political Security had learned much by eavesdropping on conversations between Li Luoyu and Gu Baietan, and by managing to plant an operative inside SkyHigh House. Wu Mu had struggled mightily to achieve this. Every employee at SkyHigh House, from manager to cook to watchman to sweeper, had been brought in from Li Luoyu's mainland establishments, all connected by blood or marriage. The organization was practically watertight. Wu Mu had originally planned to bribe or coerce one of the clerks into becoming an informer, but Zhao Mangxing had stopped him. In the end, they succeeded only because SkyHigh House needed a purchasing clerk who spoke both the Lingao dialect and knew speech. That was how they finally got someone inside. From the intelligence gathered, political security knew of Li Luoyu's ardent desire to support Gu Baietan. So during negotiations, Su Tianqi dangled hints of vigorously backing Gu Baietan's business as an enticement. This hook proved more effective than appeals to national righteousness. If Gu Baietan could lean on the Australians, it would mean tremendous advantages for his future, especially when Su Tianqi hinted that they would directly enter the South Seas trade. Li Luoyu's eyelids twitched. Private capital could participate too. Jiang Shan's Foreign Intelligence Bureau and SkyHigh's Trade and Colonization Division both rubbed their hands, preparing to use this opportunity to extend their operations to the mainland. After joint consultations, they submitted a report to the Planning Commission outlining the first wave of trade intelligence network deployment. Deployment planning had begun when the Foreign Intelligence Bureau was first established, and the land and sea routes layout had already been approved by the Executive Committee and the House of Elders. Due to the Ming punitive campaign, implementation had been paused for several months, but preparatory work, such as personnel training, had continued almost uninterrupted except for the weeks of mobilization and combat. By the end of 1630, Jiang Shan's Foreign Intelligence Bureau had completed preparations in personnel, funding, and organizational structure. They were only waiting for the starting gun. The Executive Committee tasked the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and the Trade and Colonization Division with importing large quantities of population. This was the top priority for the next 2 to 3 years. Though their control would extend to all of Hainan, population scarcity remained a severe bottleneck. With this in mind, the two agencies revised their deployment plans. The specific locations remained unchanged, but priorities were adjusted to support the impending Liaodong trade and the Northern Migration Program. According to the Grand Library's projections, 1631 would bring a rare major drought to Zhejiang, displacing millions. This represented an excellent opportunity to absorb large numbers of people. At an expanded executive committee meeting, various parties estimated they could acquire over 200,000 people from this famine. Thus the first deployment would be in Shanghai. Shanghai controlled the mouth of the Yangtze, was an excellent trading port, and connected Jiangsu and Zhejiang, a clear geographic advantage. Refugees could be loaded onto ships nearby. A large-scale transit base would have to be established in Shanghai first, with transfer camps, stockpiles of grain and medicine, and other relief supplies, plus adequate personnel. Second was Hangzhou. Hangzhou had not originally been a first-wave deployment city, but to recruit hungry refugees on a large scale in Zhejiang, someone would have to be active in the provincial capital, smoothing various official channels. Chinese bureaucracies were often more hindrance than help, and were inherently suspicious of grassroots initiatives. Last was the Dengzhuleizhu area of Shandong. This was a key port for the Liaodong trade. Li Luoyu conducted his trade with Liaodong mainly through this port. However, the region was about to experience the Dengzhou Mutiny of 1631–1632. In such a large-scale upheaval, a small trading post would obviously struggle to survive. The Trade and Colonization Division therefore proposed occupying a small offshore island as a base. On the Denglai mainland itself, they would mainly leverage Li Luoyu's existing local resources. The first wave of deployments was scheduled for completion by March–April 1631. Afterward, the land and sea routes would establish posts in Nanjing, Beijing, and Tianjin. As for local partners, for Liaodong and Shandong, they would rely on Li Luoyu. For the two capitals, the Intelligence Bureau planned to court Gao Ju into the business to tap the power of the eunuch faction behind him. Beyond leveraging their influence, SkyHigh and Chengdong were also eyeing the fat stacks in the Grand Eunuch's private coffers. Li Luoyu had no idea of the scheming in the transmigrators' bellies. He only knew that partnering with the Australians would not be a losing proposition, and so he remained cheerful about the prospects. Su Tianqi then invited Li Luoyu to attend the year-end celebration hosted by the House of Elders. According to a suggestion by Vice Minister of Civil Affairs Liu Muzhu, besides elders, Outstanding figures from various strata of the naturalized population would also be invited, people like Fu Baer and Lin Quanan. Model workers, farmers, and soldiers would be selected as model figures to attend, demonstrating that in the new society, no work is beneath dignity, and all naturalized citizens are equal. Although Li Loyu was not a naturalized citizen, his cooperation with the transmigrators had surpassed even Gao Ju's. He was a major partner. Inviting him to the celebration was a way of showing both strength and sincerity. "Is this a New Year celebration? I will certainly attend." Li Loyu nodded repeatedly. Just then, a pleasant musical chime sounded from Liu San's person. Li Loyu stared with curiosity. Why was this Dr. Liu carrying a music box? Liu San quickly offered his apologies and stepped out into the courtyard. Through the open door, Li Loyu could hear Liu San speaking, but no second voice answered. He was utterly baffled. The study courtyard should have been empty. What trick was this elder Liu playing? Moments later, Liu San rushed back in and whispered a few words to Su Tianqi. Su Tianqi's expression grew serious. He asked several more questions in a low voice. Only then did Liu San turn and announce he had urgent business and had to leave. Under Li Loyu's puzzled gaze, Liu San hurried out of Qianghai House, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled furiously toward Lingao General Hospital in Bern City. The call had been from Xingbaiyu on the telephone with an emergency. Liu Dailin is dying. Liu Dailin's health had deteriorated steadily since the end of the second anti-encirclement campaign. Medication prescribed by doctors had brought no improvement. Even Yang Shixiang, recently returned from Anguo with medicines, had made several house calls without positive results. Yang Shixiang had suggested calling in an Australian doctor, but the family had consistently refused. The Australian way of treating illness made them uneasy. Cutting open bellies, driving needles into flesh, and other such therapies had become notorious in Lingao. After winter set in, Liu Dailin's condition worsened. He could no longer rise from bed. When Xingbaiyu received the news, he panicked. The House of Elders had invested considerable effort in cultivating Liu Dailin. If he died, the whole Moli Xuan project would come to nothing. Through Yang Shixiang, he urged the family to accept treatment by an Australian doctor. At the critical moment, the Liu family finally relented. Yang Shixiang recommended Liu San. After all, Liu San had a traditional medicine background. His theories, methods, and prescriptions would be easier for the family to accept. Liu San rushed into the general hospital and returned to his office. Zhang Zi was already there waiting. The matter had been escalated to the executive committee, which had ordered the hospital to save Liu Dailin no matter what. "How can I guarantee that?" Liu San complained. "I don't even know what disease he has." "I haven't visited his home," Zhang Zi replied, "but based on casual observation, Liu Dailin's hemiplegia should be a sequela of ischemic stroke. His mobility isn't severely impaired, his speech is clear, and I've heard he still reads and writes regularly. So his motor and speech faculties aren't badly affected. If he had undergone rehabilitation at the time, he probably wouldn't have developed mobility issues." "Your assessment is spot on," Liu San thought, as expected of a veteran head nurse, solid professional skills. "But we won't know the specifics until we see him. Will you come with me? Is it appropriate? I don't mind tending to the old man, but will he have some hang-up about propriety between men and women? He's not even 40 yet. How is he an old man?" Liu San said. He had looked it up in the old records. "He just looks ancient because that's his style. Literati all cultivate an air of aged sagacity. Besides, with his life hanging by a thread, he's hardly in a position to fuss about gender propriety. I'd guess 9 times out of 10 he's suffering from various complications. Post-care is critical. Once you're there, you can give his household servants some guidance on the spot." "All right, let me get ready." Zhang Zi had already prepared his portable medical kit, containing the elder doctor's 3 treasures: stethoscope, sphygmomanometer, and thermometer. "Bring syringes too, and the IV equipment if possible. We may need intravenous infusion." Liu San didn't know how critical the illness was, but it was better to be prepared than to run back for instruments and waste time. I've packed surgical instruments, anesthesia drugs, and disinfectants as well, Zhang Zi said, producing another large medical case. If there's a minor procedure to be done, we can start immediately. End of chapter. Chapter 771. Diagnosis and treatment. While they were busy packing, Xianming's voice carried in from outside the door. You're all playing out of tune. He's practically dead. What good will some mystical Chinese medicine charlatan do? By the time you've brewed the decoction, Scholar Liu will already be pushing up daisies. The door flew open, and Director Shi strode in, imperiously berating his subordinates, then stopped short upon seeing Liu San inside, sorting through the medical kit. He switched gears at once. Why wasn't Dr. Liu assigned an assistant? One person can't manage an emergency alone. Director Shi, I can handle emergency care too. I studied Chinese pharmacology, but I've also studied modern medicine. Oh, never mind. Chinese medicine is a form of medicine after all, Dr. Shi said with forced heartiness. Zhao Liu, the executive committee takes this very seriously. It's all on you. Yes, yes. I'll certainly accomplish the glorious task the organization has assigned me, but emergency medicine isn't my specialty. We still need another doctor familiar with modern medicine to assist. This was no mere banter. Liu San had never worked in emergency care. In the old-time space, he had barely done any outpatient Chinese medicine work either. All right, let Zhang Tumu go with you, Xianming said. Zhang Tumu was their only doctor who had actually worked in emergency medicine, a genuine professional. The Chiang Mai campaign had given him ample practice in emergency surgery. The ER at Bern General Hospital was always busy, and under the constant stream of cases, Zhang Tumu's skills had grown ever more refined. His wound debridement and suturing in particular had achieved near-surgical perfection. No need. The ER is busy. If he leaves and an emergency comes in, that's bad. Let Zhang Zi go with me. A veteran nurse is worth gold. Fine, fine, you go first. If there's a problem, call. We'll see if a consultation is needed, Xianming said. Oh, and bring a few interns and nurses along. Let them gain some experience points. Liu San summoned Fu Wubin, plus 2 trainee nurses and 1 trainee doctor. Hearing the situation was critical, Liu San decided he and Zhang Zi would ride ahead with the essentials. The others would follow on foot. At the county town gate, Steward Zhao and several servants were anxiously watching for the approaching Australian doctor. For the Liu family, calling an Australian physician was an absolute last resort, but it was their only hope. They had all heard tales of the Australians doing what others could not, and now they prayed for a miracle. Moreover, this Dr. Liu came on the strong recommendation of shopkeeper Yang, and was said to be a master of traditional medicine, not the Australian techniques involving knives and slicing open bellies. That gave them some comfort. Liu San and Zhang Zi were met by Steward Zhao and escorted hastily into the compound. Liu San saw the veranda crammed with members of the Liu clan, and probably friends and tutors of the scholar. Some sighed, some wept. His heart sank. They look like they're preparing for a funeral. Could things really be that dire? The thought made him anxious. Scholar Liu was a flagship figure for Lingao's civil affairs work, a vice-chairman of the Political Consultative Conference who absolutely could not die. He wanted to discuss the illness with the family, but amid the crowd of people, he couldn't tell who counted as next of kin. What alarmed everyone was not just the arrival of Dr. Liu, but the presence of a female doctor. People shrank back. Others, curious, pressed forward. The scene was chaotic. Steward Zhao, experienced enough to maintain order, quickly asked relatives and friends to step inside for a moment and not disturb the doctors with courtyard chatter. Then he led Liu San and Zhang Zi toward the rear courtyard. For the past few days, to make it easier for doctors to come and go, Liu Dalin had been moved to the study. The study's courtyard was separated by only one wall from the inner quarters, from which came the muffled weeping of women, probably the Liu family's womenfolk. Steward Zhao led them into the side courtyard. Servants were bustling in and out of the study. A brazier burned on the veranda for decocting medicine. Someone was fetching water. Seeing the steward arrive with 2 Australians, maids and female servants stepped aside to retreat. "You lot, you're not grand ladies. What are you dodging for?" Steward Zhao scolded. "Get back to work." He was about to take them into the main room for the examination. Liu San halted him. "No hurry. Please clear a room in this courtyard so we can wash our hands and change clothes before seeing the patient." Steward Zhao had heard from his son and grandson that Australians were obsessed with cleanliness. He agreed at once, ordering a side chamber tidied up. At Liu San's request, clean porcelain basins were brought in and the brazier was stoked to boil water. Zhang Zi, the practiced nurse that she was, didn't wait for instructions. She washed her hands, mixed disinfectant, prepared instruments and medicines, then helped Liu San into a white coat and mask. Steward Zhao led them into the main room of the study. As they approached, several women emerged, flanking a middle-aged lady. Liu San noted her clothes were not opulent but neatly tasteful, probably the scholar's wife. A maid announced, "This is the Australian miracle doctor." But before she could finish, the lady had already dropped into a curtsy. Liu San quickly pulled down his mask and performed a bow in return, exchanging greetings. Liu Dalin's wife spoke in the local Lingao dialect, which Liu San barely understood, so he offered a few polite words. Steward Zhao, who spoke new speech, interpreted. The gist was that they begged the doctor to do his utmost. If he could save the master's life, the Liu family would reward him handsomely. "Let's not speak of rewards," Liu San said. "However, treatment must proceed entirely under my direction. Otherwise, please ask your mistress to find another physician." He had to establish this from the start, lest they forbid this or refuse that later. Steward Zhao murmured with the mistress, then said, "The mistress says, treat as you see fit so long as you save the master's life." "Good. With that assurance, we can proceed." He signaled Zhang Zi to produce a document, a family notification form. Per Shi Naoran's directive, all medical formalities had to be regularized from now on. The system had to be institutionalized. For the Liu household, these were desperate times. They would pay any price to save the master. Though they didn't quite understand why such paperwork was necessary. In ancient practice, curing illness was in heaven's hands. One didn't beat up a doctor for failure, and malpractice was unheard of. The mistress still signed and stamped the document as Liu San requested, however bemused by Australian ways. Liu San and Zhang Zi entered the main room. Servants hovered nearby. Declaring the room too dark and the air too stale, Liu San ordered all windows opened. Only then did he approach the bed to begin his examination. Upon careful inspection, Liu San saw the master's face flushed, his breathing rapid, a damp towel on his forehead, obviously feverish. Without waiting for orders, Zhang Zi took his temperature and blood pressure. Liu San dispensed with theatrical pulse taking and went straight for the stethoscope. "Temperature 39.6, Zhang Zi reported. Deftly she pulled out the scholar's arm and measured blood pressure, confirming hypertension. A bedridden person with impaired mobility was prone to a raft of complications: bed sores, electrolyte imbalance, pulmonary infection, constipation, and more. Though they couldn't yet confirm which complication was causing this, Liu San tentatively judged it an infectious flare-up. That brought slight relief. Anti-infection therapy was the elder doctor's second greatest weapon in this time-space, after surgery. After the flurry of preliminary diagnostics, they returned to the side chamber and summoned the attendants who cared for Liu Dalin to inquire about his condition. A diagnosis soon emerged. His case was not complicated. The primary cause was pneumonia triggered by a cold. His pulmonary infection had already become quite severe. "He has problems all over," Liu San said cautiously. "Treating the pneumonia is easy, but the complications are tricky. They involve multiple specialties. We need a consultation. Frankly, it would be best to hospitalize Scholar Liu." "They'll almost certainly refuse," Zhang Zi said. A home-based ward then, but we'll have to trouble other doctors to come to the Liu residence. No choice. Liu San considered the treatment plan. Broadly speaking, anti-infection therapy was their ace in the hole. They had ample antibiotics, and against bacteria with little drug resistance, they were highly effective. Next was lowering blood pressure. The pharmaceutical lab had trial-produced a Danchin injection, but the Lingao version's efficacy and toxicology had not been sufficiently tested. They lacked experimental animals, and unfortunately hypertension was a rare disease in this time-space. There were extremely few clinical cases among the recruited refugees. The Danchin injection had barely cleared phase II trials. How about Reserpin? Zhang Zi asked. She knew the pharmaceutical factory was extracting Reserpin from the root of a Rovalfia species called Ma San Duan, grown in Guangzhou. Reserpin was a traditional antihypertensive and one of the few cardiovascular drugs the factory could produce. The lab's Reserpin has only undergone animal testing. Clinical phase I hasn't even been done. Using it rashly on Scholar Liu might kill him. Besides, he has pneumonia. Reserpin is very likely to provoke adverse reactions. After much deliberation, Liu San decided to use his own distilled Danchin injection. By now the nurses and Fu Wubin had arrived. Zhang Zi assigned tasks. First, put an IV line into the Scholar and administer antibiotics intravenously. Controlling the infection and fever as quickly as possible was critical for the next stage. Scholar Liu may also have bed sores, Zhang Zi said. I'd like to give him some nursing care first. Even if he doesn't, basic hygiene should be done. Go ahead, but keep him warm. Liu San hopped back on his bicycle and raced to Bern General Hospital to show Liu Dalin's case file to the elder doctors on site. End of chapter. Chapter 772, The Healing Touch, Long-Term Bed Rest and Poor Appetite Causing Malnutrition. Bed rest leading to pulmonary infection and eventually cold-triggered pneumonia. Hypertension causing dizziness, blurred vision, and lethargy. Xianming looked over the records and remarked casually, he probably has constipation too. Exactly, Liu San nodded. Do you think we should arrange a hospital consultation? We can't take x-rays or run blood tests at his house. The thing is, his family won't agree to hospitalization. No need to bring him here for consultation. Liu Dalin's condition is complicated but not hard to treat, Doctor, she said. It's within our capabilities. Your treatment approach is correct. I think we also have to pay attention to nutrition, said Lan Yang from gastroenterology. The Scholar looks quite haggard. Malnourishment is detrimental to his recovery. His family shouldn't be poor by rights. Landlords don't eat much better, just a bit more refined grain. Liu San had seen what so-called landlords actually ate when he made rounds at the Joint Sanitation Board and Runchitang clinics in the countryside. They ate little better than peasants. Maybe they were full, maybe the rice ratio was slightly higher, and they consumed a bit of fish or meat. For an ordinary peasant, a dash of fish sauce or shrimp paste counted as having meat. Protein intake was seriously inadequate. After reviewing Liu Dalin's case file, the group agreed that his illness and its causes were obvious. Treatment wasn't complicated. The plan: inject antibiotics first to tackle the pulmonary infection, while also injecting Danchin solution to lower blood pressure. Then reinforce nutrition and relieve constipation. Nurses would train Liu family servants to wipe down the master, turn him in bed, clean his mouth, and teach them how to prevent bed sores. Once daily care standards improved, the master's mental state would improve significantly. Rehabilitation exercises would be arranged, and combined with herbal regulation and acupuncture, his overall health should rise dramatically. Regarding antibiotics, everyone agreed that locally produced oxytetracycline and casugamycin weren't appropriate for this bacterial lung infection. An intravenous drip might carry too many toxic side effects. Using stockpiled penicillin injections was more prudent. Don't forget to have Zhang Zi do a skin test, Xianming specifically reminded Liu San. That's standard procedure, no need to mention it. Our work has gotten sloppier. Many steps that should be taken are now skipped, Xianming said. Liu San took the prescription Xianming had written, retrieved the controlled medications, placed them in a special medicine case, and left. By the time Liu San returned, Zhang Zi had already taken the trainee nurses and helped Liu Dalin bathe, then cleaned his mouth with dental floss. Her intuition had been correct. Due to prolonged immobility, the scholar already showed early signs of bed sores. She cleaned, disinfected, and dressed each one. Throughout, she not only worked but also instructed the trainee nurses. The full-body care was both swift and gentle, leaving the trainees and the attending maids wide-eyed. This female counselor's bedside skills were first-rate. News of Zhang Zi's nursing and the slight improvement in the master's spirits quickly reached the mistress and the Liu family's close relatives. They murmured among themselves. Whatever their views on whether Australians were barbarians, the sight of a female elder unhesitatingly bathing and medicating a stranger, such actions truly embodied, a healer's heart is a parent's heart. When Liu San returned to the Liu residence, Zhang Zi had already tidied everything. Even the windows were open. The maids and servants who had been scurrying about aimlessly had been shooed out and now waited on the veranda. The room that had been dark, stuffy, and stale now enjoyed sunlight and fresh air. Zhang Zi's care had revived the moribund-looking scholar. He seemed slightly more alert, no longer hanging on by a thread. Liu San told her the treatment plan. Zhang Zi asked, penicillin via IV drip or intramuscular injection. Given the patient's history of hypertension, let's go with intramuscular. This vial is 400,000 units. Based on conditions in this time-space, I'd say 40,000 units per dose is sufficient, Liu San said. Distilled water intramuscular injection, 80,000 units per day. Start with 3 days. I'll do the skin test first, Zhang Zi said. We should worry about allergic reaction. If there's an allergic reaction, switch to oral erythromycin. When Zhang Zi took the syringe and needle from the sterilization case, the maids and servants peeping through the window caused a stir. Injections, as a form of Australian medicine, were already widely talked about. At first, people had thought it was a variant of acupuncture. Only later did they realize it literally meant pushing liquid medicine into the body. Natives found this deeply mysterious, especially the fine needle, somehow made hollow. That was truly beyond comprehension. While doing the skin test, Zhang Zi continued to explain the key points to the trainee nurses. The skin test came back normal, no allergic reaction. Liu San was relieved. The first penicillin injection was administered. Everything went smoothly, though the Danshan injection had Liu San on edge. Although he had made it according to the book, Chinese medicine extracts used as injectables carried inherent risks. Modern medicine's understanding of herbal pharmacology and side effects was still incomplete. In the old time space, there had been inexplicable deaths from herbal injections, and those were products of proper, modern pharmaceutical factories. His was a cottage industry product, and due to the scarcity of cases, only Phase I clinical trials had barely been completed. I really need to get oral Danshan dripping pills and ginkgo leaf preparations developed, he silently noted for his next R&D push. Now we wait for the drugs to take effect. Liu San looked at the still slumbering master. Take the junior nurses back. I'll stay and keep watch. If anything happens, I can handle it immediately. Heh, what can you handle? Zhang Zi asked. Can you give an injection? Can you use an aspirator? See, you can't. In an emergency, writing a prescription and fetching drugs will be too slow. Liu San was a little embarrassed. If you stay here, what about old Yang? It's fine. I have night shifts every week. Does he come to keep me company every night? Zhang Zi laughed it off. Steward Zhao, seeing they had stopped working, guessed the treatment had reached a pause and hurried over to ask whether they needed to fetch herbal medicine or if there were other orders. Liu San thought, if he didn't write a prescription and send them for herbs, the Liu family would be uneasy. Fortunately, his head was full of modern Chinese medicine formulas for invigorating blood, clearing stasis, calming the spirit, and opening the orifices. He selected one and wrote it out, asking Steward Zhao to have it filled. Yes, I'll send someone to the pharmacy at once. Zhao took the prescription but didn't go to the pharmacy yet. Instead, he went to the main hall and presented it to the mistress and several close relatives, giving a detailed account of the diagnosis and treatment. The mistress was a woman and knew nothing of medicine. She couldn't say much. The relatives, though they found Australian medicine a little frightening, couldn't find fault. Can this medicine be taken? The mistress looked to the relatives. Steward Zhao, thanks to his son and grandson, understood Australians better than most natives. He knew the liquid injected into the master was the real cure. The prescription was almost incidental, but his status didn't permit him to say so directly. The one reviewing the prescription was the mistress's maternal cousin, also a scholar with some knowledge of medicine. The herbs mainly served to invigorate blood and dispel stasis. Nothing unusual, yet the approach differed markedly from the warm and pungent to unblock blockages, approach earlier doctors had prescribed. This differs from the previous doctor's methods, he mused, but since we've asked him to treat, we should follow his method. They sent someone to Runchitang to fill the prescription. The mistress instructed Steward Zhao to offer Liu San 10 taels of silver as a consultation fee. When they heard Liu San and the female elder intended to remain in the study courtyard, watching through the night, everyone was deeply moved. They ordered 2 more side chambers prepared for their rest and assigned servants to attend them. Penicillin proved tremendously powerful in this time and place. By that evening, after the first day's injections, Liu Dalin's temperature had begun to drop, and his blood pressure showed signs of normalizing. Liu San was greatly encouraged. Early the next morning, servants reported to the mistress. The master's fever was gone and he was fully conscious. It seemed he was cured. The whole Liu household rejoiced. The mistress came in person to offer thanks. Those who had harbored doubts about Australian medicine were now thoroughly won over. They had never seen such immediate results. Liu San and Zhang Zi endured a cartload of flattery before finally explaining that the master's illness was not yet fully cured. It would require long-term treatment. After 3 consecutive days of antibiotic injections, Liu Dalin's pulmonary infection was essentially healed. To consolidate the effect, 2 more days of injections were administered. With the life-threatening condition treated, the next step was rehabilitation. Liu San wrote several more herbal prescriptions for Liu Dalin to take long-term. Though not as effective as dedicated cardiovascular drugs, they could help control his condition. Zhang Zi then took charge of training several Liu household servants in nursing care, including bedsore prevention. Meanwhile, Liu San had Fu Wuben visit Liu Manor daily to perform acupuncture using the brain awakening and orifice opening needle technique. He had taught him, combined with rehabilitation exercises, all to help Scholar Liu regain bodily function. Shi Naoran was counting on the master to become a living advertisement for Australian medicine. End of chapter. Chapter 773. Housing allocation news of Scholar Liu's full recovery made front-page headlines in the Lingao Times, public edition. The story was supplied by He Ping, a special correspondent stationed at the sanitation department. Ding Ding had originally wanted to include a photograph, but printing photos strained their resources. They settled for lithography instead, a full-page spread of 16 lithographic illustrations drawn by elders who could sketch manga-style art. Like a picture story, each panel came with its own caption. The publicity effect was excellent. The Transmigrator's manga style was far more realistic and aesthetically pleasing than traditional line drawings. Figures, backgrounds, and objects were all beautified. In the character portrayals, Scholar Liu, though he still sported his beard, was rendered as a dashing middle-aged gentleman. Liu San looked stern and gallant with an air of elegance. Even Zhang Zi couldn't recognize the beauty in the picture as herself. "My nose isn't that high and my eyes aren't that big," she muttered, though she was secretly pleased by the glamorization. She specially saved a copy of the public edition. Local naturalized citizens and natives alike loved these handsome story pictures. The effect far exceeded text-heavy newspaper propaganda. After all, few could read, and even those who had undergone literacy training had limited reading levels. Pictures with brief explanations were much more accessible. This gave Ding Ding a valuable idea. Since they could produce lithographs, why not publish an illustrated magazine like the Dianchijai Pictorial for outreach, popular science, and current events, educating the public? Amid the bustle, New Year's Day 1631 was approaching. The House of Elders had originally considered adopting a brand new calendar system, the Daesong calendar or the Xuanyuan calendar. But this met opposition from those who found conversions troublesome, especially since people still needed to look up historical events. So it was finally decided. For now, they would continue using the Gregorian calendar and the Changzhen reign title. Official documents would carry both dates. Internal documents would use only the Gregorian date. Once their position was secure, they would formally proclaim a new era. On New Year's Eve, the first phase of the new elder apartments was officially completed. 90 units were allocated through voluntary application and lottery, coordinated by the Housing Allocation Committee. Since it concerned elder welfare, construction of Baietan New Town had consumed most of Meiwan's energy. He was on site almost every day, supervising work and constantly proposing improvements and revisions, much to the annoyance of Zhang, who was in charge of the apartment design. After the first phase was completed, Zhao Zishan inspected the now-nascent Baietan New Town. On this small highland stood 10 three-story apartment buildings, 9 units each. The artificial lake and the moat surrounding the new town were finished. Besides serving as a barrier and beautifying the environment, the artificial lake functioned as a reservoir within the Wenlin River Management Project, storing rainwater in the wet season and supplying water in the dry season. Supporting channels and sluices had been built. Trees had been planted along the lake shore, flower beds laid out, and benches placed. Were it not for the barbed wire fencing, watchtowers, and armed sentries set up by the garrison battalion on the opposite bank, the place would have felt like a park from another time-space. Next to the artificial lake stood a tall, fortress-like building of red brick, with an unsightly chimney rising beside it. This was the water tower. Water from the Baietan Rapids waterworks was piped here, then pumped by a steam engine continuously up to the tank at the top, ensuring adequate water pressure for every floor of the three-story buildings. The steam engine and its boiler had been installed in the corner farthest from the residences to protect others in the event of an explosion. The road network, plumbing, sewage system, streetlights, and pipe-laying within the new town were largely complete. Water pipes were cast iron. They would need replacing after some years. Sewers were brick-built, draining to a main channel outside the town. Streetlights used gas to save electricity. The apartment buildings were of brick and timber hybrid construction. Zhang had originally wanted to use reinforced concrete precast floor slabs, but the cement kiln's output was inconsistent, the slab safety margins uncertain, and rebar too precious. In the end, they went with wooden floors. The timber framing followed designs by Zhang Xingpei, an architect who had returned from America, an expert in wood construction. His designs were structurally sound and space-efficient. The roofs were gabled for drainage. Waterproofing was asphalt and old cloth. Doors and windows were mass-produced by the woodworking factory. Electrical wiring and lights were salvaged from the dormitories. Each apartment had strict limits on fixtures to conserve supplies. To satisfy the elders' desire for domestic life, all kitchen and bathroom fixtures were installed. For safety and economy, kitchens were equipped with energy-saving briquette stoves. Sanitary ware was the transmigrator's forte. Exquisitely fired tiles, toilets, and bathtubs, all decorated with colorful painted patterns, utterly luxurious. Furniture inside the apartments was also provided by the developer. Lingao Construction's project covered not only construction and hard finishes, but also soft furnishings. However, tastes varied among the elders. To accommodate everyone, Zheng Kaiyan set up model units displaying available products. After viewing the showrooms, people could purchase according to their preferences. Furniture was mass-produced modern minimalist style from the woodworking factory, all in natural wood tones, since colored furniture lacquer was still a pipe dream. There were also traditional Ming-style pieces from the war booty warehouse. Decorations included various porcelain, lacquerware curios and paintings. Zhao Zishan toured a model apartment and felt it had an IKEA vibe. Natural wood minimalist furniture, European-style rattan sofas, comfortable rocking chairs, and coordinating fabrics in bright colors, made from famous Indian printed cotton. The filling material was kapok. Excellent, elegant, comfortable, and economical, Zhao Zishan praised, complimenting Zheng Kaiyan who was accompanying him. This is the modern style. There's also a classical style, Zheng Kaiyan said with a smile. Classical offers more choices. The booty warehouse has everything. As they left the model apartment, they happened upon Liu San and Wu Yunhua strolling along the road outside. Wu Yunhua was gesturing and pointing. Liu San was adopting a pose of attentive listening. Zhao Zishan knew they were picking a unit. As a married couple, they were entitled to an 80-square-meter apartment, but there were few of those, and choices were limited. Wu Yunhua kept looking and feeling that something was off. Liu San thought all the apartments looked the same, with little to distinguish them, yet his wife insisted on picking and choosing, so he tagged along. Wu Yunhua had dragged Liu San through all 10 buildings, even inspecting the smaller units, and still couldn't make up her mind. She started over from the beginning, driving Liu San to despair. He had been closely monitoring scholar Liu's condition at the Liu household and hadn't slept well. He had hoped to rest properly after coming home. Director, she had generously given him 3 days leave, and he had planned to spend 1 day at Runchatang having a tryst with Xu and Chun. But then his wife won the first batch lottery and his 3-day vacation became a house viewing marathon. What do you think? I think Unit 201 in Building 8 is nice. Good orientation, nice view from the window. Wu Yunhua had finally made up her mind. Liu San nodded eagerly. Of course, I think it's great too. Wu Yunhua nodded with satisfaction. What style do you think for the decor? I still think classical looks better, but modern is also nice, clean and neat. Yes. Yes, what? Wu Yunhua snapped, glaring at his perfunctory attitude. Modern style is good, Liu San said hastily. Just as Liu San's house viewing ordeal looked endless, his pager saved him. Li Mei called to say Yang Shixiang was looking for him to discuss opening a shop in Guangdong next year. Liu San seized this lifeline, hastily claiming urgent work matters and rushing off, finally escaping Wu Yunhua. Seeing his sworn brother was, of course, something Liu San was happy to do, not only because Yang's household treated him well, but also because Xu and Chun attended him attentively. Liu San had been too busy lately to visit his little golden hideaway. Now, with this opportunity, he couldn't let it pass. He jumped on his bicycle and sped out of Baietan City toward the county town. Along the way, he stopped by Liu Dalin's residence to check blood pressure and temperature, confirming the master was recovering. Zhang Zi had helped train several male and female servants in nursing care and rehabilitation. In Yang Shixiang's parlor, a banquet was already laid out. Li Mei and Jiang Shan had been waiting a while. Liu San thought, this is the good thing about dealing with sworn brother. Business was usually conducted over a meal. The Yang household's lifestyle was Guangzhou style, refined and elegant, now enhanced by various transmigrator innovations. Both the Foreign Intelligence Bureau and Li Mei's trade division saw value in Runchatang. They treated expanding its mainland network as a priority project. Yang Shixiang naturally welcomed the opportunity to expand his market share. He readily agreed to open Runchatang's first branch in Guangzhou as soon as the new year passed. Just Guangzhou, that's not enough, Jiang Shan laughed. Where else? Kaiju is also a good market. Don't keep circling around Guangdong. Jiang Shan grinned. How about Hangzhou and the two capitals? End of chapter. Chapter 774. An unexpected development. Yang Shixiang was stunned speechless. Opening a pharmacy in Jiangnan was something even his ancestors at the height of their prosperity had never dared contemplate. Setting aside the fact that he had no connections whatsoever in that region, there was the question of industry competition. Jiangnan was thick with established pharmacy brands, each backed by generations of secret recipes and deep pockets. Although Liu San's patent medicines brought Runchitang a steady stream of profits, wading into those muddy waters took more nerve than he possessed. Seeing his sworn brother's hesitation, Liu San tried to embolden him. "Big brother, with us backing you, what are you afraid of? We'll stick to the same approach. Sell only patent medicines, not raw herbs. That way we stay out of entanglements with the local pharmacy bosses." Construction of Runchitang's pharmaceutical factory in the Baietan development zone had been halted for several months due to the war. After the great victory at Chiangmai, work resumed. The specialized equipment manufactured by the machinery plant was largely installed and now undergoing testing and trial production. Once completed, output would be 20 or 30 times higher than the current handcraft level. The prospect of such staggering capacity made Yang Shixiang hesitate. The fearsome specter of cash flow problems loomed directly before him. Massive production capacity meant needing huge sums to pay for raw materials, hefty freight costs to ship goods everywhere, outlets or distributors in various cities, and large inventories tied up in shops. Any problem at any link could spell catastrophe. Nothing like his current trade with his cousin, selling in just 2 or 3 cities. Yang Shixiang had been full of ambition when he was down and out. Now, as Lingao's wealthiest man, he had grown timid. At the table, Li Mei had already offered to help arrange a loan. Wu Dai of DeLong Bank's credit department had reached an intermediary agreement with her, under which the commercial division and the Eastgate Market Administration would recommend high-quality clients for lending. Yang Shixiang remained hesitant. The Runchitang factory itself was already carrying a loan from the Australians for land, machinery, and construction, secured by the factory itself at 17% annual interest. Expanding operations would require another loan, and this one could only be collateralized with Runchitang's existing assets. It made him uneasy. Li Mei, perceptive as ever, spoke slowly. "Don't rush. We'll take it step by step. Doesn't Runchitang still have your brother's half share? And your brother is an elder. We elders are like brothers and sisters. If there's difficulty, the House of Elders will definitely help." Business was easy to discuss over a meal. The three took turns pressing, and Yang Shixiang finally agreed to fully cooperate with the elders' commercial expansion plan. Yet he felt somewhat overwhelmed by such complex business strategy. He confided to Liu San that just thinking about managing operations once the scale grew gave him a headache. He hoped Liu San could become Runchitang's head manager and share his burdens. He'd even give Liu San more shares. Liu San thought, "No matter how many shares you give me, it won't matter. They're state assets." Besides, even if he wanted to leave for a private enterprise, the organization department wouldn't agree, and he himself didn't want to abandon his post in the sanitation department. He declined tactfully. However, he seized the opportunity to urge Yang Shixiang to send young household servants and clerks to Fangqiati for short-term training courses, practical skills classes covering accounting, business management, agricultural techniques, and more. Illiterate natives would first have to take a Class C diploma course. Per the rules, naturalized citizens could take such courses free. Ordinary natives paid a tuition fee. Even if a few kids learn, they can't immediately become managers, Yang Shixiang sighed. "Some of my clerks are reliable enough, but their experience is limited. I'm not comfortable sending them out to run things independently." "We can naturally help with that," Li Mei said at once. If needed, the commercial division would loan several managers to serve Runchitang. Runchitang just had to pay their salaries. They ate, drank, and talked well into the afternoon before dispersing. The business was mostly settled. The contract signing awaited the next day. Li Mei formally extended an invitation to Yang Shixiang to attend the New Year's reception at year-end. Liu San, claiming drunkenness and the need for a nap, stayed at Runchitang. Li Mei and Zhang Shan departed tactfully. Yang Shixiang understood his sworn brother's meaning perfectly and had him escorted to Liu San's private courtyard, where Xuan Chun was to attend him. With the elder's assurances, Yang Shixiang's worries had settled one by one, and his spirits lightened considerably. He was about to retreat to his study for a short nap to clear his head of wine when a maid arrived. The mistress summoned him to the main chamber. In broad daylight. What for? At the Yang household, as at other great families of this era, husband and wife did not meet during the day unless necessary. After the morning wash and grooming, Yang Shixiang would go to the front study, breakfast with the accountant and manager, and conduct business. His wife managed the inner quarters. They met only at evening meals, eating and retiring together. Even children, once older, lived in their own quarters and saw their mother only for morning and evening greetings. This was high family form. The Yang household was no exception. The mistress says it's urgent. She needs to discuss something with you. Very well, I'll come. Yang Shixiang followed the maid into the inner quarters. Before he had even sat down, the mistress launched at him. Husband, do you know about Xuan Chun? Know what? Yang Shixiang was taken aback, unsure what his wife meant. So you really don't know? The mistress spoke in a scolding tone. She's just a woman, not even our household's maid. What does her business have to do with me? Xuan Chun was a maid belonging to the mistress's maternal cousin. Strictly speaking, she was a guest. By household rules, she had no connection to the Yang family. Today, third sister sent word that Xuan Chun is with child. The mistress lowered her voice conspiratorially. With child? With what? Yang Shixiang said carelessly, then suddenly comprehended. You mean she's pregnant? The mistress nodded. Third sister wants us to decide what to do about Xuan Chun. It was your idea to have her attend little brother. Now that she's carrying, she can't just remain in limbo indefinitely. Yang Shixiang hadn't thought about the possibility of Xuan Chun getting pregnant when he'd hatched his scheme to ingratiate himself with his sworn brother. With his easygoing disposition, he took his time before saying, Is this confirmed? Has a pulse been taken? She's missed her monthly for 2 months. What pulse is there to take? But when a woman's menses fail to appear, it doesn't necessarily mean pregnancy. As for qi and blood, enough, don't recite the medical texts. If you don't believe it, go take her pulse yourself. The mistress was exasperated. I'll examine her tonight, Yang Shixiang nodded. But sworn brother's diagnostic skills surpass mine. He probably already knows. When a man and woman are together, this was bound to happen sooner or later. Now that it has happened, you'd better discuss with little brother soon how to handle Xuan Chun. Do the dates match? Yang Shixiang was suddenly alarmed. This was no trivial matter. Yes, I checked the guest register and counted the days. Those nights little brother did indeed stay over. Good, good. What are you worried about? Is the inner courtyard a place just any man can enter? The mistress complained. Third sister's young master is only 9. Surely you're not suspecting him. Madam, in matters like this, not the slightest carelessness is allowed, Yang Shixiang whispered. If there's any mistake, it won't just be a joke, it could become a serious incident. The Australians were practically emperors of Lingao now, and by the look of things, they would soon be emperors of all Qiangzhou prefecture. They held the power of life and death. The mistress looked nervous. I understand. I have already inquired privately. There is absolutely no irregularity. Yang Shixiang thought it over. The ideal solution, of course, would be for his sworn brother to take Xuan Chun home as a concubine. Keeping another man's woman in one's own house was never a long-term arrangement, especially with a child on the way. But Liu San's wife was an elder, and rumor had it she was a jealous shrew. Liu San might not dare. If the matter blew up, even the Yang household might suffer. Yang Shixiang grew tense, but then he reflected that female elders were few, and Liu San had mentioned his wife was idle, not someone with power. Yang Shixiang was a close partner of the House of Elders. they wouldn't do anything drastic to him. Since he had already offended Liu San's wife, he had better curry favor all the harder with Liu San to avoid coming up empty. Yang Shixiang made up his mind. I think the proper approach is to keep her at our house and let her give birth. She'll be the equivalent of a brother's outside residence. The mistress complained. You're muddled. An outside residence located at someone else's home. This mother and child living with us without status or title, how will we face people? Yang Shixiang thought again. Then we'll purchase a separate dwelling in the city, move Xu and Chun there first, then assign a few reliable, elderly servants to accompany her, all expenses on us. After that, the rest is sworn brother's own family affair. The mistress nodded. That's the only way. But we'll also need to give third sister an explanation. Xu and Chun is still her household's person. Xu and Chun's owners had fallen on such hard times that they depended on the Yang family for their living. They couldn't question any decision the Yangs made. Even so, face among relatives still had to be observed. Yang Shixiang thought it over and said carelessly, we'll just buy Xu and Chun outright, transfer her indenture. That will spare them any awkwardness. End of chapter. Chapter 775. The slave ship. The mistress nodded. This was a fairly sensible approach. Yang Shixiang paced, thinking that once Xu and Chun formally became Liu San's concubine, the tie between his family and the elders would deepen yet another step. A pity his own children were so young, they couldn't marry into the elders' ranks yet. He suddenly remembered, didn't his wife's third cousin have 3 daughters? They were, after all, his own nieces by affinity. With no head of household, just one little boy, everything would be at the Yang's disposal. The 3 girls were of suitable age, from gentry stock, literate and well-mannered, and not bad-looking. They could quite properly be wed to elders as formal wives. He had heard one elder was about to marry a local landlord's niece. Yang Shixiang felt as if he had discovered a new continent. Excitedly, he drummed his fingers on the teacup. The mistress found this strange. Husband, what has you so pleased? Good things, of course, Yang Shixiang laughed, setting the topic aside for now. A swift 2-masted schooner rounded Liaodong Point and entered Dadinghai just as the Sanya noonday sun scorched the earth. The sky was azure blue, the sunlight dazzling. It was a vessel of about 200 tons. The wind was fair and the ship was flying. Its battered exterior showed it had been tossed about at sea for a long time, having traveled a great distance. The sun-cracked wooden planking testified to years of sailing the Southeast Asian seas. The jury-rigged secondary mast held together with rope, the hole-riddled sails, the shot holes and scorch marks on the hull, all spoke of a harrowing voyage. From the masthead flew a triangular pennant, Lingao's sailing permit flag. Only vessels bearing this flag were permitted to enter ports controlled by the Lingao regime. At the stern fluttered a peculiar banner, red and white stripes with the English cent, George's cross in the upper left, the ensign of the English East India Company. When the ship reached the second navigation light at the Dadinghai entrance, still far from the Eniawe wharf, all sails were struck and the anchor chain clattered down. The ship swayed for a few seconds, then lay still as the cable drew taut. A steam-powered landing craft, belching black smoke, chugged out from the Liaodong naval pier. 7 or 8 sailors stood armed guard aboard. These Australians have built quite a pier here, said a bearded European standing on the poop deck, excitement in his voice. He strained to see, greedily eyeing the wharves and town along the bay. Clearly, development was recent. It looked a bit like English colonies in the New World, but on a far larger scale. The battery atop the hill alone was awe-inspiring. God, that boat moves on its own, exclaimed the captain beside him. He was tall and thin, gaunt-faced. A white man, but years adrift in the East Indies had stained his face the color of tobacco leaves. He wore a tattered long coat. The originally white cuffs had served for years as napkin and handkerchief, turned oily black. Several buttons were missing, and the remaining ones had lost all color. Around his waist, incongruously, was wound a bright red Chinese satin sash, from which hung a gleaming Mughal-style saber with an ivory hilt and golden chasings. On his feet, a pair of ragged boots. He sighed as he dabbed snuff beneath his nose. Years of the habit had left 2 yellow mustaches under his lips. "The Australians are very capable. This is nothing," said the man, gazing at the shore, his face wreathed in smiles. "What day is it?" "December 28, 1630, the captain said, sniffing his snuff and frowning. "You've asked me 10 times. Thank God, you have delivered me and my vessel on time and safely." The one thanking God so devoutly was none other than John Quark, or formerly John Quark, holder of the House of Elders Sanya slave trade patent. As an English merchant operating under the English East India Company system, John Quark's Lingao visit had yielded an unexpected windfall, the slave trade patent. He was not about to pass up such a golden opportunity. Before returning to Macau, he had discussed implementation details with the elders of the Colonial Trade Division. They had given him Sanya's precise latitude and longitude, issued authorization certificates and port access permits, granted limited duty-free import-export privileges, and provided the sailing permit flag for entry into any Guangzhou port. Armed with these treasures, John Quark returned to Macau and immediately booked passage on a ship bound for Bantam. The English trading post at Bantam was one of the English East India Company's most important footholds in the East Indies, second only to Surat. It was also the key English beachhead into the Spice Islands. The Dutch had long sought to conquer Bantam entirely, but with the Sultan's support, the English maintained control of their trading post. In Bantam, his efforts to raise capital did not go smoothly. Rumors of a new maritime power along the China coast had vaguely reached the port. The EIC station had received word, but it was nebulous and unclear. No one knew the details. John Quark's arrival was the first to bring definite news of the so-called Australians, their magical iron ships, self-propelled vehicles, and terrifying cannons. During his stay, many visited daily to hear his accounts, but few trusted them entirely, especially the parts about the great iron ship and self-propelled carriages. Many suspected the documents and permits he displayed were forgeries. Even the company's commercial agent at the post showed little interest in his slaving scheme. Fortunately, among long-haul traders there was no shortage of the most ambitious adventurers. Under John Quark's persistent promotion, he finally recruited 11 shareholders, including 2 Dutchmen. Money knows no nationality. With a substantial sum raised, he began to execute his plan. John Quark chartered an English merchantman, Jamaica, to sail to Batavia. There he quickly purchased enough slaves. Conflict between the local Javanese and the Dutch was intense. Small-scale armed clashes occurred frequently, and Javanese prisoners were constantly being brought in for forced labor. The Dutch considered them useless. Javanese had a reputation throughout the East Indies for being unruly. Normally, the Dutch didn't even allow Javanese to enter Batavia City. When hiring local auxiliaries, they preferred Macassars. Quark's slaving request was immediately approved by the Dutch authorities. He bought 350 captives. Jamaica then set sail for Sanya. John Quark kept the deadline of 12:30 firmly in mind. The timeline was tight. He had spent too much time in Bantam raising capital, and the voyage itself consumed yet more. After surviving a storm at sea and 2 attacks by Portuguese ships, Jamaica finally reached Sanya safely. The slaves remaining in the hold numbered 250. The loss ratio was not unusually high. This distance couldn't compare to a transatlantic slaving run. Upon learning from the boarding petty officer that this was a legally licensed slaving vessel, the report was immediately sent up. All elders in the Sanya area, except for Zai Yazhu and Jai Runjai, had already returned to Lingao for the year-end assembly. He Fanghui had also wanted to go back to Lingao. He had been lobbying for a transfer. News of the Hong Kong occupation had given him ideas about becoming governor of Hong Kong, but all his telegrams and inquiries produced no word of reassignment. Originally, He'd hoped to lobby in person at the assembly, but he drew the short straw and had to stay. Ziyazhu, who had volunteered to stay in Sanya, slapped He Fanghui's shoulder with a grin that didn't reach his eyes. Spending New Year's in Sanya isn't so bad, is it? Go back and it's all debriefs and that stupid hearing. Stay here and you're free and easy. At this moment, He Fanghui was in the engineering command center with Jai Runjai, pushing the construction schedule. Sanya had no holidays. Iron ore from Tiandu had to be produced as fast as possible. That was the standing policy. What? An English ship? He Fanghui spun around, surprised, and asked the soldier who had reported. Where are the papers? He knew about Zhangquark's slave patent. The Colonial Trade Division had sent them a memo. Slaves, that consumable commodity, were of course much desired, especially now that they were about to enter the high-mortality mining phase. Consuming Southeast Asian slaves was far more economical than consuming laboriously trained workers. He checked the documents. Correct. The name on the papers matched the English merchant mentioned in the memo. Zhangquark. Excellent. He Fanghui greeted Jai Runjai and rushed to the wharf to make arrangements. On the deck of Jamaica, a grim spectacle unfolded. The surviving 250 slaves were brought up from the hold 2 and 3 at a time. Blinking yellow eyes, driven by the lash, they crawled out of the hatchway. The rags they wore had disintegrated during the voyage into mere tatters. The slaves were all frail and weak. The only food Zhangquark had provided them was sweet potato. End of chapter. Chapter 776. The slave trade. The slaves, half dead from the voyage, were driven 2 and 3 at a time onto the foredeck under the crew's whips. Several sailors mixed a large bucket of strange liquid. As each slave reached the barrel, a sailor with a broad, soft brush scrubbed it over their filthy, reeking bodies. After the treatment, their skin, dull and grimy before, became shiny and taut. They looked noticeably healthier. Next, Captain Higgins ordered the sailors to open a cask of rum. One sailor shook gunpowder from a cattle horn flask into it and stirred. 2 sailors grabbed a slave, one pinching his jaw open, the other ladling a big mouthful down the man's throat. This'll have them jumping around, Higgins boasted. Even those about to die will look perky. He had worked on slavers before and knew every trick of the trade. Quark had hired him precisely to tap that experience. The goods looked reasonably healthy. Quark could already see countless ducats and pesos dancing before his eyes. Whether sugar, silk, tea, rhubarb, or Chinese sundries, all were in demand. Shipping them to Bantam would net 40 to 100% profit. Are you really going to sell this cargo? The captain asked. Of course, I have the patent. Quark said with some regret, I didn't expect so many to die. I thought maybe a dozen at most. Without the storm and the Portuguese attack, we wouldn't have lost so many, Higgins said. Ship repairs will be charged to your account. No problem. Quark, enveloped in visions of wealth, agreed readily. Captain Higgins produced a bottle and took a long swig, blinking as though pondering something. Under the supervision of quarantine staff from the Sanya sanitation station, the slaves were ferried in batches by small boats to a quarantine camp near the mouth of the Tiandu River, a facility prepared specifically to receive slaves. Following standard procedure, their heads were shaved, and they underwent bathing, delousing, and other cleansing protocols. He Fanghui ordered a 2-week rest and quarantine period before they would be assigned to the frontline worksite. The mining face was waiting for labor to start digging. Rations followed quarantine camp standards, enough to ensure they regained strength as quickly as possible. After the arrangements were in place, he summoned Hu Zun. This former overlord of Eniawe, the swaggering local tyrant who once killed without blinking, had been living an idle life since being allowed to return home. Hu Zun was sensible enough to know his and his family's lives were in the Australians' hands. Behaving himself was the path to survival. Besides, his son was still a hostage in Lingao. Chief He had given him the title of Civilian Affairs Advisor. Each day he reported punctually to the Sanya Civilian Affairs Office and helped handle various administrative matters. Hu Zun was, after all, a local who knew the surrounding environment and people well. Making good use of him made sense. "There's a proper job for you," Fang Hui said, his thick lips twitching. "Old Hu, are you willing?" Willing. Hu Zun could only say yes. "Good." Fang Hui immediately gave him the position of Sanya slave camp supervisor. From local conditions surveys, he knew Hu Zun was ruthless and violent, unsuited for civil administration but perfect for running a slave camp. "This position is official cadre rank," Fang Hui said warmly, clapping his shoulder. "Now you're a real cadre. Thank you, Chief, for the promotion." Hu Zun bowed repeatedly. He felt no great joy, only a certain bewildered confusion. What exactly is my situation now? When working, they'll be strictly guarded by militia. No contact with other people is permitted, Fang Hui instructed. Every person must complete a daily work quota. Whether they meet it or not depends on your methods. Hu Zun nodded. "I understand." The slave camp overseers would all be selected from Sanya's disciplinary squad. The squad had been formed after the uprising to hold workers who had participated in the revolt or committed certain crimes in Sanya, ranging from assault to theft. They were assigned to the harshest, most dangerous work, earning points until they could return to normal status. Overseers chosen from this squad would undoubtedly be zealous and ruthless. After briefing Hu Zun, Fang Hui went to the commercial hall, the facility prepared to receive foreign traders, which doubled as a quarantine station. Zhang had already been made to bathe and change clothes. Now he was calculating how much he would profit from this slave shipment. As merchandise for trading with the English, the Colonial Trade Division had shipped in a stock of goods beforehand. Besides paying for Quark's slaves, this port was to be one of their future trade terminals, as well as the trading base for the Southeast Asia Company now under formation. Trade goods had to be stockpiled. The Colonial Trade Division had shipped in large quantities of Liu sugar and rum, plus large lots of silk, raw silk, and sundries from Guangzhou. Fang Hui and Quark haggled at length, finally agreeing on a price. Both parties settled on sugar and silk as payment, with immediate delivery. Because Quark enjoyed duty-free privileges, his expenses in Sanya port were minimal. Rough calculations put this voyage's profit at 70%. Not astronomical, but Batavia was fairly close to Sanya. He could make multiple round trips a year, and the loss ratio wouldn't always be this high. He couldn't possibly run into Portuguese and a storm every time. With such returns, Quark's ambitions swelled further. He planned to persuade shareholders to invest more. This voyage's results were compelling enough to make even tight-fisted investors open their purses. With capital, he would buy or charter more slavers. He would find a piece of land in Bantam or somewhere in the East Indies and build a slave island. Having to buy from the Dutch before every voyage was too cumbersome and would inevitably drive up prices. Besides, the Dutch were unfriendly to the English. That channel could close at any time. He needed a stockpile location, a place to cover shortages and to let the goods go through a quarantine period before boarding, avoiding shipboard epidemics and heavy losses. The Australian's price was landed. He had to ensure enough live bodies reached Sanya. The local Australian elder had made it clear. The number of slaves he'd brought was too few, not enough. Finally, his ambitions led him to fantasize about inciting the Dutch to clash with East Indies natives, or goading the various native kingdoms and empires to attack each other. War would produce masses of captives, and he would be there to solve the ruler's prisoner problem. Inciting internative wars didn't seem difficult. Small-scale conflicts were already constant. Just arm them sufficiently and they would escalate. Then he could get as many captives as he wanted. After the deal closed, Fang Hui hosted a banquet for Quark's party at the commercial hall. Both sides toasted each other. Fang Hui toasted the directors of the East India Company and His Majesty the King of England. Quark toasted the elders of the House of Elders. Good health was uttered countless times, glasses refilled endlessly. Watching Quark chug rum like water, Fang Hui was secretly astounded. Quark's excitement was palpable. He had been trading in East Asia for some 10 years. Though he had made money, he had always been a petty sea trader, scavenging scraps under the East India Company's system. Now, with such a gushing money stream before him, he dreamed of returning to his homeland a millionaire. The little merchant was utterly intoxicated. His head was full of schemes to expand his business. He didn't even want to linger a few days in Sanya. He was itching to sail back to Bantam immediately and ship the next batch of slaves. However, Higgins pointed out that if they wanted to load premium cargo like sugar and silk, they should scrub out the lower hold to prevent contamination. Captain Higgins's suggestion wasn't purely professional responsibility. He understood the lucrative profits of slaving better than Quark. So he went through official channels and requested an audience with the local chieftain. Hearing that an English captain wished to see him, Fang Hui found it odd, but out of duty he received him. Captain Higgins was self-recommending. He pointed out that since they needed slaves so badly, why not purchase black slaves? Black slaves were sturdier, more hardworking, and more resilient than East Indies natives. The purchase price was higher, of course, but since they had sugar and rum, payment was no problem. If the gentlemen have such a need, I am willing to serve. Higgins bowed and proceeded to trumpet his achievements in the black slave trade. No, we don't need that, Fang Hui shook his head. Let the Africans stay in Africa. I don't understand, Higgins said, disappointed. We don't need them. Fang Hui refused his kind offer a second time. Seeing his hopes of obtaining an African slave import patent from the Australians dashed, Higgins returned to the commercial hall and began lobbying Quark, expressing willingness to invest in the slaving venture. Quark, considering that he needed a dedicated ship and a knowledgeable captain, welcomed him as a shareholder on the spot, though the specific share allocation would wait until the second fundraising round back in Bantam. End of chapter. Chapter 777, New Year's Reception, Your Telegram. A naturalized citizen cadre from the General Office's confidential communications room set a locked folder on Wu De's desk. This was standard protocol for documents marked confidential, and above, executive committee members, people's commissioners, and ministers each carried their own special key. Wu De unlocked the folder and withdrew the telegram. Stamped top secret. It bore Fang Hui's name from Sanya, where he served as civilian affairs chief among the 3 elders stationed there. The telegram reported the arrival of the first batch of Southeast Asian slaves, 254 souls. Physical condition, good. All healthy adult males, no children, no elderly. So the Englishman actually delivered on schedule, Wu De mused. Using Southeast Asian slaves had become settled house policy, driven by both labor demands and strategic considerations for the future. Even had Quark fallen through, the executive committee maintained backup arrangements with other foreign merchants. He stamped his seal in the viewing roster column at the bottom, relocked the folder, and returned it to the courier. Then he opened a file on his desk labeled Labor Force. Inside lay weekly statistical breakdowns of disposable labor, categorized by age, sex, region, and industry. In the grand scheme, adding 254 workers to Sanya district, where 4,761 had been shipped in and 3,850 currently remained, seemed a modest number. But slaves would drastically reduce the death rate among trained naturalized laborers. The most dangerous, backbreaking work would now fall entirely on expendable bodies. After tasting success with this shipment, Quark would send an endless stream, easily meeting local labor demand and consumption. Of course, labor demand was bottomless. With Rubin's retreat, all of Hainan would fall under their control. The Planning Commission estimated the population under House authority would balloon to somewhere between 400,000 and 600,000. Yet mobilizing them fully required extensive groundwork: bandit suppression, village consolidation, household registration, census taking. Even the most optimistic projections held that Qiangzhou's population couldn't be effectively utilized until early 1632. By contrast, Indentured contract immigrants and purchased slaves offered far greater convenience. Beyond slaves, the executive committee was also seeking new population sources. Refugees from Guangdong and Fujian were nearly exhausted. Once again, the committee turned to the Grand Library, hunting for opportunities amid the ceaseless natural disasters and man-made catastrophes of the late Ming. The idea is sound, Wu De thought, but the precondition is sufficient shipping capacity, and Liu Xiang is currently hiding who knows where. Many technical details remained unresolved. He was still contemplating when his private secretary Chu Yu entered with a red invitation. "Whose invitation?" Wu De asked curiously. The only invitations that reached his desk were for elders' personal happy occasions. Yun Suji's invitation to marry Liu Meilan, grandniece of Liu Yoren, chief of the Liu family stockade, had arrived just yesterday. At the time, Wu De had fretted over whether to give a red envelope. Ultimately, he decided on a gift instead. "Commissioner Wu's," Chu Yu said. "Commissioner Wu." Wu De paused, realizing she meant Wu Nanhai. Wu Nanhai was getting married. His mind immediately turned to the women at the farm. "It's Chu Qing." A hint of wistfulness colored Chu Yu's voice. They shared the same origins. Watching a former sister become an elder's wife was bound to stir complicated feelings. "Oh, yes, her." Wu De nodded noncommittally. The 1631 New Year's reception, organized by Fang Fei and Zhang Shangji, proceeded on schedule. Apart from essential duty personnel, most elders attended the event at Lingao Park. Beyond the elders themselves, local collaborators received invitations, primarily members of the County Consultative Assembly and directors of the Eastgate Market Commercial Association. Lin Quanan, Liu Yoren, Zhang Yufu, Li Sunqian. Even Fu Bar, a minor landlord who barely qualified, was invited as a model from the Tiandahui. The remnants of the Ming bureaucracy in Lingao, Vice Magistrate Wu Ya, Jail Warden Sun Ruiwu, Constable Fu Bowen, County School Instructor Wang Ci, and even the completely puppet Lingao Magistrate Wu Mingjin, all received invitations. And Wang Xiamin, who had contributed more than anyone else to the elders, was naturally on the list. Besides this motley crew, which Du Wen labeled freaks and monsters, there were representatives of naturalized citizens, outstanding individuals selected from soldiers, cadres, workers, cooperative members, and students. Liu Muzhu was planning a model worker selection pageant after the new year. Of course, once model workers were involved, a March 8th Red Banner bearer designation probably couldn't be avoided, otherwise Du Wen wouldn't let him off. Every invited native considered it a tremendous honor. The transmigrators' defeat of the Imperial Army and their expansion across all of Qiangzhou had given high and low alike a premonition that heaven's mandate was changing. Both the upper and lower strata teemed with people eager to board the Australian ship amid these turbulent times and secure wealth for themselves and their clans. Nearly all invitees accepted. Even Wu Mingjin, who had maintained a posture of neither surrender nor leave and preached nonviolent non-cooperation, arrived beaming in a sedan chair. The reception began at 5:00 p.m. on December 31. Mu Min personally oversaw security at the venue. Though many natives were present, all either activists or rated reliable in security assessments, Mu Min knew this offered no absolute guarantee. Security work had to be foolproof. By the designated hour, over 400 elders and roughly 100 elite figures of the Transmigrators' New Order would gather in Lingao Park. Any casualties would deal a devastating blow to the enterprise. As the direct security chief for elders and the Green Zone, Mu Min coordinated with various departments at an internal security meeting to finalize the protection plan. A first perimeter was set 50 meters outside Lingao Park, manned by Li Yang's 2nd Company of the Lingao Garrison Battalion. A police unit composed of the Bopu precinct and Fang Qiadi's police training class would maintain order and check IDs at the 2 park entrances. Inside, the Special Reconnaissance Squad's Bopu detachment handled security and controlled all high points. Finally, agents from the General Bureau of Political Security formed the inner perimeter. At sea, naval patrol boats formed 3 defensive lines, forbidding all vessels and persons within 1 nautical mile of the park's shoreline. Beyond security, the reception had to account for fire and accident prevention. There were gas lamps, barbecue grills to consider. Mu Min had personally surveyed the terrain and convened several meetings, discussing venue layout, buffet table placement, grill positions, evacuation routes, and even how much extra lighting to add. Now everything was ready. They awaited only the guests. Lingao Park was decked with lanterns and streamers, gas lamps blazing. Baietan, moored at the pier, was strung with festive lights. Loudspeakers played colorful clouds chasing the moon and Spring Festival overture, filling the air with lively, joyful atmosphere. Guests arrived in 2s and 3s, some on foot, some in sedan chairs, some on bicycles, approaching the plaza before Lingao Park. This was already a second-tier security zone. No one without an invitation could enter. Liu Yoren beamed as he arrived by sedan chair. Elder Zhang had finally given a definite promise regarding the marriage to Liu Meilan. The matter that had hung in suspense for nearly a year was at last settled, and the Liu family's relationship with the elders could no longer be measured by old standards. Stroking his beard, he gazed cheerfully at the bamboo-framed gate. This so-called park had always been restricted to elders, shrouded in mystery. Attending this reception and seeing it in person was exciting in itself. Whistles sounded across the plaza as several police blew their whistles and ran about, directing each family's sedan chair into numbered sedan slots arranged in orderly rows. Porters were led by attendants to temporary rest sheds. Liu Yoren knew the Australian rules. Only invitees themselves were permitted inside. Servants could not follow. He sent his attendants off and headed for the gate, invitation in hand. He had taken only a few steps when a middle-aged gentleman emerged from a 2-man sedan. Peering closely, wasn't that Wu Mingjin? Long, idle, and well-fed, the man had put on considerable weight. A cloud-patterned cap sat on his head. He wore a blue silk robe, the picture of a middle-class literatus. Liu Yoren immediately stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Wu Mingjin's Ming County Magistrate title was now empty. No special deference was required. Wu Mingjin was exceedingly polite. He had long heard rumors that the bald folk intended to take Liu Yoren's grandniece as a concubine. Privately, he scorned this bumpkin landlord, but his face betrayed nothing. These new nobles of the transmigrators were not to be offended. "Is your honor also here for the reception?" "Indeed," Wu Mingjin nodded. "Year's end, nothing better to do, might as well enjoy myself." Year's end referred to the Great Song calendar, the Gregorian calendar. By the concurrent Great Ming calendar, the new year was still 2 months away. But under the elders' influence, Lingao had widely adopted the Gregorian calendar, gradually reshaping everyone's habits. They were still chatting when a scholar in a blue-edged gown came puffing up nearby. Spotting Wu Mingjin, he immediately performed a deep formal bow, drawing glances from passers-by. "Your Honor, you're here too." The newcomer was none other than County School Instructor Wang Xi. He had walked here on foot, his forehead dripped with sweat. His gown was tolerably neat but emanated the stale sweat smell of old clothes. End of chapter. Chapter 778. The County Instructor Wu Mingjin frowned. "You came, can I not?" "No, no," Wang Xi deeply regretted his careless words and bowed hastily. "Your Honor, you are the lord of the county, a great Ming guardian." The more flustered he became, the less coherent his words, which only annoyed Wu Mingjin further. The magistrate assumed Wang was reproaching him on grounds of righteousness. His expression darkened. Wu Mingjin had never liked Instructor Wang. Now he liked him even less. With a snort, he walked off without another word, leaving Wang Xi standing there in mortified silence. Wang Xi had originally been reluctant to attend the reception, but he was indebted to the Australians. the Lingao County School now survived entirely on their subsidies. In the end, he had decided to bear the humiliation and carry the heavy burden for the sake of the county's literary spirit. In truth, the Lingao County School had suffered no humiliation these past 2 years. Quite the opposite. Under the Moli Xuan project, the survival conditions of Lingao's tiny population of old-style literati had improved dramatically. Consider the most basic scholar's supplies: brushes, ink, paper, inkstones, and the 4 books and 5 classics. In the past, none of these could be produced locally. They had to be shipped from Guangzhou or even the mainland, expensive and hard to find. Now the Eastgate Market stationery shop was fully stocked, and prices were far lower. Bookstores sold a wide variety of classics, histories, philosophers, and collections, many titles Wang Xi had never even seen on the mainland. The prices were absurdly cheap. The Australian-run Moli Xuan Foundation provided stipends for Lingao's scholars and operating funds for the county school and Moli Xuan Academy. In a sense, Lingao had entered a golden age of education that Wang Xi had never dared imagine. Yet all this made Wang Xi feel deeply ashamed. Had the Australians suppressed traditional learning or persecuted scholars, he might have felt at peace. They're foreign barbarians, after all. He could at least have preserved a sense of cultural superiority. Instead, he found himself enveloped by an inexplicable humiliation. These overseas barbarians had worked miracle after miracle in Lingao, none of which had the slightest connection to the learning that scholars took such pride in. Steeped in Confucian ideology of cultivate oneself, regulate the family, govern the state, Wang Xi believed statecraft was a talent only scholars possessed. No matter how invincible an army, it could conquer the empire on horseback but never govern it from horseback. Yet this group claiming descent from the Song knew nothing of Confucian classics, even recite the Analects, and had administered a remote, barbarous county in perfect order, sweeping away chronic maladies of local governance. Wang Xi was deeply ashamed. He knew that if he were county magistrate, he couldn't achieve even a tenth of what the Australians had done in Lingao, perhaps not even 100th. Talent for governance was empty talk. Clearly, the Australians had their own learning. They didn't take Confucianism seriously at all. In Wang Xi's view, their various gestures of goodwill toward local scholars were mere posturing. Local scholars remained oblivious, thinking the Australians revered Confucianism. Some had even developed an interest in Australian natural philosophy. The Moli Xuan Academy Library had acquired many books on the investigation of things. Borrowers were plentiful. From time to time, the Australians organized field trips for scholars to visit farms and workshops, lecturing on natural philosophy and attracting considerable audiences. Such stealthy tactics of using barbarians to transform Huaxia greatly worried Wang Xi. Thinking thus, he sighed and walked toward the entrance with his invitation. The plaza was crowded with people preparing to enter. Many wore the cotton, front-buttoning short jackets that the transmigrators habitually favored. Since the first day Wang Xi had seen them, they seemed never to have worn anything else. Some transmigrators wore jackets without buttons. A very few wore jackets open wide at the chest, revealing undergarments, with strips of cloth in various colors and patterns hanging around their necks. On closer inspection, the cloth was tightly cinched around the throat. Wang Xi had never seen transmigrators dressed this way and couldn't help wondering, if someone grabbed that thing, wouldn't it be trouble? Though real and fake transmigrators dressed similarly, Wang Xi could easily tell them apart. The real ones were calm and chatting naturally. The fake ones had expressions mixing excitement and unease. All of them, real and fake, wore metal badges of varying sizes on their chests. Some had several, glinting in the gaslight. What drew the most attention was the female transmigrator's attire. Wang Xi had long heard of their bold dress, offensive to public morals. Now, 4 or 5 female elders waiting in line wore skirts exposing their calves, One even let her thighs flash in and out of view. One tall female transmigrator wore a black dress that revealed two very white, long legs, covered in red fishnet. Her top was held up by two satin straps, half bearing her bosom. The sight gave Wang Xi a small rush. A certain organ, dormant and withered after years of disuse in Lingao, suddenly surged with blood. The pedantic scholar's face flushed crimson. He quickly straightened his gaze, eyes on nose, nose on heart, not daring to look at the female transmigrators again. Wang Xi followed the crowd slowly toward the entrance. Police maintained order, and most of those present were elders. The general office had appended mind order, queue in sequence, to the reception notification. The elders constantly strove to cultivate organization and discipline among naturalized citizens and natives. They had to set an example. Under the elders' vigorous promotion and example, naturalized citizens and natives consciously complied with the queue and ID checks, regardless of rank. Wang Xi noticed Wu Mingjin standing in line behind what appeared to be a minor country landlord, calmly chatting with Vice Magistrate Wu Ya. He felt a surge of shame and indignation. Just as he considered stepping up to scold the bumpkin for disrespect, someone shoved his back. "Move faster. Don't block the way," from the accent clearly a fake transmigrator. To think that he, a court official, albeit a minor one, was being scolded in public by a rustic. His face burned with shame, yet his body moved involuntarily with the cue. By contrast, Magistrate Wu felt no pressure whatsoever. He had long since embraced, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. With a thick enough skin, the world was his oyster. In the queue, he chatted and joked with Vice Magistrate Wu and Wang Xiamin. At the park entrance, besides police, political security, elders scanned each invitation barcode and cross-checked the name and stored photo in the computer. Only after everything matched was the admission stamp given. Elders simply swiped their dog tags to enter. Lingjiao Park blazed with light. Gas street lamps burned brightly. A stone path led guests toward the beachfront dining area. On the sand, elevated wooden plank decks had been built. Long Western-style tables lined the decks, covered with buffet chafing dishes salvaged from the Shengchuan restaurant, heated serving trays for self-service dining. The chafing dishes had lids, with warmers beneath now burning charcoal instead of solid alcohol. Besides the warmers were countless large ceramic plates, insulated pots, wooden platters and glassware filled with various dishes, pastries and beverages, an abundance unprecedented even for elders. A row of charcoal grills emitted mouth-watering sizzles and exotic aromas. Great slabs of beefsteak, pork chops, chicken cutlets and fish fillets turned on iron griddles. The fragrance of spices was so thick it seemed to melt one's nasal membranes. Whole lobsters, oysters, and sea fish steamed on iron grates. 4 or 5 Lingao suckling pigs and over a dozen roasted ducks hung on spits, turning in the roaring flames of open-fire roasters. Chefs from the cooperative restaurant, cafeteria, and commercial hall bustled back and forth. Even for them, this was the first time handling so many ingredients. Suckling pigs and beef were almost never seen on ordinary days. Only a few elders knew the beef wasn't freshly slaughtered but came from cold storage. As for the source, spoils from the great victory at Chiangmai. Dead cattle, horses, and mules had been used for sausage making as troop rewards. Wounded animals not worth treating were sent to the meatpacking plant for slaughter, then flash frozen by category and saved for the year-end New Year celebration. There had to be one occasion each year for a proper feast. Zhang Jiqi, a Fangqiati teacher, wore chef's whites and an apron, topped by a toque taller than any other cook's, the executive chef's hat. Like a general commanding his troops, he directed the cook's preparations, occasionally stepping in to flip steaks on the griddle. The steaks were sliced into bite-sized pieces Japanese steakhouse style before plating, sparing guests the need for knives and forks. As a first-class chef, his modern cuisine was naturally superior to the naturalized cooks. Zhang Shangji and Mendoza were also frantically busy. They handled Western-style cooking. They had hoped to draft Selina and Pan Pan to help, but both proper white English transmigrators turned out to be children of the microwave. Growing up, cooking at home meant tossing supermarket meal trays into the microwave, spinning them around, then making a vegetable salad. Selina sheepishly admitted she could make sandwiches, but Lingao lacked the right sauces. "I'll mix the sauces. If there's anything we have here, it's spices." The spice trade was a major commodity in East Asian maritime commerce, and China itself imported large quantities. The Planning Commission warehouse stored spices from various sources, and the farm grew herbs like basil for culinary use. "I'll bake some cakes then." After racking her brain, Pan Pan came up with the one thing she could actually make. End of chapter. Chapter 779. New Year's Address. Wang Xi shuffled timidly onto the wooden deck. The white tablecloth dining tables were already set with place settings. Bone china plates and spoons fired in Lingao's kilns, emblazoned with the House of Elders' national emblem, a golden double-headed eagle over a girand wheat chief motif, crowned by the holy ship. Wine vessels were glass. Only the chopsticks had been purchased from Guangzhou, all ivory-clad. Seat cards marked each place. Upon finding his seat, Wang Xi was relieved to see Sun Ruiwu beside him. He had no desire to sit next to a transmigrator. Sun Ruiwu was chomping on a holy ship cigarette and looking around for food. From his dress and demeanor, Wang Xi could tell he had done quite well for himself, which rankled. Besides serving as Lingao's jail warden, Sun doubled as a director in the Transmigrator's Grain Procurement Bureau. No doubt he'd profited handsomely from the bald folk, a bona fide Ming trader. Sun Ruiwu harbored none of Wang Xi's brooding. Smiling, he exchanged courteous banter. Was the county school's funding adequate? The standard official pleasantries. Of course, even if there were problems, he could only promise to look into it. Wang Xi responded perfunctorily. "This ice sculpture is grander than last year's." Zhang Yufu sat across from them. He wasn't quite used to sitting directly opposite magistrates, staring eyeball to eyeball, and felt awkward, so he made conversation. At the deck center, just like last year, stood a massive ice sculpture. This time, under the guidance of elders with fine arts training, the local stonemasons had carved something other than a stone lion, a dolphin leaping from waves. Sparkling translucently under the gaslights, it was almost too bright to look at. A year ago, this would have been an astonishing wonder, but now ice had become a commodity in Lingao. Even ordinary naturalized citizens and petty landowners could afford it. An ice sculpture no longer inspired much marvel. They made a show of admiring the sculpture for a while, until someone's growling stomach broke the awkwardness. They exchanged looks. Why isn't the food being served? Waves of aroma drifted over and everyone was famished. Petty landlords like Zhang Yufu and Fu Bar had skipped lunch entirely, intending to eat their fill tonight. Glancing at other tables, they saw elders already eating and drinking. Astonishingly, the transmigrators served themselves. Each one carried a large china plate heaped with food. Some held wine glasses, eating standing or sitting, clearly enjoying themselves. What kind of etiquette is this? As they hesitated, a tall young woman arrived, dressed in a black dress with a white apron, smiling pleasantly, and invited them to fetch food themselves from the buffet. Wang Xiamin, who had frequent contact with transmigrators, knew that women dressed like this were concubine maids, the most untouchable pillow companions. He quickly cupped his hands in thanks. "Gentlemen need not bring plates. Clean plates are available at the buffet," the maid said with a trained, all-Nippon Airways smile. "Drinks are also available at the table." What a novel approach, everyone thought. In ancient formal dining, there were endless ceremonies, not to mention presenting dishes in proper sequence. Even private banquets required formalities. Now the transmigrators observed no etiquette whatsoever. Even serving food and pouring wine was self-service. Wang Xi cursed inwardly. Bald barbarians with no manners. Was he supposed to stand there with a plate like a beggar at a gruel station? For a moment officials and gentry hesitated, no servants on hand to dispatch. But the petty landlords were too hungry to care about propriety. With a quick bow, they rushed the buffet. Moments later, they returned with heaping plates of delicacies. Now no one could hold back. Even Magistrate Wu rose ceremoniously and strolled toward the food table. Wang Ci endured a few more moments, then surrendered to hunger. The buffet blazed with light and fragrance. He hardly dared approach. The words pools of wine and forests of meat flooded his mind. The abundance was staggering. Even at his hometown prefecture's grandest banquets, he had never seen such a spread. The variety dazzled him, things he had never seen or heard of. Just then, Zhang Yufu came by wielding 3 plates, one balanced on each arm, piled high with meat, vegetables, and seafood. A skewer of grilled meat clamped between his teeth. Wang Ci drifted along behind an elder and ended up with far more than he'd intended. He had believed years of plain fare had given him iron willpower against rich food, but having the option not to eat was entirely different from not having the option. His stomach rebelled mightily and he found himself taking crab cakes, coconut-crusted fried shrimp, fried squid rings, onion rings, grilled chicken and fried sweet potato fries, plus a chicken cutlet and a few small slabs of teppanyaki sirloin. He didn't know it was beef. Seeing fried eggs on the griddle, he asked for one of those too. In Wang Ci's frugal life, eggs were a luxury. Then somehow he arrived at the drinks table, lined with carved glass cisterns and small barrels holding liquids of various colors. He stared, unsure what to choose. Finally, the maid behind the table ladled a pale yellow liquid into a glass and handed it to him. One sip, mellow, refreshing. He downed several cups in a row. "Sir, this is strong liquor." The maid noticed him wobbling and cautioned him. This was a cocktail of rum, lemon juice, sugar, and water, easy to drink but with a kick. "Nonsense!" Wang Ci snapped in his lofty manner and stumbled back to his seat. He bit into the sirloin, rich, fatty, with the bite of black pepper, and nearly bit his tongue off. He quickly ate a fried shrimp, then looked up to see slender maids gliding about clearing plates, hips swaying like willows in the wind. This education official suddenly felt sorrow rise from within and tears fell. He realized his past life had been a blank void. The elders had no such complicated emotions, though even for them such a sumptuous meal was a first since D-Day. Especially the meat. Never before had there been such abundance. Everyone ate heartily. Wu Nanhai and several elders stood by the buffet chatting. Everyone had received Wu Nanhai's wedding invitation, so of course congratulations were in order. "This feast is all thanks to your agriculture department," He Ying said, already a bit tipsy. "The volume still isn't where it needs to be," Wu Nanhai said proudly. "For the 1632 New Year reception, we'll have even better food. I'm raising several Wagyu cattle," he caught himself, glancing around. "Relax, Zayazhu stayed in Sanya," He Ying reassured him. "These few Wagyu are my breeding stock. Once I've bred enough calves, I'll set up a special elders' supply, play them music, give them beer and apples, hire 10 girls to massage the cattle. I refuse to believe I can't produce marbled beef. Kobe beef." "Wagyu has many breeds, Kobe is just one," Yang Bayagui said, swirling his glass. "I think Amari Kade cattle are good too, less fatty." Someone chimed in, "Old Wu, is it really appropriate to marry a maid as your primary wife? I heard you're a Christian, you can't have a second wife. What about marrying a lady from a good family later? What about the Li mother and daughter? You're just leaving them behind." "I'll still take good care of them," Wu Nanhai said offhandedly. The others nodded knowingly, some murmuring, "As expected." Wu Nanhai, oblivious, continued, "I've always supported monogamy. Besides, it's better for a wife to come from humble origins. Even Zhu Yuanzhang decreed his sons' and daughters' spouses be selected from common families. I figure we'll have lots of children someday. If the mother's natal clan is too powerful, her children gain an unfair advantage. That's not fair competition for inheritance." "So you're emulating Zhu Yuanzhang," He Ying teased. "I think it helps maintain family balance." Wu Nanhai, a few drinks in, was in high spirits. "I'm also planning to imitate Kangxi, a secret succession system." The family head's heir will be announced only after I die. Until then, no one dares slack off or stir up trouble. Brilliant, you really are something. I still think primogeniture is best stable, Liu Zhang scoffed. Why copy the Manchus? Primogeniture is the hallmark of every civilized society. A group of men with no children yet launched into a heated debate on succession. Wu Nanhai didn't want to continue the topic and quietly pulled He Ying aside. Liaison officer He, about my application to build a small chapel at the farm, have you considered it? He Ying looked troubled. Can't you just attend the joint service at the Baietan church? I'm Protestant. We don't piss in the same pot as them, Wu Nanhai said. I'm not proselytizing, just for personal and family use. But there's no Protestant church and no pastor, right? Wu Nanhai laughed. We Protestants generally don't require that. I can serve as my own pastor, preach, conduct ceremonies. He added, I'll pay for it myself and arrange the construction. He Ying pondered. This is a significant matter. I'll have to submit it to the House of Elders for approval. Hurry it up, Wu Nanhai said. I'm planning to get married in the chapel. As they spoke, the lively music over the loudspeakers switched to the March of Unity and Friendship. Natives and naturalized citizens familiar with the elders knew that when this tune played, a principal elder was about to appear. The murmur of conversation and laughter gradually died down. Sure enough, the entire executive committee and several key people's commissioners and ministers emerged in front of the deck as the music played. Two spotlights crossed their beams. Leading was Wen Daisy, wearing a white suit without a tie, smiling and waving. Behind him, Ma Qianju wore a black Mao-collared tunic, clapping with one hand, expression stern. The other committee members smiled and clapped lightly, going through the motions. The music stopped. The venue fell silent. The leaders moved to the prearranged microphone, arranged by rank. Ma Qianju strode to the front, offered holiday greetings and congratulations, then introduced the excellent situation of the 1630 anti-encirclement campaigns, punitive wars, and economic construction. He announced the House of Elders' plans and tasks for the new year, especially the island-wide communications network and ring road construction, and the impending expansion of population imports from the mainland. Conditions permitting, they would also bring in more special needs populations of different races from Persia and Japan. Though the content was substantial, he spoke concisely and forcefully, drawing waves of applause and cheers. Afterward, the venue buzzed with discussion and laughter. When Daisy stepped to the microphone and waved to the enthusiastic applause from elders, native representatives, and naturalized citizen representatives. He offered a few words of congratulation, emphasizing that 1630's achievements were the result of everyone firmly implementing the House of Elders' spirit and instructions, a great victory of collective leadership and full democracy within the House. Comrades, I won't enumerate again the great victories we've won on sea and land. For us, this is still only the beginning. Applause. Then he continued,